Harga paling Tes. Ya Allah. Good morning everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the restream. My restream. Hi. Hi Zolo. Hello Rain. Hello Naing. Hello War. Hello bro. Hello. Wait. Hello guys. Hello guys. Welcome to the stream ya Myanmar community. W Myanmar fans. Arya. Knockout stage hari ni ke? Belum. Ada decider match dulu. W Myanmar friends. Kalau korang nak tahu sekarang ni ada ramai Myanmar community dekat aku punya YT sebab dorang support dari Where's Zay? Zay on his way. Zay on his way guys. Don't worry. Zay on his way. Rinda dapat luggage? Belum lagi guys. Evening girls, kenapa kau punya lambat? Yang Ori dah 6 minit. Oh, yang ni lagi satu punya broadcasting ya. Okay, sabar. Sabar jap. Ini dia lagi satu. Recycle tak?
Come, go ahead, take a seat. We ran out of office space here.
Vitality masuk knockout stage.
We're making do. Listen, I don't know if anyone's kind of told you what we're doing today, but we're just gonna have a chat.
Is there any rain?
And honestly, I would prefer to call you by your real
stream on
name.
TikTok? Yeah.
Oscar?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oscar Canelis Colocha. Actually, no, we're just gonna stick with Maxwell.
Okay.
Vitality
Listen, I know
masuk
that you
knockout stage.
auto-dub a lot of your
Benar.
content into English. Are you planning
Suara
on
kau
doing that
tak
for this
dengar?
interview?
No, this is my normal voice, and I will use it in
Dekat
English.
TikTok suara tak dengar ke guys?
Highly respected
Korang dengar ke tak suara aku dekat TikTok?
Thank you. Now, during your time with Counter-Strike, you played for more than 15 teams in 8 years. Was that because you couldn't make friends?
Janganlah macam tu doh. Unais kau
I
tahu
actually
aku
have
dah
a lot of friends, but
punya iklan kuat.
it's hard to make friends in gaming because people are like you. Like
dah
rude.
banyak problem
It's
guys
kind of
dari
personal.
semalam. Tak dengar suara
Did you
itu
ever think that
ini.
maybe in those 8 years that you were the problem?
Okay,
Was
sekarang
it hard for
slow
you
sikit.
to leave Counter-Strike for Valorant?
Pusat
Or does
Bandar
being
France
from
apa coach?
Catalonia
I
make the
think
idea of separation come
it's
easily?
Kokdiang. It's
That
Kokdiang.
was really easy.
If I'm not
It was
mistaken,
really
it's
easy because I
Kokdiang.
was tired of playing Counter-Strike already.
Salah
and
ayat
wanted
kurang
something
dengar
new.
tadi. Sekarang dah okey? Ke slow sangat suara stream?
Scouted
Aku boleh adjust guys sekarang. Yang penting YT boleh dengar, TT boleh dengar. Thank you W Rain.
That's a very
W
weird
Myanmar
question
community
to
guys.
ask a woman.
W Myanmar.
Did your mother teach you your manners?
You guys are really
I think,
supportive. Thank you for the
women
support
and
guys.
men
Love
are
you
the
guys.
same.
In what way?
I thought
I can ask
Kuala
you anything,
PL
but
lah.
you can ask me,
Oh,
because
you
we're
thought
the same.
Kuala PL lah.
When's your next monthly cycle?
But that doesn't have anything to do with your age.
Hold up. We just said that we can ask each other the same questions as man
Okay,
and
I'm
woman.
gonna answer them.
All right, well, let's move on. You recently became sponsored by Red Bull. I can see it on your
Apa
shirt.
jadual game hari ni?
Is that
Okay,
because
hari
being
ni
over
akan
30, drinking is the
decider
only way
match.
that you can stay
Ada
awake?
decider
I'm
match.
not gonna get rage baited.
Knockout
fine. Why do
stage
you
aku
think
tak
that's a
rasa
rage
start
bait?
hari ni.
Your
Aku rasa
attitude.
start esok.
My
Tapi aku akan
attitude.
double confirm jap guys jadual.
This is just
Ataupun
the
korang
way
boleh
my
double
face looks.
confirmkan untuk aku guys. Cuba check kat ruang
Now,
komen.
Red Bull says that you
Yang
were,
aku
quote,
pasti,
considered by the vast
match
majority of
hari ni
fans
akan habis
to be
lambat.
one of the
Akan
most
ada match
charismatic
dekat Malaysia
professional
pukul
players
3
in the
pagi
esports
guys.
scene. By majority of fans, did they
Salam
just mean
Rim.
your
Aku
mom?
salam brother. Aku salam Naing. Knockout hari ni betul. Dah start knockout hari ni. Sekejap aku komen tu tak payah.
That you were,
Tak payah guru.
quote, considered
men.
by the vast majority of fans
So
to be one
ada
of the
match
most charismatic professional players
knockout
in the scene.
stage
But
yang
by majority
akan
of
main
fans,
sampai
did they just
pukul
mean your
3
mom?
pagi waktu Malaysia guys.
Oh.
Siapa yang menjadi mangsanya yang perlu
That's a
stream?
lame
Sudah
one.
tentulah
Is
restreamer of
lame?
the
No,
year.
my mom-
That's
Restreamer
incredibly
of
rude. She gave life to you.
the France, restreamer of the
But no.
of the
I mean,
kampung.
it's a
Rain,
lame
guys,
question.
rain.
It's a very lame.
What do you
question.
think about Yangon
Be
for
sure to
MSC?
do
To be
better.
honest,
Be sure
guys,
to let our
I always
writers
think
know.
like
Yeah.
Yangon is one of the
Do it
top
because-
contender
Look straight into the camera and tell our
for
writer
MLBB
that
scene.
you
Guys.
just
Even
don't think he's
since
doing a very good job.
I am the coach for
probably
CG
ChatGPT the
during
question
M7,
or
Yangon
something.
is one of the
You need to,
strongest
I
team
don't know,
that
do your research.
we've
You're the owner
encountered.
of Club
I think
Otakar.
Blink is really good
I'm
with
glad
his
that you could
Hellcat
come to
usage.
EWC, but why didn't you bring your club
And
with
one more player
Because
that
we're
I keep
starting,
my eye on is Lina,
We're
but
new.
Lina is not
We
there
have
anymore.
only a Valorant
I think
team and
Lina
we need
also
more
is
to compete in the
really
rankings
good,
and
guys.
everything.
you? Is that just your
Yangon
way of
definitely
saying
going
that
at least
you're
top 8.
broke?
Agree. I agree, guys.
Yeah.
Yangon, I think
Did you
at
turn
least
to team
top 8,
ownership in the
guys. Top
hopes
8
of being
secure.
less unsuccessful?
That one is
Less
at least.
unsuccessful?
At least.
I mean, can your club beat any team that is not named LK?
That's a good one. That's actually a good one.
What
You did
team
your
we should
research,
support?
though.
Okay, right now for
We can.
MWI, I know
We
you guys
can.
still
let's
sad
talk a little bit more about you,
because
right?
Myanmar
when you
team
retired from
already
gaming to go into streaming,
not qualified
was it
for main
tough
stage.
to
You guys can
transition
support
from a
Malaysian
job playing
team.
video games all day to a
Malaysian
job
team,
playing
Team
video
Ray
games
Young.
all day normally?
Let's support Team
No.
Ray Young, guys. W Team Ray
It
Young.
wasn't.
A challenge.
Hey, hello Rain, love you,
frightens
bro. Love you guys. Love you guys.
Now, we have had our fun, but I do have one final
Okay,
serious
guys. What 12
question
malam?
for you.
Ya, Aziza. Ya,
When
ya,
you
ya,
eat
ya.
oatmeal,
Dekat
do you prefer it to be
Malaysia kita
lumpy,
akan ada game
or do
pukul
you mix
3
well?
pagi, guys.
I don't need
3 pagi Malaysia akan main.
It's tortilla.
Tortilla?
Yeah. It's like
I live in California. It's like
Wow.
we almost invented tortillas.
no, but not that kind.
FM
I live in
Daddy,
California, but
welcome
you're
to the
talking about
stream.
something
Tak
else.
ada.
Talking about like,
Sekarang ni bila
Taco Bell,
stream
right?
international, guys, ada viewer daripada
You
Myanmar,
use
viewer
DX.
daripada
no, you get this from
Singapore,
the supermarket. It's flat. It looks like a
ada
frisbee. You could
viewer
chuck it.
daripada
No.
certain
That's
tempat
the
daripada
Mexican
luar negara.
tortilla, it's not the
So
Spanish
kita
Who
borak-borak,
came
guys.
first?
Yo, I'm done. Can I leave or no?
The, well, hold up. We still have a couple more. Still.
Let's
this
go
is
Team
even
Ray, yes, let's
more.
go Team Ray. Let's go Team Ray Young. Saya
This one?
viewer dari Pluto, ya Allah. Hai Coach Hai.
That's not it. That's not it.
Leo,
Wonder if it's side
what are you doing,
now.
Leo?
Maybe this.
Ooh, looking good.
Leo, hurry up right now.
Gideon?
You got 5 seconds till the show starts.
What do you mean 5 seconds? I'm trying to decide what hat I'm wearing.
What do you mean decided? Today's the decider day. All the big
Bujur,
teams are playing.
bujur,
Everybody's
fella,
decided today.
bujur.
Come on, we
Let's
gotta go, we gotta go.
Fine.
What time Malaysia right now, guys? I think it's I think is it 6:37? No? Oh, 4:37? Bonjok, Aren, bonjok. Bujur, bujur, guys, bujur. Bujur, bujur. It's 4:30 PM, Uncle. Very nice, very nice. Saya dari Klang Paris, bang. Welcome to the stream, Klang Paris. Welcome to the Klang Paris. Dekat phone ada jam Malaysia.
Day two
Phone aku
is
bukan jam
something
Malaysia,
else.
guys.
Who'd
Phone
have
aku
thought that the
10:37.
ladies had it in them to bring out these kinds of moments. Genji versus Vitality.
Aku kena kuatkan
One
sikit
moment
suara, guys.
stuck out.
Guys, aku
Actually
sebenarnya
came for a
live ni
kick.
sebab
It was
kejap lagi
almost
aku ada
perfect,
kena
and then
interview,
she
guys. Aku
weirdly
kena shoot
enough
konten
dashed
dengan
a different
ni.
direction when it was supposed to be a finish this way. Another moment I think
Sekejap lagi
that's
ada
cool
interview, korang
is Galaxy
dengar je,
Phoenix
diam-diam je.
versus Falcons Vega.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
It
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah,
an
FM
almost
Daddy.
perfect Fanny entrance.
Welcome, welcome,
but
welcome to
I
my
think
stream.
what made that
Trust
extra
you, Ren.
cool
Trust
was
you guys.
counterplay
Trust you.
where
Trust
Ling
Myanmar community.
caught a
W Myanmar, guys.
mid-air
W
Fanny
Myanmar.
with the shifting skies. It's perfect, right?
9 min lat,
Shifting
9 min
skies,
lat. Welcome
and then the Sora came
to
in
my
and
stream.
served up
How do I
so
say
many
that?
kills to
Is it Min
So
Largar?
finally up to day 3.
Is it
4
Min
more
Largar,
shots
guys?
in
Min
the
Largar?
knockout stage.
Or
I'm
Min
definitely excited
Garlar?
for
Sorry, I'm
Navi
not fluent in
versus Genji.
uh,
This is
Burmese.
a dream match.
Min
Also
Galar
looking
Par.
forward
Yeah,
to
Min Galar
Virtus
Par.
Pro
Min Galar Par, guys.
versus Seita. Because Seita opened
Game
strong.
GG petang ni. Betul, 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 betul.
Something tells me there's something more to this team. Day 3 is a must
Hari
watch,
ni
because
terus
we're
quarter
gonna
final
be
ke? Bapa
giving
tak
the
penat
final
ke?
4 slots in the knockout stage.
Min Galar Par.
to
Yeah,
those
Min
who earn.
Galar Par. Zay is late. Yeah, Zay is late. What happened to Zay? I come early because I need to shoot content with EWC. Dun, 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 dun. Mi dah lapar. Bukan player je penat, guys. Okay, boleh tak bincang MWI Dream Team? Wow, nice. Oh, jap. Ada shoot content ke? Sabar jap. Ini ke momen aku? Zon mana coach? Tak sampai lagi, guys. Sekejap lagi aku bagi Dream Team MWI aku, guys. I cannot hear your voice. What happened?
Everything counts indeed, Cheryl. Today, every single match will be tournament life on the line. We'll have a lot of keys crushed and a lot of keys surviving to go for day 4 playoffs. Every single match is important. Today, it's about who survives.
The stakes have never been higher, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, you have seen the highest level of play possible here at MWI, and it's only going to get better at this point. $500,000 are up for grabs, and we are about to see eventually who walks away as our EWC 26 champion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with day 3 of MWI.
Day 3, guys. Let's go.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2026 Esports World Cup. It's day 3 of the MWI. We have a couple more decider matches, and then we move into our knockout stage. Single elimination, 1 life to live, or your key is crushed. You want to be champion, you got to make it through the gauntlet. It's never easy, but being a champion never is. Welcome into the studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Nova, Brigida, LaFell. Welcome to the desk, LaFell. How you doing? How is Stream B?
Oh, I love it, man. Over here, you guys got a lot of cool stuff. I gotta say, in Stream B, especially yesterday, it was amazing because the ladies played with a lot of heart as well as trust, because every single game went the distance and went over 20 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as you consider Stream B to stand for B as the better stream.
You started that day one. Day one, what's up with that, man? Hey, either way, we're now on the same desk. We're bringing it together as a team, and we just watched them, I guess, playing a match over there with the stage host. You know Cheryl, okay? Bottom line here, it's stacked up, Rob and Damascus. Today's going to be a great day, though, for sure, even for our first matchup that's going to be starting. But let's recap at least the past couple of days, because we've had some great matches. And I want to start with the biggest one that we had, the biggest storyline. It was Vitality versus Gen G.
Oh, Vitality versus Gen G, guys. Vitality lawan Gen G,
from last year. LaFell, it was, of course, Vitality getting the win, and they did so in a convincing fashion. The question now remains for the contenders to challenge Vitality.
Actually, I feel like that was a very good match for Gen G, because I feel like that exposed a lot of the mistakes that Gen G really did. And I feel like they have to go through this for them to eventually become champions, because in 2025, they start off very shaky. After a good loss against one of the Na'Vi teams, they started like, you know what? Now we know what's wrong. They fixed it and went all the way to the grand final. So I think that was necessary for them.
Ooh, that's tough now that you mentioned that, because we're assuming that this was a better spot for Gen G, and they are going to go up against Na'Vi later on today. So that puts Na'Vi in a position which is equally as dangerous, because they too, I think, have just very recently discovered what really works for them. And we're hoping that we see it continued, and maybe not a bit too experimental in this very crucial match.
And Bree, obviously, we'll be taking a look at our schedule in just a little bit. A lot of great matches to take place. However, we need to catch you up, especially if you're just joining us for the first time, because there's been a lot going down. Check out the recap.
Macam background kuat sangat. You guys, aku kena standby kejap lagi.
Bonjour, welcome. This is the morning here in Paris. I'm having coffee alongside with Athena, which, by the way, you look amazing. How are you feeling?
It is an amazing day. I feel excited, especially it's a day 3 for MWI.
Yeah, not gonna lie, this feels like a date. Either ways, yesterday was amazing, at least for Stream B. The girls, they played with heart, with passion, with trust, because every single game of ours, Athena, 3-way elimination, it went over 20 minutes every game.
When there's love, there is also heartbreak, right? But while we're over to Stream A, we had quite a few surprises. We were able to finally see the Ling and Fanny showdown from Fa and Nana. Quite an awesome surprise for a few of us who are waiting for that Assassin
Last untuk qualifier ya guys. Yang ni decider match guys.
More games for today. We'll see who advances to the knockouts. But for now, we're gonna enjoy our coffee. Au revoir.
Au revoir. That's good. Wow. Tim Malaysia dah layak guys. Tim Malaysia kita dah ke knockout stage dah.
think you had something on your lip after drinking that coffee. I'm jealous you guys got some coffee. Hopefully, I'll be able to get some in just a little bit. But the energy behind me is getting me lit up regardless. Let's take a look at our schedule. We've got a lot of great
schedule. Let's go guys. Jadwal guys. Twisted Mind, Falcon ID.
Specifically interested in
Twisted Mind ni tim dari mana guys?
We still have 2 decider matches at least on stream
Arab
A,
ke?
because we will have 2 other more also happening
Twisted Minds
simultaneously
daripada
on
belah
stream
Arab
B,
ke
but
guys?
For now it's going to be Twisted Minds alongside Falcons Vega ID
Stream
and
B
Genji
Saita
versus
Twisted
Navi to
Pro.
close it out here on stream A.
Mekong. Oh. Twisted Mind Mekong. Baik siap Twisted Mind.
And how they were going to be developing the meta. Let's see if they can continue to live. Why do they want to? Well, because there's a lot of money on the line, right? We're talking $500,000 up for grabs, $150,000 going to first place. That money can be highly useful.
Hello guys, hello Myanmar
You would like
friends.
to spend it on $500,000, LaFell. MWI is awesome.
How are you?
That
Rain?
is
I'm doing good. I'm doing
life-changing
good,
money.
Nine.
Basically, every single time we've seen champions came out of EWC, a lot has changed for them. But
Can you
it's
guys
all
say
for the
Min
profit.
Galapar?
They
Min
basically
Galapar,
reinvest
Myanmar.
into
Min Galapar,
themselves
guys.
just to
Min
make sure
Galapar.
that they can keep qualifying to EWC every single year.
Yep, and on top of that, I feel like even finals MVP awards too and prize money is another topic that we aren't really sure who to expect will eventually get that title anyway, because based on the matches so far, I know we've had a day 1 full of 2-0s. Yesterday, we had some of them too.
Bukan Min Lapar, Min Galapar.
Than we thought,
Min
especially
Galapar,
on
guys.
stream B when there's tournament
Bukan
life that's on the line.
Well, Navi, they're going to
Bukan
be playing today,
menggelupuk,
but they also had a chance to
bukan.
play a mini game called True or False.
True or false? True or false?
MWI at EWC 2026 is what you're watching, and now I got 2 special guests with me. I got Ira and not Ayanami. We're going to be playing a very fun game, True or False. Let's start with our
naik
first
atas sikit, naik atas sikit.
statement. Chip is Angela's adoptive sibling. 1, 2, 3.
True.
False.
Ooh, you guys guessed wrong. It's actually true.
This is Rain,
Freya
man.
is known as the Battle Maiden.
True.
2,
True.
3.
False.
Okay, not Ayanami. You got it right. MWI at EWC
Sugar.
2026 Grand Finals falls on the 19th of July.
True.
1, 2, 3.
True.
It's false though. Oh my god. Brute Force Breastplate is made up of 4 pieces of equipment. 1, 2,
False.
3.
True. False.
Ira, you are wrong. It's true. Of course, breastplate is made up of 4 pieces, and so not Ayanami
Ya Allah.
is up 2-0.
Cepat,
Jusin
Dah tukar
has
ke?
the ability to summon Ember
Ember
Dragonflies.
Dragonflies. Apa benda pula ni,
1,
guys?
2, 3.
True.
It's a tie, but unfortunately you're
Give me
both
points.
wrong on this one. No points
still don't have
for
points.
Ira. We're gonna give you a real hammer, and you're gonna have to smash her down. All right?
Huh?
Dang. That's how we do it here at MWI EWC 2026. If you guys want to see them compete, tune in to the matches.
Please ask
See you
Zay
later.
if Weggy from Myanmar hasn't started his live stream yet. Wait, I text Zay. I will text Zay. For you guys, for Myanmar community, I will text you guys. Here, I text Zay. I say, Zay. Your fans are
True or
looking
False was quite fun. Even
for
Odessa
you.
was getting involved and maybe did
They
even better
are
than the players. I'm not so certain
in
to tell you the truth, but
my
either way, they know
stream.
what they're talking about, and so does our co-streamer. We got a lot of
Thank you for the
co-streams
follow,
taking place,
Dream.
and
Thank you for the
Rain
follow,
is one of
Roslan.
them. Let's bring them in and talk to them and catch up with everything that's happening at MWI. Rain, what's going on, man? How you doing for day 3?
I'm good, man. I think it's such a lovely place, France, in terms of their food, their culture here, their scenery. All good, man.
Well, France might be nice in Paris especially, but how's the MWI shaking up for you?
There's a lot of unexpected outcome. I never expect that there's certain team from Cambodia and also from Arab that play really good, especially in terms of using mechanical heroes like Fanny, Ling, and giving me a lot of surprise, man.
Hey Rain, kapa? Everything okay dekat sana? Rasanya you are over there. Say hi, Rain.
Sihat, alhamdulillah, all
Say
good,
hi,
all good.
alhamdulillah. So
All
Rain,
good.
just gotta ask,
Okay.
Team Ray Young, they look amazing. How was that for you? And Arya's playing for Gen G. So how you feel looking at them play for the past 2 days?
For Team Young, I already expect they will qualify for knockout stage. I know they are one of the best because since they also defeated Malaysian best lined up during qualifier. And also for Gen G, I really hope they can go through, man, because knockout stage without Arya, without Gen G, without Ashley is quite weird for me, you know. So
Yeah,
I'm
true.
hoping they can give like a good draft and also good gameplay for this time.
Okay, so at least we might just see, or so that might just suggest a potential matchup that Rain wants to see, no? But I'd like to go back to what was previously mentioned by Rain earlier on. There were a lot of unexpected picks. You mentioned it earlier here in MWI. But for at least the past 2 days, we've seen a certain trend in the meta. Do you think this is something that we might see carried over once we get into MSC? Or do you think it's going to be a bit different?
I think personally it's going a bit different. For women's scene, I noticed that most of the teams give priority towards comfort hero or comfort picks. But for male team, most of the teams are really comfortable with a lot of heroes and can play counter draft really good. But I'm not saying that women incapable playing mechanical heroes, okay, but it's just in terms of data, they just playing heroes that really the identity of their own team. There are teams that play hero like assassin, but there are also certain teams that playing utility jungler.
Well, Rain, it's a pleasure to have you, of course, in the venue. You're going to be watching MWI, and I'm sure we'll have a chance to catch up with you in future days. After all, after this, we still have 2 more days left for the knockout stage. Hey, if you guys didn't know, EWC has the Creator Program, and it's super cool, and it gives you an opportunity not only as a competitor, but a creator, or however you'd like to get involved. More in depth with EWC. This is a brand new thing. It just started this year.
Dah habis ke guys? Dah habis ke?
Indeed. Your EWC
Aku rasa dah habis kot. Dah habis kot.
here. Join the Esports Foundation and pay.
Well played, Rain. Well played, Rain. Kami bangga dengan hujan. Banyak lah korang.
They'll set you up. And that's the beautiful thing about it.
Rafael, you do lah feel like aku do.
You get involved, scan that QR code, and they'll give you everything.
W Rain, W Team Rain, W Myanmar community guys. Thank you guys, thank you for your support guys. Okay, sekarang kita dah boleh fokus kat stream balik guys. Sekarang kita dah boleh fokus kat stream balik. What's good Rain? What's good brother? Yang baru masuk bantu tap screen guys. Yang baru masuk bantu tap screen guys. Jangan tengok Brigi dah lama sangat.
Everybody, good morning. As we enter day 3 of
No.
MWI,
No, I'm
we
not.
are here with the girls
Okay,
as
korang
they are
kata tadi suara kuat sangat kan?
arriving
Aku
in the
slowkan
arena.
sikit
And the first team I am seeing is Twisted Minds. Hello, good
Okay,
morning.
sekarang suara okay
Are you ready for today?
Yeah, very ready.
So, how
Siapa
excited
Ashley
are
koi?
you
Sebab
on a
tahu
scale of
Ashley
1
je,
to
Ashley
10?
pula.
10.
Banyak lah.
10. Is there any words that
Rain,
you
they
have to say to
cloudy
the
or
viewers?
raining here.
Sipap,
I think it's summer guys. It's hot, it's hot.
Period. Thank you very
It's not
much.
even
Bye.
cloudy,
I'll
it's not
see you
even raining.
later. And of course,
W Jan, W guys, W guys. Yang belum follow, cepat follow dulu guys. Hari ni game panjang kita nak layan, okay? Game panjang kita nak layan guys. Mula-mula kita akan ada, siapa main? Okay, aku explain guys. Mula-mula kita ada decider match dulu guys. So dekat decider match, siapa yang kita nak tengok? Decider match kita nak tengok Gen G. Kita nak tengok sama ada tim Arya, Ashley, Arya, Rexvin, Subway apa semua ni, diorang boleh lepas ke knockout stage ataupun tak. Okay? Tapi okay, tu untuk decider match. Untuk playoff pula, untuk knockout stage pula, kita ada Team Ray. Cuma kita tak sure Team Ray akan lawan dengan siapa lagi guys. So, hari ni Gen G main tak? Main guys. Hari ni Gen G main guys. Kejap lagi Gen G main. So kita doakan Gen G boleh menang guys And aku nak beritahu korang, hari ni punya stream game agak panjang. Okay. Game agak panjang. Okay. Jadi kena bertahan dengan aku guys. Sebab live kita akan sampai maybe 2 pagi, 3 pagi guys. Jika Team Ray versus Gen G, kita support siapa? Come on Nelson. Of course Team Ray. Team from Malaysia, come on. Even though ada Arya, Rexvin and also Subway dekat Gen.G, kita fokus kat tim dari Malaysia dulu guys. That's number one. Open mabar coach, mana ada? Santai kau kacau kau sponsor kau stream. Baik tu. Forever Malaysia. Nice. Kau left aku tidur dulu. Twisted lawan Falcon. Dekat lagi satu stream siapa lawan guys? Sekejap. Sabar.
Yep, I agree, and I think that's also
Yang ni
why
Twisted lawan
even
Falcon.
if
Not
Tatiana
bad,
has been very
best.
vocal about, she's so not used to seeing
Aku nak tengok dekat
Jin Chao on a
stream
different
lagi
team,
satu
or
guys. Siapa
maybe
lawan?
even them split up in general, because these members, at least for the three
Kau
players
semalam
we're
live dalam
seeing
kereta
partake
dah
in
lah
this first
tiba-tiba
best of
kan.
one, have
Tak
been
guys,
together.
mana ada. Okay, hari ni aku live lagi lah. Korang nak aku bawa jalan-jalan pergi France. Ya, aku bawa. Tak, aku dah plan dengan Hisham guys. Aku dah plan dengan Zon untuk pergi Eiffel Tower guys. Kita orang tak pergi lagi ni. Dua-dua tak pergi lagi. Dah lah, dua-dua akan balik pada hari yang sama guys. Iaitu pada 19 hari bulan. W Zayfan, W Rain. W Zayfan guys. W Myanmar community. How old are you Rain? I'm 27 guys. I'm 27. But I look 18 right? I look young right? Panjat ke? Tak lah.
And I feel like if they're looking at the matches that Twisted Mind has, they have
Kalau SRG lawan Vamos kau nak support mana? Dua-dua lah guys.
always
Yang tu
win.
dua-dua daripada
I would say
perwakilan
this
Malaysia.
First 2 minutes all the way to the 12-minute mark, but then all of a sudden they give over the map to their
Dia lah
opponent. So I
look
feel
young.
like for
Look young
Twisted
lah,
Mind,
bro.
they gotta fix that. If not, they're gonna fall against Falcon.
Mana ada nampak muda. Nampak tua ke guys? Come on. Yo. So, jap. Ashley or Vivian Rain? I think in terms of gameplay and mechanics, I would choose Vivian.
Now here's the thing, honestly, this is something quite interesting for a Twisted
Vivian.
Mind because
Vivian.
Malin is known as an assassin player, but so
Nampak
far
40.
she's only been using
Kirim salam
tanks
Ashley.
in the
Banyak lah korang. Macam mana aku nak
jungle.
kirim
And
salam?
Jin Chao is really moving away from the meta. She has an amazing carry, but she even brought a 1-1 into the game. So I'm really looking forward to see if they will play the same or just against Falcon's ID they'll change
Okay ke
it up.
guys, aku duduk dekat hujung macam ni guys? Ke nak duduk bawah tempat macam biasa?
For sure, they've already changed their very
Macam
own
moped je kau.
playstyles. I think in the first day we got to see them.
Love from Myanmar, yeah. Love Myanmar guys. Love Myanmar guys. W Myanmar community. W Myanmar. One day I will come to Myanmar for sure. One day I will come to Myanmar. And also I will invite Zay come to Malaysia, and I will ask him to do some content and live streaming with me. Tengah pun okay. Tengah. W Myanmar. You see at TikTok guys, most of the Malaysian fans chat W Myanmar guys.
Or Team Falcon's ID, I think, are a team that you should watch out for when it comes to late game, when they get their snowball.
And I'm going to add some more layers to that in just a second. But for all of you guys out there, hey, it's Rhino Day! Brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day is available now.
W
Check it
Brigida.
out and join the
Malaysia ada
celebration.
main kali ni dia? Ada Saifuddin.
Especially for you MLB
Tapi game awal,
players
lagi
out
satu.
there. And again, adding
Oh, belum lagi.
more layers. So Twisted Mind so far in the
Tapi kita akan tengok game Arya dulu guys. Game Gen.G. Kita akan tengok game Gen.G dulu guys. So minta tolonglah korang sikit guys. Korang tolonglah tap screen untuk saya guys. Minta bantuan boleh ke? Boleh ke tap screen guys? Yang belum follow, jepuk follow dulu. Thank you Saifuddin Aiman. Saifuddin Aiman for the follow. Draw below coach. Lepas habis decider match. Sekarang ni ada decider match untuk menentukan siapa yang masuk
like
masuk
having seen them backstage, they're really trying to balance out having
siapa
enough
masuk ke
pressure so
knockout,
that you're
ke main
playing with
stage.
focus in the game, but at the same time not too much that you overthink it, because that is something that the players do.
Yeah,
where
you look
it
so
gets too
young. I think you look 20.
intense, that they
Nampak
start
guys?
to
Myanmar
obviously have
community
brain fog
really
in the middle of
supportive
the game.
guys. Thank you Myanmar, W Myanmar fans, W Myanmar fans. You know guys, Malaysian community, they said that I look at least 37 man.
Another qualification match. So I think this is a day where Team Falcons fans really want to
Berapa
pay
target?
attention to.
Thank you Cipo for the like. Kami tak suka menipu. Weh, dia cakap aku nampak 20 guys. Target like kita hari ni 100k guys, 100k. First day punya live aku 146k like, second day 75. Third day bagi 100k lah guys, 100k like, 100k like.
Not just that, yes,
W
they have
Team
a
Ray,
good
we support
idea
Team
of
Ray
what
from
Falcons
Myanmar.
ID
Come on guys,
wants to
let's
bring
go.
up, but I got to bring up a name called Sa. She's the mid laner of Twisted Minds, and I feel like she helps the coach so much because her hero pool is so wide. I believe she has 7 to 8 heroes in the bank. So the moment the coach
W-Rain, welcome to Myanmar. Oi, welcome to Myanmar,
is going to be the one to exploit.
Myanmar tu jaga 3
I'm really looking
nampak.
forward to see what kind of
Nampak
heroes
dorang
Sa
jaga
in the
hati
mid lane will
aku.
be using.
I agree, because
Korang
it's
tak
not
jaga
like
hati
he
aku,
started
cok.
with the more meta picks and then eventually revealed to us more
Oh,
of
satu
the
lagi game
unconventional
Saeta lawan
mid-lane
Vitas
picks.
Pro. Kita
He
tengok game ni lah guys.
started
Kita
strong
tengok
with the likes of
Falcon
Kagura
ID
and
lah.
Lilia to introduce the
Kita
hero pool
tengok
that seemingly is a
Cincau
huge
lawan
threat for
Livy.
Twisted Minds.
Cincau
So
lawan
now that
Livy.
we are
We really
in
love
that
you. Thank you
position where
man. Thank you
really
man.
don't know what to
Appreciate it.
expect from Sa and from
Appreciate
rest
it
of the
a lot
members.
guys. Come
I
on.
think there's
Kita
a
orang
slight
bagi like
advantage
je.
on the other
Kita
side, aside
macam
from
range
the
je. Baik
Indonesian
tu.
coach also being
Sebab tu
familiar
aku
with their
sayang korang
playstyle.
juga guys.
Because again, it's a reunion.
Sebab tu aku sayang
So
korang.
definitely
Korang the
melee,
real
Cincau,
supporter.
they pretty much know
Irham
how
aku nak join
violent
11. Zon
is
baru nak
playing.
bergerak Zon
Saw's so good. I believe on the opposite
Kau
side for
ni.
mid for Falcons will be
Tadi aku
Livy,
breakfast
if
dengan
I'm
Zon
not
guys.
mistaken.
Aku kena
So how
datang
does
awal
Livy
sebab aku ada shoot
counter
content macam
Saw?
tadi
How
lah.
does Livy
Pre-show punya
pull herself
live stream
up
tu.
and outperform Saw in
Zon tak mandi lagi
Especially
loh
for
guys.
me, you gotta ignore Sa because Sa will try to catch
Hi
you.
Rin,
but
hi
your
Wanzali.
target
Welcome to the
should
stream
be someone
guys.
else.
Bantu
I
tap
feel
screen
like
guys yang
if
baru masuk, yang
Livy
belum
is
follow,
able
jemput
to
follow
take
dulu.
out
Kita nak
Cincau,
layan
that would be a
MWI
great
sampai
help for
habis.
the team because
Support
yesterday
Team Malaysia
at the
guys.
second
Support
turtle,
community
usually the gold lane
wanita.
don't join,
Okay.
but Cincau did, and she immediately
MWI
almost
sebenarnya
wiped
adalah
out
satu
her
tournament
opponent. So
berprestige yang sama
you gotta
macam
look for
MSC
someone
guys.
else. Don't
Level
look
dia
for
sama
Sa.
macam
Sa is gonna be
MSC.
too difficult to
Walaupun
handle.
prize pool dia berbeza tapi level dia sama. Maksudnya dia the highest level tournament dekat EWC for
a little bit deeper than just okay, I'm going to play my opposite jungle
for
competitor.
MLBB.
No, because
Okay.
of the history they both have, I feel they're going to give
Where's Zay Zay?
that's the thing.
I
That's
think
why
he's
I'm
on his way.
interested to
I think
see
he's
they're
on his way.
sticking
I
with
text him
the
already, but
heroes that
he
they've used in
don't
their previous
reply yet.
matches, because if then
He
so,
don't
it's
reply
gonna
yet.
be a utility versus assassin
I
matchup.
text him. I say,
that's
Zay
pretty
Zay,
much
your
gonna
friends are
happen.
looking for you. They are in my
Only
stream.
unless the Hirara gets open, because I think it's only the
We're waiting for him,
Hirara
okay,
that
guys?
Melee
We're waiting
has
for him.
considered in the jungle apart from the tanks.
Team
But
Ray bila?
that's
Team Ray
also
lambat
where we
sikit
have
guys
to
sebab
talk
Team
about
Ray
the
dah
stats
tunggu
here,
dekat
because
knockout stage.
Interestingly enough, Hirara after 2
Team Ray
days
dah tunggu dekat
have
knockout
only
stage.
one victory. And funny enough, Hanabi is a marksman that
Apple tak ada ke?
rarely gets
Apple
picked,
tak
but so
tahu
far,
hari ni
at
dia
least
kena
in
cover
Stream
apa
B,
game apa
only
guys sebab
has
Apple kena
one
cover macam-macam
loss.
game guys.
Overall, I think the
Sebab dia
Hanabi is
bawa
only 40%
RRQ.
win rate,
Dia bawa
which
RRQ
is
guys.
not as bad as you would expect, because in context
Mana
of a
tetamu yang tak
tournament,
diundang? Siapa?
it's really
Sekejap lagi
tough
game Team
to,
Ray lah
like,
aku akan ajak
stack
Zon
on
guys.
those win
Game Team
rates
Ray
in
lah. Game Team
general
Ray aku
as a
ajak Zon
hero.
lah. Aku ajak Isham lah
I think
guys
we've seen
Game Team
multiple
Ray aku ajak
approaches
Isham
to how it's being used as well. Like with an Aegis Hanabi, just going up against the Harley and making sure that the Aegis keeps you alive from the deadly magic. There are multiple approaches to this, and I think we have yet to explore its full potential.
Aku sebenarnya guys, aku plan dekat Paris ni, aku nak buat konten tau guys. Tapi bila restream penat tu guys. Lepas habis dia restream, ya Allah, kau dah nak kejar cari tempat makan guys. Lepas makan, kau nak shoot konten pun dah tak larat
That's an
guys.
amazing question. I got to talk about Cincau because Cincau has been playing since
Aku rasa boleh
2021.
nak buat shoot
Now it's
konten tau.
2026.
Tapi kena
Multiple
fokus
times she tried to get onto
macam
the
Zon. Macam Zon dia
EWC
datang betul-betul untuk buat
stage,
konten
but
je
was
guys.
stopped short by
Dia tak ada
team
live, kena live ke apa
fatality.
tak ada.
So right now, I really feel like she wants
Let's
that
go.
revenge,
Where's Zay
and
Zay? The game
one
is
step at a
started.
time.
I don't
She
know,
gotta win
man.
against Team
I
Falcons.
think Zay Zay still on his way. I saw the group, the shuttle already being set up for Zon and also Zay Zay. So we're waiting for them, okay? You see Zay Zay or not? Not yet, man.
Perhaps
It's
they
still
just
not
want to
here.
fight against a jungler that
Dah
doesn't
15 kilat.
want to
Thank
fight
you
a
guys,
little
thank
bit
you
too
yang
early.
bantu tap screen guys. Aku hargai sangat-sangat. EWC lelaki bila Rain? EWC lelaki 22 hari bulan guys. Daripada hari ni sampai ke 19 hari bulan, kita akan fokus dekat MWI dulu guys. Raimundo ni sebelum ni main dekat Malaysia guys kan? Raimundo.
Alter their decisions by just a bit, but right now,
Zay
as
Zay
of the
bawa QW
moment, I
pergi
think
dah ke
there are
sebelum
multiple
malu tu
options out
Razi.
there that are still open
Aku
for Team
segan
Falcons.
siap.
They haven't
Nak
been using the
ajak
Atlas
Joey
recently
dengan
though,
Brigida.
so maybe some of the mid lane options could be considered here.
I mean, like
MY ada ke? Ada kejap lagi guys. Kejap lagi kita tengok ada Arya. Roman Navi.
A lot, but looks like they will prioritize the Eve here.
Eve
And I
first
feel like
pick?
Twisted Mind, they're still okay with it because Sa has a map in her head. You pick A, I have a different kind of option. Usually she would pick up something like the Kagura
Navi
to
Malay dulu,
burst
betul.
out this immobile mages. I don't know if she will go for that because sometimes, even if it doesn't make sense, she will go for something like the Valentina
Pakai
or the
tudung tu orang MY ke bukan? Orang Indonesia guys, orang Indonesia.
Claude, which I think Cincau
Claude.
will be using it for the first time here in MWI, a direct answer to the Eve that they've already decided to pick up. And now Twisted Minds that's the thing. If you mentioned Saw, they could probably save that for Red 3 and pick up a different priority here, which is the
Atlas
that we
terus.
previously
Okay.
Something that we
Strong
have
lah
to check
draft
out here.
Twisted ni.
They prioritize the Eve, so perhaps they do want a
Tapi
carry,
coach
which
nanti
has
M series
been
boleh buat
performing
konten
very, very
sampai
well
stream.
in Stream
M
B.
series?
And part of the reason why Claude hasn't been prioritized so much.
M
Another
series,
pick
Stream lagi satu
later
siapa?
on could be something
Stream
like
lagi satu
the higher- I would
Saita
not
China
like a
lawan
Hanabi,
Vitas Pro
you know,
guys.
maybe Blue 4, Blue 5 is fine for now. I think they gotta pick a jungler.
I mean, they
Asal
did
tak ada
ban
tim
out
nak main
the Esmeralda.
Digi
I don't
lawan
know if that
Atlas.
has
Aku
something to do
tunggu
with it,
doh
but
tim
carry,
yang
I
main
think,
Digi
is
lawan Atlas.
definitely a better option since Twisted Minds usually does go for the utility
Digi
junglers.
support guys,
So
bukan
you're
Digi,
expecting
bukan
the more
Digi
beefy heroes to eventually
emblem
come
match
out
tau.
here in the draft, but they instead prioritize the Sora first, and there you go.
Zoin-
They lock in the carry.
I feel like the Sora
Zoin
was to
think a lot of
deny
people
a
hate to him.
potential
We not
board
help
pick,
brother.
and
We
I feel
love
like
you.
the
Thank you
carry
man. Thank you
was to
man. Thank you
potentially
Seven.
deny a,
Thank you,
a
Seven.
Barats. And like I said, they're gonna pick up the
Love you
Valentina
guys, love
here.
you guys.
Gonna have a lot. But here's the thing.
Timbre nanti
You don't know if
16
it's gonna
bulan.
go mid or the
Tak,
EXP.
hari ni
So
Timbre
far
ada
in
lawan guys.
NWI, we
Hari
haven't
ni ada
seen the
knockout stage.
Valentina go to the EXP just yet, but now they have that option.
That's true.
Valentina.
Daisy has been very flexible
Ni
on
Valentina
the
fleksibel
lane,
guys
using
Sebab dorang pick Sora.
the damage
Boleh
type
jadi
of
Valentina
EXP
mid,
laners
boleh
or
jadi
even
Valentina
Soras. But now, I think
Sora.
it's gonna be
Kenapa dia terus
much
keluar
better
Atlas
position
Rain?
now for
Sebab
the
dia
Valentina
enemy dah
Atlas, 'cause they've already
keluar
taken
mid lane
out
guys.
the Belleric.
Pattern
So
sekarang
that's
orang
one
counter Atlas
huge
pakai
answer
Valentina
already
dekat mid
taken
guys.
from
Orang tak
Twisted
pakai
Minds.
hero yang
So
macam
right now,
Digi
honestly,
ke apa
Twisted
untuk
Minds,
counter
they gotta
Atlas. Setakat ni
respect
tak
this
nampak
carry.
lagi.
Carry has been a
Tapi
monster here in
bila dia dah show
NWI.
je
We really have to see
YVE,
where this
automatic kau dah tahu
Valentina
dia
is
takkan
going.
main
If she's
Valentina
going to
dekat mid dah
EXP,
sebab dia ada YVE,
I'm
sebab tu dia
looking
keluar
for
Atlas terus.
something like a Farsa that can burst,
Yang kanan ni
carry
pula
out
keluar
very fast,
Valentina
if not
sebab
something
belah kiri
like
ada
a
Sora
Yuzong,
guys.
something like a Benedetta, which has been
Aku
going
tengah
on
tunggu
pretty
Silong
well
Hyper
in
juga.
Stream
Where's
B.
Zorin? Bring
You-
him
I
on
die
your
sure,
stream. I
as
think
long
he
as
will
I take
come
you with me, I'm good with
for
that trade.
Malaysian
Yeah,
team
I'm
games.
wondering if Twisted Minds are feeling
Malaysian's team
that
game
this is gonna
for
go
Timbre,
mid or
for Timbre,
EXP, and if they
CB5.
want to force it on a specific
Vale boleh
role,
counter
'cause
Atlas.
they're
Boleh
taking
juga.
their
Vale
time
pun boleh
thinking
juga
of
guys.
what
Vale
they
pun
want
boleh
to
juga.
ban
Tapi Kiri
here
dah
in the
show guys.
second
Kiri
phase,
dah show mid
but
dia.
they're going to focus on the jungle
BO3 guys, BO3.
instead. Understandable. Twisted
Timbre
Minds.
jam berapa Malay guys? Alamak.
Weirdly enough,
Timbre lambat
I
lagi
don't
guys.
think they've picked up a Fanny just yet, but I think it's just one of the
Aku
options
rasa
here.
kalau
If
dekat
you're
jam
talking about
korang
Yeah, this is the advantage and
mungkin
disadvantage, right? When you
pukul
have a
berapa
very well-known
tengah
player
malam
on
tu
your
guys. Timbre.
team,
12 ke? Kampung.
kinda know what
12
are their
suku. Oh ya,
covers, you know
dah
their
tulis
specialties here. So I'm really looking
Are you
forward to
still
what kind
staying
of jungler
for
they're gonna be picking
MSC
up.
next week?
I'm
No,
thinking
no,
something
CP5.
like the Hayabusa
I only
would
invited
work well.
for
Something like the
MWI.
Lancelot has been okay.
I only
wouldn't
invited
say
for
it's really
MWI.
the best. And honestly, for this
Why
lineup,
not
I
Zay
can
Zay
see
start
a
stream? What
potential
happened?
Suyo coming out of Twisted Minds.
I think he's still on his way,
So
guys.
this is indeed
I
going
already
to be
text him.
slightly
I already
different
text him.
from
Timbre lawan siapa tak tahu lagi, guys.
playstyle that you get to see
Diorang
from
tak
Twisted
draw
Minds.
lagi, diorang tak cabut undi
with
lagi.
the
Sekarang ni
claw,
macam ni. Okay,
I
aku
think
explain untuk
Jing
warga
Zhao
YT,
being
warga
able to
TT.
join in the team fights will be much
Timbre
easier too, so
dah
there won't be
lepas
much
playoff.
difficulty
Dah
in
lepas playoff. Dah lepas
picking
knockout
up the
stage.
pace
Untuk
and
knockout
getting the
stage,
gold
diorang tak
early
draw
on,
lagi.
regardless
Maksudnya
of
diorang
what
tak
type of
cabut
jungler
undi
they
lagi.
use.
Sekarang
But
ni yang
this
tengah
is
main
the
adalah
question.
decide the
Is it
match
going to
untuk
be the
cari
EXP
siapa
lane
yang
revealed
akan
to
pergi
us
ke
for the
knockout
mid lane,
stage.
or do they just lock in their
Okay,
jungler
faham?
immediately on?
So once
I
dah
think
jumpa
the
semua
strategy should be just
tim-tim
pick up
yang
your
dah
jungler
confirm main
here
dekat
because
knockout
it's
stage,
deny as well.
baru akan ada
From
draw.
Falcon's ID, and then later on
Untuk
you see
tahu
where
Timbre
this
yang
Valentina
akan
fits
menentang
best.
dengan siapa.
If you're going to talk about tank
Okay,
jungles,
clear,
I
eh?
don't like it just because you're going up against a carry as well as an Eve. Only the Barats is okay here. Frederick, we've not seen a lick of Frederick at all.
Okay.
Oh, a Guinevere. A Guinevere would also actually serve quite well for Twisted Minds if they want to go for the utility route. If not,
Maybe dia
I
boleh
think a Suyo
go
would
dengan
be better.
jungle dulu guys.
And they can
Flexkan
link it up
lagi
with the
Valentina ni.
Atlas
Kalau
too.
aku
I
flexkan
think
lagi
we've seen
Valentina
that
ni,
Fatal
aku
Link
go dengan
spatial
jungle dulu.
migration combo happen a couple times.
Oh dah. Okay, so
But they
Valentina
saved
ada
it for
mid.
last. At least they matched
Lupa
the
guys,
Sora
perempuan
with a
Nama perempuan
damaged
lupa pula.
EXP later as well. And at least
Yuzong
they have
terus,
someone
okay.
to hunt down these
Zay, why
backline
no
heroes
live
from
for
Team
him? I think he's still
Rick,
on
this
his
is
way
something that we have
guys.
to talk about, where
I'm
the
not
mid
sure sure what happened to him. I already text him, guys. I already text him.
We were
He
talking
don't
about how
reply me
sideways
yet.
they like to trade, but
If he reply me, I will update you guys. Okay? Don't worry, Myanmar community. Don't worry, Myanmar community.
I wonder if with this Yuzong, there might be an early rotation into the mid, just to make sure they have that priority.
Yuzong?
Yeah, because we don't know what kind of role
So belah kanan ni, dorang panggil dorang main satu meta yang digelar sebagai diving composition. Kenapa kanan ni kuat, guys? Kenapa aku kata kanan ni kuat? Sebab kiri ni banyak main hero positioning. Meta diving composition, diving com ataupun hero-hero dive ke backline ni, dia kuat kalau lawan dengan enemy yang main hero-hero yang kena jaga position dia. Contoh dia macam YVE, macam God, Bruno, Carry.
Gatot Kacha because you need a hero with Revitalize just to make sure that you don't lose out in those mid
Assalamualaikum,
trades.
salam. Tim Rayang bila main? Tim Rayang main pukul 12 suku malam guys. Tim Rayang main lambat. Hari ni memang jadual lama guys.
Looking at the lineups here, it does seem that I would say it's a skill
Rain sihat, hari sihat Alhamdulillah Aziz. Aziz sihat ke?
EXP as well as the gold.
Kosong satu Bang Rain, kosong
I feel
satu.
like for the first 2 minutes, not much will happen. If something does
Aku dah
happen,
muak
that
dah
means
guys makan
something
kosong.
really wrong just happened.
Yeah.
Tapi Gatot Sora Gatot Sora Harley dive kan betul juga. Cuma kanan ni bukan main hero positioning EYM. Cuba tengok kiri mid dia tak ada mobility. Mid dengan gold dia tak ada mobility, maksudnya susah sikit nak lari. Iaitu YVE carry. So pakai diving com sedap. Kanan ni kalau kiri main diving com pun kanan ni tetap masih boleh bermain sebab dia orang main hero-hero laju. Dia main Cloud, Valen, main Haya lagi. Faham
Harley and Hayabusa going up against each other, a lot of
Faham UIM Faham UIM
When family becomes the
diving
enemy,
composition
what do you do?
sedap
Do you focus
lawan
on the
dengan
history, let it
hero
affect you in the
positioning.
game, or
Catat
do you
tu.
put it to the
Hero
wayside and
positioning.
destroy your opponents?
Okay.
This is going to weigh heavy on the minds
Izin
of
Izin
Twisted
El Aila
Minds
Izin
and Team Falcons
What is your prediction
Indonesia
for this match
as
today?
they
Which
go
team do you think will
toe-to-toe.
win?
The
Okay.
history will
My viewer from
ignite.
TikTok
The
know my
players
pattern
are ready,
already.
and it's time
Hey
to
Zay
get
Zay is here guys. Zay come here forward. Come here for a while.
number 3.
You see most of your viewer come to my stream.
Thank you so much, Reflections. We come into our very first series of the day, and a banger series as well, with both compositions designed to attack your opponents with wombo combos.
Yeah. Zay is set up his stream already, guys. You guys stand by, okay? Fans number 1 ready. Mantap percaya.
Look at this. We're finally
Kalau based on draft, I predict
looking forward to seeing some
Twisted
flashy
draft.
clashes
Twisted draft.
as early as possible
I
here
think
for
Twisted
both
draft
Falcons
is
and
better.
for both Twisted Minds. And looking back, we've mentioned
But that one
this
is
kind
only
of a
based on
mini
draft, guys.
reunion,
That one is
right?
only based
But
on
the
draft.
reunion
We need to
will
see their
be
gameplay, their
straight so far,
rotation,
'cause this is still a
their
lower
targeting,
bracket
their
matchup
objective.
between them and also
A lot of
a
things need to be
deciding
considered,
match.
guys. Draft is only like a component or element in terms of your preparation to make you win.
To progress with so much on the line, the pressure is on, especially when we start looking down at the
Tim
goal
Ray
like
bila
Jin Chao versus Liv so far.
Guys, kalau ada
already
yang dalam ni
target
tanya Tim
hunter
Ray bila,
being
korang boleh
taken
tolong
by
jawabkan
Liv,
tak, guys?
confident that, hey,
12
I'm
suku,
gonna get
12
my
suku
3
bagi
items
tahu.
faster than
Sebab
you.
kadang-kadang ada
So
viewer
far,
baru
we've
masuk,
seen
guys.
a lot
Nanti
of
aku
teams
kena
do this
repeat
as
ulang
well to
benda
work
yang sama, guys.
players. It's all about balancing out as much as
Boleh,
they
baik tu,
can.
guys. Thank you, guys. Thank
Because
you,
they
guys.
want to compensate that fast aggression that Twisted Minds might do against Team
Maylin.
Falcons this morning. But now, for Raimundo, it's all about protecting the
Sa.
jungle for Seb as well. But that wouldn't
Yang
be
belah
the case
kanan ni
as
siapa yang
Maylin will
Indonesia,
still be
guys?
able to
Chin
pick
Chow
up
dengan
some
siapa?
of
Chin
those
Chow seorang
jungle
ke?
creeps in the process.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. When you have first rotation and priority from the
Kiri ni ada.
EXP lane, you can make these aggressive motions. With the small camp already done, Zev just hits level 4 just on time. But if you look on the
Haya pun
opposite
boleh
side,
counter Harley,
Maylin just has a
YVE
lot more
carry, guys.
EXP and gold to work with in her own jungle. So we need to see the response from Falcons,
Daisy?
because it looks like it's
Oh,
on
Daisy
towards
tu ke?
Daisy's side.
Okay, there's kind
Masalah yang
of
World Cup
a
dia
bit
tengah
of a
malam. Ya,
reaction
Jai.
here for Seb and Valet, but it looks like for Twisted,
Apa-apa
they're just
execution
waiting
dulu. Of
for
course,
the
Haris, betul.
objective to
Apa-apa
actually
kita kena
spawn
tengok
out,
execution.
and it's all about
Ada team
maintaining the tempo,
yang disebabkan
not get
execution
greedy
dia betul,
for diving in here for
dia
Twisted
kalah
Minds.
draft pun
But
dia boleh
still,
menang.
it's a Raimundo
Oh, Maylin.
and Seb in the
Maylin
vicinity
Indonesia,
of the
Maylin
goal
Indonesia.
objective.
Okay.
Let's see what
So
Saab
jungler
is
and
going
also
to take.
Golenia. Jungler and also
It's
Golenia.
really important to have
From
the correct
Indonesia,
ults
guys.
for the right situation. And so far, it's a 50-50.
Falcon
with
Mena
both sides
versus
controlling
FUT,
two
who will win? I
opposite
think
ends of the turtle pit.
Maybe
I
it's
think
best
Falcon
if
Mena,
she
guys.
could copy or be in the
Falcon
vicinity
Mena,
where Liv is
the
at.
jungler
That
is Nana, right? The
exactly
one
what
that
she's
play
doing, but
Fanny.
no, she
I
is
think
going to
Falcon
copy
Mena, guys.
Violet's ultimate rather, but still, it doesn't make sense. She slowly backs away. Maybe it's all because Melee is still not ready yet.
Zay, let me know if you start your stream already.
Turtle. Sam will be securing that one. The box is
Okay.
here. And it's going to be a takedown immediately onto Livy. Free hit here for Twisted Minds. Follow up instead here for Falcons. And they get a double kill as early as possible
Salah
here for
execution ke
Violet.
tu?
And not stopping
Baik,
there.
siap.
Forcing out the
Falcon.
flickers. Immediately taking down the jungler. That's too much of advantage
Macam mana
here
Haya
for
boleh mati
Falcons.
dulu?
Zero hesitation from the side of Falcon. Zero hesitation.
12 AM waktu Malaysia ke waktu sana? Waktu Malaysia, guys. You zone to greedy.
Close that
Yeah,
distance
yeah.
and hop into the pit if
Cloud.
she finds the angle. So
Malah
far,
je.
Falcons have controlled this very, very well.
Hari
They've
ni game
already
sampai
forced
3 AM
out a
serius
bunch
lah.
of battle
Ya,
spells from the
Rul,
side of Twisted
ya.
Minds. And at this point, Daisy just trying her
Oh.
best as Zev is getting chunked down.
Okay,
keras
that's
dia
a
Zong,
hefty amount of damage that they see is
Baik,
inflicted on. And
siap.
Violet yet again with a
Sora ni,
kill.
guys.
That is immediate. That is immediate annihilation here for
Webcam
the
player
Falcons.
salah, you
And it's quite
webcam
looking
player
good.
salah,
They're
guys.
preventing the snowball. They're preventing Maylin to actually get those numbers rolling as fast as possible.
Now there are bigger things happening.
Falcon ni
in
Malay ke
play.
tak?
All
Indonesia.
these early
Falcon
game
ni
deaths
Indonesia.
coming in from Daisy, it's going to start affecting
Tim
the
Malaysia
mid
dah
and
layak ke
later
knockout
stages
stage, guys.
game.
Yang ni
Daisy is
masih lagi
gonna be
grouping. Ni masih lagi
strong
grouping.
enough to be able to
Decider
get
match
one
untuk
shots on the
grouping.
back
Hello Ren,
liners.
hello.
Zev is probably the only one, but even then, you're gonna need that petrify, which is coming up in 2 seconds. For now, another kill should be happening. Your fatal links
follow up.
into the next, but again, out of position and no control over the
follow
ball
up.
to support.
Okay, that is kind of tricky.
Kalah out ya guys. Yang ni siapa kalah keluar guys. Siapa kalah terkeluar.
Happening around the map, even AOG committed here for Raimundo. Chin Chow
Tapi Chin Chow ni
definitely
goal
will
dia baik
survive,
tu.
but at what cost? She is
Tak
kind of
sangka
delayed
pula
in
aku dia main
terms of
dekat
the
negara
XP
luar guys.
right now.
Kalau tak ada
And
tim
even
apa
the
sebelum
gold
ni guys?
shield has already
Ada
been
community
staggered
Indonesia
over
tak
here
dalam
for
ni guys?
Team
Korang tahu ke
Falcons.
Chin Chow
Now, we also
dengan
have to take
Maylin ni
notice
sebelum
that
ni main hero
Twisted
apa?
Minds really doesn't have the capability to assert their dominance yet. All because of what Daisy has gone through in terms of the aggression here for Raimundo and as well as Violet. But now they try and level things up here onto the mid lane. How? Okay,
MSC nanti
Justin
juga waktu macam ni lah, lebih
reserve
kurang
the
guys.
frigid breath if ever.
Memang
And Team Falcons yet
jadual
again starts
EWC
off
kali ni memang
with
agak
immediately
agak padat
neutral
lah.
objective yet again.
Chin Chow dulu GPX. Okey betul GPX. Battery dulu. Bap.
Okay, neither can
Dapat
touch this
juga.
one. It's still
Mana
Sev
hayanya,
securing the
macam mana
neutral
korang
objective.
nak
Jumping in
contest?
onto the backlines is Violet and Raimundo. What a double initiation onto the members and the jungler yet again caught in the
lambatnya ulti
crossfire.
Haya.
Through the shadow kill. I
Ya
think that
Allah,
may
Haya
be it. It
besar.
is early double kill yet again for Violet. Daisy trying to run
Simpan
away.
ulti untuk apa
After
tu?
Garjo will miss out. Daisy trying to run as fast as he can. But the Void Crystal and Void Blast will be enough to
Gila lah
ensure a
Falcon.
kill for Falcon.
Good flicker coming in from Livy, just a little bit off,
Main
just
draft
a
macam
little
ni
bit
pun boleh
more
menang
damage
tu
to
guys.
secure it,
Bahaya.
and Livy is willing to sacrifice her
Maksudnya dorang
defensive
punya
tools for this upcoming
chemistry,
fight.
gameplay,
Keep in mind, in
cara dorang
84
backup
seconds,
team.
the next neutral objective will spawn, and we have
Haya
yet
buat
to
Sky
see a
Piercer,
single
0-2-0
tower
Haya.
being destroyed 5 minutes into this game. I think
Lu
Fang
pikir lu
Falcons
Kyo,
at this
weh.
point, with a 7-1 lead,
Falcon
they've
style.
taken everything that they've wanted to, and now are going to start
Thank you for the follow,
invading into enemy
Mel.
territory.
This is kind of tricky here for Twisted. I just saw Maylin build up her Sky Piercer. So if ever that she's already compromised onto a jungler, now she's also going to have a harder time to
Thank you
ensure
for the follow,
those
Chin
kills
Chow.
for Team Falcons. It's all
Bukan kau
about the
tengah main ke,
discipline
Chin Chow?
and grouping up together.
Yes,
There are
Shamri,
built
thank you for the
that,
follow.
especially with the box that
Kenapa
we
Haya tu
can
tak ulti?
hurt.
Ya,
Over
MDS PNS aku tak tahu duk kenapa dia tak nak ulti. Dia tahan ulti.
EXP laner Violet's Caliber 5-0
Sudah
having the
tutup dia. Aku dah tak tahu aku nak duduk mana duk.
sure that they are blunting the tip of the
Yelah, aku
spear that
bagi dia main hero high
Twisted
mechanic.
Minds needs to be able to get into that back line and threaten Liv and threaten Zev. At
Aku
this
rasa
point,
macam
I think that
okey
Twisted
juga aku duduk
Minds,
sini ke tak?
either they figure out a way how they want to progress this fight, or they anticipate Raimundo catches.
Oh, yet
Raimundo?
again, what a great catch here for Raimundo,
Sekejap,
forcing out a shadow
Come sini.
here. It's all about surviving the next few clashes that Falcons is attempting to do. Cow with a frigid breath. There's going to be a copy though, or the
Okay,
pioneer.
wait.
But
Carry
instead, it's
bermain.
down immediately. Front runners are being melted down here from Twisted Minds, and that's the thing. We were expecting Daisy
Yang mana
to
jahat,
have fun.
coach?
We
Yang
were
mana
expecting
jahat?
her to get access to the back laners for
Tak ada jahat,
Falcons,
tak ada baik,
but
guys.
instead, it's Falcons
Yang ni-
getting easy access
Whoa!
to her.
Oh!
What an outplay!
It's Sad trying to run away with a copied version.
Berat ni
And
budak-budak Twisted ni.
it's the
Macam
turret
mana
being
budak
taken
Twisted ni nak
down.
menang
It's
guys?
Falcons getting most
Macam
of
tak ada
those
chemistry je kanan ni
advantages.
ya tu kan? Dia macam tak nak backup kan? Kalau tim kena apa-apa tak nak backup kan?
Enough damage, really good timing from Jin Zhao. So
Kalau
far,
kena
out of
apa-apa
all
tak nak
members
backup.
of Twisted Minds, it seems that Daisy is the most jumpy in these types of situations. Everybody else is just a little bit calmer. I think that's stuck in one more auto attack after
Guys,
that
yang ada dekat
cloud
YT
shield. She can
minta
almost
tolong
guarantee
subscribe
herself
boleh
a
guys?
double kill
Yang ada dekat
underneath
dalam
that
ni
tier
boleh
two.
minta tolong
Now,
subscribe guys. Can
Twisted
you
Minds,
guys help
they've
me
made
subscribe
two
my YT
back-to-back
channel guys?
mistakes here, and so
Almost
far,
hit
the pressure
3k
is
subscribers
mounting.
guys.
Falcons now creating a mountain of
Sebab
gold.
kata aku masing-masing.
5.9k
Ya tu.
hovering
Minggu
around
lapar,
that
minggu
area.
lapar bro.
Cannot
Minggu lapar
deal
Didi.
with just the raw
Welcome to my stream
economy of
brother.
Zev.
If earlier
Ah, ya,
it
itulah
was just
seorang
a
buat apa?
mountain, now it's the Mount Everest they're up against here on the Falcons. Immediate takedown and all of that fell
Hang
off
ada
the
cakap
hands of
semalam
Sev.
kubu
That's a
masing-masing, betul
107
juga.
onto Hardy. Meanwhile, onto the top lane, it's
Oh my
Liv
God.
and Raimundo versus
Oh my
two members.
God.
AOG here just to save her.
Gila-gila
Ensuring the
siap.
kill as well. Killing spree deserted for Liv with a free
three hits. Main lane may not be safe anymore.
Atlas
It's
gimana
Raintodak
tu?
following up with that
Lepas tu
taunts.
bila
There's
team
going
tak
to be
ada
a
baru
big
nak
noise
angkat.
from
Main
here
apa
by
je?
Cow.
Main
But no,
apa
it's Twisted Minds failing to do a trade against Falcons. Plus a quick transition.
Kak Paris kena ya, Kak Paris guys.
Onto a turret as well.
Outplayed by
Ni belakang ni diorang tengah lawan ni.
3v2 scenario and somehow it is
kat belakang
still
diorang tengah main
in
guys.
Liv's favor. Getting hit by the Petrify, getting hit by the full combo coming in from Daisy, but not enough to trigger the shot
Dan
residue.
subscribe.
to
Thank you
guarantee the kill.
Rizwan, thank you
Either
Rizwan.
ways, Twisted Minds are in very dangerous
Morning
territory.
Syazwan.
If
Morning
we're
Syazwan.
talking about, well,
Dekat
I
aku
would say
morning,
it's
kat
more
korang
of a
evening lah kot kan.
situation rather
Dekat
than
korang
Mount
pukul 5
Everest.
kan.
Once we get to 10k, that's when it's Mount
Aku rasa macam
Everest.
susah lah guys
People
kanan ni
are
nak menang.
gonna die
Aku rasa
going
Falcon
all
pergi
the
ni.
way to the peak.
And that's
Wih,
the
kalau
thing.
Falcon
Daisy
pergi, dua tim
is
Indonesia yang
flying
kuat-kuat
out
pergi
here.
guys.
All because of that
Aku sebenarnya harapkan satu je pergi.
or back-to-back takedowns onto her
Macam
early
green screen je
phasing of
dia
her
makan tu.
game.
Tak lah guys.
Now,
Tengok ni aku tukar.
I do believe that even
nampak?
though they got this
nampak?
skills or skits that they could
Sap,
contest this Lord,
sap.
it
Okay.
will be better if they just leave things be and
nak
prevent
tengok apa?
the
Kau nak
next
tengok
casualty from happening.
Cincau?
But Zev won't relax
Harley?
at all. Cow on your hand with a clutch frigid breath.
What an outplay.
Zev is attempting to isolate
Susah
all
dia nak
members
tangkap.
of her Twisted Minds. A chase
Petrify.
down and a Petrify play on
Woi.
Zev. She will be able to
Hey,
escape.
Sah.
Okay, there's going to be a deadly magic here.
Eh,
Okay, she's
tak yalah semua tunggu belakang. Ya Allah.
The magic trick works and now the whole team is out
Main
of
tak ada
position
chemistry
as they're looking
siap
to
kan
crack
ni
open
guys.
inhibitors.
That worked wonders here for Zev. And that is how you caught their
Ni tak ada chemistry
attention
guys
here.
kanan ni.
What a great move here.
Belanda
Very
Fraser kot. Tak
seamless
tahulah,
transition
you kot.
provided as well.
Tim
And
Raya
all
dah
of
main ke
that,
belum?
they
Tim
just
Raya main
wasted
lambat
a
guys.
lot of
12
time.
12 tengah pagi waktu Malaysia.
So much because of that. And now we are here at the peak of Mount Everest. You
Baik
better bring
doh
your
AI
oxygen
kampung.
tanks 'cause
Sayang
not
kau.
everybody can
Thank you
breathe
brother,
this
thank you
high
brother.
up with that much gold in the bank. 11k lead so far, or a minimum
Dorang mau
of
buat
10.
VVIP
We
ke? Tak
know what that
tahu, guys.
means. The GG angle is here, and I think that Twisted Minds. I see
Tak
Jinjao
tahu doh,
only
man.
getting the golden staff right now. We're currently at
Atlas
23.9k.
tak nak
I'm going
main
to
dengan
assume that
Haya,
it's
tak
going
nak
to be two items
main.
complete,
Nampak
and they
tak?
engage with a cloud shift.
Okay, that's a
Zap.
very nice
Tangkap.
initiative here for Violet and the rest of the gang.
Eh.
Leafy with an RWM to ensure things will be inside the box. Live with a double kill as well. Members of Twisted falling
Let's go.
hand by hand here. And that's going to be a 4-woman
Let's
down.
go!
Eventually a wipeout.
Falcon.
And a
Falcon
game
1.
one win for Team
kuat lah Falcon ni guys.
Beautifully done by the Falcons. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. First turtle, if we punish this Yuzong,
Kuat lah
we
Falcon ni
get
guys.
it, and we can go even further. We're going to
Boleh
double
main lah,
down
boleh main
on the
lah.
Yuzong, and once Yuzong's completely
Twisted
out of
gaduh kot.
relevancy, we move
Nampak tu guys,
down
diorang
and
letak macam
slow
kristal
down the
dekat
clock.
depan
That is
meja tu
how
kan.
you
Yang ni siapa kalah kan balik kan. Nanti dia,
choke
siapa yang
out your
kalah,
opponents.
yang menang akan ambil yang kalah tu
So
punya
the
kristal tu dia
balance
pergi
on
hancurkan
the
guys.
side lanes where it matters
Dia akan pergi
the
hancurkan.
most, right? In terms of early farming up, compromising the whole rotation.
Macam
here
mana
for Twisted
Zaita boleh
Minds.
menang lawan diorang?
They
Ya.
were actually dependent
Zaita pun boleh main
on
tu
the
guys.
what
Aku rasa
Daisy could do
stream sana
actually
siapa
for
yang tengah
Cow as
menang.
well. But without
Zaita tengah
those
menang guys,
two,
lagi satu stream.
definitely an easy kill here for
Zaita
Falcons.
tengah menang.
Capitalism wins again. That 10k gold lead is just too much, but we're going to be throwing it
Guys, yang
back
boleh
to the
follow,
studio
minta
to
tolong
break
follow
this
dulu
down
guys.
for you
Ui,
guys. We
dah
got
35k
another
like.
match up here, and hopefully that match point isn't
Terima
enough to
kasih
break
guys. Wala
their
Livi sejak 10 minit
confidence.
dah guys.
Back to you, Reflections.
10 minit je. 10 minit je guys. Kenapa MPL atau tournament ML yang lain tak buat sekali lelaki dan perempuan? Untuk EWC ke? GG bila Rain. Lepas ni GG. Lepas ni GG guys. Thank you for the follow, Kutu Gebu.
Well, if you blinked, you missed it. What a dominating map number 1 for Team Falcons Indonesia. Twisted Minds, wake up. You're not dreaming. This is real, and your tournament life is on the line.
Kita main dah ke? Belum. 12 suku guys. 12 suku pagi. Semua tournament. Seorang nak tengok lelaki pantai-pantai perempuan. Takut tak ada tim perempuan yang pergi jauh je guys. Sebab gap tu jauh. Dia macam bola lelaki dengan perempuan lah. Sama je guys.
They understood
NBA
that,
lelaki
this
dengan
time is
perempuan.
on a damage dealer. We got to get to her
35k
as
dah,
fast
hari ni
as
200k coach.
And that was
Boleh sampai ke
off of
200k?
Violet, man. Violet on that Sora
So
just
far aku
keeps on
pernah
number
dapat
one winning
200k
her
sekali
lane.
je waktu
And then dominating, like, the jungle
MPL
of Twisted Minds.
MPL game
fact that
game
we
siapa
were
ah?
of course expecting a bit more of the proactive gameplay.
Game SRG kot. SRG RRQ ke? SRG plus one. Aku lupa siapa. Saita menang dah. First game Saita menang air kampung Warga YT okey Warga YT okey ke? Steady ke warga YT? Senyap je. Okey
Well, we got a play to look at. Let's take a look at one of the great moments from match number 1, and it's most likely going to be the very end, and it is in fact LaFell, as obviously this is where Team Falcons Indonesia start to close the vice grip and eliminate map number 1 for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, looking at that play itself already shows what happened the entire game. Violet, you go in, you pull them towards us, and then we will win based off of range, because as we're looking at the draft later on, having Valentina is great, but she
steady
doesn't have
baik
the
Shazwa
same
Rafi
range
steady
as
warga YT
the
steady
E.
warga
So
YT steady
every single time they're fighting, Falcons will hit
Gila
first.
siap
And
guys.
Twisted Mind is just trying to get close enough
Kau
to
tahu
deal
tak?
damage, but you don't get
Kita
close
orang
enough.
MWI ni venue dia sebelah tempat LOL tau. Diorang punya bersorak tu sampai sini siap meremang tu aku dengar. Gila-gila tu. Apa jadi kat GG? Kenapa GG? Arias tadi luar negara. Sebab tu dia main ni. Dia main dekat Genji. Apa jadi? Orang kalah semalam lawan dengan final boss. Aku rasa kena outdraft sikit lah. Tapi tak boleh cakap juga guys sebab enemy waktu tu second pick. So enemy boleh pilih nak main nak pick hero apa lah untuk counter semua draft tu. Dia macam ni. Aku cerita kat korang kalau kau first pick, advantage dia adalah kau boleh dapat power hero ataupun meta hero yang tengah overpower. Tapi kalau kau second pick, kau boleh pick hero terakhir yang boleh menyusahkan ke semua hero enemy. Maksudnya kalau kau first pick, sifat dia adalah priority. Kalau kau second pick, sifat dia adalah counter pick ataupun counter measure. Macam tu.
Today, Genji will face off against Na'Vi, who have been looking incredible in the club championship.
Guys, yang belum follow dulu guys. Jemput follow guys, tolonglah follow guys.
Still hanging on to their last life, and the same could be said for the two Falcons team.
Kita dah ada 37.4k followers. Tengah tengok Brigida, coach. Tengah tengok Brigida. Korang ni, ya Allah. Selain ML, coach main game apa je? Game pesaing dia aku main juga. Lepas tu Dota tu aku main juga. Basically game-game MOBA banyak yang aku main lah. Kecuali LOL. LOL aku pernah try main, tapi main yang gitu-gitu lah, bukan main yang komik.
This is no different, right? Twisted Minds, Team Falcons both tried to gain the club championship points, and for Twisted Minds again, they currently sit
Zay
at 0.
suruh cakap dengan korang
Twisted Minds need to stay alive here
Messi,
for the
guys.
hopes of a Twisted Minds club championship race
Aku
moving
dia
forward.
ni,
It's only
Messi,
week 2, it's
Messi
early, but you fall too
Hello
far
guys, Myanmar
behind
fan,
to
W Rain,
simply
W
never catch up.
Myanmar
Now, going back
fans,
to the hero
W
discussion,
Myanmar
you
fans.
mentioned something
Welcome
that
to
I
the
found
stream
quite
guys.
interesting. For some of the hero picks, you mentioned
COC main
it
gak
was
kan, main?
expression of
Abang Lot
skill.
tahun 12.
Yes,
COC
honestly,
aku tahun
coming in from
hall
both teams,
14.
this is one of those high risk, high rewards kind of draft where if you die 2 times, that's it. That's the end of the game, because this is a very punishing meta now that the jungle gives more gold. Because what happened in
bermain lah
that
Haya
game
dia,
was
guys.
Falcons ID won so much
Dia
that
silap kat
Twisted
first
Minds
turtle
could
lagi.
not
Bila silap
farm
kat
up
first turtle,
so
lepas
that
tu
they
enemy
didn't have the
snowball.
item. So it was like trying to
Silap dekat
chop
first
down
turtle
a
tu, guys.
tree with nail clippers.
Sorry,
You will
poster.
never have
Mana
enough
ada,
damage to
guys?
do anything against Falcons
HP
ID.
apa kali ni? Kali ni Lenovo Legion guys. Lenovo Legion.
I think also on top of the fact that we felt a bit more of an adjustment from Twisted Minds because we're more used to seeing them play.
Tahan rendah tak apa asalkan max building bukan rush, betul?
I
Aku
think
max,
Falcons
aku tak
ID
rush.
just did their homework so well too. The Mathilda ban hurt them so
Power
much in a
power
sense that it kind of made them hesitant to just prioritize.
W Rain
the
support you.
utility
Thank you man.
overall.
Thank you
And
man.
at the same time, them picking it for last, resorting to an assassin, and having to also pay attention to Chin Chow. I think they
You know,
have
Zay.
to do some
Zay.
significant adjustments
Zay.
from their end.
And And I got
You
a
know,
key
because
talking
you
point I want to bring up to both of you out there.
you
But
shout
for
out
all
my
of you
stream
at
yesterday.
home and also
My
in the video
subscriber at
as
YouTube
well.
already
Check it out.
3K.
My champion
Yeah.
pick. It's here.
Thank you, man.
2 champions.
Thank you, man.
1 game. My
They
champions
shout
pick
out my
event is
stream.
now live. From July
Shout out
27th, submit your
my YouTube
predictions for the
channel,
EMS
guys.
MWI
And right now my
champions for a
subscriber
chance to
already
win
3K.
50,000 in-game
WZ,
diamonds
thank
and
you,
MSC
Zay.
2021 and 2025 tournament skins. Don't
Dah
forget
play off ke
to
belum? Hari
leave
saya
your
belum.
picks under
What
at
is Jose not streaming?
MLPB Esports
He's streaming, guys.
for even more chances to win. Lock
Kong
in your
Aaron,
champions now and
he's
cheer
streaming right
for
now.
your
He's streaming right now.
favorite teams. My champion pick now live. Get involved. It's some good stuff coming your way. Now, again, going back to the hero selection, again, it was a bit drastic. I mentioned the coach, though, for Twisted Minds, knowing the Indonesian playstyle coming from
W
Indonesia
Rain,
himself,
we
of
love
course,
you. Thank you,
players
man.
also represented on both
Thank you, man.
sides. Do you think he
Appreciate
tried
it,
to get a
9 min
little
hat,
bit too
9 min
tricky,
lat.
thinking like,
Appreciate
okay,
it.
I know the mindset of the Indonesian team on the opposite side for Falcons Indonesia, but maybe he just did a little bit too much.
Indonesia
Make sure
as a
one day
region,
when
they're
I come
a
to
very
Myanmar, you guys bring me
flight-heavy
around, okay?
region where
You guys
it
become
really
the
is
tour guide
very
for me.
short games just because you win the first 3 minutes.
Lower
After
bracket,
those
group
3
stage.
minutes, it's
Yang
very
ni
hard
kira
for you to
decider
make a
match lah, guys.
comeback. So
Betul
I
lah,
think
lower
that's
bracket.
why both
Tapi ni kira
coaches
decider match lah.
tried to
Senang cerita
draft a
decider
little
match.
bit
Siapa
more
menang
risky
layak, siapa kalah
and
tak
kinda
layak. Tu
hope
je.
for the best. I want to see them pull that
Macam
back
mana besar
just
tempat
a
venue
little
dia,
bit
macam besar gila.
and
Besar
try to
gila
help
Apen.
out
Aku dah
Chin Chow just a little bit
buat
more. I feel
tour
like she
ni
can
dah
get
semalam.
more help. She could eventually get them the
Ada
W.
600 orang tengok
Twisted
semalam.
Minds, I feel, because again we mentioned how risky these lineups already were, and the fact that they
Nak
are
kena buat lagi ke,
both
guys? Tour guide
very
untuk korang tengok
team fight heavy
venue
lineups.
sini.
They do really like to brawl. The moment that they lost out big on that early game, on that EXP lane specifically, then it was very difficult for them to scale back into a position where they could just really constantly fight back.
How do you deal with Violet? Because she was disgusting out there.
Kalau
Absolutely
sudi,
nasty.
jalan. Boleh. Nanti aku buat
Violet,
lagi live.
even what,
Nanti aku buat
within
live
the
lagi.
first
Korang
4
follow
or 5
dulu, korang
minutes,
turn on
up to
notification.
5
Nanti apa-apa aku live
total
senang, korang boleh
kills.
tengok.
She's clearly
Naik
a
noti.
problem.
I feel like they're going to change just a little bit on the strategy because what happened in that game was that the mid duo tried to make sure that the mid duo of Falcons ID does not move. I think this time they're like, you know what? Let's help out the EXP lane. How about 3 people go there? How about 4 people go there? If they
Tim Ray dah
shut
main? Belum,
down
belum,
Violet
guys. Belum.
early, maybe the
Ada
game
main
would
nak?
look
Ada.
different.
Tapi lewat guys tengah malam.
Give Sa the more Sa type of heroes that would just really catch them off guard.
Have more range
and
at
have
least.
more range, movement around the map because
Angah terbang mana dia? Aku tak tahu. Angah dah sampai mana aku tak tahu. Aku takut dia kena colek, guys.
Not so good as the other mid lane picks out there, but I think also movement really restricted because she really wasn't able to get the
sia-sia kita
advantage
jadi
in the
wala
mid
ni.
lane
Baik doa
up
Apen,
against the
Kasil.
counterpart,
Thank
up
you, guys.
against the E.
My biggest concern, though, for Twisted Minds, they lost that
Hello,
so
why
quickly.
should Malaysia? Huh?
Now they're immediately going into
What is that?
map number
WWE?
2.
Sorry?
The regain is going to be
Why
so
should
hard.
Malaysia?
This is something that I have
Knockout
to
stage
talk
start
about
bila? Kejap
because
lagi,
in
Syazwan
Stream B,
Rafiq.
even
Lagi...
after losses, Chin Chow was smiling,
Lepas ni ada satu lagi
having
match.
fun, saving
Lepas
his
tu
main lane,
knockout
and this
stage.
shows their veterancy, right? They've been here since 2021. They've suffered losses before. They know how to recover. And looks like part of that recovery is banning out that Sora. So quite unorthodox. We haven't seen a Sora ban for quite a while. Speaking of, Twisted Mind is going to be
Lagi
the
sudah dapat ke
first pick, and then Falcons ID
belum
on the second one. They're playing
guys.
flying
Ya
clouds for this one. Sora as well
Allah.
as Atlas banned out.
But you know, Sora was also used by Daisy on Twisted Minds, and
Yep.
she had a phenomenal job with it. So wouldn't you think maybe, even though banning it out is a bit risky, why not try to risk the fact that you might be able to get Sora yourself?
I doubt that they'd prioritize it for first pick though, so there will be a greater chance that Team Falcons ID will get their hands on it all over again if they don't
Betul
take
ke
it
petang
out
nanti akan
here.
terqualify ni?
If they
Betul, Sol?
prioritize it the same, even
Saya
knowing that
nampak
the
gempak tak
Valentine
biasa
is
je.
open
Nampak
in game
gempak,
number
Hans.
1.
The other possible answer might
Lagi tak ada
be
baju
this
rotek-rotek je.
time.
Ini baki-baki
Maybe
baju yang ada,
Daisy
guys. Aku
has
rasa
to
aku
go
boleh
for
bertahan
a
lagi
tank,
sehari je kot
like
baju.
a proper tank, so that you
Lagi
can
sehari
actually
je aku
have
rasa boleh bertahan, guys.
an
Aku kena
assassin in
dapat
jungle,
sama ada
'cause
malam
again,
ni ataupun esok
the
ah.
EXP needed
Kalau
farm,
tak dapat juga,
right? The
guys.
mid needed farm,
Tak tahu
jungle
cakap
needed
apa,
farm,
guys.
gold needed farm. So losing 1,000 gold kind of feels like losing
Knockout
10,000
stage start
gold.
bila?
And
Kejap
'cause
lagi,
they went with
Syazwan.
an Atlas, which is a
Yeah.
setter type, which is more like a bruiser rather than someone who could, less of a bruiser rather than
Yeah.
someone who could just keep standing in front of your way.
He doesn't slow down their rotation.
No,
If he
Hilang kat
tries,
mana?
he'll
Dia tak
die.
hilang. Dia
that's-
stuck
that's why I
dekat
think
ni.
there has to be some
Dekat
adjustments because
aku
the
kan
EXP and the
transit.
roamer
Aku punya
definitely are the
flight.
anchors of the
Aku
team
bukan
if they just
direct
really
tau
want to
daripada
spread
Malaysia
out
ke
the
Paris
gold
tak.
that way.
Aku
And by the
Malaysia
way,
ke
you
Amsterdam.
mentioned, over on
Amsterdam
Stream B,
Belanda.
They They were
Lepas tu
smiling
daripada
after
Belanda
a
ke
loss.
Malaysia.
I just saw a smile there.
So dia
Twisted Minds
transit.
coming back into this. They're feeling
Aku
good.
punya
They are
lagi
not
sudah sampai ke
fazed by
Amsterdam,
that
tapi
early
daripada
loss.
Amsterdam
Because I
dia
feel like
tak
they understood
tak
why they
hantar
lost,
ke
right? Like that's
tak
one
hantar ke
reason why they're
France.
still okay. Is like It's something
baju
you can
angah
solve.
agak-agak
It's
aku
not
angah, aku pakai
something
baju
that
angah.
they're too strong. It was just our mistake.
Yeah. So now the
Ronaldo or Messi, Ren? Ronaldo 100%.
This is gonna
Ronaldo
change things quite a bit
100%,
because
guys.
We barely see it open here in Stream A.
We believe in
With the
hard
fact that
work,
Falcons
okay?
ID have already secured the
On
carry yet
discipline.
again, I feel like this is going to be a staple in their lineup up against Twisted Minds.
Carry, diorang betul-betul
And
main
now
hero
you
sama
might
je guys
wanna think twice about what the option in the jungle is going to be again.
Ricky, I really feel like carry is
Sangkut
going to
kat
be
transit.
a big priority in
Standard
MW,
baju
maybe
sangkut.
even
Doh,
MSC,
Sol. Macam
because
mana ni?
carry
Beli baju
counters
Zon.
so many meta
Zon
picks
semalam
right
tolong
now
aku
in
guys.
the
Malam aku
EXP
lapar. Dia
as
bagi aku
well
Maggi
in the
guys.
jungle, where before
Baik
this,
Syam.
we hope for Gory.
Pagi tadi aku breakfast dengan dia pun.
Now the job goes back to carry, which is
Kau
why
bayangkan
she was
Isyam kan
designed,
breakfast
she was
kan.
designed.
Makan croissant. Croissant.
Twisted Minds are still going for a
Dengan telur rebus tu. Telur rebus. Tak kena ada combo tu. Tapi tak apa lah. Syam masakan kau bahagia kan macam cakap.
I don't see why not pick up an Esmeralda
Telur
here.
rebus tu.
Yeah, at least for Twisted Minds though, they
Hi
were
Bang
going
Rin.
to
Hi my good
something
Gojo. Hi. Welcome to the stream guys. Welcome to the stream.
lineup and a damage EXP, so maybe just maybe Daisy gets a bit more comfortable here. But again, the presence and possibility of a direct counter to her lane. That's what we have to watch out for here in Red 3. Does Falcons ID do finally pick it up? Or do they just really want to play confident and show us something else?
Yeah, I feel like the correct answer is going to be Esmeralda, but hey, like you said, maybe they want to go for a very different direction because maybe they want to pick up the jungler now before it gets banned out. So yes, they do pick up the Esmeralda. So now let's talk about what Twisted Minds really need. They have burst, they have crowd control, now they need consistent amount of damage. Something that Chin Chao used before was the 1-1, but I do not think that will be a very good pick here.
Yeah, I think on paper you would want to go for the claw.
Main draft lelaki tu. Tapi Esme ada advantage yang lawan pagi tu guys.
Eve, not directly winning against the carry, but that's pretty
How
much
do you
a given
say
considering the way the meta works right now.
Hello
and
to
you
Malaysia.
need a bit more
Hello
shred and DPS as you've mentioned because you have an Esmeralda on the other side.
Kalau Malaysia cakap apa hello guys, hello jugalah kan. Kita tak pakai bahasa lain kan. Ni orang Myanmar tadi. Kita akan cakap hello jugalah kan. Sama je kan. I think it's the same. I think it's the same WWE. I think it's the same. Just hello or hi, hello or hi. Same.
Right? Every member of Twisted Mind has a shield that Esmeralda can absorb, so the likes of a Claude might not have enough damage to even break the shield.
How deep can Sa's hero pool go to? Because we've seen like attempts to even use a Lunox to answer against these kinds of tanky heroes, but does she have it in her pool and will she be comfortable enough to play it? Arguably so though, I think she will have enough space. She's paired up with a Marcel. They also have the Akai on their side. She will have the brilliance to temporarily keep herself safe.
Thank you for the follow, Net Hunter.
But range might be another issue for Twisted
Itu
Minds if
lain.
they do decide to go for the
Khairul
Lunox route.
Amin.
I've seen a
Apa
Lunox
khabar?
B, but that's from a Foot
Apa
Esports
khabar?
playing
Bukan
in
hello.
lane.
Azauzan.
Sorry, not
Apa
Foot,
khabar is
MIB are lost.
how are you?
Yeah, so now are they going to
How are
commit
you?
on banning out catch heroes
That's
like
apa khabar.
Cho as
Okay?
well? The Kimi gets banned. I was thinking of the Kimi as well.
Aku rasa 0-2 ni,
Not
aku rasa
an
0-2.
amazing pick against the Eve, but if you commit to maybe second item Sky Piercer after 3 stacks, you should have enough damage to deal with the Esmeralda.
But I wonder if the Kaja was banned out here because
Arigato, arigato. Apa guys korang ni?
Jungle.
Part of the strength of Kaja.
Sorry
Remember
though,
how game number
Myanmar
1,
community. I'm so
Falcons
sorry, Myanmar
completely
community.
control the jungle.
Malaysian
Kaja's amazing at that,
community,
the passive as well
it's hard for them
can steal many camps away.
to become
again,
serious,
there's a
guys.
carry.
They're always
Cho-
joking around. They're
Cho's a
always
good
joking
partner
around.
with carry, same as Kalia, same as
Yeah,
Kanye.
they are all funny guys.
Carrie's happy with them.
That's true. That's why they probably took a bunch.
Kesian Cincau Melin dipulangkan mantan.
pick-off-centric
Oh,
roamers out.
Falcon
They don't
ID
reveal
ni
to us the roamer
mantannya
just yet, though.
Cincau
They
sama
go
ID
ahead
ya,
with the
Aziza.
Harley, that's a lot of magic damage we're starting to see
Oh,
from
baru aku
Falcons
tahu.
ID.
I feel like Harif will have enough
Kami
burst
serius
actually,
24,
and
7.
Harif
Mana
will
ada?
have to deal with Esme, but again, it's
Remunda ni
so
XP
risky.
Navi. Betul
But
Syazwan
that's the
Syafiq.
problem right now. Every single pick for Twisted Mind is pretty risky, so they still go with the Claude. They're going to try to roll with this
team dia
again. The mid is
lah.
going to be the most important one. You
Cloud.
need some kind of burst so that your early
Malaysia
game
dah
is
sarkastik
not
bila tu berpisah.
as
Betul juga
difficult
Dorun.
compared to game number 1.
Malaysia
Because again,
bila je
this
nak
is-
serius guys.
This is tournament life.
Yeah.
Lose here, you're going to go home.
Someone who's
Betul.
not as easily caught.
Kalah
someone
sini
who can
balik, guys.
probably
Kalah
so
sini balik,
high
guys.
Because you're expected to run around a lot of times. It's a Harley, it's
Guys,
Esmeralda in your face.
aku terfikir, dengar dulu.
So Sa
Aku
is really taking her
terfikir
time thinking about this, but she will default back into her Kagura.
Because
nak
I asked her in the
buat
interview, your Kagura was amazing.
nak buat giveaway
Do you feel
skin
anyone
epic,
else would
guys.
use the Kagura? And she's like, maybe, but
Aku rasa
I'm the
kalau
best.
follower TikTok
I'm the
aku
best Kagura.
pergi
So I feel
40k
like this is do or
ataupun
die.
aku
This is
punya
her
YT
telling her coach,
pergi
I don't care if it's not good on paper. I wanna use
5k
my best hero.
subscriber,
Yeah, but
aku
maybe
rasa
just
aku nak
be very
buat
specific
skin
with your
epic punya
targets
giveaway,
too,
guys. Kau
'cause
rasa okey
the
tak?
Kagura once is actually farmed up, can deal decent amounts of damage,
Okey tak?
especially to the likes of the
Satu
Harley and the Carry
satu skin
altogether.
ke
So
ke
maybe
ke banyak?
they will just
Ke nak
really
kena banyak
try
lagi?
to focus fire majority of their burst damage
Sebab sekarang
onto
follower
one.
TP
We
aku
also don't know
dah
what the Paquito is actually gonna try
37.4.
to build from this point onwards. So
Cuma
that
aku
can be
tengah,
another layer
kalau
to the
betul nak
burst
bagi
damage
kena
that we're
fikir cara
expecting from
pemilihan.
Team
Macam mana
Twisted
guys kau rasa
Minds.
kita nak pilih?
The Falcon's ID, the Roamer,
Siapa
is it
kita
a
punya
troll?
I feel
pemenang
like a
bertuah?
glue will be fine here. They don't have the damage profile to take down
Giveaway
a glue.
YT lah sebab TT senang
Looks like
naik.
they're going to go for the
3
Hilda. So
skin,
the Hilda
3
is
skin epic
just
eh. 3 skin
to
epic
match
berapa?
the
899,
Marcel.
899.
We're going to have a woman-on-woman defense, making sure that the Marcel is always marked. I gotta say,
Okay,
Brigida,
deal.
looking at Twisted
Okay, deal,
Mind,
boleh.
they're drafting like their life
Kalau
depended on it,
follower
and now Falcon's ID,
TT
they're
aku
trying their best to
pergi
counter every
40k
single thing
guys,
Twisted Minds.
ataupun aku punya YT subscriber pergi 5k, aku buat 3 skin giveaway. Tapi kalau macam 5k subscriber macam sikit sangat guys, sikit sangat lah kan. 10 lah. Kalau YT 10k 10k viewer. Klip guys, klip. Klip je, tak ada masalah. Aku akan buat giveaway. Okay, YT 10k subscriber. TT TT 40k subscriber.
It looked like a chess match actually. Answering each
Okay,
and every
okay, tu
move
deal dia. 3 skin epic
the-
giveaway guys. 3
that
skin
we've
epic
seen
giveaway.
Twisted Mind try and take. Actually,
Klip,
for the
klip, klip,
Kagura,
klip.
it's a bit
Moderator pun
concerned.
nak take note
It's
je.
all about the mechanics and the pilot, right?
Sekejap nak buat aircon baru,
It's
tak
all
payah.
about who uses the perfect timing as well here for Twisted. Immediate
It's the punish.
interception here for Twisted Minds and the punish onto Seb. First blood here. We're counting Daisy. Violet might fall as well.
Main
It's
meta lelaki
Daisy
guys, let's
right
go.
up front.
Daisy.
Early double
Apa ni?
kill.
Ken mobbing. Ken hip nur libe unlik. Ada lagu ke guys? Asal aku tak dengar apa-apa? Thank you, Prabha. Thank you, Prabha. Even though I cannot hear anything, any of the song. Korang dengar ke lagu gift tu guys?
The countermeasure that Twisted Minds change from
Macam mana lagu dia guys? Nasib tak dengar. Abang Lot terkejut. Aku tak dengar tu. Prabha. Tapi terima kasih Prabha Terima kasih. Hargai sangat for the gift. Thank you sangat. Bingit lagu dia. Oh ya Dekat aku tak keluar tu lagu dia. Step melawan. Ya. Sebab kuat sangat lagu tu. Terkejut bang tu. Oh ya baru aku tahu.
Yeah, and it's actually one of the
Kalau dapat dua-dua channel Rain, YT dengan TT. Tak kisahlah. Dapat dua-dua aku tetap bagi 3 skin aku bagi okey lah tu 3 bukan 1. Wah, aduh korang nak lebih-lebih pula. Korang nak aku bagi berapa tu? 10 skin ke? Sebab kuat sangat lagu tu terkejut bang. Omong kena teruk waktu live. Asal kat aku tak naik asal kat aku tak dengar guys.
Yeah, they didn't see the BMI unfortunately.
Lagu
They
tu?
could have waited just a little bit longer just in case it times out and see whether the mistake was going to be made. But with the deadly magic already
Let's go.
gone and information on where Zeb is, this should be
Skin
a
cough
pretty
sekali,
quick turtle
banyak
as
korang.
Raimundo opens up the map to see Kao.
Ni macam korang yang nak request specific skin ni. Yang ni giveaway guys.
RWM.tv might do, but instead they just focus on trying to level things up here for Twisted, not giving them any more kills than
Nak skin Street Fighter Rain. Woi.
Turtle already
Korang
slain and Zeb
ni.
in position to try to make another attack.
Korang
Another
ni.
attempt on that top side. Mid gets attacked
Boleh kot.
instead as
Maybe
Twisted Minds are
one
sending
day
the
lah.
reinforcements.
Okay, now they react.
Sekarang ni kita
Chow
fokus
yet again,
dekat
they kept
3 skin epic
Even
lah.
though they
Starting giveaway. Ni aku baru nak buat giveaway ni guys. Aku tak pernah buat giveaway.
to get back and
Kita start
survive.
dengan
Now it's
3 skin
Kao
epic dulu.
giving some of
Maybe waktu aku dah 50k follower dekat TT aku buat skin event punya giveaway ke. Yang 7,000, 8,000 diamond. Kalau 3 skin epic berapa diamond Rain? Dalam 2 point something lah. Nak dekat 3k. Budget dalam 3k lah. Plus minus 3k. 3k diamond.
Okay.
Keren banget sih. Mantap. Thank you for the follow, Siti Pizza. Wih, tapi yang ni Twisted melawan lah guys.
Will be bowling down. What
Start with a bang lari terus KOF. Hai korang ni.
Yeah, Raimundo, a little should be careful here because at this point, Twisted Minds, they don't mind just ripping the alt. They don't mind just finding
Yang meminta ni, santai lah Syazwan, tak adalah. Jangan gura-gura itu Syazwan. Santai Syazwan, jangan gura-gura itu.
They're showing that they have enough dominance to play ahead. Can Zev steal
Let's
this
go, let's go,
wave
let's
time?
go.
Zev does not have retribution just yet.
Twisted, kasih fight, Twisted, kasih fight.
Everything. And it looks like it's still melee here.
Possible punish.
Me. Okay, onto the top lane. They go for the counter punish. Raimundo onto the back targeting cow. It's
asal dia main Hilda lawan dengan Akai guys?
No one is caught here
Sebab ni ke? Sebab Marcel ke? Memang ada orang cakap Hilda boleh check, Marcel boleh box to box.
Adaptation. Oh, the Indeg overturn connects and now the Blazing Duel in the back line.
Jinzhou does a great job to go make a damage,
apa
but
tu,
still
Livy?
isn't enough to actually turn it into a kill. Now,
Twisted ni negara
across the
apa?
map, there was
Mekong
also the
rasanya.
tap here for Team Falcons, but
Mekong rasanya
unfortunately,
guys.
though, it
Dia ingat
doesn't
Hilda boleh lawan Marcel. Dia secara teori, maksudnya one to one match, Hilda okey. Tapi kau kena tengok composition tu secara overall. Kalau contoh Marcel dengan Assassin, maybe Hilda okey. Tapi kalau Marcel dengan utility, apa fungsi Hilda tu guys?
Oh, now it's Raimundo forcing out Daisy. Missed position here for Twisted Mind. Still, it's follow up closely with the
Twisted ada player Indo, ada dua orang. Melon dengan Cincau.
Neutral objective still up. They might not reset this
Gila,
one as
gila,
Twisted
LOL
continues
punya crowd.
their dominance here on the
Apa
top
ada
lane.
meremang siap aku
Raimundo,
sampai
the
sini
rest
tengok.
of Team
Sampai sini
Falcons
dengar
will
bunyi
disengage
dorang punya
and
ni.
not contest the turtle anymore.
Sa?
And again with Yin yang overturn, Liv trying to run away. Golden Aura as well.
Baik,
Looking
siap,
for the
gocek,
side
gocek.
sense
Liv.
just to try and survive. And she will not even
Tapi
with the
Daisy ni punya
Clouds.
Pakito
Still
baik
isn't enough time to actually
Padahal dia lawan
counter.
Esme tu.
Very nicely played. So far, Twisted Minds are coming
Terus
out of
Twisted
this
nasi
with
uduk.
0
Oh, ya ke?
deaths.
Nasi
Kill score is
nasi
4-0. Falcons have yet to find
Cincau sama
something
Melon
against
mantan
them.
pemain Falcon
However,
dia. Oh,
the
okey
lead
okey
isn't
Tama, okey
on the
Tama.
way
Tama
just
dari
yet.
Indonesia ya Tama?
Despite what happened in the
Tama
early
dari
games,
Indonesia ya?
still trying to make plays across the map.
Orang dah tahu cara Falcon ID main. Aku rasa diorang adjust draft je, diorang tukar hero
The
sikit.
magic trick here, trying to run away, but it looks like
Sakit
there
tu.
is no way out but to go down here for
Bukan
Seven.
Ismail.
I mean, they made the attempt, right? Try to clear up the
Pakito
way
masih hot pick je. Pakito
fast so that
masih
Violet
hot pick
has
guys.
a little bit of time to kind of maintain
Gameplay Twisted
control
itu
or
sebab
could have gone
game
to
Marcel
roam
hidup, betul?
had that wave been completely destroyed. But at this point, Zev is getting targeted hard by
Raimundo,
Twisted
guys.
Minds. They are
Susah main
not
sini.
letting this transition into the mid game go to waste like in game 1.
Ya
Okay,
Razi
now they're
yang
finally
si
maximizing what
Zev
their
ni macam mana boleh mati
composition
banyak
is
pula
made
ni?
for, right? Immediate turnarounds. And it's all about delaying things up here for Team Falcons. Now they're trying to find a way. Does Hamo let Liv farm up as much as he can? But for Twisted Minds, they
Siap
just
blowing.
did a really great job onto finally getting an
Marcel,
answer back for
Pakito.
Daisy here. Especially
Baik
for that
tu.
Pakito wonderful pick.
And so far, it's been doing wonders. Oh, another yin yang reaction with a Sky Piercer on top of it. Sa finds the pick of a lifetime, and Seven continues to get punished.
Ada yang buat Sky Piercer ke guys?
Messy here
Si
for
Pakito
Team
buat Sky Piercer ke?
An early 0-3 on
Oi,
the
hello
jungler.
Imran.
And now it's Twisted Minds written all over the map. Even Liv will have a hard time trying to find the right lanes to stay and farm up as much as he can.
The worst possible
Oh,
outcomes have
Kagura
already
Sky
come true.
Piercer?
Jinzhou just needs to scale because Sa and
Baik
Daisy are
siap.
strong enough to take out Zev and
Baik
Liv
siap.
if they are exposed
Welcome to
the
MWI.
enemy.
Welcome
Now,
to MWI.
Twisted
Let's
Minds
go.
take their time with this. I think they want to extend
Thank you
this
for the
lead
follow,
even
Wan.
further. They didn't bother invading the orange buff, but they just want the turtle first. Seems like they're not going to
Baik.
overextend.
Akai punya
They're playing
objective
it by the
control
book.
still strong.
Very textbook plays.
Okay, it's all about maintaining
Thank you for the follow,
composure
Ridwan.
here also for Twisted Minds. And we do like that they don't do this
You,
flashy,
Kagura Sky
unnecessary
Piercer,
movements
Kagura Sky
across
Piercer. Siapa
the map
lawan ni?
unless it's
Falcon
really
ID
necessary. All about
Indonesia
clearing up
lawan
the
dengan
lanes,
Twisted
not letting any
Twisted
lane turret being destroyed
Mekong.
here for
Kamu dia,
Team
kamu dia.
Falcons. And Daisy, she is confident enough that she
Mekong
could
dengan kamu dia sama
hold
ke?
over
Skill lain?
on the two members,
Baik.
even forcing out some of the poker tricks here for Seva. And for Twisted Minds, if ever they
Baik,
committed,
Pakito yang buat.
they
Pakito
were
dah sakit tu
ready
guys.
for any rumble. They were ready for battle.
Tim Ray lawan nampak. Baiklah AI kampung.
Hello,
Hello Ren, Minggalabar, Tentun, Minggalabar. Kenapa ada Rain ada dua suara? Serius tak, Arif? Aku ada dua suara ke? Dekat YT dengar dua suara ke, guys?
Okay, now they put some pressure onto Ramundo. Heavy spin will miss out most of the heroes here for Team Falcons. But now Livy is trying to find a way to alleviate some of those pressure. But it's going to be at cost of her own life. Chin Chao and the rest of the members of Twisted Minds still got a better trade onto that one.
And now they continue. They try to press the advantage here. Falcons tried. They finally get a kill back. Fortunately for Livy, it did cost her absolutely everything. Last tier 1 turret here on the bottom side finally destroyed. Mid needs to be cracked wide open before Twisted Minds can accelerate this game any further. They're just limited by the structures that Falcon continuously tried to
Season 18 MPL nanti coach dah live dua platform lah termasuk YT. Ya, Sui. Ya, brotherku. Let's go, Sui. Okay, Jerin. Okay, Jerin. Thank you warga YT.
She's doing a great job.
Cuba keluar masuk balik lah ni. Siapa? Arif, cuba keluar masuk balik. Yes, aku mulai sekarang aku akan stream dua platform je. Jangan risau. So siapa yang nak tengok dekat TV boleh, nak tengok dekat phone boleh, tak ada masalah. Rain, yo. Lelaki 22 hari bulan, guys.
I would have imagined, at least with the composition that they have, shredding that MR is vital for Violet and Livy.
Falcon draft protect the king.
There should be an attack from the Falcons, but it seems like they don't have enough manpower or the resources. They will find one in Kao as the Lord goes into the hands of Twisted Minds.
It's all about the baby steps here for Team Falcons. Taking those small steps might matter later on, as long as they don't get full-on annihilated here by Twisted Minds. And
thank you for the follow, Pisang Panas.
Seb is still doing a great job onto somehow balancing
Falcon
out the longer
king
leads here against Twisted Minds. And
nak kata protect pun tak juga, guys, sebab orang tak ada hero-hero protector. Protect the king ni kau kena ada roamer dengan XP yang boleh jaga team. Sama ada hero tu boleh disengage ataupun strong crowd control. Tapi orang main Hilda Esme, guys. Aku, korang pun yang biasa tengok aku punya live, aku cukup tak minat kalau carry main dengan hero-hero macam main sendiri ni, macam Hilda ke. 50k aku tap-tap. Baik, siap EYM. 57k like. Thank you, guys.
Person, woman,
thank you,
absorb that kind of deadly damage that we're expecting from the Falcon side. Actually, let's pull up the item list before. Zev should not die here. They'll be able to get out. Even deadly magic.
Thank you, hargai korang punya effort bantu aku.
Already has radiant armor as Xin Chao backs up. Let's look at this, right? Yep.
Betul IYM, aku tengok Raja. Thank you dah
for Meilin. On the opposite side, it seems that Zev even more. First item decided to go for concentrated energy just to survive the early game, and now with the Genius Wand provides a little bit of utility for everybody else. Oh, Daisy played that well.
Violet, asal tak pergi tu Violet?
Okay, it's all about maintaining the lead here for Twisted Minds. They're not letting any cracks here to be seen by Team Falcons, and now they slowly somehow negate some of the jungles, the macro as well. They're trying to somehow control it against Team Falcons, but for now it's still Seb focusing onto the small things here onto the map, trying to try.
Kau item Akai apa coach? Okay, putih. Kalau nak tahu pasal Akai, awak pergi TikTok saya, pergi tengok MLBB School episode 1. Saya explain pasal Akai. Ada borak pasal build, ada borak pasal cara main. Pergi tengok. Hey, carry tu, target carry tu. Main target, tak target.
Will get those numbers as well, and Team Falcons finally get a very beautiful play here. Chin Chao
aku rasa one thing yang aku bersyukur juga, guys, aku tak jadi coach ya, guys.
Really tough.
Cepat stress.
Especially because again you're coming to the
between Fovis and Esme, siapa lagi sesuai dalam paket tu?
Items is just maintaining the art of thievery stacks on top of the golden staff stacks.
Kalau kau tanya aku,
dua-dua
sesuai lawan tu.
Too much, just like
cuma cara gameplay berbeza. So kalau untuk menjawab soalan kau, bergantung kepada pilot hero kau mana lagi kuat. Contoh macam kalau pilot Fovis kau lagi kuat, kau mainlah Fovis. Kalau pilot Esme kau lagi kuat, kau main pilot Esme. Sebab dua-dua tu ada playstyle berbeza guys.
And now for Team Falcons, they were just waiting
for Obvious lebih kepada skill management dengan timing. Esme more kepada tempel, more kepada body block dengan kacau shield. Milan dapat Lord. Wait, Twisted macam boleh menang ni guys. Diorang buat salah ni tapi hilang MM lah. Guys kena comeback.
And it looks like for Twisted
Tu
Mind,
tu carry dia ni guys. Leaf ni.
at the sacrifice of true members.
Rasa Link meta tak? 100% meta My God Gojo Aku sebenarnya tak sabar nak tengok scene lelaki guys. Aku tak sabar nak tengok Skies, Era 404. Aku tak sabar nak tengok jungle Malaysia guys. Serious talk. Sejujurnya meta ni memang meta kita guys. So meta tank mati ke Rain? Tak, meta tank tak mati guys. Cuma sekarang ni dia fleksibel. Maksudnya bergantung kepada identiti pasukan. Kau boleh pilih nak main meta assassin, kau boleh pilih nak main meta tank. Ada setengah team strength dia dekat jungle tank dengan damage EXP lane. Ada setengah team strength dia dekat XP lane main first tank atau second tank, jungler dia main damage. Malaysia punya playstyle yang kedua kebanyakan masa. Even yang waktu kita menang MSC hari tu pun Skies main damage, Kra main body. Jadi aku sebenarnya harapkan Malaysia ada bawa macam Link, Fanny masuk balik guys. Tapi Rain pandai aja macam lecturer mana ada di tak adalah. Borak-borak gitu je guys. Dengan korang aku borak macam ni guys. Dengan player aku tak borak macam ni. Dengan player aku tak borak macam ni guys. Tak ada masa aku nak borak baik-baik. Kalau macam KTZ tu memang menggila kat AWZ ni. KTZ KTZ dia tu full hero besar sangat lah guys. Dia boleh main assassin, dia boleh main higher lance, dia boleh main apa, boleh main utility jungle tank. Lance meta balik ke? Boleh masuk meta Lance AK sekarang. Thank you for the follow Mikael. Kat mana Rain? Dekat Paris guys, kat Paris. Dekat Paris Expo. Macam terasa disayangi lah Rain Haru. Tak adalah guys. Adalah lagi satu macam benda-benda yang kalau aku nak share dengan korang, aku kena explain dalam layman terms. Maksudnya bahasa yang mudah orang faham. Aku tak boleh pakai bahasa yang kompleks. Even kalau contoh kau as a coach kan, kau buat kelas, kau tak boleh buat kelas tu kau kena tengok target kau siapa. Target audience kau siapa? Adakah orang yang baru belajar main ML, ataupun orang yang main ML tapi dia dekat peringkat amatur, ataupun dia pro player yang betul-betul dah faham semua term. Macam itulah. Pendapat coach Protect the King ni better tangkap siapa dulu. Late game macam ni guys. Late game if possible. Ni ayat dia, if possible always target damage dealer dulu. If possible. Kalau korang main rank pun targeting korang lagi-lagi yang role yang ada skill untuk target enemy tak kisahlah XP lane ke, jungle ke, roam ke. Mata dekat backline guys. Mata dekat backline. Macam mana Rain cara main XP ke ni? Kau pukul dulu yang depan jungle tank tu, tapi kau jangan buang skill kat dia lagi. Mata kau kat belakang ni, mata kau kat belakang ni. Takkan Roma tu akan bantai kau sampai nyawa kau rendah sebab Roma tak ada damage. Kau pukul dulu kat depan, yang backline muncul je, sap, orang bantai. Carry bermain. Carry bermain. Carry mati duk. Carry mati duk. Baik. Keluar backline diorang. Ya. Contoh RS Rikia Kolai, Lactobacillus acidophilus, apa benda wajah aku ni air campur. Lepas tu dia medic Yelah, contoh macam tadi ada tanya pasal Protect the King kan. Protect the King ni kena tangkap siapa dulu? Kalau Protect the King ni, King lah yang korang kena tangkap dulu guys. Tapi tak semua orang faham. Tak semua orang faham apa maksud Protect the King tu. Okay, aku explain kat korang. Apa tu Protect the King? Protect the King ni adalah satu gameplay ataupun meta yang gameplay kau revolve around kau punya King. Ataupun dekat dalam satu meta tu, dia akan menjadi main damage dealer korang yang akan gendong korang punya pasukan. So, dia adalah King, so yang lain kena protect dia. Contoh yang pernah buat meta Protect the King ni sebelum ni RRQ buat. Waktu Skylar tengah main goal lane, diorang protect Skylar. BTRM pun boleh buat contoh. Mata diorang memang protect kat Ciku je. Pun sama. Ada setengah terma lain, orang tak panggil Protect the King. Orang panggil Protect the President. Jadi bergantung. Ubi pun aku baru tahu semalam. Sakitnya.
Across the map, across the jungle, and now they're left to defend. It's only going to be 4 members here onto the top lane, and main lane and the Ross will be slowly disengaging. That was an immediate answer for Team Falcons, but that was a close call, by the way, for Sev.
Oh, can they save the turret? No! The inhibitor turret gets
Protect the King, Protect the President. Antara nama-nama lain dah. Ada banyak strats guys. Dalam MOBA ada banyak strats. Ada Ube, ada diving composition, ada invade composition, ada siege meta, ada front to back.
Raimundo anymore.
She isn't, right? She is not really enjoying her time right
kalau
now.
Contoh benda-benda macam ni kalau kau cakap untuk orang yang tak pernah main, diorang susah sikit nak tangkap benda tu apa.
A time for Violet to just clear off the ways. You want her to be present when it comes to crucial team fights. Now we see her purchasing.
Dulu pernah ada meta hyper carry.
We're seeing a movement from Twisted Minds. It looks like they want to invade on the top side to maybe try and go for an intercept onto Violet.
Altigo tu meta apa? Altigo?
Right? Raimundo, great positioning here to give the
Ada
information
speed push,
necessary.
ada speed
Falcons ready for
push.
the counter attack.
Okay, Raimundo still is baiting herself here. Just debating whether they should go for a kill, but Violet onto Daisy. This is what we're talking about. She is strong on the 1v1 scenario.
Violet menang lah.
There were multiple members, that is a different case. So Team Falcons need to be really careful on
carry hyper susah lah coach. Bukan
across the map.
Bukan hyper carry, C-A-R-R-Y, carry. Tukang gendong. Bukan carry hero tu.
But it's just too risky. It's 15 to 13 so far, and Twisted Minds.
Twisted ada jawapan ke untuk Esme? Ada je sebenarnya. Cloud ni boleh main basic attack guys. Kalau kau main Cloud, kau tak boleh ada satu playstyle dia tau. Meta, Chodo, apa tu? Undefined. Cloud, orang ramai ingat kekuatan dia dekat ultimate dia. Tapi untuk aku, ultimate dia sama kuat dengan dia punya basic attack guys. Tapi tak ramai orang nak utilize dia punya basic attack. Basic attack dia boleh hilangkan almost 3/4 nyawa kau sebenarnya. So kalau lawan Esme ni sebenarnya Cloud kena main basic attack. Yang ni salah. Diorang patutnya tak ya. Kan boleh tu. Hilang.
What a way to get off the Lord and get another Shin Shao with their multi-target and a double kill here for the carry. Falcons have done it. They were able to get a Lord, a kill as well, and now they slowly make their way through the map.
Poking dulu guna basic attack. Sebab Cloud bukan Marco Polo. Bukan Marco Polo guys. Carry bermain. Yelah tak ada siapa target. Ada hero yang boleh target dia. Kagura, Cloud, Pakito, carilah timing dive serentak. Tapi semua target lain-lain. Pakito kejar Esme apa benda.
With the RWM ready to punish.
Okay, they know it's going to be a jump here for Daisy. She's taking the risk. We'll be able to eliminate Raimundo, but the Lord is so full of HP. It's insane. Falcons fire onto the base and winning over this match onto a 2-0 sweep.
From deadpan silence to all smiles on the side of the Falcons. What a difficult battle this had to
Wala
be.
Livi. Korang dandan lah sekarang Wala Livi. GG guys. Pecah sudah kunci. Jom kita tengok dia pecahkan kunci. Lepas ni guys, Genji guys.
Now they rise as legends.
Cincau out dah. Cincau out dah guys.
From the first day of MWI now, they put their mark yet again as Indonesia's finest to stay here at MWI at EWC.
Oof, what a game. If this is what we're expecting from our very first series, I don't know what's in store for
Queen
later
buat apa kat
on
belakang ni?
today.
Bukan
The
Queen.
quality
Arya,
is
ya Arya
already
guys.
going
Kita
up,
support
and
Arya
we're
guys.
seeing
Let's
some
go.
high-level ideas being
Tapi sebenarnya
implemented
lawan
here
kita
in
susah juga guys,
MWI.
Genji tu.
Let's look at this
Lawan dia
replay one
Filipin.
more time here. At
Si
the end of
Navi
this match,
PH.
when we were looking for that closing moments,
siap
both
living aku
Daisy
macam
and
kembali.
Sa desperately trying to not only clear this wave, but they needed
Navi
to pull the board's
PH.
attention. And unfortunately for the
Itulah
Falcons,
tu, Navi
they said
PH.
no, we will
Boleh main
not
jugalah.
let you aggro
Diorang
the
tak
Lord, we will
boleh
not
buat
let you
mistake-mistake,
distract our
simple mistake lah.
minions. And they made sure, hey, we're not baiting this out, we're playing this good and honest.
Ni siapa ni?
They're playing it right to their strengths.
Oh,
And
Falcon
the
ID ada coach
redemption
Daki
now continues for the side of
Oh yelah
Team
Falcon
Falcons
guys.
Indonesia.
I see Daki.
What a start here for our deciding
Patut ke aku
match of the
pergi
day.
borak dengan Daki? Aku dah lama
Let's
tak
throw
borak
it
dengan
over
dia
to
guys.
our interview up on stage.
Ashley kena fokus, tak boleh party. Dia kaki party ke guys?
From your former teammates. Well, this is my first time to holding the keys. So
Twisted
I'm
tak nak
so
pergi belakang
excited.
keep carry. Ya, targeting guys.
My teammate also because Ika is from Indonesia also.
Satu benda yang aku perasan dekat scene perempuan yang dorang problem, satu makro, which is wave management.
Thank you so much for your valiant effort.
Wave management. Hero long lane, laning dekat long lane. Satu lagi targeting guys. Dua ni major lah. Dua ni major. Yang boleh follow dulu guys. Kita nak stream game Aurea lepas ni Aurea. Walaria mana? Walaria masuk Walaria. Draft macam mana? Draft dekat perempuan dorang lebih prayo comfort hero guys. Dorang lebih prayo comfort hero instead of counter pick. Dorang kadang-kadang dorang nampak ada certain team lah yang aku nampak main counter pick. Tapi ada je situation juga yang semalam dorang main counter pick tapi dorang kalah. Sebab enemy lagi main hero yang dorang lagi comfort. Cyclops pun ban. Esmarialda. Nama complicated betul. Hancur ke? Tidak. Oh no. Ancus. No, Tim Ray ada game ke tadi? Tak ada, belum lagi ada apa. Tim Ray lambat lagi. Waktu kat Malaysia Tim Ray punya game 12:30 pagi guys. 12 suku. Tak tepat ke tu? Oh. Bunyi meletup guys. Better main combo sesama tim bila 5v5. Ya, kalau tim perempuan dorang banyak main combo, banyak hero selesa. Apakah Uni bakal break kamera? Tak tahu, mungkin. Dulu ada Gorgeous. Oh, ya betul juga guys. Tim break ada game ke? Ada malam ni waktu korang pukul 12. Lawan tim mana tak tahu lagi guys. Sebab tak draw lagi untuk knockout stage. Untuk knockout stage kita tak draw lagi. Let's go, next game. Aku kena double check dekat stream lagi satu ke dekat sini.
Well, the first key on day 3 has been crushed, and let me tell you, that key put up a fight. It was loud indeed, but at the end of the day,
sorry,
it's the
tak
reality
apa,
of EWC. Twisted Minds,
aku rasa aku bagi kau ni lah
will
kampung.
not be
Bagi
progressing to the
kau
knockout
moderator.
stage. For Team
Kalau kau nak
Falcons
pin,
Indonesia,
kau nak pin
a
message
clean
tu kau pin.
sweep of 2-0 puts them in an excellent spot. During the match, though, Rose had a chance to catch up with some interesting people out in our audience.
We're having fun here in Paris, but I do have a few questions.
Thank you pencerita Isukan for the follow. Ni siapa guys?
Falcons ID is going up against Twisted Minds.
Semoga cepat naik pelamin. Amin.
Pretty sure Funi is split because if you guys remember, Funi used to play in Falcons ID, but her sister.
Oh, Funi nama dia.
So
Fumi.
about this matchup?
Actually, right now I'm very nervous. I'm trembling non-stop. Oh my god, I almost cried. Oh my god.
Kenapa? Adik dia siapa guys? Dia cakap adik dia main.
Yeah, I can feel you're nervous. Yeah, but yeah, Funi,
Siapa adik dia?
this match makes you feel sentimental.
Awe Albert? Ya ke?
Yeah, I mean,
Pagi sangat kerja. Ya. The forward dapat main KMC. Dia main guys.
I feel a bit
Oh ni KOL lah, betul. X? Dah X?
either Twisted or Team Falcons lose. I will end up crying. Pretty sure.
Oh no, please don't cry. Please don't cry, girl.
Siapa adik dia guys? Cincau and Funi adik-beradik. Oh Cincau.
I want to ask you, how do you
Cincau.
think, or what do you think is happening with the Indonesian representatives here in MWI?
Okay, it's a hard question because you know what? As we see from the Falcon ID, they're playing
Depan-depan muka diorang sama macam dalam live tak? Sama guys, sama. Sama guys. Siapa je yang korang nak cakap tak sama? Brigida depan-depan sama. Si siapa lagi? Kiowe, muka dia depan-depan sama. Skor berapa bang Rain? 2-0. 2-0 Falcon. Falcon ID. That's Falcon ID guys. Falcon.
You have to do your best because this is your last chance.
Sekarang Albert dengan BTR. Huh?
You know what? I feel the Indo pride really strong right here.
Yang pegang benda segitiga twins tu kot. Oh ya, tadi
Anything you want to say to Cincau, your sister?
Good luck. I love you. Whatever.
Coach Hujan daripada lagi handsome race stream. Kau pernah tengok aku daripada depan ke IYM?
You're still the best. Good winner.
Kesian Sa, dia nangis tak lastly dia nangis. Nangis kot, nangis kot.
Sentimental. Thank you so much, girls. Sabila, anything for the Indonesian viewers?
Of course. Can I say it bahasa, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright. Teman-teman semua, satukan dukungan kalian untuk tim ataupun player Indonesia yang sedang berjuang di MWI at EWC 2026.
CG banyak kali tengok. Ada gambar masa botak, main gila dengan aku botak. Kau nak aku botak lagi Jangan sampai aku mengamuk aku botak lagi. Aku mengamuk aku botak lagi. Okay, let's go. Next match, siapa lawan? Kembar nanti waktu podcast. Tapi aku tak botak licin guys.
Thank you, Rose and Sevilla, for catching up with some of the players out there in the audience. Funi, what a tough spot to be in. The tears were flowing. My heart breaks. The story that she has being out in the audience, having to watch those two teams. What's the story behind that?
It's so tough to be in her spot because, again, as previously mentioned by her, on one side it's her sister who's fighting. That's why you see her tearing up just a little bit when she had to give her final message. But on the other side, she had former teammates. So she's very much familiar with the competitive scene. She's been playing in Indonesia for a while now.
Arya dah main ke? Ini Arya nak main guys. Ini Arya nak main guys.
And how much of an achievement
Tak Arya, tak payah botak Rain. Kau nampak lain.
So I can only imagine how she feels for her sister because she's already made it to this point where you only need to win one series to make it to knockouts, but you have to witness her lose it out in such an unfortunate manner after dominating the game for so long.
That's why we framed it family versus.
Let's go. Genji. Bila game Team Ray? Team Ray 12:30 pagi guys. Game Genji sekarang. Tak silap aku sekarang. Betul lah sekarang.
Let's talk about some actions throughout the
Tim Falcon dapat suntikan dana dari pemerintah.
Man, it was tough to watch. It really was because Twisted Minds, at least at the start, were at the 4-minute mark, Lefel,
Guys,
and I felt like Twisted Minds were off to an excellent start.
It was perfect, and honestly, Taylor, that's why it hurts. Imagine playing perfectly for 19 minutes, and then the moment that counts, the final action when Sa as the Kagura, she missed.
Guys, tapi korang dengar suara aku tak? Dekat TV korang dengar suara aku tak?
Opponent's carry. That's at the point of the game. You're like, I made a mistake. We cut our losses. Let's live to fight another day. But the mistake was they committed. They're like, no, we have to win now. They all died. And that was the end of the game. That's how crucial one mistake is at 20 minutes.
Absolutely brutal. We take a look at our second moment, and I believe we get deeper
Dengar boleh video yang freeze. Ada button refresh ke?
This is where things might start shaping up for
banyaknya lah masalah aku kat sini guys.
From this point in time, it's still relatively even.
Satu persatu
Twisted Mind still has maybe a little bit of a lead, but you can tell Falcons Indonesia are creeping up.
Yep, this is a moment where Cincau.
Thank you for the follow. Jap guys, aku rasa patutkah aku end live dulu guys? Patutkah aku end live dulu. Kejap lagi korang terus masuk balik. Boleh ke? Boleh ke?
Fight back against these objectives as well, and that's when I think they've also acknowledged.
Okay, korang follow dulu guys. Takut nanti korang tak jumpa balik. Korang follow dulu. Aku end live jap. Wih, tapi dah 71 kill itu sayang lah. Kesian EYM tu, dia dah tap screen. Asam macam ni tu. Tak handsome ah.
Where decisions really made a huge difference in the latter portions of the game.
And Lafel, we take a look at our third moment of the game. We get
tapi tak boleh buat apa lah guys. Dah freeze lah. Aku relive guys. Aku relive. Sorry guys, sorry.
And this is where the mistakes really start to show. If there were 5 women there, they could have protected their base. They could have extended this and then maybe end in the next fight. But the fact that they committed earlier on, at that point, once they die, I think every player from Twisted Mind, they knew it was over.
But even one mistake, right, which can catapult and snowball into ultimately a loss. During the hero selection, though, we did notice that Falcons quite literally picked just to counter the Twisted Mind setup. Do you think that late game setup with their picks ended up playing more of a role than we thought?
Oh yes, 100%. And especially because Falcon slowed the game down. Because Twisted Mind, they had a good advantage to just end the game early, but Falcon denied that. Eventually, Falcons got the items needed to finally fight back against Twisted Mind. So, yes, Twisted Mind made a mistake, but we got to give credit where credit is due. Falcons slowed it down so much, they came back.
They did not be as reactive to what Twisted Minds were already doing across the map, and that's despite the Paquito leading up or actually having such a great time, even despite the matchup against an Esmeralda. That's why it also feels so frustrating for Daisy, because I believe it was an unfavorable setup for her, but it was a perfect game for her nonetheless.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, it is heartbreaking for Twisted Mind.
Waktu sana dekat sini. Sini 12 suku guys, 12 suku. Sini 12 suku.
Massive accomplishment in its own right. Shout out to Twisted Minds.
Sini 12 suku guys.
Teams out there when it comes to the MWI. Now the question is, how do you be cool? I actually don't know, and Damascus, from what I'm hearing, you're going to teach me.
UIM, sorry doh UIM Sorry deh UIM. Aku minta maaf kau tolong tap screen apa semua dah sampai 70 lebih K like. Hello coach, lambat live bukan lambat. Dah sampai 71.4K doh. Sorry doh UIM. Aku minta maaf sangat-sangat. Kira Rain live team Ray lawan lah. Boleh tengok kat tempat kerja mesin tak? Ya, boleh guys. Aku live.
He pretends he knows what he does not. You don't know what a flicker is.
Bro, I know ML. Bro, what are you talking about?
I'm gonna forgive you. I'm gonna forgive you this. Okay, what's an inspire? It's easy. What's an inspire?
An inspire?
Yeah.
Martin Luther King.
You're not wrong.
See what I'm saying?
Don't cakap apa ni?
It's a character's traits. Like there are tanks and there are inspire characters. They inspire the others.
You know what? You're the kind of people that make my mom cry. All right? This is not being
sorry,
cool.
Mom.
Okay, you know what? Last one. You guys have to get this because you guys have been hosts, right?
Yeah.
After a passionate game, you see the players standing up and then shouting to the opponents. What do they say?
Bang, bang.
No.
Why are you laughing?
No.
Bro, it's Mobile Legends bang, bang, bro.
No, they shout. I love... you know what? I'm done. You guys are hopeless. You know, I hope someone else can do this because I'm out. See
me on the gold lane, bro.
See us in the gold lane, brother.
Yeah.
We gonna remember this when it's time for vengeance and we inspired on the gold lane.
Apa benda siap ada borak kacip bro. Bang bang. Aku suka energy dia guys. Energy dia. Sekejap kita tengok depan ni siapa lawan guys. Depan ni siapa lawan. Lafel yaping. Ya dok. Let's go Arya. Bantu tap screen guys. Tak apalah, aku rasa aku tak nak minta tolong korang tap screen. Aku rasa bersalah guys. Aku rasa bersalah disebabkan PC ni yang problem dengan masalah-masalah kat sini.
Lafel, I'm not gonna lie. At one point I got pretty scared. I thought you were gonna take them both down.
Dude, they were hopeless, man. I tried my best. Hearts out to them. You know what? Briggs, maybe you have more patience. Maybe you could have made them more cool.
Wanna go eat first?
I don't know how else to explain vengeance and inspire.
Let's see how many minutes break. Because after this Malaysian player.
I tried. But honestly, they're very, very cool guys. You know, hopefully we get to hang out, but just not play MLBB.
Give them a second chance if you want.
Macam ni guys Zizi ajak makan dulu guys. Korang rasa break berapa lama guys? Kalau tak aku nak pergi makan dulu. Sempat tak makan? Selalu, tapi semalam bila aku pergi makan aku sampai lambat kan? Betul tak guys? Betul tak? Korang ni apa-apa N-Star
Kami sudah membuktikannya. Tapi ini baru permulaan.
Pergi je makan. Aku rasa tak sempat lah guys.
Siapa? Akak ingat siapa nombor 2? We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa top ang pinakamahirap. Ang corona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to fight and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire.
Janji pukul berapa? Lepas ni guys. Makan je dulu. Sempat ke? Aku takut aku terlambat lah Azman. Aku tak nak terlepas match tu. Sebab sana, dekat sana dah start guys, kat stream B. Falcon Mena lawan dengan siapa tu? Falcon Mena lawan guys. Tak apa, EYM take over. Tak apa. Aku rasa aku makan lepas game Arya Lepas game Arya aku pergi makan guys Kat sana makan apa Rin? Semalam aku makan ramen dengan lamb shank brother. Rin relive ke? Relive. Sebab tadi freeze.
We are back. Kali ini sekali lagi.
Bukan atau tidak,
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
no one is untouchable.
Hit bomba.
Bukan aku kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris
So
brings
much
through limitless possibilities.
Now playing Genji versus Navi. Let's go man. Zay, I think you can go eat first if you want. Okay, after this match I will go eat, okay?
I don't know about you, but I'm pumped up not only for
2 hari coach melahap ramen. Lamb shank guys. Malah aku makan lamb shank. Apa guys? Makan ramen dengan lamb shank Rin. Ya. Pakai main dalam FUT Esport.
Oh, dude, I love
Pergi
MLBB. That's why I've been here for like 9
tempat
years now.
John Wick.
I didn't know until
Kat mana tu man?
someone announced
Aku tak tahu macam mana nak pergi. Lagi satu bila tak ada kawan nak pergi dia cakap tak best tu. Hisham ajak aku pergi Eiffel hari ni. Tapi hari ni habis lambat. Aku cakap dengan dia tak sempat kalau ni. Orang Paris tak makan nasi ke? Dekat sini ada ni, ada serve nasi guys. Ada serve nasi.
Okay, now me, I'm 34. I'm the old man on the desk.
Sini ada kawan. Let's go.
I'm 32.
Let's go Walaria.
Elder here. I'm the elder baby. Hey, Seda Esports over on the
Bantu tap screen guys yang baru masuk. Bagi 10k like cukup lah, tak payahlah nak bagi 100k like dah.
2-0 over their opponents. Now this is a big deal, right? Because Seda Esports man.
Seta layak.
Would they be able
Oh,
to
Seta
redevelop
ni
meta?
guys.
They're representing a region that has been underrepresented. In this case though, they managed to take
Makan
down
sambil stream tak
BP
boleh.
in a
Jauh
dominant way.
EYM.
We'll keep you updated with all stream
Tempat
B. One more
makan dia
matchup to go there,
dekat
but we need
kena
to head
berjalan
to the
5 minit
stage
juga.
with Cheryl and Rob.
Buka live baru. Faris, buka live baru sebab tadi
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time
stream
for a
crash.
true clash of titans. On one side, you have Team Gen G, who was last year's
Gen G, let's go.
finisher at MWI. On the other, you have Team Navi.
Jauh
which
tempat
of
makan tu
course
Adli,
was
jauh.
the
So
champions
memang
in
kena tengok
2024
match ni
for
dulu. Kita tengok match ni dulu guys, kita
MWI.
tengok match ni
Two
dulu.
amazing team, 2 titans, but at the end, only one is going to qualify to the knockout stage.
That's right. Now Genji
Playoff
is
satu stream ke AB
hungry
juga.
for
Aku tak
that
sure.
do-over
Ada draw dulu
opportunity.
je
So
lagi.
they are going to do everything they
You guys go
can
eat
to
first.
secure
Later I
this
will come.
win.
Later I'll come.
Whereas Navi
Okay? After this
PH
match.
is on their journey to redemption. But who stands
Sekarang
in
kat
their
sini
way?
pukul
Genji,
12.21.
the very team that sent
Cafe
them
tutup pukul
home
3 guys. Sempat lah,
last year.
sempat.
Two powerhouses that is seen here on stage, but only one ticket to the knockouts. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Thank you, Cheryl and Hollywood. Rob TV. Let's get it
Aria.
going. It's Genji versus Navi,
Rexvin.
our second knockout
Rexvin,
shot,
draft
our
elok
second
Rexvin, please.
elimination match.
Tak payahlah bagi dia Selena red spin. Tak payahlah bagi dia Selena red spin.
It's a blockbuster matchup. You've got the 2025 EWC MWI runner-up of Gen G
Lepas ni
taking
draw.
on
Tak
the
apa guys, aku pergi makan jap lah. Aku tetap kena lari pergi makan juga. Takut nanti kafe tutup, aku tak sempat makan guys. Aku akan cepat-cepat lari. Habis je betul-betul habis je game apa? Game Gen G dengan Navi ni. Aku akan terus pergi tempat makan guys. Let's go Malaysia. Walaupun orang mesti tak habis. Rain. Gen G ni bukan tim Malaysia betul. Tapi sebab ada Arya guys. Aku pernah jaga Arya dulu guys waktu SEA Games. Dia player yang bagus Player yang aku rasa patut jadi role model Arya. Study bagus, budak pandai. Lepas tu hafizah Al-Quran.
Home again.
That's right, and you're obviously alluding to last year in the knockout
budak full flat.
Navi ends up losing.
Jadi aku akan support orang-orang Malaysia yang ada dekat dalam sini guys. Alah macam kita support Davai lah guys. Macam kita support Davai. Baru start guys. Jangan risau. Yang baru masuk baru start. Aku beritahu korang baru start. Jangan risau. Macam kita support Davai dekat game tembak-tembak. Subway. Let's go coach Subway. Oi, kau dah jadi coach Minggal lapar guys. Minggal lapar. Welcome Myanmar community to YouTube stream.
It's her
Let's go,
home
Adit
country, and for me, my sister's playing
Sayori.
on Gen G, so hopefully they do very well. I feel like Gen G, they have this pride,
Subway
they have
Kelantanis.
this
Yes.
ego,
Subway
where they're
Kelantanis.
really like, I don't care who you are, I just want to be the best. And the fact that they lost against Vitality might be dangerous for Navi.
Let's go.
Has to go through their wrath.
Subway pernah jadi coach je, tak pernah ni first time. Arya Hafizah betul Kurumi. Siapa leading? Belum. Baru start guys. Yang baru masuk, ni aku beritahu korang, ni perlawanan antara Gen G dan juga Navi. Okay, aku akan explain. Satu tim Malaysia dah lepas, which is tim Rayang, kita dah ke knockout stage. Satu lagi tim North America ni Gen G, ada player Malaysia, which is Arya, Coach Rexvin dan juga Coach Subway. Tiga ini pernah adalah orang Malaysia guys. So kita support. First pick Belleric. Dari S-Man Hirara.
It's a deep hero pool,
Coach
but
apa Rain Subway?
very limited have worked for
Coach,
them.
assistant coach. Head coach tak respect.
More
All good man.
that fit best of one type of situation.
King Salman tu coach secret. Betul.
Honestly, like their hero pool is
Ada
deep.
Aira ke coach?
Honestly, because
Aira
they
siapa
could not
tu?
figure out what works.
Arya.
So they
Ada
tried
ni
this,
Arya.
didn't work out. Now they try something else, didn't work out.
Ada
I
Arya.
can tell you, Brigida,
Rain bermain.
Mira
Rain.
is kind of like a talent manager. Right? Because we want to get into the studio, right? Imagine if we didn't have our tags, right? She has to be the one showing her tags so that we can all go in.
Okay, aku akan
A lot
menggunakan
of teams have defeated
curse
Navi
energy daripada
by
seorang Rain.
taking
Aku akan
Mirai
hantar
out
kepada Rain ni
first.
supaya
So
dia
without
bermain
her,
dengan tidak baik guys.
no one from
Rain,
Navi
kau jangan
could
main elok Rain.
advance forward. So I
Oh,
want
ada
to
Rian
get
sekali.
Gen G
Rian.
to use this information to take her out. I believe that's one of the reasons why they pick up the Belleric first, because with the Belleric,
Boy,
Navi
Rain
won
yang ni.
their very
Ai, korang ni. Ai.
and now I gotta
Apa
say,
dia
Chris,
Syamil?
this is already an
Rain cuba jatuhkan Arya.
meta, anti-tank lineup coming in from
Oh,
Gen
Rain
G.
yang ni,
Bring
Rain
out
yang ni.
Lilia as well
Bukan
as
aku guys. Bukan aku guys.
ways to punish. If
Lilia
ever
carry
Navi
langsung.
do overextend or put themselves
Aduh, tapi
in
nampak sangat
positions
pool
that are
hero
not
mid
favorable
lane
for them,
Gen G problem guys. Dia
could
acik
they be
prayo
playing
Lilia
it
terus
differently this time? It's a
Thank you
free
for the
XP
follow
and
Sharin
Gen G
Sazali.
that might just want to be a bit more safe because you have distance, you have range, but the Granger isn't the most meta of gold laners.
Carry Belleric
In this situation,
Aku tak
it's
minat
not
betul
too
meta.
bad because out of every
Carry
mage in the
sedap
game,
lawan Freya
Lilia
Bakzia
has one of
sedap.
the lowest HP pool, so it's easier for you to stack up
Rain
the
Bedi.
Sky Piercer.
Korang tengah merujuk Rain yang dekat Navi tu kan? Bukan aku kan? Aura Maulana Apple
I'm not
sudah
so sure the route
mati.
is okay or not. Let me be very clear because Navi, every single game they play, they change the strategy. They play global ban without playing global ban.
They play global
This is
ban.
why- this is
Form
why I
Lilia
think even
tak
a
tahu
lot
lah.
of us are
Maybe
really
apa
searching for
pool
that
hero
identity
kot,
of
power hero
what
kot.
does really comprise of
Minat
that?
Rain
What
yang tengah
does
duduk. Aku
Navi
tengah duduk.
I have the answer.
establish
Aku tengah
in
duduk.
terms of their identity?
Honestly, their identity is number one, help out the mid duo first. That's
Akai,
step number one. They
Mbak
need to
Zia.
survive.
Kalau lawan Mbak Zia,
Mirai is such a playmaker.
apa yang sedap lawan Mbak Zia Okay, kalau jungle utility yang sedap lawan Mbak Zia,
like a Masha, like a Benedetta, like an
Guinevere,
Esmeralda, someone that can
Xbox,
dive all the way deep
Akai boleh
into
boleh lah
enemy
50-50.
territories and take down
Kalau
their
jungle damage,
she might
boleh
die.
main
Honestly, she
Lance,
might die.
Fanny,
But the team is okay with that.
So it's
Joy.
more of a glass cannon situation for
Kamikaze all the way.
Alright.
Tapi
Because
aku
I
rasa
think a
perempuan
lot of
main
times
Xbox
too,
kot.
whenever we see Navi on the defense, it's
Hello
not
hello
that
Fox,
the
welcome to the
player
stream
or
brother.
really goes down. It's
Welcome to
just
the stream
that they're
man.
forced to play from
Thank you for the follow guys yang baru
behind
masuk.
because their frontliners
Baju kot
are
sama colour
always
dengan
being
Navi.
punished or taken out every single time, which in this scenario hopefully is not just Mirai. Because Keisha
Tak.
did pick up
Aku
the
sama
buck
dengan Genji, aku
Yeah,
sama
let's
dengan
look at
Genji.
the bans here, by the way.
Soyo tak boleh, Soyo boleh
Genji
juga.
already banned out.
Cuma
Two EXP laners ban out the Paquito as well as the Phobias.
dia macam ni, lawan Mbak Zia yang penting kau kena ada front line yang solid. Front line yang solid.
Marcel, Herrera, Esmeralda,
Front
Akai,
line
as
yang
well
boleh
as
halang dia
Flora.
rotate
So,
sesuka
they're
hati.
really targeting,
Kalau dekat
as well as
jungle roll yang aku bagi tahu
potentially
tadi tu
a
okey.
jungle from Rui,
Kalau dekat Roma,
bringing in that
Chow
Akai. I
sedap
think
lawan Mbak
that's a
Zia.
very good idea.
Glue
Kind of
sedap lawan Mbak
forcing
Zia.
out Genji
Chow Glue,
to use a
Atlas
damage
sedap lawan
dealer
Mbak
in
Zia.
the jungle, which
Guinevere
I
sedap
gotta
lawan Mbak
tell
Zia.
you,
Chow
it doesn't
Atlas,
look like a very good
Chow Atlas Glue lah, top 3.
assassin jungle matchup here. If they have a Bellman, Genji might survive this draft.
Yeah.
What baju kurta in Paris? Come on
At
bro.
least so far,
Aku
Genji and their mid duo
mengangkat
have been also
martabat
picking up
Melayu
some of the
Cik,
more
padahal
unconventional
lagi
mid
tak
duos,
sampai-sampai
I'd
lagi.
say, because yesterday I think we already got to
Lagi
see
tak
the
dapat
Selena
lagi.
from them
Salam
as
Rin.
well. But you
Waalaikumsalam
might not
semua.
really
Hai
want
Mama
to
Zon,
see
Mama
that.
Zon.
Navi just really want
Mama
to
Zon in the stream. Welcome
all
Mama
in. They do have
Zon.
the Belleric, yes, and the Lilia, but at the same time,
Mana Mama Zon guys? Mama Zon ada cakap apa?
Axis showing that the
Dekat aku
Granger
tak naik guys.
might
Mama
just
Zon komen apa?
be a very vulnerable target could also be one of the considerations for Genji in this draft.
Right now, when it comes to elimination, I
Tapi
want
apa-apa pun
teams
kurta okey
to
kan?
draft
Boleh lah. Ini je baju
simple.
yang aku ada guys.
Make a
Aku ada satu lagi
composition
baju untuk
that
esok.
has very
Lepas tu
little
lusa
room for error. Even if you make
I'm
a
done
mistake,
man. Aku
it's not
nak tak
that
nak
big of a deal.
aku
So,
kena
I'm just worried
pinjam
about the EXP pick here.
baju
And now, Navi, they committed on
baju
to this
Zon.
wave. If they
Aku
want
tak boleh
to
pinjam baju
take
Apple.
something like an
Aku tak boleh
Atlas,
pinjam
might
baju
still be able to work out. Heck,
Coach
maybe
Frost
even
Tim Ray.
the Uranus. Maybe
So aku
not
boleh
the
pakai
best
baju
because you're going up against the
Angah aku
Boxer,
tak boleh
but
pakai.
that is one of the comforts of
Thank you
Navi
for the follow guys. Yang baru
Genji.
masuk, thank you for the follow. Baju Poji. Tapi Poji kecil sangat guys. YVE YVE Lilia Bellery. Okay, kita tengok game dulu guys. Kita tengok game. Yang belum follow, jemput follow dulu guys. Kalau korang tak nak tengok saya punya TT, korang boleh tengok saya punya YT guys. Katalah nak buka kat TV ke apa, boleh, tak ada masalah. Jangan lupa subscribe saya punya YT guys dan follow saya punya TT Thank you guys, thank you guys.
It's just that have they practice it, right? Have
Okay,
they
let's go.
practice it or not?
Baju Haru. Oh iyalah, Haru pun ada baju guys. Okay, dah guys. Dah cukup. Jangan borak pasal baju guys. Kita nak fokus game ni.
Their Batman look amazing.
Lancelot.
4 seconds in. This is going to be the final pick here.
Terry.
Guinevere as well
Guinevere.
as Ling. Now this
Macam aku
is
cakap tadi. Ling.
very unorthodox here. Ling, I think it's okay.
We did say backline, yes.
Tapi
but
okey.
if
Kenapa Ling
Navi
okey?
picks
Kenapa
up
Ling
a
okey?
catch type roamer,
Kenapa Ling okey
it's,
campur dengan
gonna be
Guinevere?
tough. I'm
Kenapa
looking
guys?
to fix
Cepat.
the chow here.
Cepat
I
guys.
have not seen a lot of chows
Korang
here.
adalah viewer aku yang bijaksana kan. Yang TikTok lagi tak sampai ya, tak sampai lagi Adli. Baju Lafel. Ui, baju Lafel Lafel dah sadar guys. Kenapa Ling Gwyn sedap lawan dengan meta kanan? Aku beritahu korang cepat. Sebab ada knock up. Okay. Explain detail sikit, bagi 4 sikit.
Let's be real.
Sebab power. Okay. Kenapa Guinevere dengan Ling adalah combo yang bagus lawan dengan draft kanan ni? Draft kanan, diorang main dua hero positioning guys. Dua hero yang static, yang susah nak lari. So ada YVE, ada Granger. Bila ada Guinevere akan memaksa dua hero ni bawa Purify guys. Sekejap, kuat sangat ke suara kata? Aku slow sikit. Dia akan memaksa dua hero ni bawa Purify guys, iaitu YVE dan juga Granger. Jadi bila enemy bawa Purify, Ling boleh kejar guys. In return, katalah enemy tak bawa Purify. Macam mana kalau enemy tak bawa Purify Rin? Kalau enemy tak bawa Purify, Guinevere boleh tangkap. Maksudnya enemy tak boleh nak escape daripada ultimate Guinevere. Faham Subway belajar draft. Tak adalah guys, ada Coach Rexvin lah situ. Head coach orang Coach Rexvin guys. Subway assistant kot, Subway assistant. Let's go Arya. Walaria.
momentum starts here. First team to get
Pandawan.
that match point so far, based on how the
Betul lah,
MWI
Bellery
schedule has
SP.
been going. The sweeps.
So Arya main
sweeps
first
are
tank
prominent.
Okay. Arya memang sifat dia first tank, guys.
We've seen them kind of react onto the drop, but a very credible source out there for Lafel. With Arya using the Bellery
Kenapa
on
selalu
the
Lilia? Tak tahu guys, mid lane dorang memang prio Lilia lah guys.
The standard that we've seen here so far.
Tapi tak apa, aku rasa kalau based on draft kita kuat ni. So dekat sini guys, Link boleh cari Granger sebab Granger Purify. Dan Guinevere boleh cari YVE sebab YVE Flicker. Faham Faham guys
In this game, Arya, as much as the Wrath of the Dryads is used as an initiation tool, might just be used.
Let's go guys.
With the shortcut.
Gwyn lompat, Link finish. Betul.
I think I'm most
Lebih
worried
HD
about
di YT.
it's going to be that Granger, right? Because Granger, the only situation that they want to have is, yes, I am
Okey ke
winning
match up
from
Bellery
the
Freya?
get-go in lane.
Freya akan jalan
And
dulu
once I
lah.
get out of the lane, I can clean it
Cuma
up
dekat
easy
open team
when
fight boleh.
Ayanami does a majority of that work. Not only does Ayanami need
Let's
to
see,
win
let's see.
this lane, but as you can see, patrolling along enemy territory
Let's
just
see,
to
guys,
give
let's
that
see.
info back.
Yang penting apa? First turtle guys. Dengan execution kita tengok first turtle Tapi kanan ada chip. Kalau ada chip dia ada surprise element lah. Tapi Gwyn ni boleh je tangkap chip dulu guys. Tapi bergantung kepada follow up lah Lilia carry ni. Tadi Fake ID menang guys, menang. Okay. Casey.
Right? She always had her spatial migration. Also, still had that flicker as well.
Oi,
Expecting
kena
nothing. And now
teruk
look at
poking
this. They
ni.
invade once more
Lilia,
and they
kau
see
punya
zero. All they
damage
see is
kau
one small camp and Link
dekat
is
mana?
nowhere to be
Minion
found
ke Lilia?
already at level 4.
Damage kau kena dekat YVE dulu lah Damage kau kena dekat YVE, bukan dekat minion
It's always gonna be you invaded all over again. But the thing is that the neutral objective will be safely secured here by Navi.
Tak apa.
They didn't want to go
Kita
for
pun main
the
hero
contention. They
scaling
don't
guys.
wanna put anybody's lives at
Late game,
stake
kita
here.
kuat
So
dekat
long
late
as
game
nobody
ni. Late
dies,
game.
it's totally fine.
Carry,
But
Link,
even Kenshi,
dekat late game
as
baru
small
kita kuat.
camps are the first to actually spawn. Look at the opposite side of the map. This is a set play from Gen
Soal
and
Arya
G,
guys,
so that they can set up
live dekat
and
Paris
not
guys,
let
live kat Paris guys. Yang belum follow dulu guys. Kita akan nobar semua game yang ada player Malaysia dan juga team Malaysia guys.
Oh, that's a red reactivated for Kenshi. We're trying to run away, but as you've mentioned, it's all about navigating the jungle safely for
Isi hati
now,
seorang
right?
coach dah
For
keluar.
Gen
Apa
G.
tu?
Preventing
Apa tu
the
Razia? Apa tu?
Rai
Aku cakap apa?
from
Ay,
finding
bahaya
the
pula
right
chip dia
target,
ni.
which is actually Rui. And
Rui.
on Q, it's going to
Tak
be
apa, kau ada
shortcut
ulti kan?
activated. And as I've mentioned, it's going to be forcing out the
Jangan.
Tempest of Blades for Rui.
Okay.
Tempest of
Okay.
Blades right there.
Alright,
Going
Sayuri.
in. It's going
Sayuri,
to be
keluar.
with the RWM, not Ayanami,
Ay.
going wild. There are not a lot of kills.
Arya tak cukup pasen ke Arya?
Zero kills at all from that initiation. It's just
Ulti
a
flicker
couple
ke?
of contested.
And that's bad enough, especially when you're on a lane. Ruyi will have a little bit of downtime.
Ulti flicker ke? Tak apa Arya. Tak apa Arya. Kalau slow hand kita main combo biasa je Arya. Flicker ulti pun okey,
Finishing kills. However, not
Flicker ulti pun okey. Nice try. Let's go.
From Navi PH, finding the little pockets of space in enemy territory.
Flicker ulti je Arya kalau susah, serius. Sekarang dia punya ultimate Bellery tu tak adalah ada delay yang lama sangat. Mantap lah restream sambil main YVE. Restream sambil main YVE guys. Navi ni ada orang Malay. Tak ada guys, Navi full Philippine guys, full Philippine.
Looking forward to more clashes now that the shortcut.
Kalau Navi kalah, diorang tak ada wakil Filipin langsung guys. Dekat MWI.
We're keeping our eyes out on.
Hi Yus. Welcome Yus. Go. Bellery, Arya. Jangan nampak sangat. Okay, turtle ni penting. Second turtle.
But may have to sacrifice her lane a little bit more during these neutral objective fights.
Okay, it's all about
Rui,
getting
kau tak
the better
ada-
trade
oh,
if
okay.
ever. It's now Mirayan again with
Pok dulu.
onto Ashley as well. RWM
Alti,
perfect
ada
time
lompat
here
ke?
for Riyad's first blood. Not Ayanami jumping on the line of fire here for Rui and Ashley. She's
tak
keeping a
cantik agak macam ni,
day
guys.
and a fresh
Jangan
objective
Ashley,
for
jangan
KC.
Ashley, jangan
Even with the
Ashley.
spatial migration, she will go down, girl.
Missed opportunity with the
Playoff ni ada lower coach, knockout. Yang ni bukan playoff lagi guys, yang ni masih grouping. Knockout stage akan ada lower ke? Tak sure tak silap. Tapi yang ni grouping guys. And siapa kalah balik. Yang ni siapa kalah balik guys. Maksudnya kalau Gen G kalah, kita takkan nampak Arya main dekat knockout stage.
managing
Dekat
some
kalah
of the
mati
lanes
guys.
here onto the map, but for
Kalah
Navi
mati eh?
PH,
Oh, okay.
They
Baik.
know they just have to interrupt, continuously
Ui,
interrupt
Alti je.
the
Super
process.
gerak. Dah, jangan masuk balik.
Even
Jangan masuk
forcing
balik.
out the Tempest of Blade just to try and survive. Rian getting the
Kalah pecah
first
kunci je guys.
goal.
Kalah ni pecah kunci guys.
Ranger is looking quite good here, and Arya is just all over the place. She has to be at 2 places at a time right now.
Aku rasa Freya dia ni kena ban lah guys. Orang macam tak ada jawapan untuk Freya ni je. Macam kena poke teruk je.
Sayori already is again getting zoned out in a majority of these
Asal
fights.
tak bagi je Bellery tu kan?
Putting the influence onto Panda.
Mana? Oh. Okay, kali ni Arya flicker ulti guys.
And a big info here for Rain. Although Panda will be able to get the kill, a jump in the space
Sorry.
segregation.
Sorry.
Not Ayanami from the back with the Valkyrie descent. Ensures a double kill.
Link.
Might go for the triple, but Sayori flickers just in time to escape the wrath here from Navi PH. Rui being cornered out. Things are not looking good. The 3 women here targeting her, continuously hunting her down. A turret in the process taken down as well by Navi PH.
Oh, and look at that. I just love the protocols that I'm seeing from Navi PH. They're like, even if
Mana guys? Queen tak ada pun nak tangkap Lilia. Tangkap YVE ke? Link tak ada nak kejar Granger ke?
And now the rest of Genji must contest.
Okay, Ashley, but a good entry point. But the damage just isn't there yet.
Boleh lagi. Late game. Tim Malaysia mana satu? Yang ada player Malaysia tim belah kiri guys. Yang ada Arya.
Obviously, might go on to the hands of Navi PH. Arya, though.
Rain on the way USA. Let's go. Oh, baik. Dapat total. Let's go. Ini yang kita nak. Gerak Rui. Gerak Rui. Wait, tolong. Lilia pergi mana tu? Tim dia pergi mana siap? Dia dah contest turtle tu. Matilah. Nasib baiklah Ashley tolong. Main apa ni? Ini decider match guys. Siapa kalah balik guys?
At will, they could actually go on for
Korang duk gue dengan Lilia. Tak, execution ni masalah execution ni, Alex. Masalah execution ni. Diorang ni macam, diorang tak trust team ke? Tak nak backup team ke? Kena backup team guys. Tapi betul lah Freya ni kacau guys. Dia macam terlalu selesa main Freya guys. 4-0-1 dia. Ashley macam tak boleh main Guinevere. Diorang kurang hero. Aku pun rasa diorang ada masalah hero pool lah guys. Yang mid laner dia ni main Lilia terus. Granger tak ada flick pun tak boleh tangkap. Itulah. Tak apa. Sabar dulu guys. Support lagi. Kita bagi peluang. Sebab sebenarnya by right, power spike diorang memang ke arah late game sikit pun. Guys.
Get some action or a little bits of damages coming in from Genji if ever, but still it's a never-ending deny and somehow vision here onto the purple buff.
Tengok tu guys, Freya ni bapak dia.
The purple buff, but in the process, it's not Ayanami doing her job.
Dia ajak gaduh tu guys tu.
Again, Navi PH, they come in, they say, you know what, let's give them a forked
Tak apa guys, kita tengok late game execution guys,
They chose the purple buff, they sacrificed their T2 because of that, and Ayanami is having the time of her life. Panda,
payah nak ada Freya you guys.
last hope here for the late game for Genji.
Tiramisu main apa? Tiramisu tak main guys. Thank you for the follow Ijak Koja. Yang belum follow dulu guys. Kejap lagi tengah malam kita nak Nova Game Malaysia pula. Yang belum follow dulu guys. Yang belum subscribe kat YT, subscribe dulu kat YT guys. Navi PH guys, Navi PH. Sempat ke late game ni. Tengok tu guys, Freya tu link kalah tu by one dengan Freya guys. Reload ni.
Very nice action though for Genji here. Just try and negate, cut their losses as early as possible, but no, it's Arya taking the risk again.
Arya ulti, moment. Mana follow up-nya? Dapat shutdown. Okay, nice. Dapat shutdown satu. Okay, dapat satu lagi. At least dapat shutdown. Carry dapat shutdown, okay? At least carry dapat shutdown.
Oh my goodness, Ryu honestly could have maybe cleaned up the rest of this. They got the Haas claw in time.
Bang kat Paris kat Malaysia, kat Paris guys, kat Paris, kat Paris. Dekat venue ni, kat venue ni.
They need to find this shutdown onto Riyadh somehow. If they can, that extends the game
Nampak ni,
for them.
nampak ni venue belakang saya ni guys. Venue belakang saya.
Snowball out of control and they can focus all of their attention back on
Diorang tengah main, diorang tengah main kat belakang.
who so far has been the big chunker. Even with Arya flickering in with the Wrath of the Dryads, bringing some members
Timnas
to
Bumi main malam ni. Sama juga. Timnas Bumi main malam ni
Lifesteal or
juga.
Spellvamp, some of the squishier targets, man, even Rain.
Mana Apple dia tengah cover game lain kot.
It's all about not Ayanami.
Tapi Arya punya moment kat lot tadi tu dah baik tu. Cuma follow up lambat lah. Position dia jauh guys. Damage gila, kena ada dekat position yang ready nak bagi damage guys. Kalau tank moment set up. Lagi ni pula diorang main dua hero moment guys. Belleric dengan Gwyn. Kalau kalah balik terus. Kalah balik terus guys. Yang ni kalah balik terus. Lawan apa coach malam ni? Malam ni tak tahu lagi sebab tak cabut undi lagi guys. Tak draw lagi. Knockout stage tak draw lagi. Lepas habis decider match ni baru kita ada cabut undi.
They're not letting go.
Hai, long lane tu guys. Long lane tu. Siapa nak balik?
Getting a good push on the long lane is going to force Rui, the fastest rotator they have
Come on,
on that team,
guys.
to go and respond.
And that's going to be quite
Kalah pick up lagi
a
sikit kat sini,
sacrifice
betul?
here because Navi now
Ashley.
knows that it will be
Gerak,
possible
gerak.
to try and catch a member here for Genji.
Ashley.
Nice dodge onto Ashley, but now
Jaga panda.
She's down, Ashley's down. KG with a follow-up. Panda one already taken down. Ria with those bullets hitting on the right target. 3 women down immediately for Genji. And that was so worth it on the side of Navi PH and not yet finished. Sayori will fall down as well. It's only Rui left here to try and get the Lord, but no, it's too risky as Mirai will also call for
Gerak Rui.
What a way to assert their dominance.
Rui, kau main long lane dulu dah Rui.
I don't know if the
Kalau Freya tu clear depan, kau cut lane lah, cut lane je. Diorang tak boleh tangkap kau pun kalau kau cut lane.
Some of these fatter ults is way better for Na'Vi because they're not going to quote-unquote need the shortcut.
Belleric SP ke ni? Belleric SP guys.
Unless they are at all
Semua
full
duduk
fighting
belakang
strength.
je.
It's all of them basically
Macam mana guys, korang main carry tu. Carry tank killer tu guys. Tak apa, defend lu Malaysia.
It's not going to be as worth it. I think Na'Vi understand this. They're going to go into their siege tactics. They're going to use Rain. They're going to use the RWM to control everything.
Cuma Lilia
Yeah,
tapi
it's
tak
all
boleh
about
main.
reserving the right skill sets and combos here for Navi PH. Looking at the items are quite looking good and
Dah kalah. Sabarlah guys. Teruskan support guys. Game tak habis lagi guys.
Of Rian and not Ayanami.
Yeah, the worst part.
Jangan berhenti support guys. Lagi game tak
These
habis.
3 items already looking to get some anti-heal on top of that. Like the sustain is looking super good.
It is.
Fortunately, if they keep on
Macam ni kan, kau tak boleh clear depan tu. Kau minta team yang clear kan. Kau pergi kat lane yang kat atas tu.
And even then, Sayori can't deal with Ayanami alone.
She can find the right angles as of the moment because Mirai and Keishi could actually beat her out of the crowd.
Ashley mati.
Aurora WM red against
Nice.
Rain.
Nice ulti Arya.
For them to annihilate members here
Targeting
for
guys.
Dancer back here for Sayori.
Rui, jangan mati.
For Ria making it a triple. Now they're chasing on Sayori and Ria with the maniac. What a way to open up the base here for Genji.
Yep, now looking to close out this game. They've got a mid-wave to work with, and Panda, the only one alive. Unfortunately for Panda, she can't use any AoE other than the spinning light wheel. She will try, but the Lord-empowered minions are just too much, with Rian zoning her out single-handedly. With each Rhapsody, this game closes out 17-5 in favor of Na'Vi PH.
A shot at Navi's
Nice try. Tak apa. Come back guys.
Exactly what they
Relax
have
area. Jangan mental lagi area. Relax. Jangan mental lagi area.
did it here.
Discuss guys. Discuss. Nak buat apa? Discuss nak buat apa?
Crucial deciding matchup.
Really difficult to deal
Genji
with
tak sync,
overall,
betul guys.
man. I mean,
Aku rasa
when
diorang
you're
macam tak
playing
trust each other
against
guys.
These types of tanks, it's you're hoping to stay even, if not get a little bit ahead.
Dia boleh main Lilia je ke? Tak ada hero lain boleh main? God ke? Hero yang long range sikit kalau betul lambat nak bagi follow up kan? Farsa ke apa ke? Zetian ke?
From early to mid.
It's all about limiting the lifeline here, right? For Genji.
Tak boleh buat apa ni guys.
And they hella check out all
Tak,
the
tapi aku rasa
objectives
first adjustment Rain, apa first adjustment Rain? Ban Freya lu guys. Ban Freya lu. First adjustment ban Freya lu. Draft coach Malaysia, sabar tu guys, sabar. Aku faham korang kecewa guys, sabar. Thank you for the follow guys. Sabar. Kita tak habis lagi guys. Kita tak habis lagi ni. Ada lagi one more game. Boleh reverse sweep pun insya-Allah. Ben lah aku rasa. Mana dorang? Dorang kat mana guys? Dorang pergi belakang.
Navi takes map number 1 to put Gen G at risk of having their key crushed. But Gen G, they've been here before.
When ya ke Paris. Lo enggak ke Paris? Kau datang untuk EWC.
Joined by, of course, Brigitte, Lavelle. Good to see you two once again.
Anjay,
First off, to open up the section, Belleric and EXP for Gen G. It was a risk, right? We knew it was. If it pays off, excellent play, but it didn't pay off.
Yeah, but the question is why didn't it work out, right? Because here's the
tak
thing.
adalah, berbeza lah.
Belleric is a great hero, but
berbeza lah. Tak
right?
macam
So
kau
that
ni.
was a mismatch because that is a situation where
Rain tak boleh communicate, tak boleh guys.
on a racetrack where
EWC lah, MSC age. Lo ke MSC. Aku cuman MWI. Lo ke MSC.
Yeah, because even for the composition of Gen G in terms of
lawa ada stage lawa kan. Sekejap, aku boleh share dengan korang POV stage ke? Korang nak tengok POV stage ke? Sabar jap, aku share. Ni kamera aku. Ni belakang aku. Ni stage dia guys. Gempak tak gempak guys?
Respond to what Navi might
Gempak tak gempak guys stage dia? Cuma kosong lah guys, tak ada orang.
In the first few moments that we did,
aku boleh share point of view guys.
Arya wasn't
ni dari
really
depan.
able to be present because as you mentioned, it's a pretty slow EXP
Gempak lah.
if you're expecting response from.
Cun. Untuk aku stage EWC memang next level guys. Next level. Even nak compare dengan M series pun aku rasa menang apa? EWC lagi. Rain tukar red spin je tak boleh guys.
Here's the thing, if we're looking at the heroes, once Rui gets around 4 items, once Panda gets 3 items, they should be able to deal enough damage to take
Kosong sebab
down
communicate
Navi.
lebih sana memang kurang. Betul? Lagi satu yang ni belum kalah mati guys. Scene perempuan pula. Kalau scene lelaki grouping maybe ramai kot. Tak adalah ramai. Maybe grouping ada orang lah.
Ambitious draft, trying to hope previous champions play the game a little bit slower.
Great synergy, by the way.
Tukarlah setup PC nanti macam WC. Korang tahu tak Stream Deck ni harga dia berapa? Korang nak sponsor ke? Todak dah providekan aku PC, 2 PC, 3 monitor dah guys. Takkan aku nak minta lagi guys. Live kat mana Ren? Dekat Paris guys. Paris Expo.
A combination of a spatial migration and a flicker, but at that moment I'm not even sure who the target looked like.
Kalau coach tak main Giv, diorang tak kena macam ni, baik coach jangan main. Rain ni masalah doh, sumpah YVE ni.
Maybe they could have attempted to go for the likes of Rian or even Rain, but these two seemed like targets that you just could not reach. And that's on top of the fact that Rian actually had Purify. She barely had to use it during the entire game.
And you know what? That's a problem. Clearly at this point, I did
MSC pun main sini juga ke? Tak sure tu ada boleh jadi kot. Sebab aku tak nampak lagi setup untuk lelaki. Aku rasa maybe salah satu stage ni diorang akan tukar. Tiket penonton mahal ke pun tak tahu guys. Tak tahu lah guys. M-Star ni suka galakkan Arya. Korang M-Star sahaja Guys yang belum follow cepat follow dulu guys. Kita tengah Nova game Arya, Red Spin dan juga Subway Kita ada orang Malaysia.
Master of none, and now going up against previous champions, you need that 1 or 2 hero that you know you're gonna win.
So does she
go back to default range? Jangan macam tu guys. Kita respect orang guys. Biar orang buat.
She doesn't want to go with the moniker of Mother of Tanks. She doesn't want
biar
that
orang buat.
battle.
Ini waktu dorang guys. Ini waktu dorang. Biar orang buat.
It didn't get a championship, but it at least got them to grand finals.
Hari ni Team Ray main ke? Main. Tapi lambat. Kalau waktu Malaysia hari ni Team Ray main 12 suku guys. AI kampung dah banyak kali cakap tu.
It didn't really work out.
Baik saya kampung.
Is it really the tanky tank that maybe they have to default back to?
Arya kenapa tak main Esme lawan Freya? Kena ban tadi Barley Lemon. Dia punya Esme kena ban tadi.
If we're keeping things simple, then that might just be the way to go.
Hello Ren, hello Futau. Masih sampai MSC ke? Tak guys. Saya dengan zone MWI sahaja. Saya dengan zone MWI sahaja. Nanti 19 hari bulan saya dengan zone balik. Kasih pak monitor lari baru best.
You're done. This is my ladder. You can't climb it. That's an L airline. Somebody better hold me. Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Okay Rain, saya baru masuk lagi ni. Thank you. Welcome to the stream brother. Welcome to the stream. Jeput follow jika sudi. Yang dekat YT jeput subscribe guys. Apa yang pening sangat Gen G main ni? Tak tahulah guys. Thank you Barley Lemon for the gift. Terima kasih. Semoga dilimpahkan rezeki. Diorang macam takut-takut je. Macam kena mental je. Kena mental ke guys? Tapi first step memang kena ban dulu lah Freya tu guys.
Leaving off into the EWC app, we were discussing Ashley on the tank, going with more of the squishier heroes. I question, of course, should she go back to default? Bree, you gave your answer. Lefel, you also want to give your own.
Back in 2025, these are the two heroes that actually did so well on, which is number one, the Grok, right?
Tim sana ada
Amazing way
KPI
to engage
ke?
the
Tak
fight,
ada.
as well as the Gatot Kaca, a hero that has
Tak ada guys.
revitalized, that can
MSC
actually
sama
help you
venue
win
dengan
out
Dota
the
2. Oh
early
ya
game. So those
so
are
bukan
very
kat sini
simple
lah guys.
heroes that's not
Dah follow
in
Rain
the
lama, terima
meta.
kasih. Thank you
But
for
he
the
has
support
proven
guys.
that it works before, and
Thank you for the
I don't know,
support
this
guys.
might be crunch time, 'cause you might get
viewer guys.
eliminated if you
W
draft
supporter
wrong
guys.
for
Thank you,
this
thank you.
Yeah, and I think
Yang belum follow jemput
these
follow
are
dulu guys.
rumors that can pretty much work
Dekat
with
YT,
regardless what
boleh tak korang
kind
tolong
of
subscribe
comp
saya
that
punya
you want
YT
to go
guys.
for. It also gives you a bit more
Dekat YT saya ada
flexibility
berapa
in
orang
terms of what you
Korang
might
boleh
wanna
nampak
put
tak kat
in
YT
the
saya ada
EXP
berapa
lane,
orang?
Because I feel for Arya, she might have wanted to opt for also something that could have been more of a
She wanted a fighter.
playmaker, yeah, a fighter type of XP laner to complement the lineup. So in that regard, to put off a bit
Follow Rain Navi
of
bukan
the
Rain Code.
responsibility off her shoulders to just be on the receiving end of majority of the
Astaghfirullah.
plays that Navi
Sampah
could create.
hati.
I think
Malaysia
you
tak ada
can
wakil
play
quick
slow,
dari
that's
sini.
one thing
Tak,
you've
satu je.
established,
Kita
but you
punya
also want to play
wakil
much
Malaysia.
more proactive if you're
Tim
Gen G in this
Rayang.
kind of
Tapi Tim
stage.
Rayang dah lepas guys. Dah lepas knockout stage. Satu lagi ni yang tengah main ni North America. Tapi ada player Malaysia. Ada coach Malaysia. 73 orang kat YT. Oi, baiklah warga-warga YT steady warga YT steady guys warga YT. Aman ke warga YT? Ada problem apa-apa ke? Kalau ada problem apa-apa komen je bagi tahu. Ada problem apa-apa bagi tahu aja. 71.4 100k. Thank you do AI Kampung. Baik tu. Sebenarnya dah reach Rain road to 10k subs. Let's go. Road to 10k subs guys. Let's go. Masih di sini setia Thank you Aris. Thank you Shazwan. Yang korang kat YT ni buka kat mana guys? Buka dekat TV ke? Pasang kat TV ke kat PC? Jangan main takut. Ya tu guys, aku rasa jangan main takut lah guys. Muka dorang nampak mental, aku tak tahu lah, dorang pressure ke?
But let's see if they actually try to address that issue heading into game number 2.
They're gonna have to. I mean, you got 5 players.
10k sub, maba free seminggu. 10k sub. Okay, on. Deal. Tapi aku dah deal 3 skin epic tadi guys. Aku dah deal 3 skin epic tadi guys. Steady baik semua steady kan aku dah buat deal. Kalau 10k sub dekat YT dengan 40k sub dekat TT, aku akan bagi 3 skin. 3 skin guys. 3 skin epic. Rui tu dah macam koyak dah. Itulah, jangan koyak tu. Kekal bersama Rain, mantap guys. 15k sub. Aku target 10k dulu lah guys. 10k dulu. Pasang kat tablet. Dalam makmal.
Yeah, we saw that in game number 1 too. I think there were a couple
3 skin ke?
instances
Ingat
where
3k
Arya just
skin.
decided to
Oi.
go in, try to find a setup with a
Thank you for the
flicker,
follow,
wrap
Sheena
Riot on the
Rosli,
Belleric, but
Mrs.
the
Amiza.
question remains of whether or not Gen G were already equipped enough to actually deal the damage.
Beduk je, mampu tak ada orang power je, nothing tulus. Betul guys, nothing tulus guys.
Follow up and be there in that
Kena
moment
mindset
as well.
mati tanam tu, mindset mati tanam tu guys. Spin drama apa. Sabar guys, sabar. Bertenang guys. Bertenang guys. Thank you for the follow Mak Repo. Tapi aku harap satu je guys, tolong ban Freya dulu guys. Ban Freya dulu. Kalah balik ke Rain? Kalah balik guys. Yang ni kalah tak lepas knockout stage. Kalah tak lepas knockout stage. Thank you for the follow yang baru follow fan Rootless Tanker. Thank you guys. W in the chat W supporter. Thank you guys. Let's go. Come on Focus Gen G. Actually bukan orang MY bukan guys. Oh ni Rain tadi.
I'm gonna dive just a
Ni kan
bit
Rain
more
guys kan?
deeper, and I feel like this means so
kau
much more
ni
specifically to not Ayanami.
Beduk orang Malaysia
She's
pula kau
been
ni.
in this roster for the longest time.
Mindset mati
Back
tanam.
in
Yo.
24, honestly, she was one of my MVP candidates for
Ni Rain lah
that
bunyi kau
tournament
dekat.
WI.
Apa yang aku
And
tekan?
here, starting off
Aku
this
tak
year,
tekan
she had a
siapa-siapa
very bad
guys.
start, right?
W
She played the
Subway.
tank
Kali
in the
rambut.
EXP.
Mana ada guys.
She could not
Tak
do
sama pun
anything.
muka
The
coach dengan
moment
dia
she
memang lah
changed back
guys.
into the fighter, she
Tak, okay
found
sekarang
her
ni
groove. She
aku
found
harap
her
satu je
identity. She
Rexvin kau kena
found the
telepati
win.
dengan
So
aku
I
pasal
feel
benda
like
ni.
as much as
Ben
there's
Freya,
a
Rezvin.
lot of
Ben
emotional
Freya.
weight on Navi,
Tim kau takut ni
I
dengan
gotta
Freya
say
ni.
not
Tim kau tak nak ke
Ayanami.
depan ni nampak Freya ni.
I feel like she feels it the
Ben
most.
Freya,
Not
Rezvin,
Ayanami.
Freya,
We
Ben
felt
Freya,
it
Ben
in
Freya,
that
Ben.
Freya
Okay,
game.
aku
The
dah hantar
way she
telepati
just
aku guys.
constantly went for the chase
Aku dah hantar dah guys
against-
telepati aku dekat
Remember,
dia.
she just spotted out against Ashley, I think, to be exact.
jangan-
and she
jangan
never let
nanti
her
balik
off
berdua.
whenever she
Yes
did
sir, jangan
find
macam tu.
her. And,
Kena
I
support
think
mana ni
it's
Ren? Yang baru masuk korang tak tahu nak support
great
mana ni?
in some
Ni
way.
tim siapa lawan ni apa
The way
semua?
you see
Okay.
that she's not
Kita
just
support
really
tim
dying,
Gen
even
G
though
guys.
she
Sebab
just
apa? Sebab ada
constantly
player Malaysia
commits
dengan
to
coach
the
Malaysia kat
chase.
situ guys.
On to side station for Stream B, it's currently underway. Another elimination match. In fact, these are going to be the last two played out before we head out into our knockout stage. It's Team
Hantar
Falcons
guna
Minute
hujan,
going against
tapi
Foot
diorang kat dalam
Esports. Team
stadium,
Falcons
tak kena
Minute
hujan.
take map number 1
Jom
in
teka-teka draft.
sensational
Tapi
fashion.
kalau
They
scene
also
perempuan
look,
tak boleh
look to
teka
move
draft
forward,
guys.
which is a big deal for
Diorang
the
jenis yang
Falcons
diorang tak main
roster.
counter
Falcons
pick guys.
organization
Diorang main
in
power
general,
hero.
they could have two
Diorang
Falcons
jenis yang
teams
pick
for
Lilia
LWP
awal,
WY
pick Selina
representing
awal.
the club championship race and knockouts.
Apa
Honestly, that's pretty big
first
because we
pick
had an
Hanabi ke,
interview
first
where we
pick
start off
Carmilla
playing
ke.
where
Tu scene
Foot
perempuan
basically
guys.
said, we always fight against
Bangun
Falcons
jalan
and
belakang tu
we
pergi bisik
always
kat
win.
telinga
And
dia.
this time Falcons when it really needs a lot.
Diorang main comfort pick, betul-betul. Diorang main comfort pick guys.
Well, at least for one game.
Even in the player arrivals, right? I think that was something
Let's go, let's
one
go,
of the
let's go.
members from Foot Esports actually mentioned that yeah, she's
Kenapa
feeling good
Tiramisu
about
tak main? Tak
today.
tahu. Dia
She's
munah.
looking at a
Aku tak
2-0,
tahu
but
apa
it seems like
discussion
it's
diorang
not
tu
as
siapa yang
easy
main,
as
siapa
they
tak main.
thought. They have to push it for a game number
Rezvin, chill
Now
Rezvin.
we're gonna go
Senyum
back
sikit,
to
senyum
the
sikit.
Gen G Navi conversation 'cause, Lefel, there
Jangan
was
pressure,
something
jangan
you
pressure,
brought
Rezvin,
up
jangan pressure, jangan
yesterday
pressure.
to me when we were discussing NA teams in general. It seems like they've got to go through the gauntlet every
Rin
single
pernah
of it
kerja dengan
just
Rezvin.
to
Pernah
make
guys,
it
waktu aku
to
SEA
the
Games,
next
waktu aku SEA
stage.
Games guys. Waktu aku
Honestly,
SEA
it's a
Games tim
mystery.
perempuan
If
yang
it
kita orang
happens
dapat
for 1
bronze
year,
medal.
fine. It's been
Rezvin
like
analyst.
for 5
Waktu tu aku
years
assistant
now.
coach.
Doesn't
Eh,
matter if
Rezvin head
it's
coach lah waktu
the
tu.
open qualifiers, if
Aku
it's the
aku
female
assistant coach.
qualifiers,
Sora
every
analyst waktu tu
single
waktu tu.
group that they're in, there has to be champions. There has to be
Kalah out je guys,
champions.
kalah
There'll
out.
always
Betul-betul
be
dengan Sora. Waktu
favorites.
tu
I
Sora
have no
analyst.
idea what
Yang SEA Games
luck
baru
that
ni
they
Sora
had
head
for
coach,
5 years
Rezvin
straight.
assistant.
They're always grouped up with champions. I don't know what's
Analyst
going
diorang
on.
bawa
I swear it's not
siapa
planned.
nama
Yeah,
dia?
for this year though, shout outs to Mirko.
Shout outs to Mirko.
Siapa ah? Siapa
He
analyst dia?
was the one drew it and then you know
Season
what?
lepas Haru
See
tak?
how
Haru
he-
dengan
he's a
tim
script
laki guys.
writer.
Haru dengan tim
He's a
laki.
script writer.
He's a script writer. He just needs to fill us in.
Live
with
kat
the
Paris
script,
kan?
right?
RTZ
I think
live
that
kat
would help
Paris.
us out a lot here on the desk. But it is tough, right, for Gen G. Fortunate fire.
Tak
though.
boleh
My
nobar dengan
goodness,
streamer
it
lain
only
screen. Tak
makes
boleh
a
tu.
big victory, especially
Kalau
think
tak aku
about
nak Discord dengan abang
Gen
Lok guys.
G making it to grand finals.
Sebab diorang kata
They
anytime
hoist the
diorang boleh
trophy.
tunjuk
They
screen
think
dekat aku
about their
and anytime
journey to
boleh
get
ada
there
macam
here for
tetamu
the
kedua masuk sebelah aku.
2026
Faham tak? Ni yang korang tengok kamera
It'll
tetamu
make
kedua.
victory all
Ha
that
ni.
sweeter.
I
Boleh
gotta
jadi
say,
tiba-tiba ada
Gen G,
orang
they
duduk sebelah aku
sacrificed
guys.
a lot. They spent quite a good time flying from North America to boot camp in
Coach
Malaysia
Gaming
just to
Gladiator
train so that you
tahun
can
lepas
face
Haru
off
kan?
against Indonesia,
tak.
Philippines, quite
Sama
strong
je,
regions
Rezvin.
in preparation for MWI.
Nasihatkan Rezvin jangan buat
Right
draft
now,
pelik Rin.
Gen G,
Aish,
what they
betul
need to
Aish,
do is
Aish.
actually simple.
Yang dorang baru-baru ni
Will
dorang
they do
champ
it or
tu
not, which
Aish
is
analyst guys. Aish
play
analyst.
back to their identity.
Let's go. Draft elok-elok. Draft elok-elok, Vin. Come on, come on, come on. Bismillah.
Here's the thing about philosophy. You're condemned when you are alive. Because when you are alive, you have freedom. When you have freedom, you will have to face your own consequences. It's not on other people. So with with a lot of options for Gen G, they gotta strip some freedom away and just be like,
For
this is
obvious
what we're good
ban.
at. We're gonna stick to it. We're not gonna go
Okay,
too crazy.
kalau korang tak nak ban Freya, korang pick Freya. Tapi jangan lepaskan Freya dekat player dorang. Tolong yang janji, tolong yang janji.
We got our pick and ban starting back up. It's a big moment for Gen G. This hero selection is going to mean quite a bit. And the big question I have is, Ashley, where is she going to decide to go? Swish she one more time? Does she go back to what we know works, which is the tank? Let's find out.
Arya main XP guys. Player dorang jungle berubah. Ha, jungle berubah guys.
Freya
Freya ban, nice. Vin, nice. Good call.
Tanky frontline setup,
Good call, Vin, good
kind
call.
of roamer for the team. The good
What up,
part is,
Rangers?
yes,
Welcome,
they
Kal,
still
welcome,
have,
Kal.
But it's not the tankiest of roamers
Rangers,
available out
betul,
there.
Rangers,
And
guys.
that particular lineup demanded them to have
Asal
one
macam Sakwi,
from
memang
Assassin.
Sakwi tu,
They
Mox.
had a marksman in the gold lane, and they had the tank in the EXP lane. lane.
Diorang akan ban
I gotta
Esme ni.
say,
Lagi
Taylor
satu ni.
as well as Briggs, one of the
Kau boleh
reasons
susun
why
ni, Vin kau nak apa. Sebab ban ketiga
IGLs
diorang
or
Esme ni.
whoever's making the call,
Kau boleh susun
they
kau nak
gotta
apa ni
use
first pick.
comfort hero is because the more you know about your hero,
Tapi
the
tak payah
less you
Valerie
have
SP
to
lah
think
Vin. Vin kau
about
tak payah
your hero.
flex-flex
Like, it frees
lah.
up a lot of
Hero
brain
kalau
space,
player
making it so
kau punya
that
full hero
you
tak
make
besar.
the right decisions. When you're
Bagi
using
je lah
something
member tu main.
unfamiliar,
Valerie
you're
kalau ni.
overthinking, how do I create my combos? How
Hi,
do
Rain.
I
Hello,
find an
Akaino.
opening?
Hello.
But if you use something that you're familiar with, you don't have to think about it. Your hands just move naturally.
Yep. And that's very important in
Sorry
this
fan girl,
scenario
biar
where
kali
you
ni fanboy
have to
menggatal
play
pula.
for
Amboi,
another for
S-Man
an
Bank kan sama.
additional
So
game
Pakito
just
Bank.
to
Okay, kau nak apa?
secure
Kalau
your
Bellery tak payah bagi
tournament
kat
life.
Arya lah guys. Aku rasa bagi je dekat
This is a
Ashley.
lot of pressure on the players.
Ashley macam
It is
tak boleh main
definitely
hero yang single target lah guys. Dia main
Ayanami
Chow.
alongside the Focus.
Chow single target semalam
Look at how
tak jadi.
much
Dia main
Arya
Selena
and not
single target tak
Ayanami.
jadi. Tadi dia main Gwyn single target tak jadi. Bagi dia hero AOE je doh, hero area of effect.
Already out of picture. I would say the strong
Minotaur
ones
ke,
like Yuzong,
Bellery ke, bagi kat dia je, bagi kat dia. Tak payah bagi Arya guys.
Consider the Atlas here. It's the first time I think we see
Bagi Arya main hero yang boleh gendong
Atlas
sikit
is
ke.
good. Belleric is good. One
Meta
honestly
sekarang,
squishy
SP.
hero that is meta is Matilda.
Apa,
But we'll see whether they pick it up. They go for the Valentina. This is, in my opinion, Briggs, very risky. I think they're picking up this Valentina to potentially deny an early Sora pick coming in from Na'Vi. But this gives Na'Vi that Belleric, and Mirai has been able to use the Belleric very well.
I agree. At least they get a Wrath of Dryad of their own if ever it does end up that way, but I guess it's a matter of comfort. Them also
Resume
resorting back to that
guys.
idea. If we want to ask it from Ashley, might as
Eh,
well
jangan
go
korek
for
hidung,
Sayori
Dorin.
as well, because Sayori
Ya Allah,
has been
Rin.
phenomenal on the Valentina either way. So maybe they're just sticking with that because it's indeed such a crucial match. But the clock gets
Cloud,
picked up.
weh.
They secure it for the team. So
Cloud
the
glue,
carry option is still going to be open for Genji. They already also see the glue on the other side if they want to match that.
Baik tu draft
Personally for
orang
me,
guys.
I would go Baxia carry.
Kenapa tak tengok
I
customer
feel like
Rin?
that's a good
Yang ni
steal
dia set
from
up terus
Na'Vi and
daripada
already a good
PC ni
matchup
yang bukan
against
set up
Blood
bukan
as
aku
well.
guys. Set up live ni pun
Baxia
bukan aku guys.
carry,
Yang
I
set up
think,
memang
keep it
production dorang.
simple. Maybe Rui on the Assassins is something we do
Kau nak main
want
apa
to
ni?
see.
Carry
but
ke?
if they're still trying
Carry
to
lagi?
figure out how the playstyle will be between an assassin jungler and a utility type, then maybe it's best to just resort to the utility.
Because honestly, if you have Valentina,
Carry Bellery.
you're kind of showing that you want to fight very early, right?
Yep.
Valentina has a lot of bursts. What she
Sora
doesn't
Bellery.
have is that range. So you need gap closers. But instead,
Minotaur, okay,
they
main power
want
hero,
to
main
go
power
with
hero.
comfort. They're picking
Okay,
up
main
the
comfort.
Minotaur.
Mino,
As
okay,
you
Mino
said,
okay.
they only
Kenapa aku
really
cakap
wanted
Mino
that
okay?
one, and now showing
Mino
the
boleh
Uranus
lawan,
as well. Keeping
boleh
the
cancel Cloud.
jungle as well as the gold lane open.
Kenapa Uranus
I think
okay?
actually might be
Uranus
pretty
boleh lawan
scary
dengan glue
because
guys.
we could potentially see a carry ban, but maybe Panda
Tapi
will
Arya
go back
memang
to
main
her
second
signature
memang main second tank
on
lah
the
guys.
qualifiers to get here into the
Memang main second
MWI,
tank.
which is
Ayo
that
Navi.
Arif.
Yeah.
Mau
Even
Dedi
recently,
Umar.
she's also been
Fans
playing a
dari
bit
Indonesia
more of
ya
a
Navi Umar.
ranger.
Mau
So
tim
we're
yang
not
Malaysia
entirely
ada
sure
kalah
if
ya.
that's going to be the option, but I
Bak
might want
Zia.
a bit more
Bak
damage
Zia.
to come in from Genji because it's really just mostly the Valentina at this point, and
Kalau
again
Bak
the carry is
Zia.
likely to be taken out by Navi from this point onwards.
Kalau
This is
korang
one
nak
of
main
those games
composition
because
ni
there's a glue.
ban lah tu dia punya
It's
YVE
not
guys.
bad for a Lancelot.
Ban lah tu
Because even
YVE
if the
dia.
glue was able to get on top
YVE,
of it,
YVE
many
satu.
dashes,
Tutup YVE satu.
fine either way. Because now that Arya is using a tank in the EXP, it means there's going to be a damage dealer. The real
Tutup
question is
YVE
what?
satu, tutup YVE
And
satu
I
guys.
want
Serius,
an
serius,
assassin
serius.
that can fight at
Vin,
level 4,
YVE,
not
Vin.
at level 15.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're considering
Cepat
it,
Vin,
but
kau
I've
dah
seen
tadi pating
like
aku ni, tak so far kena ni
the
semua ni kau
IT
buat ni.
play a Hanabi into the glue too.
It works because
It
you know
works,
just
right?
extra bounce, extra bounce.
Tutup
And
YVE.
you can't-
Okay, kena satu.
Stream B,
Cantik.
we only have one loss.
Okay, okay, okay,
I
cantik,
don't know
cantik,
about Stream
cantik.
A, but Stream B we only have one loss. So,
Satu lagi Vin
it's a viable pick. Carry gets banned
Satu
out
lagi
here because Briggs.
Vin tanya ni,
only
Rin,
problem
kita
I
nak ban
have is
apa
they
ni?
don't have the damage
Ban
profile
Vale,
for
Vin.
the glue. That's it.
Sumpah aku cakap
This
kau ban
glue
Vale.
can make or break Genji here, and now even the Bruno gets banned out. So they're really what they're showing here.
Venue sejuk tak Rin? Sejuk guys.
Squad wants to
Dalam
win.
dalam
They
aircon.
want to make sure that all the counters are out of the picture. You still have one. Actually, you have two, which is the Leslie as well as the Clint.
Yeah.
Which, because they have a Minotaur, maybe not be a bad idea.
Yeah, maybe not, but it's just the
Ben
spread
Vale,
of
Vale
damage,
ke
I
Vale,
feel
Vale,
that
Vale,
could
Vale,
be
Vale.
a problem.
Benedetta.
Nice ban. That was a perfect ban.
So much
Perfect.
XP later is
Kau main
taken out.
Uranus tu,
But I
kau
feel
boleh
like
layan
a
tu,
CC
Bennett.
is gonna come.
Kau bukan main hero
For now.
positioning pun, kau nak ban
use it.
ban
She
tu.
did use it, yes.
Valen ada double dash. Kau
And
bukan
it was
main
also
YVE.
against the Uranus, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but she definitely has a CC in her pocket.
Yeah,
kalau-
'cause she has a lot of like XP laners brought out. The Masha, but
Yeah.
that was last paired with a chip, so maybe not.
Makan
'cause
coach
you
dah
see
pukul
the
5
glue
tak? Dekat jam
instead
aku
this time.
1:05 minit baru guys.
So it's up to not Ayanami as well as their mid laner Rain to pick up their heroes at this
Rain.
point.
Mid laner Rain. Valen nak curi ulti siapa? So
Honestly,
far
if
tak ada
they
yang
want, Izushi
tak ada
will
yang
be
elok
not
lagi
bad.
guys.
There you go. Izushi is
Izushi.
picked up. It's a good counter towards the Minotaur as well as the Uranus, and it's an okay ult for the Valentina to steal, but but not the most game-changing.
It's not, it's not. So the question remains, do they want to go Leslie Clint and more linear.
Yang ni
type
jungle kena
of
damage guys
for EXP
Jungle kena
for
damage ni
gold
sebab kau dah
lane
main
here
XP Uranus
Panda.
ni.
Or do they consider some of the more
Haya.
unorthodox? Because this Uranus Minotaur, just by looking
Haya
at
lens.
them,
Haya lens.
feels like you're
Satu
meant
lagi.
to be, right?
Genji has a lineup that says we
Satu
will
lagi
live
nak main apa?
forever.
Hanabi.
Yeah.
Right? It will take us 1 week to die.
Clean.
Yeah.
Right? They have a lot
Carry.
of heal. They're gonna build Flash of the Oasis. If they haven't Hanabi, actually it makes a lot of
It
sense.
makes a lot of sense, right?
Makes a lot of sense. But the same as the Clint, same as the Leslie, heck, maybe even the Moskov. So they pick up a
Suyu.
Suyu here,
Ah.
and now they pick up a Harif. So right now, Briggs, this is
Harif.
100% comfort.
Yeah.
This is less about the strategy and more about trust.
Yep, we're not even looking at hero synergy anymore, I guess. It's just really them individually
Kanan
doing
main
their
apa
thing
ni?
and being comfortable in the heroes that they use. So it's just the EXP lane for not Ayanami that we're looking at.
Sekarang main apa? Lapu
Reverse is taken out, CC is
Lapu
still
Yuzong.
there.
Lapu kot. Aku
The
rasa
hook's
Lapu
also
dah main ni.
gone.
Technically, you can go for something like a Lapu as well. There are a few options. I feel like
Lafel
CC
dengar aku
is
cakap lah guys.
the most right. But if you want to dive, there's
Lapu
still the
Yuzong.
Lapu.
Kalau nak dive Lapu
Maybe
Yuzong.
not the
Pakito,
Yuzong 'cause
Pakito
of
ban
the
guys, Pakito ban.
Valentina, but
I think she would be
Pakito ban
brave
as
enough to
man,
try, honestly. So they pick up an
Alice.
Alice. So it's going to be a dead lane in the EXP, but during the team
Okay,
fight,
secara
look at
teori
all
draft
the
kita okay
AoE
guys. Kalau
coming
tanya aku
from
secara
Navi.
teori draft kita
Navi
okay.
is
And aku rasa
looking
draft
pretty
orang
good.
kurang damage
I gotta say,
sepatutnya.
Taylor,
Dia
Genji
keras tapi dia
putting
kurang
a
damage.
lot of trust on the individual players here.
Diorang
And I'm
lebih
okay with
sustain
that.
guys.
You know,
Maksudnya
you just
by
took a
right
heavy
kalau kita
loss.
main
You
hero,
know
kalau
that
kita
your
main
key is at
item
risk of being
yang
crushed.
boleh
What do you do?
shred,
Go
contoh
back to your
macam
comfort picks. So, like you said, Lefel, look, you don't have to
Wishing
think
Lantern,
about playing. You already know
Divine,
what your hero is
penetration
capable
buatlah
of, what it
apa-apa,
can do.
pistol ke apa
Now
ke,
you can just
sepatutnya
focus
boleh.
on the
Sepatutnya
game
boleh.
itself. Genji going with the comfort picks. Will it pay
Jawapan
off?
Alice,
That's the
Harit
big
juga. Memang
question
kena harapkan
because
damage
Navi
Harit
is
guys.
knocking on the door of the knockout bracket. They want to reclaim gold. They want the championship. But
Okay,
will
aku rasa
Genji shut 'em
aku rasa
down
ni boleh menang
one
kot.
more
Aku rasa boleh menang kot
time?
kan.
Let's find out. Athena, Gideon, take it away.
Aku rasa boleh menang kot guys.
Match point here, and Genji trying to find the equalizer to turn it into the game 3. So far, Navi PH has been playing real good, but this draft has been
Valen boleh main ulti Alice kat sini guys.
When you
Valen boleh main
thought
ulti
they
Alice
were
kat sini.
not going to give a good ultimate to Valentina right at the very
Suara kasar
end,
tak boleh slow
they
sikit.
get
Boleh
the
guys.
Throne of Ruin.
Kuat sangat
Okay, that took quite of a U-turn here for the draft for Navi. But for Genji, that is quite fortunate, right?
Okay tak
They
sekarang?
finally get something that
Kenapa
is
diorang tak
very
ambil
useful
carry kot? Tak sure
in
guys.
terms of clashes
Maybe
here
diorang
for
nak
Sayori.
carry ni dia kena ada
And
pair.
speaking of
Maksudnya
the
kena ada orang
comforts
swap
as
dia.
well,
Macam
sticking to
Chow
what
ke.
you know best, even with your eyes closed.
Maksudnya kena ada hero
Let's
yang
see if
campak
that would
enemy ke
reflect
arah dia.
heavily as well
Ataupun
here
yang
for
boleh
the
pegang
playstyle
enemy.
for Genji.
I want to see how this is going to play out,
Carry ban. Oh yeah.
especially
Masih kuat. Aku rasa masih kuat. Aku rasa
I
masih
feel like
kuat.
there's going to be kind of nothing burgers in the laning phase, especially both sides. And I mean, look at even Ayanami as well as Arya having a wet noodle fight here over a Lithal Wanderer as they
Okay, tak
use
sekarang.
EXP on the top side. One minion already gone here for the Alice.
Yep. It's all about who's going to find the,
Ni okay kot, okay.
first
Okay,
slot
tengok.
here. And as you mentioned, we're not gonna be seeing a lot of team fights yet. Or even
Yang ni XP sama-sama tak mati tu guys ni.
It's all about roaming around. and
Sama-sama tak mati Ren. Ya, sama-sama tak mati tu.
assistance
Uranus
and
Alice ni.
needed here
Kalau
for
diorang
Navi.
nak try adu mekanik dekat lane, tak habis tu.
Most importantly, it's about maintaining the tempo. Both compositions kind of want to play the fights really slow. They're looking for the high impact engages and early rapid boots here from
Yang baru masuk jemput follow guys. Kalau Genji kalah terus out ke? Terus out guys.
Somewhat of a vision, but not a
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Get the first blood. We might see that.
Let's go guys, let's go, let's go.
Body of Panda,
Terbaik Bang Ren.
but
Thank you,
the
thank you, thank
assistance
you.
here for Ashley. Now in a few seconds, it's going to be the turtle up
Dulu
in
ni
the
kacau,
mix,
guys.
and it's Mirai finding her way already here to try and predict things on where members of
Arya
Genji
jaga Arya,
will
Arya
be
jaga Arya.
focusing their lots for.
Buang ulti kau
lose
tu.
a little bit tempo off of this. Mirai have to reposition as they're looking.
Bukannya
for
patut
the
Harit
right
boleh menang
targets.
ke Ren?
In this case, it's
50-50.
gonna be
Harit Cloud
Rui.
50-50.
Mirai did this the last time, right? Made Rui's life
Apa problem
really,
Genji ni
really
Ren?
difficult.
Satu,
But now that Rain is
tak tahulah.
level
Draft
4,
diorang
look at the positions.
yang
Okay,
buat diorang
it's
kalah semalam
Arya
draft yang
on the
macam
side
nak flex.
to
Arya,
watch
lama lah kat situ
it.
Arya.
And it gave Keishi the perfect first blood. Rain with a force creeps to the beacon. And assistance with a
salah dia ni.
non-Ayanami resulting onto a kill.
Salah dia
That's
ni.
2 members down. XP
Dia macam ni tau guys. Dekat dalam ML punya pergerakan, dalam dunia ML pergerakan, dia ada panggil rule of triangle. Maksud rule of triangle tu, kau tak boleh gerak, kau tak boleh duduk. Ada ulti, ada ulti, ada ulti. Kau tak boleh duduk dekat bush yang enemy yang teammate kau tak ada dekat dalam area triangle. Sebab apa? Sebab team tak boleh bagi damage in case kalau kau kena apa-apa. Macam position Arya tadi tu sebenarnya consider offside guys. Walaupun dekat dengan turtle tapi position tu kira offside. Sebab apa kira offside Rain? Sebab kalau kena punish dengan enemy tak ada siapa boleh backup dia. Kira macam dia seorang-seorang kat situ. Mati ni. Mati.
Even tanking up most of the turret damages.
Aduh. Ambil pun kau ulti Elise. Sabar guys. Terus support guys. Tak boleh macam tu Arya, kau spell tak ada, apa tak ada.
Oh my gosh. This is kind of heartbreaking, especially for Arya.
Nice,
To be
baik.
punished like this
Kau spell
onto the
tak
early
ada.
parts of the game. Could you imagine that?
She still
Sabar
survived though.
guys.
She played it as well as she possibly could. Waited till the very last second. Waited for Ayanami to try and commit to the Thorn Ruin before committing to her mobility skill, knowing that at any point Keishi could try
Sebab
to
itulah guys, kalau
overheat
dekat
the
scene
shield
perempuan,
unity. Either ways, play perfectly well
kau tak boleh
despite
nak
the scenario.
terlalu flex
It's all
pick
about
sangat.
surviving
Faham tak?
first.
Flex pick sangat.
Then we
Dan
see
semalam diorang
a
flexkan
plan
Selena
for
letak kat
Genji.
roam. Hari
As
ni
you
first game
mentioned,
diorang
it's all
flex
about
pickkan
the
Valerie
balance
letak kat
too,
XP.
on what Arya
Dekat
can
scene perempuan,
maximize
kau
with
tak
the
boleh expect
heroes
full
such as
hero diorang
Cyrus.
macam
This is
lelaki
quite
guys.
different with what we're used to seeing for
Lelaki
her.
pun ada masalah
Let's
full
see for
hero.
now for Navi PH.
Korang bayangkan kalau perempuan.
Also
Sebab
taking their
playtime
time
perempuan
before the turtle
lagi
responds,
tak
and
banyak
Arya
guys.
just goes in with a cut, same as not Ayanami. Now they slowly make their way downwards.
Kenapa Puri Rin? Diorang takut mini stun tu. Ulti Alice sebab Zia punya lompat dengan Zuxin punya stack. Let's play nanti rule of triangle lah. Macam ni guys, macam ni. Contoh tengok Arya kalau diorang ke depan, kenapa yang ni Malaysia salah guys? Rule of triangle diorang. Cuba korang tengok rule of triangle diorang kat turtle tadi. Dekat area bush yang kecil tu dengan bush yang panjang tu, area Philippine, area Team Navi ada 5 orang. Dekat Malaysia ada 3 orang je. So, walaupun kau duduk berdekatan, boleh bagi backup, tapi teammate kau tak ada, tak cukup orang. Dia macam mana tau, kau main roam, kau tak setiap masa kau kena secure semua bush. Kau kena secure bush yang team kau nak lalu, faham tak? Kalau macam kau duduk depan jauh sorang-sorang tapi tak ada teammate pun, kau boleh kena bantai guys. Enemy tapi rotation Navi baik kan guys. Diorang 5 man turtle guys. Kena mental lah ni.
Retribution as well. They're unable to peel it off. I think that at this point,
Tolonglah
Ruin as
menang.
well as Sayori need to kind of work together to give that opportunity to kind
Triangle dia
of
macam teorem Pythagoras lebih kurang guys. Tak, rule of triangle ni maksudnya in terms of kau kena duduk dekat position yang team boleh backup dan team boleh bermain dengan kau. Kalau kau duduk dekat position yang tiba-tiba seorang kat situ, dia dekat dalam MOBA, dia ada lagi satu term tau. Selain daripada position offside, boleh jadi juga engkau tak offside, tapi engkau berada dalam posisi yang boleh ditangkap. Faham tak maksud aku? Dia macam mana macam korang misalkan cakap lah Rin, kalau dia boleh ditangkap maksudnya dia offside tu. Tak semestinya. Boleh jadi position kau sebenarnya okey je. Tapi disebabkan enemy boleh flick ke, boleh sprint ke, boleh dash ke belakang ke, menyebabkan itu yang menyebabkan korang ditangkap. Main Harit. Lambat kau Puri tu. Bas, satu. Dapatkan satu. Jaga step Panda. Dapat satu. Risky position. Berat ni Rin, tak apa. Sabar guys. Late game kita menang guys. Late game by right Genji menang. Sebab damage akan menang Genji. Kau tak ada mana tu lagi le. Jangan mati Patut. Apa yang patutnya diorang buat Rin? Patutnya Panda tu reset. Lepas tu diorang ready nak 5 man turtle. Ni disebabkan dia balik ni, diorang tak boleh turtle lah. Dah lah Arya, kau tak payah buka-buka dah tu Arya. Tim kau tak nak backup. Kau tak payah buka-buka dah tu.
secure.
Tim kau tak nak pergi. Kau daripada semalam 2 hari nak pergi dekat area turtle, tapi tim kau tak nak pergi. Tim kau tak nak pergi. Jungler kau pun tak nak pergi. Macam mana kau nak contest turtle? Jungler kau tak ada.
Then it's on right now. The majority of the lead is actually onto Kenshi and Mirai. Yes, Mirai will give you just a little bit of. Oh wait, actually Mirai is overscaling.
Santai guys. Boleh lagi ni. Kita try tengok late game. Kita try tengok late game.
No more passive gold for Mirai.
No, because Mirai actually noticed.
Santan.
Hey, I could be anywhere in every.
Nak harit late game ni betul guys. Harit betul. Nak harit lah guys.
Like imagine
dengan
that
Suyu.
she's doing the right
Suyu pun ada je damage sebenarnya kalau betul-betul dapat item.
Compromising so much of Rui's jungle. Like onto the level comparison.
Depa ni bergaduh ke tak tahu ke? Tak tahu guys. Okay, tengok position. Dekat map ni korang belajar tengok position je guys, macam mana pergerakan. Nampak 5 orang ready nak punish bawah terus guys. Mati. Rui mati. Rui! Lari. At least kejar kau. Lari. Dah tu yang korang yang backup ni team ada ke tak? Yang korang nak backup ni team ada ke tak?
Oh, they can't cleanly walk away. They can't really open up the map, especially with this glue. They've lost pretty much every potential out here. This is just a slow and painful death from this point onwards. Mirai can use the ult again if she wanted to, but really there's no need to. The discipline coming out from Navi PH right now is looking great.
Earlier in the draft, we were kind of concerned that they didn't ban out the Harry. They kind of took a U-turn onto picking up the allies as well. Now we do understand, even though Sayori
Navi diorang pandai, betul lah, yang tu betul juga. Navi diorang pandai positionkan diri diorang dekat map. Maksudnya kalau diorang nak punish orang ni, nak dive turret, macam mana positionnya. Game apa yang Rio tu Rin, LOL. Bapak aku sampai sini meremang tu dengar diorang punya ni, shoutcasting. Guys yang belum follow dulu guys, yang belum follow dulu. Dekat YT yang belum subscribe dulu guys. Yang dekat TT pun saya minta tolong korang boleh subscribe ke YT saya. Lari, harit keluar, panda, dah keluar. Keluar panda, tolong ah. Ashley. Dapat tak glue? Sap. Kau tak ada sekali bisa ke? Okey, dapat satu. Okey, dapat satu. Thank you for the follow, Biscuit Mimpi.
At least they were able to get one.
GG out ke ni? Kalau kalah ni out guys. Kalau GG kalah ni diorang out.
At this stage of the game, 10 minutes and we still have some holy shieldings to
Tak
work
apa.
with. So at least for Genji,
Thank you Bang Dekal, Nial, Manzi for the follow. Tunjuk item please. Itulah tu, tunjuk item duk. Gerak area. Padahal ambil Zuxin, ambil Uranus, sebenarnya Zuxin dah tak ada damage nak burst Uranus tu guys. Tapi disebabkan Arya seorang-seorang tetap turun juga damage. Susah gameplay tak sekepala, betul tu. Yang tu obvious lah guys. Gameplay tak sekepala lah guys. Thank you Faris Mazlan, Mira for the follow. Sabar tu guys. Nampak guys, diorang ambil turret pun sama-sama guys. Berlima diorang ambil turret. Kita nak defend, tak ada numbers pun nak defend guys. Seorang, 2 orang, 3 orang ke?
Now Sayori is forced to somehow copy the Crimson Beacon for extra survival.
Tak cantik ni guys. Tak cantik ni.
Onto the clash.
And honestly, I think that Genji could have taken advantage of the fact that they were going for the conceal, right? Because they should be aware that the battle spells of both Mirai as well as Ayanami were still on cooldown. So there was technically no way.
Diorang main ragu-ragu betul. Yang tu nampak paling obvious guys. Sorry du jangan. Kenapa du Res? Tank paling belakang geram aku sabar du ni. Sabar du. Faham geram, sabar. Nampak guys, nampak macam ni kan? Kalau tim kau tengah kena poke, engkau poke lah orang yang tengah poke tim kau balik. Faham tak? Sebab tim kau tengah kena poke ni, maksudnya tim kau tengah tadah damage daripada opponent ni. Engkau as damage dealer, engkau poke orang yang tengah poke tim kau. Sebab enemy tu tengah tak poke kau, dia poke teammate kau. Faham tak? Macam mana teammate kena poke pun semua tengok je guys.
That is quite the opening actually, the small opening but still that is
tak ada teamwork, betul-betul tak ada teamwork. Woi Rin, kau yang main Zuxin tu Rin. Tak. Aku korang tahu kan macam mana anti-nya aku dengan Zuxin kan. Mustahil aku yang main Zuxin tu guys, mustahil. Okay. Let's go. Kalau korang tak confident nak fight, berapa gol lead Berapa gol lead Alamak, aku tertutup pula. Jap.
At this point, right? Ideally, they would have finished the game a little bit earlier. They have a 7.1k, which is a phenomenal
7.1k.
lead. This next score should be the final nail in the coffin once it's right at the base. The question is, how does Gen G, knowing that this might just be their last chance
7k
here,
better buat apa Rain kalau aku defend dulu tu.
it's either they somehow steal the Lord
Lot
or
13.
they annihilate Navi.
Guys, buat apa ni guys? Guys, buat apa ni guys?
It's going to be a nice setup here for Ashley, but not enough still. It's Navi Peace chasing them all around the map, and the one is not a position that you would want her to. And Marai single-handedly zoning up 2 members in a row with a grab as well, taking a hold of Sayori. And 2 members immediately down, which is kind of good, would be helpful in some way for Genji if they manage to survive. But for Navi, PHA just want to continue their dominance, targeting Arya in the process. And there's going to be a ladder flare. Saucer stacks as well, enough to totally tore her down. Rui and Ashley are left to defend for their base.
Elok-elok benda boleh defend kalau enemy dapat lot pun guys. Jangan cakap nak defend, kena end terus. Ya Allah.
Spirit's broken here, but it's going to be Navi who moves on to that next stage. A beautiful game, so tactical,
Runner up kalah guys
but most importantly, no way for the enemy team to breathe.
Runner up kalah guys
To Navi. We're going to be
hello Nuele, hello.
I gotta know what is going on through their minds, especially after a
Astagfirullahaladzim.
well, I wouldn't say
Tak apalah. Bukan rezeki dorang lah kali ni guys.
day one.
Kita harapkan tim Reyang guys. Kita harapkan tim Reyang guys. Tim Reyang untuk membawa nama Malaysia guys. Orang layak tu knockout stage, kita tak layak kita pula Genji tak layak Tak apalah Arya. Nice try lah Arya, nice try lah. Aku rasa next ni kau suggest lah Arya, kau main roam ke? Susah sikit lah Arya ni. Susah sikit. And jungler diorang pun tukar kan. Yang ni jungler baru kan. Jungler diorang sebelum ni siapa kan? Tiramisu tak guys? Jungler yang waktu diorang nombor 2. Waktu diorang nombor 2 yang kalah dengan Vitality Cup final.
Thank you so much. You fought valiantly and your journey ends here.
Balik guys. Arya balik. Jungler kurang. Ya tu kurang guys. Nicolette tu pergi mana guys? Nicolette ni. Yang ni nampak diorang tak ada chemistry ya guys. Jungler pun kenapa aku ada problem sekali sebab tak nampak diorang nak fight. Tak nampak diorang nak fight turtle pun guys. Waktu nak fight turtle Arya ke depan, show dekat turtle. Junglernya gila. Okay guys, korang tengok dulu. What's my plan? I want to go lunch. Yeah, I want to go lunch. So guys, korang tengok dia pecahkan apa semua ni dulu. Aku pergi lunch ya guys. Team Ray main bila? Pukul 12 malam korang guys. Pukul 12.30 pagi. Sampai 100 ki. Aduh YM. Baik, siap. Thank you for tap screen. Dah maghrib ni nak siapa? Aku dekat Paris. Aku tengah siang, tengah berderang ni. Korang tu korang pergi maghrib dulu. Aku pun nak pergi makan. Okay guys. Jumpa sekejap lagi guys.
And you might potentially see Geltec or Team Raeyang. Who do you think you might be meeting there?
For me, any of the teams. Yeah.
Any of the teams, but which one would you be more ready for or excited about?
I mean what? Any teams, pero maybe Malaysia, Team Ray.
Oh, why?
I think we play good against them.
All right, so we're excited to see how that pans out later. But take your walk of victory and please claim your prize of this key that's about to be crushed. Take your walk of victory.
Last year's runner-up key is about to be crushed as Navi took the run back and run away with it. It is time for another key crushing moment as the dreams of the NA region are getting shattered and evaporated. As always, you know the drill. Or can I call this a drill if it's not a crushing moment itself? It is time for the key to be set and to be absolutely destroyed. Unfortunate for last year's runner-up, but Gen.G out of the tournament in the hands of Navi. It is time to go for the security check as always, as the key is now ready to be absolutely punched up. One key less in this tournament as we're getting close to our knockout rounds. Ooh, this actually sends shreds left, right, and center. Another team out of the tournament, and of course, once again, congratulations to Team Navi. You guys will be back later in the tournament. We wish you the best of luck. And of course, after a brilliant victory, it's time for you guys to celebrate, take a rest, and be back after with hopefully another shattered key between your hands. Without further ado, let's take a look at the highlights.
The hope of NA has fallen. Gen.G unfortunately will no longer have a chance to go back into grand finals and reclaim what they narrowly lost last year to Vitality, which opens up a spot in grand finals. Who's it going to be? Well, maybe Navi. An impressive win, 2-0. They have officially punched their ticket into the knockout stages. We talked about the hero selection, Gen.G going with their comfort picks. I get the idea. Unfortunately, it did not work out. But what a titan that has just fallen.
Yeah, I gotta say, so we will be talking about a game, but talk about this. There's a possibility of a 24 champion against a 25 champion in the grand finals. Now that is crazy. But talking about that game just now, we discussed how the previous series, that one mistake at the late game cost you the game. Unfortunately for Gen.G, that one mistake in the early game where Arya was just in too deep in Navi territory, and Navi having that Boxia denied Uranus of that heal, that was the mistake that gave everything to Navi.
Yeah, it's understandable. You expect the Uranus to just be very aggressive in the lane, potentially go for those early cuts, but it's different. Now you look at Navi and their lineup, they're also very tanky dudes who are just prepared to fight you on in the early stages of the game. And it just snowballed into more and more kills to the most unfortunate targets. I think Rui followed next after that kill onto Arya. So these two anchors already falling down meant a lot for Gen.G.
It was Navi taking the win. Let's take a look at their path to victory through our first moments. And we're deep into the game at this point now, 10 minutes in. You can already see a goal disparity between the two. Navi at this point already has a severe lead.
I would say this is actually very impressive by Gen.G. I honestly thought they would have been wiped out, but somehow, some way, they were able to kite long enough that they're able to kill Mirai. And honestly, I think at that point, they're like, hey, maybe we can win this, but 7,000 gold is just too hard to keep up.
Yeah, Gen.G had multiple instances wherein they just really worked together to keep each other safe. It's surprising, although that's not the kind of mid to late game you want to see from them, because again, evidently they were on a Suyo, they also had a Harith, which I think they also really thought hard about, because that's where their main carries are going to revolve around. But the fact that the ones who were supposed to protect their carries already fell in the early stages, it hurt them a lot and was hard to come back from.
We have one more key moment to victory. Let's take a look, obviously, as Navi starts to again close that vice grip, taking down Gen.G. Ultimately, we're now 13 minutes in, and the troops are pushing forward.
This is where Navi was being very patient. They understood the intentions of Gen.G, which is Gen.G tried to take a surprise fight against Na'Vi around that Lord. Na'Vi smelled it a mile away and just waited for Gen G to expose themselves and then go in and then fight because they know they had the advantage. At that point, there was nothing Gen G could do.
Yeah, it was a very honest lineup too for Gen G. You could see the kind of plays they would go for a mile away. You know that it just should be typically starting from Ashley. Sayori, most of the time, did get the Throne of Ruin a couple times, but it was just mostly just keep her teammates safe. And we didn't really get to see her play the aggressive type of Valentina that she successfully did in game number 1.
It was a blockbuster matchup for sure. Long-standing history between the two, not only in MWI, but also here, or excuse me, last year, whenever it comes to the knockout stages. And it is the revenge arc now for Na'Vi. They've already won 3/5 of the roster in 2024. They're looking to do it again. Did they show to you, LaFell, a lot of strengths during this matchup? Because, again, you mentioned their hero selection, their hero pool, right? They have a plethora of heroes that they can use. With that deep amount of hero selection, I mean, for me, versatility, that mentions, for me, I think a champion. I think Na'Vi could very well make a deep run.
They showed improvement, and that's very important because they started off looking very shaky. A lot of their fans showed doubts, like, are we sure this is the Na'Vi that we thought could be champions? This is nothing that we hoped for. But then, day 2 of MWI, they started slow, but they got there. And today against Gen G, they look like they're in 2024 prime position to win it again.
Man, and also, too, for Gen G, losing out on this means they don't get club championship points for that organization. But Na'Vi potentially does, and they need them because last year they had a storied run. This year, they want to do the same, and this is one step forward in the right direction for this Na'Vi organization. If you had to give an MVP to one of the Na'Vi members from those 2 maps,
easy.
Who would you give it to?
Easy, not Ayanami. Game 1 on that Freya, always give pressure towards the damage dealers. And then on that Alice, how many of those setups was like highlight-worthy, TikTok-worthy highlights? Those were amazing engages by not Ayanami.
Plus the game-deciding play also, which happened in the first few minutes of the game, was all because of not Ayanami. It happened in her lane. It happened towards her counterpart, which was Arya. So I think it's very well deserved of her to get the MVP of the series, if ever we did have any.
Not Ayanami getting a lot of attention, not only in our content pieces, but also out there on the stage. And now things start to get real. Up until this point, it's been double elimination, but now we're moving into the knockout stages. What does that mean?
In the knockout stage, the stakes escalate with every single step. Teams start in a best-of-3 quarterfinal before advancing to an unforgiving best-of-5 semifinal. Teams who fall short of the grand finals will be granted the opportunity for a podium finish in the third-place match. Finally, the top 2 teams battling for the title in the best-of-7 grand finals. In this single elimination format, every match is do or die. On the world stage where dreams are shattered and history is made, a monumental $500,000 prize pool and crucial club championship points are on the line. But only one team will rise above. In the first of 2 MLBB championships at EWC, who will be crowned the queens of MLBB? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MWI at EWC 2026.
Again, Na'Vi getting a big win over Gen G. For Stream B, that match also comes to a conclusion. It was Team Falcons Mena going against Foot Esports. Team Falcons Mena with a 2-0 win. Again, massive for the Falcons organization, who went back-to-back in the club championship. Now they've got 2 teams represented, and they're trying to catch up to first place, which is tied with 3 teams, one of those being 100 Thieves. Falcons Mena, strong team making it through, defeating Foot Esports. Is this an upset, a surprise, or should we have expected that result?
Honestly, I expected it because despite Foot having the upper hand or the upper foot against Falcons for quite a long time, I believe that after seeing their game in Stream B, I'm like, you know what? they're kind of like Na'Vi. They started off slow. They were trying to figure out their identity, but once they figure it out, it's game over. There's nothing you can do to stop them.
I was supposed to say it's very similar, not because of just the slow starts, but also because of the veterancy, which I think took a bit of download time before they eventually were able to flesh it out and really guide the other members of the team. Because again, if you will remember, in Team Falcons MENA, they are really very experienced players when it comes to the international competitive scene.
Absolutely. Well, Falcons MENA get that big win, which means our knockout bracket is about to be at least drawn up. But until then, we have Rose with an interview with one of the players from Na'Vi.
Hey guys, Keshi here from Na'Vi. First of all, congratulations on qualifying to the knockout stages. We feeling good?
Yeah, thank you.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your journey in MWI this year, because as we can see from the first 2 days of MWI, Na'Vi's performance shocked everybody else because it looked rather shaky. So tell me, what did you guys fix in order to get a very clean win today?
I think we just adjusted our communication because the first 2 days it was not clear, and I think it's because of pressure.
Pressure as the only sole representative of the Philippines, right? Okay, now I gotta ask you, would you consider this a statement match? Because we know, first of all, there is history. Gen.G ended your journey in the last year MWI. And second, a lot of people started doubting you guys as the title contenders. So what do you think?
I think it's a statement, yeah.
Are you happy with the statement you put out today?
Yeah.
Proud of
Very
your
happy,
performance?
yeah.
How would you rate your performance today?
I think 10 out of 10, but there's still a game later, so we'll see.
All right, we'll see. And you know what, Keshi, since the Filipinos are in the knockout stages, is there perhaps anything you'd like to say to the Filipino supporters back at home?
Thank you for supporting us, and continue supporting us for our game later.
Thank you, Keshi.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for that interview. Keshi from Na'Vi in good spirits, and rightly so, after a big win against last year's runner-up of Gen.G. But their work isn't done just yet. They've got more to do in the knockout stages, which is going to be coming up very shortly. But for our elimination matches, they are done at least for the group play. But as knockouts start to come in, there's a lot to talk about because there's some potential big matchups at play here. We take a look at our Group A bracket, how it ended up unfolding. And LaFell, obviously, yesterday we started with Team Falcons Indonesia, or it should be 2 days ago now, Team Falcons Indonesia versus Seda Esports. And Seda impressed us all with a big win. The Falcons Indonesia, they weren't done just yet, taking down not only Twisted Minds, but also moving forward to potentially having a chance in the knockout stage to make history.
I gotta say, Group A is looking absolutely amazing. Team Ray Young as well as Galtech, it looks so good. Seda, that was a surprise. I'm really looking forward to see how they will perform in a knockout stage.
And Bree, this bracket, this Group B bracket is insane. We had 3 Titans come in. Unfortunately, one of them would be eliminated.
Yep, it's been perfect records for at least Team Vitality and Galaxy Phoenix as they secured their tickets to the knockout stage, but things seem pretty closer for the lower bracket matches that we got to see here in Group B. A lot of unexpected results as well, because even MIBR Loss, who we did see push Team Vitality to the limit, eventually didn't make it after all.
Unfortunately not, but fortunately for all of you, it's Rhino Day. Brand new interactive effect for Rhino Day is available now. Check it out and join the celebration. Get involved. Rhino Day, it's hype. We love it. MLBB doing things right out here. Man, coming up, though, is going to be the knockout bracket. Super excited for this one, and it's unique and fun because the competitors themselves will be choosing who they want to play, and for whoever's not chosen, well, they unfortunately will have to play whoever the other ones do not pick. So starting off, it's going to be Galaxy Phoenix choosing first. They ended up being the #1 seed because, well, throughout our brackets, all of our teams in the upper bracket finished 2-0. We needed a decider to figure out who would be seated higher, and it came down to time finish, which Vitality now probably scratching their heads thinking, we wish we probably would have known that. I don't know if they did, because they went, what, 26 minutes? They could have had first pick.
Yeah, I feel like they're a bit upset with JG. JG also made their game win a little bit slower.
Yeah.
And this, honestly, right now for Galaxy Phoenix, they're choosing for themselves as well as Vitality.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like for the teams in Group A, they're like, please choose us. We don't want to fight against Vitality, which, I don't know, personally for me, I think if they were to choose anyone.
It's either Seta or Falcons ID.
That's right.
I think they would choose Falcons ID.
Oh.
Falcons ID, Bree, I want to hear your opinion
think
in
Falcons ID.
just a second, because we got a theory craft on which matchup would be better. But Muton is doing things right when it comes to EWC, and we have two incredible events, one happening now and one happening in just a week or a couple weeks' time. Check it out. It's MLBB for the next 3 weeks, and we love it, and I know you at home love it as well. MWI, we're moving on. Groups are done, and now it's all about the knockout stage. Single elimination, and I'm ready to theory craft. You kind of highlighted it, brought it up a little bit. Let's revisit it. Now, for the seeding, based upon timing, because they all had the same 2-0 record, Galaxy Phoenix will be the #1 seed. Team Vitality will follow. Geltec Cyber Team just behind them, and then Team Ray Young will be #4, which means Galaxy Phoenix is going to have the first choice. And they have a choice either between Falcons Indonesia or Seda Esports. Now, the scary thing is, the one not chosen by Galaxy Phoenix has to play Vitality.
Actually, now that I think about it, it's better for them to go up against Seda because Falcons ID, Vitality, they're from the same region. They have a lot of information with each other. So I feel like the smart move would just let them play because you would get so much information out of that.
Oh, that's true. And I believe it could be somewhat of a double-edged sword if you have very limited information about Seda overall. But at the same time, you might just want to risk the edge of having more experience compared to a newly coming region to the competitive stage of MWI.
And you got to think for Falcons Indonesia, though, if they are chosen, one of the things, Galaxy Phoenix matchup will be taking place first.
Oh.
So Falcons Indonesia goes from matchup straight into matchup. Now, talking such a short time period, Lefel, how do you prep in that such a short time span? Because, man, you're going from a match on B stream straight in to the mainstream.
Honestly, it's quite weird, but some players actually prefer it just for one simple fact, which is you got your warm-up. Because some players, if they play and then 2 hours, 3 hours of doing nothing, they just start to slow down. So some players is like, yes, we are good now, let's just go now. And instead of thinking about what your opponent is doing, just focus on what you're doing. And then after game one, hopefully your coach can figure out what to do game number 2.
Yeah, at first does not seem as favorable. It comes along with being in the lower bracket and having to survive through all those elimination matches. But at the same time, especially if it happens in the same day, might as well just keep the ball rolling because you've already started playing anyway.
Hey, the comms are flowing, and Sadia had a chance to get our listeners from day number 2. Let's hear what the competitors were saying during their matches.
Hey guys, Sayori here from Gen G, and she looks rather upset after the loss up against Navi. So let's talk a little bit about the game first of all. I know you guys came in rather confident, especially because you guys were the one that sent Navi home last year. What happened? What fell short in today's match?
Honestly, we did come in confident. We knew that we could beat Navi, but I think just in game, I think how we usually play just didn't it just didn't go into the game, and maybe communication was off and our play style, because this was not how we usually play, and we know that we're way better. So yeah,
I understand.
It was just very disappointing that we didn't lose. Yeah.
I understand. Losing is never easy. So I want to ask you, throughout your journey in MWI this year, and you know what, throughout your journey, throughout all MWIs over the years, what is the biggest key lessons that you always take home with you?
Honestly, I think the biggest key lesson is that, honestly, me and my team and everyone else can always push to be better. Since I saw during this MWI, there was a lot of upsets at the start. So there's not ever just one person on top. You know, anyone can take the crown. So yeah, there's a lot of contenders this year.
Yeah, nothing is impossible. So what's next for Sayori?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. We have to stay tuned. I'm very confident with my team. We are very close. We've been playing for a while, and with the addition of Rui as for this year, but it just really depends on the direction of everyone else. So yeah, I'm just gonna follow.
And you know what? I think to wrap this up, since a lot of people were definitely rooting on you guys as a title contenders, is there anything at all you want to say to your fans out there?
I just want to say thank you for supporting, and hopefully you'll see us next year playing other tournaments. But yeah, we'll come back way stronger.
I hope to see you guys come back stronger next year.
Yes.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Sayori.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for the great interviews, getting the coverage out there with the players where they matter most. Gen G on their exit interview, still in high spirits, it seems. They want to come back even stronger next year.
Yeah, I always feel sad when I see teams have to exit without them playing their best game, or without them being able to play the kind of play style that you know they're used to playing. And it's unfortunate it happened to Gen G, but I'm glad to hear that they're just looking to come back stronger the next time we see them.
Yeah, we don't want to lose them, right? We definitely want to see them come back. NA needs a solid representation, and Gen G is that good representation. Hey, like I said, throughout day 2, there was a lot of great comms, and Sadia had a chance to listen in.
Main guys. Nice. Ako masa satu Jod. Dadah guys. Jessica. Nice go guys. Dadah, gak usah. Nih. Aku cari nyawa. Aku cari nyawa guys. Carry. Nice bro guys. Thank you guys. Ya kita boleh menang. Main. Bodoh nice. Thank you, Rotan. Mon, udah setengah, Mon. Ayo, gas aja, Pets. Lihat gua ya. Hanabi. Udah ikis Hanabi. Gua uji 13. Lihat gua nih. Gua ke Hanabi. Hanabi, guys. Hanabi, lihat gua, guys. Gua nggak nyampe sana. Aku yang bunuh. Aduh, tanya. Mon, gas, Mon. Marcelnya di sini, guys. Gak ada ikis ya, lihat Marcel tuh. Aman. Yuk, lap yuk. Nice. Kasih gua aja clear, guys.
Thank you, Sadia, for the radio comms. That was yesterday, and it was Falcons Indonesia. Given the good comms, man, they were talking away.
Yeah, as well as Team Rain. Let me just say, I understand both teams, and even I need subtitles, because that was, I know the language, but there was so much, and I was like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's when you know they're hyped.
That's when you know they're hyped. And good communication is when you hear one thing, and that's just who you want to target. Jessica. That's it.
That's right.
That's all you need.
I always love listening to comms across multiple esports because it's chaotic and sometimes fun to decipher, as you were saying, LaFell. Hey, EWC's doing a lot of things right. Check out this EWC play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard stuck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, it feels like overkill to me.
The knockout stage draft is just minutes away from taking place, where the opponents get to choose their opponents. It's going to be a lot of fun, and the stare downs are going to be entertaining for sure. Still, though, we need to discuss the other side of the bracket. We talked about Galaxy Phoenix, whether they play against Falcon Indonesia or Seda Esports. They have that choice. The other gets to play Vitality. But on the other hand, Geltec Cyber Team comes in. They were the number 3 seed, but because of where they were in the groups, they get the first pick. Falcons Mina or Na'Vi. Those are the two choices. I know, Bree, you look like you're in pain. I'm going to give you a second to maybe think it out a little bit. How about you go first?
For me, it's easy. So how about you go first?
I am having a hard time.
I can see that.
It's easy, I am having a hard time. Like, I do not know if I want Na'Vi to be up against Geltec or if I want them to go up against Team Ray.
Oh, okay, that's actually a good point,
Right?
because honestly, for Geltec, I know the best choice for them is Falcons Mena Vega, because their playstyle of KOE playing those assassins is better against Falcons, where they sometimes put yourself in a situation where you can punish. Compared to Na'Vi, Na'Vi doesn't really make a mistake that gives the map to the opponent. So if I was Geltec, I know who I want to go up against.
Yeah, but that's not good for Na'Vi either.
It is what is it, you know?
Yeah, because they're going up against Team Ray if ever that does happen. And Team Ray were the recent, or not them, but their region has been recent champions of SEA Games as well. They've been performing really well, and it's just like a rivalry between MY, PH, ID all over again.
Who would Team Ray Young want to play, though? Like, if they obviously don't have a choice here, but if one had to be thrown their way, Falcons Mena, would it be Na'Vi? I'm going to be honest with you. Both of them just come off a hot win. Na'Vi just looked incredibly strong, taking down Gen G. I don't want to play Na'Vi under any circumstance.
Although I do have to say, Team Ray Young, I would say their strategy for this MWI is quite flexible against both, because one of the underrated players coming in from Team Ray Young is Nico, their mid laner, where she is very good at winning the lanes, but also punishing the jungler. So if they're going up against Na'Vi, Na'Vi goes with a tank jungle, I feel like she can punish that. And then if they're going up against, yeah, again, either tank or assassin, I feel like they got the answer for both, because G-Boy likes to fight against assassins. So it's kind of interesting at the mid duo, they can deal with both.
It's going to be interesting to see Geltec and Na'Vi up against each other, though, if ever that does happen, because they've been the more unorthodox teams, you know? Like, Kyoe on the likes of an Aulus even.
That was cool.
That was cool. They were able to win with that. But Na'Vi, though, when I say that they've also been unorthodox, it's not the same when you look at Geltec, who've been able to make it work. So I guess that's the only maybe problem that can happen if they do go up against each other.
I do have to say though, Geltec on that game with the Aulus,
yeah,
it was a 24-minute game, and they won 5 minutes of that game.
And if I'm not mistaken, they got a triple kill early. That's why
They won the first 2 minutes, and then lost for 19 minutes, and only won the last 3 minutes. So it's a good pick, but they lost for a long time.
Okay, so you're never really sure, but regardless, I think them picking their matchups will all be equally as interesting.
And they do get that choice, which is super unique, by the way, in like in format tournaments. you know, you got to think about it. You're walking up there, you're looking at your opponents. You've got 2 keys to select. Which one do you want to crush the most? Because it is single elimination.
Oh yeah, I feel like for all the teams, they want to crush Vitality and Navi if possible.
Of course, of course.
But honestly, like, we got to go back to Rose's interview with Sayuri. Even Sayuri said for this MWI, a lot of upsets happened in day number 1. So even if you think you made the right choice by choosing your opponents, that might not be true, right? Because everyone here is stepping up. Everyone has their own identity. So you might make a mistake and you would never know until the game ends.
Yeah, honestly, if I was a player, I'm not even sure if I'd rather do this or just have...
I would just let my coach decide.
Randomly decided as well, yeah. Because, yeah, when we did do the draw, well, not us, Mirko did the draw, you were already put up in this certain setup. You had to see like a group of death emerge eventually, but at the same time, you just had to adapt and adjust to what was already presented to you. But this is something you can make your own choice with. So whatever happens, if it doesn't go your way, who else to blame?
That's right. And see, I was about to bring that up, Bree, and that's such a good point because it's scary. When last week I was on this very stage watching a different title and a player from Na'Vi chose their opponents, he wanted the smoke, but he got it in the form of a loss, right? So you never know. You might be picking your opponent thinking you're picking the right choice because you can beat them only for you to lose. And like Bree said, you can only blame yourself. Well, enough deliberation. We now need to see action. The opponents are on stage ready to pick who they want to play in the knockout stage. Stage host, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the EWC knockout reveal. We have our teams ready for the knockout stages, and we need to see exactly who is going to be facing who. Damascus, how does this work?
Very simple. Whoever made out on the upper bracket will have a chance at picking their opponent, but that's only since everyone is tied. And as Taylor explained earlier, the ones who had the fastest game time, which means that on one side you have Galaxy Phoenix making it out on the upper side on Group B, who will be able to choose from the people who made it out of Group A lower, which is Falcons in Malaysia or Seda. And then on the other side, it is Geltec Cyber Team that will
Test mic 1, 2, 3.
Falcons and Mena. 2 Falcons.
Hello everyone.
Who are we picking?
Okay, that got me hyped up. Explanations, everybody.
Ada ke? Dengar ke semua? Yang dekat TT steady ke kat TT? Yang dekat YT okey ke yang kat YT? Harin, hello. Abang Lord gitu. Bukan. Bukan Abang Lord. Falcon ID. Zef. Dah makan ke? Dah makan dah. Makan chicken tenders. Falafel ke nama dia? Falafel kot. Falafel. Strawberry, blueberry, raspberry. Chicken pot pie. Lepas tu snack coklat guys. Snack coklat aku rembat sini lah. Rembat coklat yang sebenar guys. Allah. Uish. Saya tak. Ni drawing face ke ni guys?
Already threw down a gauntlet earlier, as you said, showed us the big time upset, or so people felt.
Oh, ni drawing face guys, drawing face Okay, let's go drawing face, let's go.
Nah, it's no upset. You're just late.
Warga YT okay ke? Senyap je warga YT.
Absolutely godlike squad right there, standing next to Falcons.
Baru start, okay, cantik. So, kita nak tengok tim Rayang guys. Siapa lawan tim Rayang? Sabar. Kita nak tengok tim Rayang guys. Ada yang cakap malam ni 12 Betul, malam ni juga guys. Siapa? Falcon Mena. Aku rasa Falcon Mena okey kot kalau tim Rayang nak lawan guys. Just ban Fanny je kot. Ataupun main draft yang menyusahkan Fanny. Antara tu lah. Nanan yang main Fanny. Yo Fanny dia.
I mean, Vitality is not picking. I don't think anyone wanna face.
Orang dapat Navi PS.
Speaking of Vitality, we do know the
Sip baik aku work from home. Ada Rain, sini introvert. Okay. Sorry warga YT aku tak kacau warga YT santai di posisi Introvert guys Apa-apa roger je. Ni Liga Perempuan ke? Liga Perempuan. Malaysia dah hantar guys tim Rayang.
Without further ado, we are ready to welcome the team captain for Galaxy Phoenix, who will get to choose between Falcons Indonesia and Seda. This is the big choice for. Remember, it is single elimination after this, so you only have one.
Apa YT Rain? YT Rain, Raintodak guys, Raintodak. Kat venue Korea, guys, kat venue. Yang ni tim, oh yang ni kuat tu guys ni. Galaxy Phoenix ni guys. Semalam aku tengok dorang main kuat, serius. Dorang ni calon champion guys kalau kau tanya aku Calon champion guys. Jungler dorang main Link kutip pedang dahsyat dok. Kenapa yang kalah pilih? Yang kalah pilih, yang menang guys. Galaxy Phoenix ni menang guys. Oh, diorang nak lawan China. Gila seru siap. Ada face off doh. Ada face off keren, ada face off doh. Satu negara satu tim je, tak silap aku champion je dapat dua tim. Tim Malaysia, Indonesia ada 2 tim guys. Seorang je kering kat venue, seorang je.
Maybe I like them.
Maybe I like them.
Now, how is China feeling about
Malaysia boleh pilih guys, Malaysia boleh pilih juga guys. Arya tak lepas guys, Arya kalah. Arya tak lepas ke knockout stage guys. Malaysia ada lepas, ada. Malaysia ada lepas guys, Malaysia ada lepas. Tim Reyang Malaysia. Belum lagi, sabar semua, belum lagi.
They are very happy to be here for the competition, to experience as an experience. So yes, this is your first matchup for the quarterfinals of the knockout stage. We have Galaxy Phoenix going up with Seda.
Oh, that's a banger. That's an absolute banger right there, Damascus. And I like the interview as well. Wholesome answer coming from the side of Seda. But we've seen a whole lot of confidence in that pick.
I love to see that. But the confidence definitely shows. And on the other side, as Cheryl said, it's a full Indonesian match with Vitality taking on Falcons Indonesia. But on that side, it is enough as we have to move to the other side. And it's now Team Geltec Cyber Team going to pull up to select between Navi and Falcons Mena. And Rob, I've got to say, you and I love the dream. I absolutely love the Geltec.
Asal bukan KOW yang naik tu.
I need one of those fits desperately after this.
That is an elite.
Aduh.
Yes.
Okay, boleh.
We are immediately
Dia pilih siapa?
Team Falcons Mena. We
Oh,
don't
dia nak lawan Falcon Mena
face Navi just yet. Geltec picking Falcons Mena. Team Ray Young will be the one to face Navi, and Cheryl is with our players on the stage.
Now this is going to be a very
Tim Ray Young lawan dengan Navi guys.
I have to ask Team Falcons Mena.
Guys, Tim Ray Young lawan dengan Navi guys.
Comments about this matchup. Are you guys excited about heading into this match?
Yeah, of course we are excited and good luck for you guys.
Anything you want to say today?
Nah.
Tim Ray Young dekat upper bracket juga. Geltec dekat upper bracket juga. Asal 2 orang yang dapat pilih guys.
And let's go. Our next team for the knockout stage.
Asal Tim Ray Young tak boleh pilih guys.
We have a Geltec Cyber Team going up against Team Falcons Mena.
This is what we
Kan,
want
kenapa
to
dia tak
see.
dapat pilih guys
These picks being done all
Ui,
four
dah lah kalah
matches.
mati guys, tak ada lower bracket guys.
Now set with the big bracket on display, and to
Tim
take
Ray
a
Young
look at this
first,
bracket
Tim Ray
in
Young.
detail, I would like to send it
Suara
to the
mana?
studio. Taylor with our experts in there.
Guys, dekat YT dengar suara saya tak guys? Dengar kan? Dekat YT dengar suara saya kan? Masa end game Rain. Oh serius lah, diorang tengok siapa yang paling end game paling cepat. Oh masa end game. So kalau masa end game Tim Ray Young kira tak dapat ni lah. Faham. Aduh. Tim Ray Young, kita kena belajar banyak daripada apa jadi kat Gen G Kena dapat apa yang jadi, kena belajar daripada apa yang jadi kat Gen G Gen G dah tunjukkan jalan tu, taklah tunjukkan jalan pun, tapi tunjuk macam apa? Macam mana cara nak lawan, cara nak lawan sangat kan.
Yeah, but it's an early Indo matchup that we're gonna see, and again, only one of the few, if not only representatives, to send out at least 2 teams from a single region, and that's gonna be, I think, one of the closest we could possibly see ever.
Ni tu guys, tim ni power tu guys ni. Ni yang diorang tengah tunjuk sekarang ni guys. Galaxy Phoenix ni, tim Kamboja. Baik tu, power tu man, serius power. Tak tipu guys, power guys orang main. Kau ingat semalam yang kita nobar, yang kita asyik cakap, diorang ni main macam jantan tu, main macam jantan tu. Ada orang ni lah, Galaxy Phoenix ni.
As Queens Legends Season 3 champions, they also have competed in other leagues for the first time as an all-female roster.
Suara okey semua okey okey, santai-santai, baik-baik. Yang kat YT steady, kat YT steady. Top 3 tim MWI. Oh ya ke? Diorang top 3 ke? Diorang nombor 3 last ni. Arya dah out ke? Dah guys. Arya dah out guys. Arya tak lepas guys knockout stage.
And it's on to the opponents if they can fight back on their lineup.
Yeah, they have so much heroes too that not necessarily are out of the meta. So I think that's one really good strength that you can look at when you talk about Galaxy Phoenix is the fact that they have such great mastery over the heroes that are actually relevant in our current time.
But strength versus strength in this matchup, because let's not forget, Seda Esports was developed specifically for the MWI stage, which means they've done their research. So when you talk about a deep hero pool for the side of Galaxy Phoenix, Seda equally also has the same.
Yeah, but I feel like watching how Seda has been playing, once Galaxy Phoenix is able to control the first 4 minutes of the game.
Kenapa Arya out? Arya kalah 2 kali guys. Arya kalah 2 kali dah. First dia kalah dengan Vitality, second dia kalah dengan Navi PH. Untuk grouping, siapa yang kalah 2 kali terus terkeluar, siapa yang menang 2 kali terus layak guys.
2,000 gold. So if they can get onto that first win condition, they're already.
Diorang pakai konsep double elim.
Phoenix has though that Seda Esports doesn't have is Fa, and we were screaming her name. Fa was going off just a couple days ago. She's incredible.
Let's go.
Yep, Seda, especially as
Seda.
mentioned here by
Seda ni
Lavelle,
punya
not
golin
so
power guys. Seda ni punya golin. Siapa nama dia? Gai. Gai tu power tu.
Portions of the game. So I think it's crucial that in this matchup against a team like Galaxy Phoenix, they're always remind themselves of housekeeping. Like they cannot let go of the most basic fundamentals when it comes to the game.
Let me just say, Fa is a mercenary. She is precision as a person because going up against Navi, she only targeted Mirai until there's nothing.
Tapi bagus gak Genji kalah kalau tak mau diorang lawan tim Ray.
I will feel bad for whoever that is because no matter the pick.
Betul juga. Terus main ke ni? Terus main guys. Dah makan dah.
I really don't care. I think she will get her target.
Let's find out if she does. She's a serious competitor. I love that you call her a mercenary, and she absolutely is a mercenary. Look, Seda though, again, not to be messed around with. They are truly phenomenal and absolutely insane. Obviously, that matchup is going to be coming up relatively soon and first. But then Vitality was just shown on screen just a second ago. And Vitality has to go against Falcons Indonesia. Another big matchup. Gotta say, man, I'm a big fan of Falcons Indonesia and the way that they continue to play and face adversity. But Vitality, come on. They are the queens after all.
I mean, like, not only are they great mechanically, but they can get
final
into
boss
the heads of Falcons ID.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think the revenge storyline continues because Falcons ID in the recent qualifiers that they had for MWI 2026, I think barely got to get a game against Team Vitality. They went up against each other in the upper bracket semifinals only to get dropped down to the lower, but the moment they meet again in the grand finals, they got the exact same result.
You know, I'm so encouraged though from Falcons Indonesia to improve from day one when I was watching them as a contender. We set them up as the top dogs and well, they finished 0-2 defeat. I was like, huh.
Raimundo tu orang Malaysia tak lah guys. Raimundo tu orang Indonesia. Tapi dia main dekat Malaysia hari tu.
But there have been questions about Vitality and if they still look as strong as they did last year. And a lot of that comes from that MIBR loss matchup.
I gotta say, even though I saw that matchup, but Team Vitality is like the final boss that when they die, they get resurrected and then they have more layers of HP and then after they die again, they go to the next phase and you're like, when is this gonna be done?
Tim Ray bila Ren? Tim Ray jam 12 dekat Malaysia. Jam 12 dekat Malaysia guys. Brigida. Suka pula korang Brigida.
Later on today, mind you, we've got 4 of them. We're starting off with quarterfinals. We will finish them all here on this very stream. Falcons Men is going to have
Dah makan guys? Yang belum follow dulu guys.
big surprise in our tournament. They have looked stellar.
Yang dekat YT subscribe dulu.
Waiting this comeback again. We have to remind everyone that Kyoe, I think one of the star players that we've constantly been highlighting, took a bit of a break from the competitive scene. I think that was exactly 3 seasons of Lady MVP before she eventually got back. And it took her exactly 3 seasons as well to get back here to the MWI stage. But that showed significant growth from these players.
I gotta say, Kyoe's Hero Pool is amazing, but this is where I want to talk about their coach, Osprey, because Osprey has been in the MLBP scene
Baju coverall Falcon Mena lawa. Oh yeah.
division for a very long time. If there's a Mount Rushmore in ECA, he's gonna be there. His picks
Ai suka pula korang kat orang komen ni fuh pula Farhan.
always make sense because he's like, this hero
Apa
can
benda ni
counter
Farhan?
this hero. Even though it looks like it's a
Sedih lah coach Ashley, Bibi dah tak ada. Tak payahlah kau nak sedih lah kau. Korang bukan nak tengok gameplay dia pun. Orang nak tengok ni je. Orang nak tengok dia je, bukan nak tengok gameplay dia. Team Rayang, let's go. Nora, Tan, Miku, Keyboy, Queen. Cuba ulang balik yang tadi. Tak ada dah. You know VPH Alright, Rian, Rain.
Have personally felt like a fan for Falcons ID.
Wih, tapi kalau Team Rayang kalah, nanti diorang semua salahkan Rain duk.
I think I've been drawn to Team
Vitality play Falcon ID ke? Tak, Vitality lain guys.
Such a fun bunch to look at, and even their interviews just
Makan coach. Yo. Dah makan dah. Tadi dah makan.
because of the way she just presents herself, and I think that helps boost her team's
Rain ni tak
energy
suka
and
Malaysia tu
confidence.
asyik jumpa. Ya, apa asal asyik jumpa dia
Queen's experience back in the SEA Games, where I believe during that grand finals, she's seen her team when they are like so stressed, so worried about losing.
Oh ni rambut oren guys, Rain. Rambut oren tu.
Let's just have fun so that we can actually go into the game fresh. And I
Allah,
think
Rain,
that's
janganlah
the
macam tu
experience that she's
duk.
telling the team. Like, yes, most of you
Rian.
guys are new here in the international scene, but if you're so worried, you're so anxious, you're not going to be able to play your game. So let's have fun. Let's play rock paper scissors, and then let's actually play the game.
Which I think they were playing rock paper scissors.
Yes, they did.
Which is actually pretty incredible. And we had a chance.
Vitality kan lawan Falcon ID kan. Kenapa tak pilih? Oh lah betul. Diorang tak pilih opponent guys. Diorang tak pilih opponent. Diorang sama macam Malaysia guys, tak boleh pilih opponent. Sebab diorang bagi dekat dua tim yang paling pantas end game paling cepat untuk pilih opponent. Kira Malaysia dengan Vitality walaupun diorang advance tapi diorang pilih diorang punya game tu lama. Yo, oi thank you man. Okay, no, enough. Baik Syah Zain guys. Bagi aku strawberry.
I'm wondering which goes first.
Yes. All right. Well, first off, we
Malaysia game bila pukul.
But I'm looking at the future semifinals.
Aku sudah 10 kali tu aku jawab tu. Game Malaysia pukul 12 guys. Pukul 12.
Actually, hold on.
Bunyi apa yang kuat tu Rain? LOL. LOL guys. Sebab apa kuat gila? Bunyi dia sampai ke sini dengar. Sebab GOAT tengah lawan guys. GOAT tengah lawan guys.
And I feel like that matchup is
Oh
going to be
Allah.
very personal. It's like you made it look humiliating day
Okay,
one.
Malaysia zone ada tak? Tak tahu lagi.
More and more revenge storylines happening here, and we might just see one that will eventually replace
The
one of
GOAT
the
Faker je
biggest
guys.
revenge
Faker tengah lawan.
storylines that we actually
Sebab tu
have
tengah
ever
meriah.
seen, because the underdogs then, Gaming Gladiators,
Tapi kenapa ID pilih ID tak? Diorang tak pilih. Itu je yang baki yang ada. Dia sebab Galaxy Phoenix tu pilih satu tim tu, diorang tak pilih Falcon ID. So Falcon ID automatic jumpa dengan Vitality guys. Penatnya malam ni. Oh, penat? Ha? Korang penat ni abang kakak? Korang penat ni? Ha?
Hi guys, I'm Ashley, team captain and roamer for Genji. And for those who don't know me, we're about to find out. I'm here to dissect some of our qualifier games.
TikTok with Ashley.
Taking you to our second game in the finals against R Kushira. So if you take a look at what's going on the screen right now, we have control of the H bush on the bottom
Oh ni
side
waktu
area,
qualifier
which
Tiramisu yang main jungle
winning, by the
guys.
way. If you take a look at
Yang ni
our
diorang tukar
lanes,
Tiramisu pula. Tukar
mid and
player baru nama
bot
Rui tu macam
are winning. The Claude is
macam tak
segregated
on
from the
je.
rest of the team, and you're about to see the Hilda walk up with no support from her whatsoever. And our comp has a lot of poke, a lot of freezes, and a lot of rolling. So So here
What up, Ray? What
we were
up? What is
able
that?
to burn the Hilda's flicker, and that was going to be useful for us since the Lord is coming up in 4 seconds. And what we're doing is we're clearing the mid lane, we're clearing top lane, and we see the Claude still bottom lane. This is good for us. You know, if they decide to come in, we can also just punish the Hilda. Knowing this, we're just zoning them out. We got vision of the Fredrin. As soon as we saw the Hilda coming up from the H bush, since we cleared it, and alongside the Claude, my Hereth was able to just keep poking him along with the Lilia, no flicker, and immediately she goes down, right? So once the Hilda goes down, I knew that this positioning was to our advantage since they're coming from the red
So
side.
how Paris enjoy je. Enjoy that. Best ini best.
Bunching everyone
Suka
together.
je kat
We
sini.
have a spatial isolation from me that can just freeze everyone in and outside of the circle.
Scenery cantik, makan pun
right
okey.
here, Arya is getting into position to
Duduk hotel
cloud
seorang-seorang.
everyone. She's literally screaming.
Dia macam ni
like,
duduk
"Oh, let me
seorang-seorang ni
go."
guys.
And
Ada
I'm
waktu
like,
the
"Okay,
best
this
tau
is
duduk
perfect."
seorang-seorang guys.
I make a spatial isolation
Ada waktu
to
seronok kau duduk
predict
seorang-seorang.
the Eve's
Tapi
goals.
bukan
Since
setiap
we're
masa.
all in the box, I knew Eve was gonna
Bukan
ult
setiap
from
masa
the
guys.
backline. And
Scenery awet ke
since
coach?
I
Bukan.
had teammates
Scenery,
frozen
scenery
and them
pemandangan.
frozen, I went to just go be
Bangunan.
annoying to make a
Ada oleh-oleh tak? Aku tengah cari tu tempat mana nak beli oleh-oleh guys. Tak jumpa tu. Salam King. Salam guys. Salam.
And that is how we dominated this game. But you know the funny thing about that game is like, it's more or less me saying that they messed up. It wasn't even that we were doing the right thing. That wraps up our dissection for my games, and if you guys would like to see some more gameplay, please tune in to our MWI matches.
Actually tiramisu pun terkejut dia tak ada line up. Serius ah? Ni cerita apa yang aku tak tahu ni? Oleh-oleh kat venue WC tak ada ke? Ada. Tapi satu barang semalam pun aku tanya satu barang, satu jaket biasa je 150 pound. 150 euro. Harga dia memang gila kan harga dia.
It's still day 3 of MWI, but now we move into a new iteration, our knockout stages. The competitors chose their opponents. Did they choose an easy route to semifinals, or did they choose their undoing? We're about to find all that out and more as we head to the stage with Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, and Cheryl.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime here at the Esports World Cup as we are about to get rolling with our knockout stages. Right now, we are about to find out who is going to step one step closer to lifting up that trophy and being the best MLBB women's team in the world.
Yes, sir, Robbie.
Parsi sini banyak oleh-oleh raib. Oh ya.
Every single match means tournament life on the line. So without further ado, let's welcome our first team onto the stage. They made their way through the upper bracket. Make some noise for Team Galaxy Phoenix.
Oh, Galaxy Phoenix. Ni guys. Ini aku cakap korang, player the power tu guys. Player the power. Abalok ke? Bukan Nasbi, bukan. Pukul berapa Malaysia lawan? 12 malam. SRG nanti rain ada live ke? Ada, tapi bukan dekat venue guys. Aku dah balik Malaysia dah waktu tu. SRG punya game nanti aku ni je. Stream dekat Office Sodak. Ni yang main link semalam. Yes. Ni yang main link semalam tu.
Now I do have a few questions for you guys before we head into the match. Now this is an incredible showing right here, being the first time on the international stage.
Yo, pergi knockout tak? Pergi. Hari ni drawing ke apa? Dah habis lah drawing guys. Ni dah terus start knockout ni.
Feeling so proud. Yeah. And anything you would like to say to your fans back home so that they can cheer for you, you can say it in your language.
Yeah, nothing else. Like I don't have nothing. Like I don't have a lot to say, but I'll try to fight for the nation.
National pride is on the line. Is there anything you would like to say to your opponents before we head on over to the battle station?
I would like to. I just want to say that good luck with your match.
We off 5 pin ni Din. Tak sure guys. Siapa ada info guys? Dah draw ke? Dah draw dah Syazwan Rafiq. Malaysia lawan dengan Navi PH
Okay,
BO3 Oh masih BO3 lah guys.
Welcome to the stage.
Navi PH guys, Navi PH, Navi PH.
The team representing China.
Baik tu guys, host yang pakai spek ni yang gelap-gelap ni. Aku rasa aku boleh rasa energy dia.
Straight to the lower bracket, fell to Team Ray Young, and then redeemed themselves against Virtus Pro. This team has been ridiculous, and when they win, it's always a 2-0. China's proud representative stepping up to the stage.
恭喜中国来到 knockout stage， 有什么想要对你的对手说的呢 ？Is there anything you guys would like to say to your opponents?
I feel you man, I feel you man.
说的，我想跟我的队友说。
Kenapa tak tengok stage je bang? Macam mana aku nak restream kalau aku tengok kat stage guys?
They said that they have nothing to say to the opponents, but she just want to say something to her teammates, and that is, you know, they're the best and they can do it. Alright, so thank you, and please head on over to your battle stations.
BO5. Oh dah start BO5 guys.
Now,
patutlah gameplay
is a
sampai tengah
curveball
pagi
that we
sobat.
did not see coming. Immediately
Patutlah
after
gameplay.
selecting their draws,
Dia tak kesian
they
kat
are
aku
going to
ke.
play the
Ya
match.
Allah.
This means that both teams
Keras
are
juga
going
first
in
team match team brain ni,
essentially
keras
blind,
first.
and this is what
Kita
it
tengok lah
takes
ni kena
to be
tadi.
the
Si siapa kena?
champion right here
Genji
at
kena tadi, Arya kena tadi.
MWI, because
Untuk aku
to
one sided
be
lah
the
guys. Untuk aku
crown
one sided
the
juga lah.
Grand de la
Draft
Crème
diorang baik,
means you have to
gameplay
go in
diorang baik.
prepared as always, and this
Nampak dekat hotel
is
je, jangan
match
macam tu
one
guys. Tak boleh lah.
of the knockout
Janganlah macam tu
stages. Over
guys.
to
Nampak
you.
macam tak ikhlas pula guys. Aku nak restream untuk korang kalau aku buat kat hotel je. Kita tukar-tukar kamera sikit lah. Sap. Yang ni hilang tu kamera dia.
It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda for our first best of 5 matchup. It is single elimination. You only have one life. You
Sap
lose,
terus hilang
your
kan.
key is crushed.
Sap. Nampak. Macam mana perasaan kau lepas tengok draw dekat Team Malaysia tadi? Siapa nak jawab guys? Aku punya soalan. Aku kena pindah tempat duduk kan? Apa bracket guys? Dah. Ini dah macam ni guys. Dah macam apa? Dah knockout stage dah, knockout stage dah. Lagi kau dah settle ke belum? Aku dah minta tolong dah tim
It's a very explosive
travel.
her being the roamer and being one of
Knockout ni ada stream A, stream B lagi ke? Tak ada guys, tak ada.
the way that they've actually
Nggak ada.
to even debut the likes of a Tigreal in their first series and be able to do so in a very dominant fashion. That means they're very
Tak ada guys, tak ada. Sekarang dah satu live je.
Even when you think that they are actually more on the unorthodox
Ni
end
kalah
of
terus
their
out kawan-kawan.
play, they
Ya.
actually can show you some of the
Ni kalah terus out guys. Ini kalah terus keluar guys.
decent usage and mastery of the Belleric as
Single elimination. Kalau lagi kau tak sampai lagi, kau pakai baju apa Rin? Baju yang aku ada dekat dalam backpack belakang. Aku ada bawa bag Malaysia tu, bag galas tu. Jauh sangat. Okay, jap. Aku tukar balik kamera aku. Sap. Okay, dah dekat sikit Dah berapa hari? Ada lagi? Janganlah. Takkan aku nak cerita pula aku punya aku punya barang-barang peribadi guys. Ada lagi. Korang ni sukalah. Aku tahu korang risau pasal aku, concern pasal aku. Ayolah tanya dalam live kot. Apa tanya boxer pakai yang sama ke apa korang ni?
Just cement their position in MLBB lore.
That's an excellent point. I mean, for both, right? Really the first time showcasing what they're made of as an org, as well as players here on the international stage. And this is a big moment, and I love that you set the stage with that very statement, because that's what the MWI is all about. And in fact, what the Esports World Cup is about in its entirety. It's about making history. It's about cementing your name, not only in the history books for the Esports World Cup,
Kau dah try croissant dari Paris tak? Croissant. Dah try dah guys. Dah try dah. Nak review jujur ke? Biasa je, sama je macam croissant kat Malaysia. Tak ada yang special pun pasal orang punya croissant guys. Tak ada orang France kan? Tak ada orang France kan? Kalau ada pun orang tak faham guys kan? Kau cicah dengan coklat ke? Ada je dia bagi sos coklat lah apa semua. Macam roti kosong je lah guys. Macam croissant tu je lah. Sama yang macam croissant kat Malaysia. Kalau kita ambil kita punya, kita cicah dengan sos coklat. Sama je macam tu guys. Hello from Myanmar. Hello, welcome to the stream. Why Yang Pyo. Welcome to the stream, brother. W Myanmar fans. W Myanmar community guys ya.
These movements from their XP and their jungle. Whereas I think their gold lane has been very stable for the entire tournament. It's only been the claw that Winnie's ever used throughout all of their matches, and you really don't get to pay as much attention to it. It's just a very stable lane. She just really pretty much gets the job done, but majority of the action just comes from the other sides and the way that they move around the map.
Going to the EXP lane now from Gold. Jessica for Seda has been on fire this event, opposite of that of Ling. A power matchup for sure. Jessica, I mean, talk to me about her, LaFell. She has brought so much to this competition for the side of Seda, not only from the hero selection, but just from the slayability.
Malang ko esok yang lepas cuma beres,
yes, want to talk about the players, but this entire day, Taylor, whoever loses that EXP lane is
cepatkan game Team Ray boleh ngantuk ni.
because
Kat sana
you
pukul apa guys?
have access into the jungle, and if I'm gonna compare between the both of
Pukul
them,
8 Sana pukul 8
I feel like Jessica might have a hard time.
Sana
Of
Rabu
course,
ke
it depends on the
Khamis.
heroes,
Sini
but I don't know.
Sini
I'm actually
Khamis
leaning
ya,
towards
Khamis.
Galaxy Phoenix for this one. Their EXP
8.25. Okey okey.
is so strong.
Yeah, because
Ling is amazing.
their hero pools
Yeah.
are pretty similar. If
Phoenix
it's just
ni
that.
kuat,
Like,
guys.
They both use the Alice, they both use the likes of the
Budak ni jago kat guys ni, yang rambut silver ni. Gai-gai ni. Dia punya goal lane positioning mantap ke tu.
we see more flexibility from Ling in terms of how they're able to utilize it.
Yang aku dengar dia tu player daripada game sebelah guys. Kan China kan MOBA dorang kan yang ni kan paling advance kan competitor ML.
Heroes that just play for the team.
Tu Coach Agi kan Gai-Gai.
More
Ya.
miscalculations whenever you give her those
Mana ada Coach Agi main bukan guys.
5 players per team. All of them have to work together to win. But Fa is an
Halak
absolute
your way
powerhouse
pula.
earlier. And from what I'm hearing, LaFell, she might be just one of the strongest junglers in our entire MWI.
Sebut je lah.
Honestly,
Oh ya, boleh sebut ke?
I'm willing to put money on that one because honestly, Fa is an absolute mercenary. It's one thing when you're good.
Lama lah guys, patut aku rank dulu segame tu.
Another when you're the master of each element, right? If you want someone to be the front line, she can be that. If you want someone to dive to the back line, she can be
Aku
that. If you want
semalam main aku try main rank kat sini guys, win streak tu guys.
everything else can go over to the goal.
Main solo pun win streak tu guys.
Like that's an
Aku bantai budak-budak star 700 tu. 700, 600.
might start emailing her. It's like, hey, are you willing to relocate?
Jumpa bot, bukan server France guys, server France.
She's just very firm on
Ya
these
Allah.
heroes that either the Guinevere
Server France guys, ni server France.
whichever she uses, it just feels like the mastery is on point because
Power je. Main-main gila.
that especially from teams like
8 malam. Bila kau pakai akal untuk draft, kau akan menang. Simple hero, ambil yang keras, kau akan menang. Pick hero nyawa macam air, kenapa? Baba Sparkle. Baba Sparkle okey ke? Baba Sparkle tak move on lagi ke daripada kekalahan Genji tadi? Sabar doh Baba Sparkle. Masuk-masuk terus bagi ayat tu. Bila kau pakai akal untuk draft, kau akan menang. Simple hero, ambil yang keras, kau akan menang. Pick hero nyawa macam air, kenapa? Baik, siap Baba Sparkle. W Baba Sparkle guys. W Baba Sparkle. Server France ada jumpa play Malaysia? Tak ada Aris.
Guy, speaking of difficulties, Guy from Seda, even through defeat, she finds a way.
Team Ray lawan pukul berapa? Aku rasa kena pin lah guys. Boleh tak moderator seorang pin kita lawan pukul berapa guys? Macam komen lepas tu pin, jadikan pin yang tu game Team Ray info.
If it does so happen that Galaxy Phoenix try to go for the assassin route and we see
Draft satu yang gameplay pun problem lah. Itu setuju juga guys. Masalah Genji tadi kalah bukan draft je. Team Ray diorang pun gameplay diorang pun problem guys. Okay, biar situ DP sama MV biar situ. Buat stiker. Macam mana nak buat stiker guys?
Imagine losing to a Patrick guy would be furious.
I gotta say, Patrick
Gila.
running towards you at light speed. Speed is one of the most terrifying things you could ever imagine.
And with it's made a lot of Glue users happy because Glue.
YT tak ada moderator Ada ke Boleh letak moderator ke YT?
Yes.
And you get
Boleh ke guys letak moderator kat YT guys?
A Patrick skin.
Tu ni guna device apa Red? Lenovo Legion. Boleh. Oh boleh.
So disrespectful on so many different
Only in
levels.
MLBB can you see Sasuke being afraid of Patrick. Only in MLBB, the logic is a bit different here. Even AOT characters like Aaron Yeager, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to face against Patrick.
I know. It's not like we get to see the Yin also played as much in competitive gameplay, but it's weird here, looking at Patrick just dominating over everyone.
But that's just MLBB, isn't it? It gives flexibility and the opportunity for you at home to pick your favorite skins and play the game how you want to play.
Complicated juga guys. Moderator kena pace link apa semua
And the Galaxy Phoenix ladies. Regional pride so incredibly important here.
Woi, aduh crash lagi, dok. Asal crash lagi ni, Titi. Ya Allah, kenapa macam ni?
She wants to be a champion obviously, but making it to the knockout stages representing your nation, LaFell, that is such a big accomplishment.
Because if you ask any player here, their motivation for playing, their motivation to become champions.
Guys, guys, aku tengah cari apa problem ni guys. Aduh, hai, spek PC ni lah aku rasa.
They want to make a name for themselves in their own country in this game. They want to help out their friends.
Aku nak try aku pangkah je lah TikTok ni.
They're not here for themselves, they're here for other people.
Oh, tak boleh, dia tetap end live
Who you talk to, there's many different
dah 100 view doh, bapak dia lah EYM. Kenapa nangis tu? Tak ni dekat aku punya TikTok freeze guys. Ada siapa-siapa pakar IT kat dalam ni guys. Aku nak panggil tech support lambat lah. Dekat YT juga steady. Dok YT tak ada perangai pun.
By crushing someone else's dreams.
Sekejap guys Macam mana Adakah aku patut Aku rasa aku aduh tak ada solution lah guys. End live ke guys? End live ke guys?
They definitely want to be exceeding whatever they were previously able to achieve. It hasn't been a significant finish in any of their previous MWI records, but
restream ke? Macam kena restream je guys. Tak ada ni, kita stuck ni. Restream guys Okay. Terpaksa guys, terpaksa. Tak boleh restart ke? Kalau restart aku nak pangkah guys. Dia cakap ni guys. Dia cakap you need to end live first, dia cakap.
Right now, honestly, this is a very interesting start here, break, where Seda is first pick, and yet they're banning out the Marcel. Yeah. That's kind of not a great ban, because you would want your opponents, Galaxy Phoenix, to ban that out, and now this is already a very big tell. They're banning out this character.
Pause lepas tu unpause. Okay, aku try jap. Pause.
I really feel like they're already building the draft just so that Link can have a good
time. Okay, aku tengok pause ni guys.
This is a smart ban. 100% smart ban.
Sama guys, tengah-tengah juga guys. Kena end live guys. Aku end live guys Sorry guys. Terpaksa aku end live
I was watching that game where Galaxy Phoenix went up against Na'Vi. That kind of experience makes you uninstall the game. Let me just say that. It was so devastating. Yeah. Do not let Fa on that Gwyn anymore.
Yeah, because it's like sort of in between the Ling or either the utility type.
She first builds the concentrated energy so she can 1v1 and she can also play for her team. Right. That's why I say she can be selfish and she can be selfless.
Yeah, there are only very few times we see the Gwyn really punished. I think it's mostly when it's also in Rome. Just earlier we got to see that also. But even the Valier being banned out, I know that Sophia has been very deep too in terms of her hero pool. I think she's the only one to play the Farsa in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, here's the thing. They're clearly showing they're going to have a very heavy front line. They're banning out all the anti-tank. So I feel like they're going to charge forward. They're going to dive. And they're going to say, Seda, you have nothing in your arsenal that can stop this charge.
Yeah, so I wonder what this Valentina ban is also trying to say. Because it's not likely going to be a sort of priority either here for Seita. There are a bunch of options out there. The Jusin's still there too, but it hasn't been as prioritized for first.
Macam TikTok je yang problem, YT okay je tu Aris. TikTok ke PC yang problem? Aku rasa macam PC.
They don't want anyone stopping the Esmeralda from just getting
ataupun tak tahu guys, kalau betul PC mestilah YT okay kan? Betul tak? Mestilah kalau PC problem, mestilah YT pun problem kan? Ke TikTok yang tengah problem guys? 1-3 baik siap 1 someone baik siap 3.
Esmeralda, there is one other hero. Well, actually two heroes that can counter it still, which is the Lunox as well as
EYM tak payahlah dah. Tap screen dah tak payahlah.
And instead they go for
Bawa
the
bertendang
Harara,
lah
but I
guys.
feel
Bawa
like Galaxy
bertendang.
Phoenix, they
Tak payahlah
outdo
tap screen dah.
You know, the Harara
Dah cukup
has
banyak dah. Aku rasa
been
kalau kita kira total
safe
tap screen
for
kita guys dah
sustained
200.
number
Uish,
one,
dapat
and I
Hirara.
think that's one that they're trying to
Dapat
force
guys
super heavy,
200k
especially
like
given the
total hari ni.
mechanic and the buff.
Hello Rin, apa terjadi?
Just again,
Tak,
on
TT
Harara,
pindah.
she can pop off with
TT
this.
pindah pula.
It's a
TT
matter of how
problem.
they're gonna be able to counter on the
Dah aku
second
dah
half.
live TT balik guys.
It's still
Lambatnya
a
Nova coach.
50-50 in terms of
Ada-ada je lah korang ni.
if you look at the Hirara, but it's a very
Pindahan TT baik sih ya.
pick. If we're
Dekat
talking
YT ada berapa orang guys? Kat YT ada berapa orang
a lot of the roamers are actually available as well, such as the Atlas and Belleric if they already want to consider that, but knowing
56 56.
it's been mostly just the Belleric
Kita
and
studio
there
ke
we go.
OBS
They
juga?
take it
OBS
along
okey.
with Claude.
Yeah, still very strong
Sepanjang hari ni warga YT tak pernah kok bagi tahu ada masalah apa-apa guys.
I think Hirara
Bagi 1k like. Aku rasa kali ni cuba tak payah like lah guys aku rasa YT TT.
They still need to have that in the bag, and with carry
Macam tu pula.
on, now you know you're going up against
Cloud
Claude.
Belleric
What is going to be
Cloud
the
Belleric
pickup?
Hirara.
I'm thinking if we're talking about meta,
Dari TikTok pergi
it should
YT.
be
Baik
something like
beres.
a
Boleh guys, boleh tak ada
Moscow
masalah.
is a mid-range
Duduk mana-mana
marksman.
okey je.
It's
Salah
not
satu okey
great
je.
against the Belleric, so they do pick up the
63
Bruno
eh.
as well as the
Subscribe sekali guys. Alang-alang yang baru masuk subscribe sekali guys.
Phoenix, and they pick up the box, yeah. And again,
Antara dua tim ni siapa yang aku
Carry
rasa kena fokus
Clear
gameplay dia ada potential.
Ban,
Kalau aku ni
this
tim
is
kanan ni
their
guys, Galaxy
strategy from the
Phoenix.
very beginning.
Fokus kat jungler dia. Tapi jungler dia main Baxia pula. Macam semalam dia main hero mechanic guys, dia main Link. TT jealous coach like banyak tu. You terus start ke quarter final ya guys? Terus start. Terus start guys. Tim dia main juga guys. Lepas ni kan? Tim dia guys. Betul tak lepas ni? Sebab game ni best of 5. Ke tak?
They want to fight fire with fire.
Ke lagi
But
satu?
For now, Galaxy Phoenix, their fire looks a bit hotter here, especially because there's very little
Esme,
that Zeta has that can
Baxia.
directly counter
Baik
what
sini, ya.
Galaxy Phoenix has been showing.
Yeah, and if they even do consider going for a utility
Messi macam ni
role,
juga ke? Macam ni
then
juga
most of
guys.
the
El Khori.
front lines are just going to
Dah
fall
subscribe,
on
thank you. RAM rendah sangat tu untuk TikTok Studio. Rasanya macam tu juga Razia. Betul lah. Tu maksudnya PC lah kan? PC lah tu Razia.
So that means they will, or GXP would have much easier access to just constantly go for the chase because they will lack crowd control. So would they really want to consider that, or maybe opt for a roamer that also has additional layers of catch and crowd control to respond against GXP?
I gotta say, they at least need some form of knockout.
Yeah.
If not, that blazing duet will just rip over your team, and that's something that they definitely don't want. One of the
Kenapa Age main? Bukan Age guys. Bukan Age tu.
MWI, no chose have been picked up so far. The other choice is Minotaur, but again, is not having an amazing showing here.
I think Fanhua does play the Cho. It just hasn't been as successful previously, but again, into the Baksha, into the Claw.
So far mana advantage kalau aku sekejap
It's not like you get to pair it with
Aku lagi suka draft belah kanan
but you
setakat
don't know
ni.
what the mid lane pick is for Zeta.
Bakzia menjawab kepada
Might just be a
Esme.
chance you still get to see
Tapi
them
Bruno
pick up
pun
a
okey
burst
juga.
Here's the thing, Galaxy
PC
Phoenix can pick
sebab
up something
TikTok
like
studio
Kimi
berat
and just
sikit.
force out the early
Faham.
game, because we see Farsa as well as Selena and the Valentina being
Bapak
banned.
bising
All three
siap.
early
Bunyi
game
LOL
mages
guys. Korang dengar ke guys?
top table.
Bunyi bising ni?
Kimi is still there. If they want scale,
Ada dari
they
TT.
have
Beres-beres
this
guys. Boleh
skill
lepak je mana-mana guys.
available.
Okey je. Mana-mana okey.
Actually, no, it's
Subscribe
actually
sekali guys.
still
Yang baru masuk
there.
subscribe sekali guys.
But instead they pick up the gourd. Haven't seen the
Dengar
gourd
bunyi
for a
bising.
while
Dengar.
here.
Apa
So now
ada?
Zeta,
Faker
if they
tengah main
wanna
guys.
go loco, they could go for something
Faker
like
tengah
an
main.
Estes and just go for an
God
base strat.
baik tu draft
But,
kanan
you
ni.
know, there's a Baxia there, so you're kind of already countered in that
Nampak
sense.
macam mana Rin Goat tengah main je tu.
Estes, they are again considerable options, but the lack of crowd control might be a bit of a problem here for Zeta because there's nothing that's just gonna lock down and hold down GXP once they just keep trying.
Atlas is still there, so that should be the pick, no?
Oh, right.
Atlas is still
Bapak
there.
bising siap.
So it should be the Atlas. They go for a Tigreal. I was thinking for a Tigreal for some reason, but I don't think that's the
Bapak.
pick.
Bapak bising tu.
Is picked up so
Ui,
that she
beremang
can
tu
fight
aku kat sini
the
guys.
tanks. This Tigreal is, I would say,
Arya dah bye-bye ya guys Arya. Arya dah kalah guys.
Wow, wow. And we're just waiting for the XP lane, I guess.
Game baik Dome. Thank you. Lepas ni jangan tanya dah guys. Korang tengok Amir dah pin dah guys dekat
I
situ.
think it's okay, but I think they might be better with damage, maybe like a
Amir dah pin dah kat situ guys. Team Ray yang main bila okay.
still up also.
Macam BTRM punya draft kanan ni. Betul juga Aris. Betul juga.
Okay, they lock in the Sora.
And the Sora is amazing going up against Lilia. Lilia does not have a lot of HP. He can burst her down.
Galaxy Phoenix versus Seda Esports. It's our first knockout round match. It means so much. Single elimination. You lose, your key is crushed. You will no longer have the chance of glory to earn the trophy over on that very stage.
Tapi yakinlah akan ada juga yang tanya sebab diorang malas baca.
It's only a couple more series before you lift the trophy yourself and
Kalau
earn
bising kau jerit kat diorang slow-slow sikit. Jauh guys, aku jerit kat sini diorang tak dengar aku. Tapi bunyi diorang punya kuat sampai dengar kat sini. Tigreal.
Thank you so much, Reflections. Man,
Tigreal,
this draft has been a
Lawan
little
Bellery,
interesting as we come on into the series. This is going to be an interesting one. We're expecting some big team fights, but also some of these picks have been also really looking for the finer details, right? Looking for ways for maybe Sora to not only punish this Lily,
Game apa bising turin? LOL guys, LOL.
stop the Tigreal if necessary. They got so many different tools to utilize. The question is whether or not the laning phase is going to be okay.
Oh, let's see if that will reflect auto rotation here for GXP. You know what, you're right. They are kind of doing their research here onto what fit or works best for Seda. Remember from their first ever matchup against Falcons ID, they actually used this Hirara. And then for the second game, they locked in the 2-0 with the Tigreal. Fantastic job, by the way, by Fanwa. So let's see if Galaxy Phoenix has something in store for that duo as well. Now, considering that we are also locking in the Bruno for Gygax, which is somewhat new today for today's meta.
Kalau by right, Tigreal susah lah nak main sendiri sebenarnya. By right lah.
Forced to flicker away, losing an important battle spell prior to the very first turtle of this game. But coming back to the marksmans here, it's interesting because even Winnie recognizes, yeah, Guy is currently on a lane bully. Not only do I need to get the hybrid defense, oh my goodness, but also the tenacity. Even so, finding first blood is already great.
Adakah ini Hirara yang power guys Macam Hirara yang power guys. Seta, oh yelah Seta ada main Hirara juga guys.
For GXP, it's all about the timings as well. Remember for the blurring, there are certain conditions that has to be met before you actually go in with the Rat of Dryad. All of that will be possible as well if Ling is able to back up right before a turtle take, in which in this case is going to be cornered or circled around by Seda Division. And Joe is still keeps
JSP ni yang main macam jantan semalam, ya Duawi. JSP ni yang kita cakap main macam jantan semalam. Yang main link kutip pak pedang. Okay, kita tengok total condition guys. God level 4, Sora level 4, Esme level 4, Sora nyawa separuh, Lilia level 4. Condition semua cukup, Bazia 4. Zo. Oi. Start dulu.
Ling is risking it all. It's Fanboy yet again being targeted. And this time it's Galaxy Phoenix taking in the kill. Joe with a counter setup kill here. With a Ling fighting take it down. Meanwhile, that's too messy. Jessica was beautiful.
Tengok guys, dia punya mid laner mata dekat Hirara je. Walaupun dia tengah kena poking Esme tu. Itu kepentingan targeting guys, kepentingan targeting.
Okay, now they're hovering over here onto the turtle. It's Fanwa yet again with a position. She doesn't have her ultimate yet, so it's going to be GXP cornering most of the members here for Seda. And Jessica with a jump will hit no one, but instead it's Ling hitting in the face here for Joe with a double kill, plus a perfect Mystic Gush to top instincts off here for GXP. They might as well just grab the turtle while they're at it.
Yeah, you can tell that GXP is kind of nervous, and even Seda, both of them are playing very anxious this game. The turtle contest was also a little weird. It was a little 50-50, and honestly, I think it's technically in Zoe's favor in the earlier stages of the game, having so many abilities and high base damages, out base damaging, unfortunately, the Baxia. It's 600 to 800, and now we're going to see Name in trouble.
Okay, that's a forced black shoes onto Name. GXP knows there's no pure fight yet.
No.
For Seda, the plan B in motion right now. Just let Guy play her lane. But it's Fanboy yet again. It's a continuous harassment onto her that makes Seda Division
perang mulu ya, perang mulu guys.
Actually initiate some of those fights.
But look at this, both sides are not wasting too much time. So made this similar invasion early on, netting them first blood. She's back here again.
Tigreal dia susah main sini, Tigreal dia susah main.
Okay, now for Galaxy Phoenix, all they have to do is somehow continue
this kind of dominance into the map. And speaking of which, it's going to be Jessica 66 being targeted here. That's 2 women onto her. And Fa will get the
Power do Sora ni. Ya bodoh. Tercarut pula guys. Sorry ya. Ya tu guys ni tu. Tim yang ni guys. Tim yang apa? Tim yang membantai semalam tu guys. Yang main macam lelaki tu SP dia ni tu. Nak tanya Leo dah tak perayu lah guys. Dah kurang lah orang main Leo sekarang. Banyak main assassin lah. Tim jantan. Ya tak, memang kita cakap tu semalam kan guys kan. Waktu korang nobang aku. Waktu tim apa yang main macam jantan ni guys? Tim yang perang terus. Tapi perang yang gempak guys, bukan perang yang macam tak bermain kau Tigreal. Tak bermain kau Tigreal. Ulti flicker yang jadi. Okay, tim GXP ni guys, mulai sekarang aku akan panggil tim High Mechanic. Setuju eh? Korang setuju dengan aku tim High Mechanic Wah, pak kuat sini ya. Setuju tim High Mechanic. Sora dia bermain mat. Ya, Sora dia bermain guys.
Getting a turret, getting a kill, you already have the turtle as well. So now we totally see the importance of what it
Fan
does
Hua
to
ni susah
actually
main ni.
players when
Tigreal ni
you
susah
are
main ni.
bullied early facing.
Student Arya Bellerik tu. Ni Bellerik Rom Haris. Tim ni nombor 10 MPL kan Rin? Ha? Nombor 10 MPL? Siapa? Arya dah tersingkir ke dah Hasib. Arya dah terkeluar guys. Tinggal tim Malaysia je. Arya dah tak ada dah.
Yep, and that full
Tim
responsibility
GXP
of
ni
the
main
damage
sekali
will
MPL,
fall
main
onto
MPL
her
sekali
shoulders
lelaki.
later on, but it's also Galaxy Phoenix to actually try and corner
Serius
her
guys?
out. They're trying to choke
Tim
out
GXP ni main sekali dengan lelaki je.
damage or impending damage of Seda could actually go in against Galaxy Phoenix, but for now, Zilfa on
Malaysia bila main tu. Ada dah ada pin message dah tu. Tengok pin message.
Because she is just continuously being harassed here by GXP.
She's actually getting targeted quite a lot by the poking damage. Oh, wait, Conceal coming through, targeting towards Ling. Probably not going to be a good idea, but here comes the cavalry as Fa going to initiate.
Okay, it's Sophia yet again. Very great Mystic projectile plus a follow-up Mystic Gush.
Dia main dengan MPL Cambodia. Ya Allah, GG ya. Patutlah main gameplay pun macam laki betul guys mainnya. Diorang buat macam ni lah ni. Macam Vitality hari tu masuk ML. Bigetron perempuan. Aku rasa Malaysia buat juga lah macam tu guys. Biarlah kena bantai pun. Tapi bila main dekat perempuan punya region, ya dah biasa kena beduk dengan tim-tim kuat guys. Dah biasa lawan dengan tim yang susah, tim yang kuat. Memang kau punya result MPL ke ML ke akan 08 09 lah. Tapi lawan dengan lelaki, lawan dengan perempuan tiba-tiba terus rasa easy lah pula sebab dah jumpa yang susah. Tengok ni apa benda Sora ni guys. Tengok Sora dia ni guys. Sora apa tu ni? Nama kau Ling tau. Tengok. Oh, minit. Wah, yalah. Idea ni guys. Sumpah tu, memang aku straight cakap guys yang ni sekarang favourite aku untuk champion tu guys tim ni. GSP ni favourite aku untuk champion sekarang guys. Esport dah pernah keluar, dah pernah. Tim Ray yang ada bawa Tan. Baik siap awet aku tu. Sudah sudah. GSP High Mechanic tu. High Mechanic guys. Hi bro, I'm fan from Myanmar. Welcome to the stream brother. Welcome to the stream Edward. Thank you for supporting me man. Appreciate it man. Thank you.
Around here on the map of Seda division, Seda rather, and it's kind a bit sad to see that.
Betul kan kalau tim dia menang nanti diorang akan jumpa JSP, betul? Kalau tim dia menang jumpa JSP guys.
Resort to somehow just clearing up the bits of the waves onto the side.
Farisha mana?
Just so she could slowly build up her stacks.
Well, honestly, I think Nami should just said, guys, we need to, it's either we delay this or I recall
Tak
back and get my
bermain
mana.
siap Tigreal ni, tapi memang susah main pun guys.
Black Shoes, it's too late to get all of that health and mana back, but now Rapid drives into combo.
Gila.
That is just too much of a burst here for Galaxy Phoenix. Now they go in far onto Fun One.
Sap,
Nami trying
Sora
to
masuk.
run away.
Sap.
There's no
Nasib baik. Hidup bye.
most of those kills. There's 3 women down.
Hidup. Aduh, Indo lawan Indo. Kamu Indo ya, Desi? Desi Indo ya?
They broke the holy shielding and now they're going to go for a little bit more with this next holy
JSP
shielding.
Cambodia. Yo guys.
They have perfectly set up the next potential fight.
Sora ada keluar masuk. Wah gila guys. Main macam laki guys Sora ada ni guys. Ya, saya Indo. Kamu mau siapa menang, Desi? Mau Vitality apa Falcon?
Years for them to actually perfect, to actually try and get the super team that they wanted, to put their faces, their team in the MWI map, and they'll
Kalah balik ke dulu? Kalah balik guys. Kalah balik. Jelas Vitality. Okay. Vitality ya. Kamu mau Vitality ya. Okay.
Actually win a fight against Falcon's ID, and now it's GXP asserting their dominance. Looking at this one, of course, we see some clean discipline as well when it comes to rotations, plus the easy conversion of kill. Then
Tak tahu guys. Untuk aku sekarang, aku nampak macam tim GXP ni paling kuat tu guys. Tapi harap tim Ray sekejap lagi boleh tunjuk gameplay yang lagi kemas lah. Dia sebenarnya bergantung kepada kekemasan gameplay lah guys. Hai, Sofia. Saya ada teman Indo juga coach. Oh, ya Razi. Siapa?
Another task in here that they have to melt down as fast as possible. It's going to be the Lord that GXP has and marching onto the bottom. Very nice of them.
15-2 dia bantai guys. Seta ni kalahkan Falcon ID tau. Kalahkan Falcon ID. Ai. Wah. Tengok ni. Tengok Sora dia ni. Apa benda dia main macam tu? Link ni guys. XP paling jago memang aku letak dia ni lah guys, sumpah. XP perempuan paling jago setakat ni. Main macam lelaki guys. Betul tak betul? Mungkin ada yang baru masuk stream aku hari ni, tapi betul tak betul tim ni main macam lelaki? Ya, SP lagi jago ya, ikut kau lah. Ikut kau lah boy. Thank you for the follow Jay Cesar. Perempuan main macam mana cuba explain. Alamak soalan tu. Surrender je lah saya tahu macam tu Thank you for the follow guys. Kamera rosak. Malaysia dah main ke? Belum guys. JSP dari mana? Dari Kemboja guys. Kemboja. Explain lah sikit macam mana perempuan main profesional dulu. Perempuan jarang main hero tengah meta guys. Perempuan lagi banyak prayo comfort hero daripada counter pick. Lelaki, diorang akan suka main hero yang tengah meta dan hero yang tengah meta tapi boleh counter enemy. Perempuan kalau hero tu tak meta pun tapi diorang comfort, diorang akan main. Sebab tu korang nampak ada high pick Hanabi, ada band Mia, ada band Carmilla, high pick Carmilla. Tu beza, tu explanation dari segi profesional okey dah. Environment tournament diorang pun dah lawan tim lelaki, make sense lah gameplay diorang agresif, betul? Masalahnya si tim JXP ni main hero meta and diorang mainkan hero meta tu dengan cemerlang. Faham tak maksud aku? JXP ni Myanmar bukan. JXP Kemboja. Macam Kemboja. Tengok guys, korang tengok. Yang ni baru SP dia guys. Korang tak tengok jungler dia main assassin. Yang ni jungler dia main Baxia Semalam jungler dia main link
Problems keeps piling up here for Sera.
membantai
Especially Fanwa being the first to go down each and every clash. So for GXP,
jungler dia ke semalam yang main Suyu 16 skill tu guys?
frontliners, all they have to do is
Ke bukan jungler dia? Jungler dia ke yang Suyu 16 skill tu guys?
the rest could just focus fire onto the base, which
Betul tak? Dorang kan? Ya guys, semalam dia main Suyu, jungler dia ni 16 skill guys. 16-2-4 guys.
Okay, Lord has to be melted down.
Gila tak gila main. Oi, Moment! Ada backup ke? Alamak, so dapat cloud. Okay. Woi, Moment berbalas Moment.
Focus fires onto the base, gets the game number 1.
That is the
Buat lah.
cleanest closing I've
Aku rasa
seen
ni
from
dark horse lah,
many
dark horse, dark
different
horse.
teams here
JXP ni.
today, yesterday, and the day before. But GXP, they do it by the book. They do it honest. And it
JSP ni dark horse lah guys, dark horse, dark horse. Tanya aku dark horse lah. GG Rain. UIM GG dok.
It just goes black and the game's over.
Tak main Tigreal, tapi sebenarnya draft tadi tu susah guys Tigreal. Orang Belleric God. Kenapa susah Rain main Tigreal lawan God? Sebenarnya lawan God memang sedap main hero crowd control. Tapi lawan God kena ada satu lagi elemen yang perlu ada selain daripada crowd control. Kau kena main hero high mobility. Kau kena main hero laju yang senang capai dia, senang tangkap dia. Macam Atlas, Chow. Kalau kau main Tigreal, cara untuk kau tangkap God yang power main adalah dengan flicker sahaja. Flicker sahaja. Maksudnya kalau tanpa flicker, kalau lawan God yang power, kau main Tigreal, kau tak boleh reach dia. Kau tak boleh reach God. God punya range damage, range skill set tu lagi besar guys. Indo 2 team, Vitality dan Falcon ID. Iya, nanti jadi satu juga Desi. Sabar aja, nanti jadi satu juga kan? Jadi sama. Malaysia satu tim, Indo satu tim. Aman kan Desi? Gak usah caps lock Desi. Tenang Desi, tenang. Bakal champion. Ya, bakal champion. Kan nanti jadi satu tim juga kan? Suka ya Desi ya. Suka ya kamu.
I even thought it might have just been a Series 1 thing because these were two Sora specialists that was Team Falcon's ID and Twisted Minds, but it just
Thank you for the follow, Nico, Nicotine. Congrats Rain menang lawan Genji tadi. Bukan aku. Itu bukan aku guys. Yang hantu imposter daripada Filipina guys. Itu bukan aku. Ya Allah. Congrats aku pula. Ada je lah korang ni. Team Ray lawan siapa nanti? Navi PH City Zur Navi PH. Kuat. Navi PH pun kuat guys. Guys yang belum follow cepat follow dulu guys. Boleh ke guys nak minta yang belum follow cepat follow saya dulu?
I don't want to jinx it. I really feel like they can go all the way. I feel like GXP can go to the grand finals because as of right
now, kalau boleh korang subscribe sekali guys. Saya punya YT dah 3K ke YT saya guys?
This is a very plug and play kind of draft where sometimes you have a draft where you're waiting for that one person to make a play.
Saya punya YT 2.99k guys. 2.99k. Sikit lagi guys nak 3k bantuan guys. Bantuan subscribe guys YT. Aman satu tim aja yang juara. Betul Razi. Ban je Sora tu je tu. Kalau aku jadi. Tapi kalau aku jadi ni lawan dengan JSP ni, Sora ni aku rasa memang kena ban lah. Lawan tim Ray jangan main lah. Rain stream je. Ya Allah tu bukan aku. Thank you for the gift. Koba. Thank you guys. Padu Rain stream kat Paris. Rezeki sikit. Muntun nak sponsor. MSC pun Rain nombor dari Paris tak guys? MSC dah bukan saya guys. MSC 7GL. Yang dekat MWI saya dengan Zon je guys. Terima kasih yang baru follow. Faris, Amirul Syakir, Bangkai, titik. Terima kasih yang baru follow semua. Saya ucapkan terima kasih guys. Team Ray bila lawan? Syah baru follow. Terima kasih. Deals. Thank you guys, thank you. Team Ray bila lawan? Team Ray sepatutnya kalau jadual lepas ni guys. Cuma game ni aku tak sure lah guys. Best of 5 kan? Confirm kan best of 5?
And it's just like
Dia dekat Paris ke tu ya, Mat Bukhari dekat Paris. Lepas ni Rain in Istanbul lah. Tak juga. Tak juga guys. Seta kena ban seorang next game lah rasanya. Setuju? Setuju guys, sepakat. BO3, asal ada yang cakap BO3, ada yang cakap BO5 guys. Ni BO3 lah, semi baru BO5. Oh ya ke? Bukan dengan Anga Poji sekali. Anga Poji dorang macam dorang pergi bawa RRQ. So dorang kena pergi cover banyak game guys. Semalam tu Anga free dia dapat lah datang. Hari ni tak dapat datang, dia kena pergi Free Fire. Dia tak tengok ML saja guys. Anga dia tak tengok ML saja guys. Best of 3. Oh best of 3. Okay, best of 3 Game hari ni tak hype macam semalam. Semalam Fanny lawan Ling tu UIM. Ya ni macam kita cakap lah, Bakzia lawan Hirara. Hirara tu sebenarnya seronok tengok, tapi yelah, maybe dia tak boleh nak mengamuk guys. Tak boleh nak cukup garang lah, dia tak boleh nak cukup garang. Warga YT okey warga YT 78 mata memandang okey
partly Seta putting themselves in that position because Fanhua again tried to go for something, and that's with the knowledge that
okay. Quarter final BO3, semi final BO5, final BO7. Okay, noted guys.
Intercept whatever you want to do, and it's so low effort. They barely had to do anything. Lema just had to wait so she could cast the Wrath of Dryad, and that's
Tadi dekat Imperial Warrior cakap BO3. Okay, baik. Congrats 3K, dah 3K subscriber YT guys.
You did point it out, LaFell. That's not a win condition, but more so a piece of the puzzle that Seta Esports is trying to
Ya doh, dah 3K subscriber. Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih guys for the support. Thank you guys for the support. Semoga aku sentiasa konsisten stream YT dengan TT serentak. YT dengan TT serentak guys. Semoga aku sentiasa konsisten. Masih steady baik. Okey Hujan korek. Aku pula. Mabafi banyak kau. 10k, Dilda 10k bukan juga doh, Dilda aku ni guys. Dilda aku.
They did not allow any single one of them to get through.
It was tough, and speaking of not getting through, Bree, I mean, Zhao was the only one with kills.
Dilda 3 skin kan? 3 skin. Thank you Limau Eyes for the follow. 10k Razi, bukan 3k. Bukan 3k subscriber.
And that was about it.
One and the late one when she got the clot, right?
Orang ada je lah.
Really was when they could really take the Hirara and take advantage of how mobility is reliable, how the burst is slightly reliable, but everything else after that was just countered out here.
It was tough. It really was tough to watch, to say the least. Seta Esports, I know, has so much more potential than what they just showed. I know for a fact they can play better than that. But speaking of playing better than that, what's the game plan?
Po dah draw ke?
Po? So quickly, it's even hard to get upset
skin epic setiap orang ke koi?
They were clearly feeling that loss.
Because I really feel like they understood that there was not much that they can do in that game. That was the faces of saying that they knew what we were going to do before we did it. So how do we outplay that? Because let's talk about the bans. Guinevere, one of Fast's best hero, got banned, and she still had the box here. She will still have the link. If you have 5
Apple tak buat restream, tak buat. Dia kena buat content guys.
She still have a signature hero. That's why I say it feels like
Seta dari mana? China. Seta China. Dia one thing aku baru belajar guys Kalau kau pergi as streamer, kau tak ada masa nak buat content. Kalau kau pergi as content creator, kau tak ada masa nak stream. Macam aku stream kan, daripada ni sampai malam kan, tak ada masa tu nak shoot. Macam Zuan dapat buat shoot, pergi jumpa player, shoot. Aku tak ada masa tu. Memang tak sempat. Tim Rayang main malam ni ke? Guys, Tim Rayang main malam ni.
But not really understanding fully how to play those very heroes.
I mean, we're talking about how both organizations is trying to make a name for themselves because this is new. This is a new lineup built for MWI, and because of that, they don't have the experience of being pressured this hard. So I feel like, have they stretched themselves too thin? Honestly, maybe, just because now that you're in this situation, what do you do?
This is scary, Bree. We go back to flying Cloud and Seda cannot afford to go with the same hero composition because we know what Galaxy Phoenix is going to do. They're just going to choose their own that just defeated them, and after such a heavy loss going back to the same map, this could have devastating effects for Seda.
It's tough though, because if they don't really want to overstretch their possibilities in terms of hero pool, then does reverting back to comfort also help them? Because their comforts seem to be really
Habis live tak boleh ke? Kat sini live habis YM dah malam. Dah kira malam untuk Paris. Kalau contoh buat konten, nak buat konten sekarang, waktu tu, and kalau aku nak post, korang tengah tidur waktu tu guys. Korang tengah tidur. What next match bro? Next match if I'm not mistaken sekejap aku tukar kamera. Kalau tak salah aku, next game
they kind of know the comforts of Seda and they're just taking it all out.
ID lawan ID. Baru Malaysia.
Now betting out anti-tanks. Now they're betting out burst heroes. So maybe they just
Arya dah balik guys. Arya dah kalah. Dah balik ke Malaysia tu tak tahulah. Accommodation semua full support juga Paris tu. Full support Zafri. Full support. W Munton for this guys. W Munton. WAWC W Munton. Provide makan. Provide hotel. Raintodak provide aku duit belanja. W Todak. Bukan amount yang kecil guys. Todak. Belleric. Diorang punya power pick Belleric Priority pick diorang Belleric Okay guys. Let's go game ni. Jungler assassin lah. Aku nak tengok Fah main link duk. Galaxy ni kuat guys. Bukan kuat juga. Macam kuat, bukan kuat sikit-sikit guys. Memang kuat Galaxy ni guys. Sora, still pick. Sesi.
They're showing comfort with the Sicilian pick, but that's
ni maksud aku guys, beza pick perempuan dengan lelaki.
Especially with that Valentina. So that's a risk saying that I don't think you'll pick up the Valentina and
Fovius langsung. Kiri ni draft macam laki tu guys. MPL laki je ambil Fovius lawan Sora ni guys. Hati-hati kat Paris, banyak pickpocket baik doh. Thank you for the reminder Haris. Thank you. W Todak, W Todak guys.
They just overcommitted on that Sicilian pick, making it an easy Fovius pick.
Yeah, and you're forced to play slow. You have to play slightly slower than usual. You do have a Sora, but the fact that it's already countered out, then you have much limited movement across the map. And now they get the next best option, I guess, which is also the Claude. So not even the Sicilian's safe. You'd have to be worried about sudden entries from the Blazing Duet.
The way that the draft has been shaping up, they even got the combo formula as well as Sicilian.
Bang Ren jumpa Bang Gagai. Siapa tu? Draft perempuan mau tu comfort hero. Betul. Perempuan punya draft mau tu comfort hero. Tapi tim, sebab tu aku cakap tim Galaxy ni, aku dah penat dah nak ulang guys. Tapi sebab tu aku kata tim ni main macam laki guys. Draft dorang draft meta. Obvious lawan ni. Ui, Sesi Carmilla siap. China main Sesi Carmilla
I hope Seda at least find some way.
Dia ambil Valen, okay ni Valen
Because if they're just going really heavy on team fights and you're already forced to play slow, then that just really lessens your chances of being able to catch up to Galaxy Phoenix, because I just feel like Galaxy Phoenix are always going to step on the gas. They're not really going to allow Seda to play whatever game.
Hanya cinta dan malam. Ya doh, hanya cinta dan malam doh. Orang ingat suara dia je, semalam lapu-lapu dia kalahkan Navi PH. Oh iyalah guys, Navi PH kalah dengan JSP ni. Sumpah tu guys, yang ni. Kalau, okay aku cerita teori dia guys Kalau Malaysia boleh kalahkan Navi PH, maksudnya Malaysia mungkin sama level dengan tim GXP ni. Sebab GXP ni kalahkan Navi PH guys. Gagal fokus aku, masuk gagal yang mirip. Oh mirip Bang Age, gagal. Golena itu Gai Aziza. BO berapa ni? BO3 guys. Tapi JSP punya draft ni macam laki ya kan, aku dah cakap. Aku dah cakap guys. Makan nasi ke? Ada, diorang ada serve nasi guys. Diorang ada serve nasi juga. WEWC EWC dia provide makan macam daripada setiap region. Ada ramen pun ada. Draft perempuan tak power ke apa? Aduh, penat lah guys nak explain guys. Draft perempuan, comfort hero. Draft lelaki, counter pick, main hero meta. Perempuan tak semestinya hero meta, perempuan main comfort pick. Padurin stream kat Paris, rezeki sedikit. Makan lamb shank yang tak tahan. You guys, semalam makan lamb shank guys. Adakah Sora Seta sebagus JSP? Kita kena tengok guys. Ada ke jungle perempuan kat tu ni yang boleh pakai Fanny? Ada. Jungler Falcon Arab. Nana nama dia. Dia main Nana. Muka pun macam orang yang main Nana, tapi dia main Fanny guys.
If you want, I can see something like a CC.
Sekejap lagi kita tengok guys. Nanti tak silap aku ada match Arab. Falcon Arab. Kita tengok. Kalau Fanny dilepaskan, memang dia akan main Fanny guys aku rasa. Tapi kalau dengan Link, kalau dengan ni guys, JXP ni.
Phobia's kind of counters that Freya as well.
Yeah.
So like I said, Seda is walking straight and Galaxy Phoenix is building a wall directly in front of them.
Yes. That wall is
Diorang main apa?
a bit too sturdy now because Seda is just limited in options.
Bruno.
Bruno will be the option. It's very scaling right now.
Yeah.
Masih Bruno Masih Bruno Korang counter cloud pakai Bruno guys Saya menyokong Myanmar. W Tentun.
Shoutouts to our casters who are casting.
Minggalabar brother. Minggalabar.
They get to successfully defend.
Macam semak dia animation dia. Dia punya UI cantik guys. UI EWC cantik. Tapi bukan setakat UI dia. Dia punya setup dia. Dia punya stage dia. Kat sini nampak kan stage? Ajak aku tunjuk korang stage Kita lari daripada draft jap. Zuxin. Okay, korang tengok ni. Aku tunjuk point of view lain. Ni stage dia guys. Ni stage dia guys. Cantik tak cantik? Cantik tak cantik guys?
Everything into the late game so that they just get 2 late game heroes.
Gempak kan? Aku boleh control. Ni beza setup EWC guys. Diorang bagi kat aku pun PC sekali dengan stream deck apa semua aku boleh tengok semua point of view kamera aku boleh tengok. Jap, kita tengok apa lagi dia. Ini POV kamera. Yang ni aku juga. Kamera. Wall fit dengan aku. Okay. Cukup tu. Tak banyak. Xbox jungle.
Okay, I feel like I want to ask the opinions of Gideon here because Xbox makes sense against the Phobias as well as the Belleric. But hey, maybe it can work.
Well, it's going to have to work for sure. Seda Esports built this.
Awak dah makan belum? Not yet, Tentun.
And it's worked out so far. But
not yet. Kenapa caster tak dapat layanan macam coach? Mana aku tahu guys. WEWC, WEWC smart kan? Smart habis kan? TR main hari ni? Hari ni Kai. Kejap lagi TR main guys. Tim Malaysia ada main? Ada guys, ada. Rain, Lil, brother.
Thank you so much for reflections. And yes, Lafell, I will explain it in just a bit.
Masuk game. Ready for battle. Nampak? POV dia. Okay, masuk game. Belilah satu Steam Deck baru berapa ribu. Mungkin kau nak sponsor ke? Mungkin lah kan. Kena colek pula. Tadi cakap dah makan Rin. Dah makan dah Nazma Syahira. Kiri kanan mana cantik draft.
They just want it to be in their favor when or where they want to decide to engage, right? And for Seda, with the export being shown as well here at Gideon, we have to dive deeper. But before that, for Final as well, going in with the Revitalize, now they slowly disengage from that impending fight.
Now, here's the thing. When you have your mid trios battling it out, it's really a 3v3. However, if you notice GXP's
kalau aku kiri tu guys kali ni. Walaupun aku FOMO Zuxin, tapi hero dekat role lain tu cantik lah.
Now here at level 2, this is where Sophia can get really, really aggressive, but Zeta want to punish this. They are taxing the HP pool and also using the wall so that Fanhua can get really aggressive and still walk out of safety.
Tim Rayyan 12 tengah Kimin. Betul.
And it's all about surviving.
Kau jaga Paris ke?
Here on MWI, but surviving the
Top contender siapa kau sana boleh? Vitality, BTR Vitality tu yang ada Vivian apa semua tu. Lepas tu ni GXP ni aku letak juga dalam title contender. Tim Rayyan pun boleh.
with the setups with the cloud form current term. Plus now she actually has damage restricted.
Satu lagi Falcon ID lah aku bagi. Tim Arya dah menang ke? Tim Arya dah kalah dah Aminullah. Tim Arya terkeluar dah. Tim Kyowe kena KIV lagi. Aku nak kena tengok lagi tim Kyowe guys. Aku rasa yang power dekat tim dia je. Teammate dia yang lain macam tak betul-betul strong sangat. Hilang. Wow. Wih, baik pula meta Zeta ni guys. Gameplay dia orang kiting dia baik ni. Pula dah tim Arya nombor 2 tahun lepas. Ya guys, kita orang Nova tadi. Nova game Arya tadi pun semua stress tengok. Tapi tak apalah, bukan rezeki dia orang guys. Okay, rezeki dia orang next time.
Now we see Fanhua getting aggressive, but at the same time, they notice it. They don't mind if she dies, only because Kai is going to be their late game insurance policy next to Name. At this stage of the game.
Ramai agak bang yang nonton MWI Divine enggak ramai. Aku boleh tunjukin ya bentar. Lihat itu kiri kanannya. Lihat itu guys, kiri kanannya guys. Ui, Saito. Late game menang kiri guys. Walaupun kanan ada Cecilian Bruno, tapi late game kiri hyper damage, hyper YSS. Yep. Balance. Kalau aku make to late game balance. Tapi pakai setup Magic Class juga macam 2025. Biasalah tu guys. Biasalah tu. Penonton invitation ke? Invitation? Aku rasa penonton tu teammate dia juga guys. Apa orang-orang tim dia juga. Buka balik coach tunjuk penonton. Sekejap. Tengok. Aku rasa yang duduk tu pun team owner juga guys. Yang duduk tu pun team owner juga. Kalau tak ramai apakah EWC akan lanjut? Masih lanjut. Imri dah lawan ke? Belum Prime T. Paling ramai game apa? Sekarang ini LOL sekarang. Itu bunyi bising. Kalau kalian ada dengar bunyi bising-bising itu LOL guys. Ada Faker tengah main Faker. Start, engage. Pamila ulti. Bajam lompat. Oi.
Guy will join in the fight, but a little bit too late because Zeta already got objective.
Ada floating screen. You.
Now already with the Clock of Destiny finish here, I think it's really unlucky because Fanhua just could not find a really good angle.
LOL community kuat kat France dia guys. And aku tak rasa semua yang datang ni orang ni guys. Aku tak rasa semua yang datang orang France. Macam nampak macam orang ada. Orang Korea ada. PC aku saya PC. Expect siapa menang MSC, SRG guys. Dota ada ke? Ada. Dota ada juga guys.
So if ever that doesn't happen, what they wanted to do is somehow let Winnie do the talking. Let Winnie do the damage if ever Fa doesn't get enough of the resources that she wants. And now Zeta here on the mid lane, they could actually
bujur guys.
but no, they're
Tak suka Vamos pula dah.
personally, I think that Winnie, once she gets 3 items,
Kalau boleh pilih 2 orang, aku pilih lah SRG. Vamos guys. Boleh pilih seorang je. Dah ada satu je pemenang.
again, they're not looking to kind of
Tim setia ni dari mana? Seta. China.
match that energy. Don't let the EXP go to
Ya, diorang main combo guys. Combo Carmilla, Sesi.
It's all about conserving.
Cuma nampak strong pula guys meta kanan ni. Bila tengok balik. Dia macam lawan dengan meta kiri ni, meta kanan ni menjawab. Sesi, Carmilla, Bruno untuk Cloud. Nampak Rain predict SRG dengan tim Ray yang menang MSC. Doakan guys, doakan doa tu jadi kenyataan. Hai. Berbaloi ke Sesi? Sesi. Nasib baik hidup. Nasib baik hidup. France lol dengan CS kan? Oh yeah. Assalamualaikum Abi Ujau, salam. Kan siapa meta golin? Cloud guys.
And until we see GXP fight as 5, these fights, even a man advantage, is all Seda needs.
And that is exactly what Seda wants as well.
Cloud, Carry, Harit.
Onto the hands of Joe. Mimokwa goes in with a plan B, just split pushing onto the top lane. And as you've mentioned, the
Tengok guys.
5-on-5 here.
Kanan dapat 3 kill dah. Tapi gol still sama.
Takes advantage of the fact. Batskeets yet again for Name, collecting all those stacks to win it with a side blazing duet. She might actually fall, but
Hidup siap Cloud tu guys.
luckily she will be
Yang ni YSS tak join team fight daripada tadi guys YSS farm terus Kalau YSS join ni, tim Rayang lawan VPH update 1.15 satu suku MY time. Mati aku guys.
The slap is there, but last insanity committed here by Joe just to try and ensure the kill if ever necessary. Name with a bad speeds free hit on the win. Finny of all people will be taken down.
Mati aku ni guys.
For most of the members of GXP.
Satu suku AM Malaysia time.
It's all about throwing the body Fanwa to get something more in return.
Bawa tilam tidur sana kot sambil tunggu. Camilla Sesi kurang-kurangnya kita pernah lihat kat sini tournament. Leslie Harley. Betul? Betul guys? Betul aku saja? Analis makro tim perempuan ni kot banding lelaki jauh ke? Rata-rata tim tak ada makro yang bagus lah. Tapi top table team ada makro yang bagus. Sebab diorang ada coach yang bagus juga. Macam maybe dekat scene lelaki korang boleh tengok tim daripada nombor 1 sampai nombor 5 ada makro yang bagus. Dekat 1 sampai 6, 1 sampai 7 ada makro yang boleh kata ada makro lah. Tim perempuan maybe top 3 dorang, top 4 dorang ada makro lah. Macam tu lah. Kenapa hero pun lelaki and woman ada beza? Memang beza lah guys. Ability untuk gaming, masa, komitmen. Lepas tu psikologinya pun ada juga efek, emotion, preference kau, penentuan kau dalam decision making. Semua benda tu main peranan guys. Dia sama macam kita tanya kenapa bola ada gap ke, kenapa NBA ada gap ke. Go. Kill Bruno. Oh yang ni Gai bermain tu. Sebab playtime woman tak sebanyak lelaki. Yang tu ya juga.
Hold on, no, Jessica in trouble. Unfortunately, no ult, and now it turns into a 3 for 4 in favor of GPX.
Okay, now they finally get something more out of
Messi. Dapat lot kiri.
And what mattered is that they were able to
Gai ni memang power guys.
While they were doing so.
Tapi Gai ni memang hard carry lah guys. Team Saita ni yang waktu Falcon ID kalah dengan dorang, memang Gai ni yang gendong tu. YSS langsung bantai-bantai.
They needed that mini stun to happen to allow a cleaner way for Winnie to get in and apply that damage. Not to mention, gotta stack it up. So again, communication starting to break down here, but it's not over just yet as they're about to dive.
Okay, they're approaching Fanwa with a Dark Right Inferno pursuit, but Jessica 6-6 goes in with a counterplay, but not enough to do so.
YSS mati ke? Tak mati, Zuxin.
That is a kill here for Seda. Guy onto the front. They were able to take the link in the process. That's a 1-for-1, but Winnie just doesn't want that to be a tie. Ensures a turret destroy onto the top lane. They're really
Fah ni padu hero assassin dia. Ya, dia hero damage guys.
It's actually really insane how good they are at making these.
Dia hero damage guys. Mechanic YSS. Tu aku kata. Team JXP ni team mechanic guys.
Nothing on her as long as she has BMI. The only problem is Gagai because every one of those auto attacks, while Claude needs to get like 14 in to get that big damage. Oh, hold on.
Okay, it's still Jessica 6-6 trying to somehow set up a play, being forced out of their positions here is GXP, but still, Flicker activated for Sevilla just to try and survive.
I think at this point, Seda getting a little nervous here. Ice Queen's wand being purchased from Zone. Now they can play the traditional front to back. The composition is already complete. They just have to
YSS
fight
nasi
5v5.
ya, aku dah kata memang mekanik laki dorang ni. YSS ni.
It might be a little bit hard, right? Because that curse of blood, it's just too dangerous.
XP dia ni sebab tak dapat Sora guys. Kalau dapat Sora, yang dia kena counter dengan Carmilla Xbox ni. Kalau dia main Sora tu. Betul-betul cari Fovius Mati Fovius. Tak mati ke? Hai, Sesi. Mati. Oh, yes, ya YSS ni. YSS ni main macam laki tu guys. Sumpah YSS ni. Tak ada team nak scout ke YSS ni guys? Scout tu. Fah ni boleh main tu. Bang dah tahu ke DK dekat dah tahu lama guys. Dia orang pertama yang DM aku guys dekat IG. Cari team untuk try out team Malaysia sekali. Ya, mid lane enemy ni suka flicker nak bunuh orang. Padahal bukan betul-betul lasik yang boleh one shot sekali pun guys.
It's looking really good here, but unfortunately for Seda, despite the score being 8-11, the board is in the hands of GXP with a 1k lead, looking to explode it into a 5. However, now that bottom side, no holy shield.
DK siapa? Demon Kite.
It kind of doesn't matter. I feel like GXP has kind of conditioned Seda a little bit. And yes, look at that mid lane. Oh, what the? Fanhuan just lost her all.
Because of DK saja pindah goal lane. Pula. Oi, mate. 3 orang set up. Salah. Kiri salah. Sebab tu aku cakap Zuxin hero tak kuat guys. Enemy keluar Xbox berkicap kau. Siapa nak pecah ke Firaga dia tu? Jangan menekan. Suruh Vamos ambil Fah. Ganti area 4-4. Kalau tahu inhibitor tu patut pentingkan lane mana satu. Kalau korang tanya aku, taruh inhibitor tu sama-sama 3-3 lane sama penting. Sama juga dengan 3 turret dekat tengah. Sama penting. Tapi andai katalah korang kata nak kena pilih lane mana yang nak kena bagi pecah, better jangan bagi long lane yang pecah. Long lane tu lane jauh lah. Katalah lot dekat atas, korang biarkan turret belah bawah korang pecah. So korang akan susah nak manage long lane nanti. Jangan pala YT. Mana ada cahaya daripada tadi saya baca ni. Ulti apa? Apa DK akan main ke IG ke kot? Sinai semua ni. IG? Bukan IG. RRQ Oshi. MPLMOI tak boleh ke masuk pemain perempuan dan ulti lelaki? Boleh? Nak ambil siapa masalahnya? Kenapa Rain tak ada podcast langgar dengan Vamos? Saya ada je kat situ bagi laluan kat Abang Lot dulu guys. Macam banyak benda nak borak guys. Kalau saya ada kat situ sekali borak, takut makan masa. Dan saya pun banyak benda nak kena belajar lagi guys daripada Abang Lot. Kalau bahagian hosting ni, saya review game boleh ya guys. Nak borak santai bawa kelakar tu, yang tu Makanan abang Lord lah.
So much HP, just didn't have the right conditions. Now, both sides missing
Bruno gendong parah. Ya, Bruno gendong parah duk. 803 ke Rain? Ya, 803.
GXP gets first move to position for this Lord. Is nobody going to clear up that top wave? Thank God. Turnaround coming in from Lima.
Okay, and that's the thing for Seda.
Wait,
They
clear
have
lane
to
way.
think of the bigger picture. And with them thinking that they have to go out or go home to defend,
Takut tengok.
it took what, like literally a few seconds for GXP to actually
Prediction
push
Team
out
Ray dengan
to
Navi.
get
Team
the
Ray
win.
guys. Team Ray 2-0. Team Ray 2-0.
Seda was able to match up with the macro of GXP, but it seems that now it's starting to slip.
Malah Arab menang. Tapi Arab lawan dengan GXP ni Arab tu kalah. Tapi dekat bawah tadi diorang menang balik. Lawan dengan FUT kot. FUT Turkey. Keluar dengan siapa tak tadi?
And either way, GXP, they're the cool, calm, collected ones, yet we haven't seen a very clean 5v5 just yet. It's always somebody goes down a little too quick. Somebody isn't as committed compared to the others. Once GXP gets on that same page, Seda's going to be in a lot of
Diorang
trouble.
clear Lord dekat luar lah cerita dia guys. Korang tak ada siapa ikut Lord.
Big ultimates. Cloud shift coming up from Jessica 66 or the Cursed Blood.
Ambil atas.
Okay, two things to check if you are
Kalau nak mirror
GXP.
saja.
And now they're slowly approaching top lane here. Lema onto Joe. There's going to be lateral flare. Last initiative just to clear off the minion wave that GXP brought onto the base of Seda. Now it's going to be a defense, and they're not willing to risk it at all here, Gideon.
Why does nobody want to hit the turret?
Tak katanya tim perempuan tim mana coach?
At this point.
Vitality,
And now,
Indo. Tim ni ya juga ni, GXP ni. Warna biru ni, tim warna biru. Tim Kamboja.
This wants to go in for again, but Manwa immediately melts down here on the heads of
Hai.
GXP, and we have winning here with a blazing
Hai,
Dragon
Cecilian dia memang.
with a double. Now it's going to be
Bermain siap Gai-Gai ni guys.
they have to defend for their base. It's still complete 5 members
Berat ke Gai-Gai? Gai-Gai berat ke Gai-Gai?
onto their base, approaching the mid lane.
Oh, this game just got extended for little to no
Season depan tim
reason here.
MPLMY ada ke player tier A atau S masuk sim kita? Rumours sikit. Kita biar team owner lah guys. Kita biar team owner yang bagi rumours. Sebab tu function kita orang buat ni guys. Todak buat MPL Talk Todak Langgar. Todak Langgar pula. Podcast Langgar. Kali ni rumours kita biarkan team owner yang sendiri cakap. Tapi Abang Lord ada juga buat live bagi-bagi rumours. Yang tu biasalah guys. Abang Lord punya perangai biasalah. Layan je lah. Cuma direction kita ke arah itu. Kita nak share info direct daripada tim sendiri. Biar tim sendiri cakap dorang ada ambil pemain mana, role mana. Kita akan tanya-tanya lah. Macam tu. Patah ke bahu si Gai-Gai ni. Tak, Cecilia ni memang kick tu. Banyak kali out position tu. Padahal kau flicker tau. Bruno tu purify tau.
And now they rush in. Immortality removed entirely just before a Lord take here for GXP. Although technically, she still survives, but for Seda, they have another layer of info that they have.
Kalau info dari Kepam boleh siapa Kepam?
First, they have to clear off wave after wave before they try and position themselves into trying to contest this objective.
Boleh comeback,
I love
boleh.
the fact that Seda are using these small little tricks. When you conceal, stick by walls because it's just harder to notice something changing when it is a fixed position. But even so,
Hai, betul-betul tunjuk muka pula Kamila.
Okay, it's Fanmo.
Kena
Being
sedut.
covered here by GXP. Walks in towards Name, and now they try and
Sakit kena ni.
dance around this Lord. 9 minutes into the game, this might be the
Oh,
ending
YSS
Lord that
lepas.
GXP
YSS lepas.
needs. And oh no,
YSS
yeah,
lepas.
Jessica 64 is out for
Zosin ulti.
ultimate win.
Lord.
Oh, the back is
Fah
Fah
dapat
getting
tu.
the Lord, and when he goes there with an
Mati ke Fah? Fah mati ke? Fah mati ke?
Jessica 65
Winter tengok guys. Winter duk. Woi!
multiple walls ahead, getting for the free hits. Seda is doing it. They want to survive, but wait, there's more. They have to go back. They have to defend their base, and it's Winnie on their back. That's 4 women across the map trying to find a way to go home safely to defend against GXP.
Weh tolong doh tim-tim MPL. Pergi merisik doh jungler ni. Padu siap.
So nasty as they 5v5 around this Lord pit. A steal from Fa, but yet we are seeing that Seda are coming out.
Wah, gila-gila siap Fah ni guys. Dah lah main Link, main OSS, main Winter. Okay, sadang tak. Baru kena puji Baru kena puji Hai. Hai, macam tu je kena comeback. Hai. Hai. Hai guys, hai guys.
Even with the lantern flare, I think that won't be enough. Because
Hai.
they are locking their sights onto her. And Gaga is still alive. Still deathless by the way.
Macam lelaki gila je. Main macam lelaki guys. Si Fa ni.
They gotta deal with these waves. Let it push in just a little bit.
Yang ni yang tak jadi siapa ni? Bellery dengan Phobius guys
They don't commit to it. They're gonna get cloud shifted.
Okay, if they play it just right, they might be able to equalize this
Cloud,
matchup.
Cloud, minion Cloud, minion Cloud.
Gerak.
Kena end ke?
But Zayna just isn't having any of it.
Baik siap Saita. Gila Saita ni bos.
One chance, one more game to see Zeta versus GXP.
Gila dok guy. Mabar VIP Israel guy. Guy bagi tahu harga guy. Berapa aku nak bayar ni? Subscribe Mabar VIP kau berapa guy.
But at the same time, this is a new environment. No
Far so
teams have
good.
pushed both
I
of them
told
this
my viewers,
far.
he play
and they
like
have
a
so
guy,
much
you know.
to
He
fix
play like
upon,
man.
Not only in fundamentals,
Swap
but
3
just
items.
in the raw mechanics. It's a scary moment to be in here because
GG man, GG man.
So good, the pressure which is causing these consistent.
He's still the Lord, yeah.
Deteriorating.
Immortal Winter Rose Gold siap Fah ni.
We're going to be throwing it back over to Reflections at the studio.
You talk to who coach? ZZ Gaming. Oi. Bersyukur ke? Ni jangan nangis duk, sabar duk. Guy my guy. You duk, guy. Member curi lot. Tukar Winter beli Immortal Winter Rose Gold. Tukar 3 item guys. Lepas tu menang. Lepas tu kalah. Seta dari China. Seta dari China. Malaysia dah main ke belum?
What an unbelievable game with incredible results. It went back and forth.
Position tak jaga tadi. Dia kat dalam range second skill tu. LOL ni gila memang kuat guys.
I thought you're going to lose your voice screaming. You were losing your mind.
Have I not? Oh.
Tapi XP dengan Roma dorang pun tak jadi tadi guys. GXP ni. GXP ni tadi Roma dengan XP dorang pun tak jadi guys. Mati banyak di 18 17 tadi. Guy Ratu MM green. Ya guys, nampak gaya macam kali ni series kali ni macam dia Ratu MM ah.
When I saw the 9 minutes, I said, well, we're in for the gauntlet.
Oh yeah, I mean like Cecilia needed 20 minutes to get there and they got there, right? I feel like I cast
Tim Ray pukul berapa itu ada dah tu. AI kampung dah share dah info tu. Ada spam. Sabar tu AI kampung, ya Allah.
A lot of misplays, especially Winnie. Well, you are very passionate about that one.
Sabar guys, sabar tu. Pin Rin, dorang ni lah, dorang boleh pin. Tiap 3 message ada satu soalan yang sama. Tim Ray main bila? Ya. Penat ni nak jawab satu-satu ni. Gila-gila duk AI kampung. Aku tolong sekali baik tu Muh Hatim, baik tu. Baik siap, nice one tu. Kalau tanya lagi Tim Ray main bila? Oh ya Allah, dekat YouTube pula guys, Tim Ray yang ada main ke hari ni. Ya Allah. On the way Global Sicilian memang mantap the show. Serius lah? Kau baru nak push ke ataupun kau memang dah banyak main Sicilian?
Big burst magic damage.
Astaghfirullahaladzim korang ni.
One hit, half HP gone. So that's number 1. Gagai, big burst physical damage, right? So that also deals with the likes of the Claude. And then you have continuous true damage coming in from the X-Borg.
Betul guys, ni nampak gaya diorang berebut gaya. Dia menggigil siap, menggigil tu jari dia guys.
Macam ni. Even Jessica after that win, I feel like some tears there because she's like
serious emotions, man.
That was a very hard game.
Serious emotions.
Gila siap. Nangis ke gelak nak? Nangis tu puasa.
Zhao was the only one with 2 kills. That was it to like the 17 or 20 on the opposite side. Unbelievable results. Let's take a look at a couple of actions. And usually I set them up and I kind of have a feeling where they're at. I'm not going to have any idea who's winning in this moment. We take a look at it. And it could very well be Galaxy Phoenix leading the way here. So it is a little bit later on. We're now down to the 12 minute marks, and it is in fact going to be Galaxy Phoenix leading, but just slightly.
Yeah, and it's where I think you start to feel the scaling.
Oh ni,
coming.
ni
I
buat
know it's
apa
the
ni
12
sesi
minute
ni?
mark, But Lemma and Ling
Ayak.
were starting to feel it. If it weren't for those individual plays, I feel like
Santai ke, santai Syawal, santai.
Looking at the second moment.
Nanti kau tengok merchandise harga €150. Aku dah tengok dah Hares, €150. You have money, you talk to me. You have money, you talk to me. Siapa pick Sora pasti menang. Nampak gaya ni semua kontes ni guys, kontes Sora ni. Tim dia boleh menang tak? Boleh. InsyaAllah guys boleh. InsyaAllah tim dia boleh menang guys. Percaya guys. Percaya wakil Malaysia guys. Percaya wakil Malaysia guys. Dia kadang-kadang kan, sebagai supporter, walaupun korang nampak tim lain yang lagi kuat, korang kena percaya juga tim korang yang paling kuat.
And then it turned out to be true. I gotta say, sometimes I wish.
Macam kau, even contoh kalau kau as a coach pun, walaupun kadang-kadang ada player macam down ke apa, kau kena buat dia percaya dia paling kuat. Tapi kalau bila dia dah percaya dia paling kuat, jangan start syndrome pula guys.
You gotta give it to them. That was a moment where they just could defend until the very end, and they did.
They did indeed. Athena and Gideon were giving it their absolute all. We have a caster reaction.
Yakin je, biarpun macam aku sokong AC. Ya, itu namanya supporter, Idin. Itu namanya supporter.
Now it's going to be a defense, and they're not willing to risk it at all here, Gideon.
Why does nobody want to hit the turret?
AKSLLLMCM Surin. Apa tu?
Okay, now they're talking. Sera, this wants to go in for a kill, but Fanwa, if it builds down here onto the hands of GXP, and we have winning here with a blazing do it going for free. Hit Sophia with a double.
Betul, bukannya bila menang saja bila kalah caci, betul? Betul guys. Aku selalu macam tu, Rin. Selalu macam tu, macam mana Pi? Yang mana satu? Dia bukan siapa yang pick Sora menang guys. Siapa pick Zuxin kalah? Siapa pick Zuxin kalah guys? Siapa pick Zuxin kalah? Degil orang-orang Malaysia, degil orang-orang international, degil penat aku menyebarkan awareness tau.
Me and Briggs, like if there was cams on us, we would also be like, we're very passionate folks, you know. We love MLBB.
Yeah,
we love MLBB.
And he's put a caster curse in game for 3 times straight in just a single minute. I don't know how that was possible, but everything just went the opposite way of whatever
we
he said.
need an analyst cam though on you, especially when you start losing your mind. I didn't know what was going on. I actually went to the fell. I was like, what is happening? Like, what?
Honestly, it looked like she was having a seizure. She never does that. You've never been this passionate.
I was screaming, yes.
FOMO tu, yeah, FOMO tu guys.
Man, she was excited to see them come back until it wasn't a comeback. Seda Esports, man, 1-1, all tied up. My goodness, do they look unstoppable.
But I have to say, after
Apa
what we
pun
saw
tak
from
bermaksud
Jessica,
kalah tu kita tak kuat, cuma tak ada rezeki untuk tahun tu. Tengok jugalah. Kalau berseason-season kalah tak kuat. Star yang politik yang pick Zuxin semalam mana ada. Mana ada. Tu kan Perli. Itu tepek daripada depan. Perli tipis-tipis. Memang aku cakap hero tu hero sampah. Tak pernah sekali pun aku nak macam sini-sini Zuxin hero ini boleh main ke apa. Aku memang cakap hero tu tak kuat.
May did 105,000 damage. Sophia Playing also did 105,000 damage, so that is quite a lot. But this just shows, as strong as the Sicilian was, a lot was on Gagai on that Bruno. So,
Ya Allah.
Clever pick for that export, because I did not notice there was not a lot of burst from Galaxy Phoenix to destroy the Faraga armor. So I didn't notice that. So honestly, brilliant drafting coming in from Seda.
Yeah, because it seems like you're just so tempted to go for the Juicin. Everyone just seemed like they had to go melee and close towards the opponent so you could just freely use your lantern flares. But we're looking at Ling and Jessica.
Kami nak rekan interview lagi. Oi korang ni. Semalam aku dah kena, hari ni dah kena cokok lah kot. Banyak pula.
But in this particular game though, Ling,
banyak pula guys.
I think a lot of times Ling was just doing what the foes would definitely do, but Jessica, for some way, found her way around it.
If we're looking at the goal distribution, it tells the story of the game here because we see coming in from Jessica, she took no goal from the jungle crease, meaning that she's always around the map, around the
Habis tu
river, as
hero
well as
mid
the
apa
lane.
paling power?
Whereas you see Ling have to take some
Aku
jungle
rasa
crease,
kat
meaning
dalam
to
meta
say that
sekarang
she was losing, right? She needed money somewhere, and one of the options there was the jungle.
Well, let's head back to the stage for the two teams
God
now to get ready for the big
YVE.
fans. And Galaxy Phoenix Seda, this is going to be an
God
incredible
YVE,
matchup.
guys.
Now, clearly, you know, after map 1, I'm thinking,
Satu hero yang aku nak sangat orang main balik, Farsa. Aku rasa Farsa kuat juga, guys. Sebab orang sekarang dah tak main Zetian. Dah kurang main Zetian. Restart ke? Restart tadi. Ada problem AI kampung. Bukan Kimi pun boleh juga, guys.
That's a narrow loss, but sometimes those can sting more than a blowout.
Honestly, reflections, I feel like Brigida is so happy because
Cyclops
she loves
tak
extended
power pun, guys.
series.
Cyclops
She
biasa je.
hates those
Cyclops susah.
2-0, so finally getting it, you can feel her joy.
TikTok 40k, YT
Might
10k.
as well, because this is
Ya,
the
itu
last
dia
game
AI
we'll be
kampung.
seeing best of 3s, we're going to best of 5s, right? So
Bang Rin, ya
we
Aziza.
out of the best of 3s. Why are
Welcome to the stream. Lilia situational. Untuk aku Lilia situational.
We're looking at them because here's the thing.
Valentina Lilia untuk aku situational, guys.
what do you call it?
What do you call it? Give me some philosophy. You've been studying biology, philosophy,
biology, or anything, physics.
Physics.
We are in a different reality than most people that we live
Timbre dah
amongst
lepas ke?
ourselves. So we
Belum lagi.
share
Lepas ni ada
pain,
main
we
lagi, guys.
share
Lepas ni ada
joy.
main.
I'm looking
Saya
at
budak baik.
Gideon,
Ada lagi.
and I'm like, we've
Kejap lagi,
been
kejap
at
lagi.
this together for most of our lives.
TikTok
He loves
40k
me, I
follower,
love him.
YT 10k sub, giveaway 3 skin daripada Rain. Baik doh AI kampung.
Yes,
Dah beli
we're both
AI
married, so
kampung.
it's okay. We can share.
Baik siap AI kampung.
All right. Well, hey, it's getting deep out here, guys. I don't know if you can feel it or not.
We can say that because he can't fight back, so that helps.
Find a
That helps.
platform to sit on. It's getting deep out here. Galaxy Phoenix Seda Esports all tied up 1-1. As you mentioned, it is a best of 3. So it comes down to this final one. Remember, guys, single elimination.
Serius apa tengah malam match team yang betul. Serius guys.
Wins this, Galaxy Phoenix are gone and vice versa, right? So it's tournament life on the line when it matters most. And for Galaxy Phoenix specifically, to win that map 1 in such a convincing fashion allows Seda Esports back into the series. If they were to then lose this best of 3,
Allahu Akbar.
have their key crushed, that map 2 is going to haunt their dreams until next year.
Bree, I gotta ask.
What?
Seda won because of a cheese pick, a cheese strat,
Yeah.
right? The Sicilian, the Carmilla, the X-Borg. Do you think they can do that again? Because for some teams, you had a winning strategy. Sometimes you just want to go for it again, even if it is not the same circumstances. Now you be Dallas.
Okay, for GXP though, I think they'll be more careful of how balanced their composition is definitely this time, because the lack of burst earlier definitely hurt them. The lack of range earlier definitely hurt them. They had to scale for both of their carries, and they might want to spread it out a bit, but it's another Flying Clouds map.
Hey, talk about Sora Day, am I right?
Yeah, I was going to say, dude, we need a Flying Cloud at this point because we're tied up 1-1 on Flying Cloud. We need a tiebreaker. We're going to get exactly that. I'm excited for this one, man. 3 Flying Clouds to determine who moves forward and who goes home.
You know, Gideon's favorite hero is Sora.
Really?
But the one above that is Uranus. He can't get over that hero. If he can pick it up, he would pick it up. He doesn't care if he has to use Uranus mid lane, he would. Like, he has a shirt saying I love Uranus.
Really?
Thank you for the follow,
I don't dare
stranger.
lie to you, Briggs.
Chang Yi boleh ke?
But I agree
Janganlah
with you.
Chang Yi
For
guys.
this
Chang
one,
Yi tengah
GXP,
tak kuat sekarang.
There needs a little bit more balance. I'm almost even thinking maybe the Eastern Shin is too much respect, thinking that, you know, we're going to fight late game to late game, but a Cecilia on late game, I mean, like, that's not okay.
Because either way, if they did hand over the Yi Sun-shin and they had a Sicilian and a Claude in their lineup, then just go full out on early game. Then just make sure that you snowball out their minds just so enough that they couldn't really catch up. Because in a way, they just allowed the X-Borg to also somehow balance out
Aurora pun
Satan's lineup
tak
a bit
tak boleh lah guys,
more.
kurang
They
lah.
allowed for the Carmilla to get a bit of help, for the combo with the waltz to actually be a
Tidur ke tak
problem.
guys? Tengah reply WhatsApp jap. Tengah settlekan pasal aku punya luggage guys.
And that they get to bring out their
Kalau Link dah mula keluar dah kembali meta SRG, boleh jadi mam. Boleh jadi, boleh jadi. Sebab Link dah meta balik ni. Thank you for the follow, my Nana.
I'm ready for it,
No,
and I hope
no,
you guys are at home because this is really such a tremendous matchup. It comes down to this one more map to determine it all. For Galaxy Phoenix, their first international LAN, and they are performing sensationally. Now on the opposite side for Seda, a team built specifically for MWI. They've had shaky moments, yes, but they continue to persevere and make it through against all odds. And both of these teams could very well be making a grand finals appearance. It's not going to be easy, but nothing ever is if you want to be a champion. We're going to have our hero picks in just a minute. And we've had two diverse hero pools between both rosters for sure. Just open for Seda. They get that Sora pick, they're going to be in some good hands. But Ferrara, that is also...
bangun tak tidur guys, tak tidur. Ada. Tengah reply WhatsApp guys, tengah reply WhatsApp. Sana pukul berapa? Sini 3.49 guys. 3.49.
I think it's also really more on the Sora now as a prio rather than the Hirara. Hopefully, if ever Seda does go to blue side, because I think earlier they were on. Were they on red?
They were on red because it was an export red 5 pick.
Yeah, so hopefully this time they might as well. Oh, but wait, is Sora really?
Julian agak jarang keluar meta. Ya. Yang ni kalah balik guys.
Here's the conundrum. Big word, huh?
Big word.
Say they get a Sora. Okay. And say you want to run that Sicilian again. Sicilian dies very fast to a Sora. The reason why Sora has been doing so well is because teams know each other so well. Seda knows Galaxy Phoenix. Galaxy Phoenix knows Seda. I know Gideon, right? So they know that need some kind of answer, and the answer is Sora. Deals a lot of damage and usually gets away with it.
Okay, so maybe just maybe if they do go blue side, we get to see that a bit of change. And
Ya Raiden, teruk sangat typo tu.
Call it, I guess, the tournament.
Pukul berapa Malaysia main tu? Dah ada orang bagi tahu dah guys.
But there are also a
Dah
lot
ada orang
of
bagi tahu dah
other
kat situ.
things that were yet to actually see prioritized. The Freya, I think, was disregarded this entire series.
Yes, I was very disappointed, but okay.
Tengah makanlah dulu. Makan dulu. Aku tak pergi mana. Relax, makan dulu. Tak lari. Aku kesian pula kat AI kampung ni. Tak apalah AI kampung, tak payahlah share dah. Kalau diorang tanya kita buat-buat tak nampak je lah komen diorang. Janji tak lari, ya janji. Ada macam ni guys. Aku stream, aku teman korang stream. Relax je.
Galaxy ban, not even global ban, right? It's like we've used this once.
Guy, my guy. Dia macam my guy, brother.
Do you feel like they should finally change the Claude?
Kerja shift malam ni
There were a
Syafiq.
few times Winnie
Macam tu
was
Syafiq
in the
kerja shift
position
malam ke?
that a Claude should not be in.
MWI?
But it's also maybe stemming from
Bukan
the
coach
understanding
Agi. Sora tu meta lagi
once
ke?
you
Meta?
push the waves against Team Seda, you just get such a huge advantage because that seemed to be one of their biggest problems too in the previous game.
Tak ajak macam ke Rain?
Yeah, the wave management.
Rain nanti stream juga ke? Stream insyaAllah.
That's lacking a bit. Actually, maybe that's also why they ban out
Ajak guys,
Moscow.
ajak.
They want to ban out hero that can protect the waves.
Nanti saya ajak.
At this point, Seda, I feel like that game number 2, they won, but it was kind of a nightmare as well. Always have to go back to base, make sure the minions don't end the game. It happened like, what, 6 times.
Dia kalau kita boleh mapa, best juga guys. Boleh ML ke apa kan? Tak boleh main ML pula. Tak ada kabel lah nak main.
They trust their
Bruno je lagi Karin.
They trust their minions.
Boleh jadi. Kalau kanan main cloud, kalau ni main cloud, boleh jadi dia Bruno lagi guys. Tapi malam lawa coach Eiffel. Malam lawa coach Eiffel. Aku dah set dengan zone guys. Esok kita orang pergi ni. Esok kita orang pergi Eiffel Tower.
Well,
going
back, why didn't, I mean, realistically, Galaxy Phoenix like close the door on Seda during that.
Agak-agak siapa win? Aku nak kena tengok draft guys.
Like this was your opportunity. Push forward. Why did they break away?
Malaysia ada wakil lagi tak? Ada. Thank you for the follow TP Human
Thank you for the follow. The Sicilian clears the way very fast.
Listkan hero jungle yang bagus spec sekarang.
Winnie could have, but Winnie could not.
Kalau jungle,
right? So that's just.
Oh my gosh!
Look at that,
Carmilla ban.
The respect showing from Coach Ririf. right? Carry ban as well as the
Hirara Ling.
Carmilla ban. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we
Hirara
just jumped into
Ling.
the draft here. Seda is going to be blue
Kau
side
damage
first pick. GXP on the second pick. Red side Flying Clouds again.
Hirara Ling, Harley.
Seen on the ban list here. Marcel Herrera as well as Guinevere banned out by Seda. One more ban for GXP.
Yeah, the Claudio
Aku rasa Lucas pun boleh masuk meta. Aku rasa Aulus pun boleh masuk meta. Untuk utility semua still sama je, aku rasa still boleh main. Campur Balmond. Tu utility. Semua tu masuk aku yang meta sedia ada lah, yang macam Akai, Fredrin semua tu. Semua link, user link berhimpun. Ya, hari ni game play off semua team kena main ke? Semua. Semua ke
Actually, yes.
Tak silap aku semua.
Never mind. Baxia is a better pick here.
Valir. Dia nak main apa ni guys?
The Balearic is up again, open.
Saita nak Balearic ke? Saita.
Or do they deny the claw?
Thank you. Oh, welcome. Okay. Santai.
Would not be a bad idea. But it does seem that
No problem.
something more chaotic in the jungle, right? Something that can potentially counter whatever GXP has, especially with that Valir ban. You kind of know that Galaxy Phoenix will have a
Ada 4 game hari ni untuk playoff. Betul Syazwan. Ada 4 game untuk playoff, apa nama dia? Playoff, betul.
Like, you know what? We're going to take the Baxia away. So maybe Galaxy Phoenix does have to take the Akai.
Rin, asal tak nak jadi coach lagi? Aku pegang kau duk. Realitinya jadi coach ni tak begitu stabil lah guys. Tak begitu stabil.
Do they win?
Realitinya tak begitu stabil. Kalau korang jadi coach, dia contract base, tak secure untuk long run. Bukan coach lah, player sekali lah. Tapi coach dia jadi lagi susah sebab prize pool kau tak dapat. Rata-rata team tak bagi prize pool lah. Kalau bagi pun sikit lah kat dia. Balearic Sora. GG dah tu guys. Surrender ke kiri? Dah boleh surrender ke kiri? Kiri nak surrender ke? Diorang dah tak perayo cloud dah guys sebab diorang tahu kiri ni ada jawapan, diorang tahu kiri ni ada Bruno. Baru tahu rata-rata coach tak dapat prize pool, betul? Yes. Tapi tanggungjawab besar. Kalah memang kau kena blame dulu. Orang memang kau hujat coach punya dulu. Player nombor 2. Menang mesti sebab player guys. Kalah confirm sebab coach. Itu normal guys. Ling, let's go! Menang. Dah, aku rasa JSP menang guys. JSP menang guys. Atlas tak OP ke? OP je. Tengok team lah guys. Tengok team lah. Ada user ke tak? Let's go Ling guys. Aku nak tengok Ling guys. Bang Age pulang ni. Aziza Putri. Ada 4 game. Macam lama simpan. Tak adalah. Yang ni aku bagi tahu realiti. Kok macam orang ada yang nak jadi coach ke. Yang tu dia bukan pendam. Dia more kepada nak bagi tahu korang realiti. Kok ada yang dalam ni nak jadi coach kan. Korang kena ready lah nak hadap realiti tu. Untuk aku kalau korang rasa macam korang dekat fasa yang macam nak try and error dalam kehidupan boleh. Tapi kalau dekat fasa yang korang nak settle down, nak career yang stabil, nak secure, susah. Sora auto win. Sora campur Ling lagi guys. Diorang pakai phone apa? Lenovo Legion.
So we go the other way around and go for the most obvious ones. Unless somehow the last 2 picks really turn the entire draft around.
Tak apa, aku berharap satu nanti.
I don't know.
Ada big team. Aku ada dapat offer. Banyak je offer aku dapat guys. Daripada Malaysia ada, daripada Indonesia ada. Daripada Malaysia, Indonesia, daripada India, daripada Singapore, daripada MENA. Semua aku dapat offer. Aku je yang reject guys. Rasanya live sampai pukul 2 pagi ni agak Shisui, aku rasa lama ni. Aku rasa SRG pun SRG tak guys. SRG dia lain case lah. Sebab dorang farm duit tournament international guys. Dorang farm duit international tournament.
Galaxy Phoenix have to yet pick up their mid lane. as well as their goal.
Yang tu kalau coach diorang dapat bahagian pun, katalah bahagian dia sikit daripada player pun, banyaknya banyak macam mana guys. Kalau dari PH pergi Rain, PH tak ada, PH tak ada. Sora is back. Yo, Sora is back. Thank you for the follow. Yang baru masuk, baru follow. Oh, diorang ban Bruno Harit Ling, woi kuat tu kanan ni. Kiri main apa? Fovius dah ban.
Pushing gold lane for Galaxy Phoenix. However, they stick with the Harith, so they might just want to take on team fight.
Dulu guys, waktu Ling tengah meta, counter gold lane dekat Ling, orang pakai Brody guys. Brody. Counter Ling dekat mid lane, orang pakai Kadita. Ni dulu meta dulu meta dulu. Ni aku cerita kat korang. So kalau jangan pelik tiba-tiba hero tu nanti masuk balik. High loss. Oh, dengan meta sustain. Ini mid akan main apa ni? Lilia ni. Vali dah ban. Tak Lilia, YVE ada Cloud ban ni. YVE kiri, Lilia lah kot.
Make sure the Ling is no longer there, and the Benedetta does get picked up to deal
Ada apa
with
lagi
Sora, so that's more of a skill matchup if anything.
Yeah, so maybe more on the Benedetta actually.
Lilia.
But gold, or I mean mid lane for Galaxy Phoenix. So
Roger
far,
Gold,
it's been a
Valen dia boleh main ulti siapa? YVE, High Loss,
But considering
Bennett.
this lineup right here,
Don't you wish you had a Valier?
no, they took it out.
Yeah, but you know that's what I mean.
I agree.
Sesi.
Valier would have been perfect here.
What is it there? There's a Lilia?
Lilia, Sesi, Lunox. Tank killer lah, main tank killer lah. Lilia, Sesi, Lunox. Farsa! Oh ya, aku baru cakap guys, Farsa nak masuk meta. Oh, nice one. Let's go. Dekat lane, Farsa boleh menang lawan YVE guys. Cuma susah Farsa lawan dengan Cloud guys ni. Cloud dengan Bennett, Farsa susah sikit. Kanan semua hero mekanik cok. Aku dah kata diorang ni hero apa mekanik, high mekanik.
To determine who moves forward and who goes home.
Aku buka headphone sekejap guys, sakit telinga pakai headphone dia. Farsa masuk meta balik ke? Aku nak dia Farsa masuk meta. Aku tak boleh save kata yang Farsa dah confirm masuk meta, tapi aku nak Farsa masuk meta. Kalah ni kanan, aku 100% kanan menang. Korang cakap aku, okay, korang kata rasa kiri kan? Ada ke lagi yang rasa kiri? Aku rasa kanan. Kunci MSC tu emas tulen ke? Bukan. Gila korang nak hancurkan emas tulen macam tu. Adanya.
From Galaxy Phoenix, and the last time we saw Ling on Galaxy Phoenix, we were looking at 30 points worth of kills coming up from Fa.
And that's exactly what they want to somehow manifest yet again. To get the kills rolling, be dominant as ever if you're Galaxy Phoenix. And you're right about the reflections that the map 2 or game 2 might just be the nightmare if they don't get this last point against Zeta.
And now they're taking advantage. Oh, Sophia stole away that one camp. Now Jessica
Ling meta balik ke? Ling masuk meta guys. Ling masuk meta.
As well. And deny level 2, that's perfect. Can he get the small camp as well?
Oh, curi jungle enemy.
Just enough. And now Zoe is still level 1.
Oh, no,
sakit ke?
By GXP, they're trying to chase down Joe and Midget first blood.
Bad decision guys.
They saw the chance, they took it, and they might go for a double, but no.
Aku dah kata ni Ling lelaki guys. Aku dah cakap ni Ling lelaki.
Just little bit of a defend there.
Tapi Ling tak dapat kill tadi siapa dapat? Sora.
Beautifully played. A great response from both sides. The instant invade, the set play to try and take both of the camps. It was so close for being good.
Nak sangat rusuh.
GXP responded very well, noticing, hey, wait a minute, these motions are a little weird from the side
apa
of
job
their
Bennett
mid
lepas tu?
laners,
Aku tak sure kenapa dia pick Bennett kat sini guys. Sebab enemy main hero laju tau, Harit. Bennett susah lawan Harit. Bennett ni sedap kalau lawan dengan hero yang stagnan, tak bergerak. Lawan Farsa mungkin okey. Sebab apa? Sebab waktu Farsa ulti dia tak bergerak. So waktu tu Bennett boleh ulti dia. Tapi yang lawan yang lain daripada belah kanan ni susah sikit sebenarnya. Sora, Harit, Ling. Assassin 4 jago tu. Assassin dia main macam lelaki tu guys. Cakap je emas tulen. Emas tulen.
Clashes here for Fanwa, and Sophia goes in with a feathered airstrike taunt.
Ling,
Definitely an easy
ho,
kill again for
ho. Kutip pedang macam laki tu.
In the process, now they smoothly transition onto taking down.
Main macam laki ke Rain? Ya.
Beautiful layered play coming in from GXP. But Jessica, I like the final blow and even petrified to try to get a trade.
Okay, that's too flashy of a move, but still, that is an easy turtle, a secure turtle here for
Aduh,
GXP.
ya aku dah kata. Stream sana full sponsor Muntun ke? Ha, Muntun EWC.
Onto the vendetta of Jessica Sixes on what she can do.
Padu, aku dah
and she
kata.
do miracles with it, right?
Yep, GXP, they're gonna have to try their best here. Zone now trying to set up another gank
Ah,
on that top
benar.
side.
Mati dia.
Now Petrify is gonna be a little bit harder, but
Malaysia
unfortunately,
tim apa? Tim Rayang guys, tim Rayang.
overstayed in the lane. Didn't
Lawan
have
dengan
the ult to
tim
punish.
Okay, that is something that Seda can
lawan dengan
capitalize
tim
on.
Navi
GXP on their
PH.
hand is taking
Kau nampak link dia? Aggressive early game. Ya.
their time before they go all in
Macam
against
kau rusuh
Seda.
aku kan. Sini aku bunuh
All
kau.
about maintaining composure here for game number 3 because a lot of emotions were included for game on number 2.
Thank you to AI kampung. Kelakar AI kampung. Tengok targeting mid laner tu. Sap. Oh, kena stun. Kena stun. Tapi targeting mid lane tu. Link main link ke? Bukan. Yang ni yang main link Fah. Link main Sora. Lihat tu 4 pedang. Ya, budak-budak 4 pedang guys. Sap mati. Ya. Tak, tapi early game dia tak ada item lagi guys. Late game dia sap tu kau yang mati tu. Yang ni dia tak ada item. Harit bermain ke Harit? Harit. Fahmi ke bukan?
I do want to come back to the point.
Zaman sekarang kita wondering it is lucky or tak ada lagi aku rasa perempuan je ni. Orang mesti ada buat background check guys. Hadir di mana? Mantap man.
Benedetta's timing needs to be precise and sharp. You can have the biggest impact or little to
Gagai ni padu. Ya, Gagai ni pun padu guys.
Did she have enough of a break to actually calm down her nerves and go through with miracle team fight setup play here for Seda.
Link ni dapat dia punya Sora pula. Korang first pick Bakzia guys kan. Korang bagi Sora. Kau tak nampak ke tadi dia main 4v start bermain tak hidup? Asal korang bagi dia Sora?
There's no more turning back, no more lower bracket climb up. But now for Seda, they focus far out to the objective. Link onto the front line, targeting Zoe, forcing out the transformation here. While Nami plans in the RWM, most of the GXP members here just try and take their time before they go all in with a Abandon Ursak. They would follow up with Lema as well.
Tengok guys, targeting dia guys.
Right on track here.
Guys, kau tengok targeting dia guys.
Nothing but try to run away at the very passive here.
Konsisten cari mid lane tu. Buat baik tu link ni guys. Jungle tank wajib turtle coach. Bagi aku wajib tu. Tapi mestilah condition turtle nak kena tengok lah. Kau level 4 ke apa ke tak ke. Tapi tujuan kau ambil jungle tank sebab kau nak control objektif lah guys. Kalau kau tak boleh control objektif pakai jungle tank, mati tu. Apa dia? Kalau kau main jungle tank tapi tak control objektif, baik kau main assassin je. Sebab late game kau dapat item. Dapat turtle, dapat item.
Is there? They've got the mechanics, but they don't seem to be talking to each other as much as they need to be. We need to see that teamwork actually come through.
Link dia main nafsu tu. Bukan nafsu, main tamak. Nak dah dapat kill nak turtle lagi. Padahal nyawa dah low. Tak ada escape. Tapi mekanik ada lah, mekanik ada. Decision making lah, decision making. Adakah Link boleh main Sora saja? Nampak gaya macam ya
On that top side, at least the waves are being cleared up, but GXP
Ulti flicker ni bos.
don't want to be passive.
It's all about his skills right now for Seda. And definitely it's evident that Jessica has that. But now it's all about maintaining and trying to take control of the situation. Plus also not letting GXP corner them out with the macro yet again. And now it's all about balancing out the waves, and Winnie is winning on the gold lane matchup. That's 4 members of GXP targeting Fanwa alone. Doors probably just to try and disengage. Now she comes back. There will be quite a stun here, but Ling and the others will just slowly retreat back.
Unfortunately, Ling doesn't have her flicker up just yet. I think there was a moment where they were thinking, if maybe I get the dash down,
Forza Chiku.
like Name, or maybe
Farsa Ciku.
Try to trigger something. Didn't have the battle spell, don't have access to it. Fanwa does lose not only her ult, but also the revive, which is pretty important because in the next 20 seconds, the next turtle is going to spawn, and she's going to have to wait another 23 seconds or so to get
ada
it
game ke?
back up in the middle of
Ada.
that fight. So unless GXP recognize that timing, they could maybe try and force this, but Zeta want to take first
Late game
position.
untuk aku confirm kanan menang. Confirm late game Ni cakap pasal late game Damage Harit, Farsa Ling ni hilang guys. Aku suka tengok gameplay agresif. Sama dia Noki. Aku suka tengok gameplay agresif dan juga fancy. Faham tak fancy? Kalau gameplay kau play safe, just secure objective, play safe, memanglah menang. Memanglah benda tu untuk kemenangan kan. Oh, tengok link dia guys. Tengok targeting link dia guys.
By GXP, now we're talking. Now they are very
Gila siap targeting Link ni guys.
Before taking down an objective.
What an outplay coming in from Link. The Wrath of the Dryads as a follow-up was already great, but that
guys,
wombo
targeting
combo
Link ni
is
guys.
what GXP needs to secure this Lord right here, right now to start
W far guys, W far go.
5K ahead. Now they're going to turn it closer to 7 to 8K, depending on whether or not Zeta can stop this pressure, stop this momentum. They will lose some outer turrets for this, but how much gold will they bleed?
For now, look
Dia cari mate sampai lomba cacing. Ya doh. Main Link ni tak main Link pula. Main YVE ni tak tenang doh.
Somehow a tricky part here for Zeta. They could actually reach the backlines, but the problem is that they also have to ensure that someone is
Bennett tu tak target Farsa tadi. Tak tahu lah. Tak tahu kenapa dia.
Yeah, what a build
Nampak,
here.
jaga Lord tapi tak clear lane. Nampak? Itu cara yang betul. Clear lane lain dulu. Lord biar tapi make sure jaga. Jangan sampai enemy free clear. Woi! Wah, pak dia lah. Memang SP dia ni memang aku rasa confident pakai Sora guys. Pak dia Link dia ni. Ni Link apa siap? Sumpah doh. Sumpah doh kalau Malaysia menang, lepas ni Malaysia lawan Navi kan. Kalau Malaysia menang jumpa tim JXP ni ban doh Link dia ni. Boleh tak? Boleh tak ban je Link dia ni? Macam Link aku Rain. Ya, macam Link korang doh. Setuju confirm kanan menang. Lagi-lagi pokok kombongan buruk. Ya. Link ni tak takut mati tapi mati takut Link. Ya. Ya tu guys. Jadi gila YVE asyik kena buruk. Ya. Ban Link ke Sora? Ban dua-dua dok kalau tanya aku. Open lah hero lain. Ban dua-dua ni. Link, Sora, Hirara. Okay cukup. Link, Sora, Hirara.
Onto Zo and Fanwa. Without that front line, you can tell that Zeta kind of lose direction of who really is the anchor of the team.
Falcon Habibi masuk ke? Falcon Habibi? Masuk. Masih masuk.
Nami is having a really hard time landing those beautiful blocks where she could catch
lagi Link kau ni.
Sophia is actually
jarang main jungle guys.
Job. In contrast with her feathered air strikes really right on cue, hitting the right
Nanti Fah keluar Fanny lah. Aku tak nampak lagi Fanny dia guys. Yang main Fanny semalam jungler Falcon Habibi. Falcon Habibi siap lagi. Pokok tangkap depan, burung finishing dengan Link. Ya, betul. Tu belum kira Sora punya kejar lagi. Sora punya tanda. Region mana? Kamboja guys, Kamboja.
Now, question is when is it going to be enough to overtake it? It's 4 to 14 still with an 8K lead. The economy is in GXP's side. Third item already complete from Winnie, so that's her power spike right here. Unless Guy has 3 items, I don't know how they're going to compete.
Let's see. Because for now, the action is, or maybe the plan is just to survive.
Agak-agak Fah ni main tak Fanny or only Link? Aku tak sure lah Rip. Fah ke Kyowe Rin? Gameplay Fah tu. Kalau gameplay Fah tu, korang tak tengok Suyo dia pula lagi guys. Suyo dia semalam 16 kill. Nak tanya Rin, tim perempuan sesuai skrin dengan tim MPL atau ML? ML dulu guys. Lepas tu bila rasa macam ML, korang kena tengok level team fight tu. Scrim bukan untuk menang, scrim untuk belajar. So bila kau scrim, tu katalah bila kalah dapat belajar banyak tak? Ke dia macam one sided yang tak boleh belajar langsung? Kalau one-sided tak boleh belajar langsung. Even dekat ML sekalipun turun tier lagi. Main dekat tier 3 pula. Tengok tier 3 boleh bagi fight tak? Boleh bagi fight and boleh belajar something tak? Kalau kalah one-sided tak boleh belajar langsung, turunkan lagi tier. Macam tu. Bila rasa dah menang, rasa macam boleh bagi fight, naikkan tier. Salam, waalaikumsalam Aisyah. Agak-agak funny single ke? Tak tahu lah guys. Beza 5 level jungle.
A slight mistake, that might be the end of it, right? A 12-minute game time, almost 9k gold. Jessica 660.
CG dulu pernah screen dengan tim perempuan tak? Tak pernah.
Now she's forced to back away. With the dashes, it will be enough. But for GXP, this game is just starting to get even better. Now Fanwa, half an HP left.
Fah pick YSS Suyu dengan Link. Ya dok, hero laki dok dia main.
The Lord will be melted down, but this ensures a quick entry point onto the mid lane by Galaxy Phoenix.
Good play coming in.
AC Esport boleh recall fast sudah.
Best attempt onto Winnie, but Winnie one step ahead already.
Habis ni siapa main mah? Tak sure tu guys. Habis ni siapa main ah?
And its control system as now the next fight occurs.
Okay, they managed to actually go out of the race right here for
Flicker untuk apa tu YVE? YVE dia ni suka flicker ke depan tanpa sebab doh. Tengok Link. Mata di Link, sap. Triple kill macam tu jemaat. Ya Allah. Baik siap. Seronok dah aku tengok game ni guys.
It's not over just yet. Another feathered airstrike as this is the end game scenario.
It looks like Galaxy Phoenix willing to risk it all years in the making, and they want to take
End
this game. But Jessica 666 and together with Joe, they want to extend this one. But Fa and the others just want this game to end it to their favor, and they will successfully do so. It's Galaxy Phoenix taking on the win.
Mana satu Fah guys? Tengok sikit muka Fah.
2-1, what a game. We
nak tengok sikit muka main Link ke tak?
When they're behind, when they're ahead. But with
ni kalah balik guys. Kalah balik.
Comes the crushing defeat. And it hurts my heart seeing
yang ponytail tu Rin.
so much on the line here today. Blood, sweat and tears.
Ponytail yang mana? Yang tu belakang tu.
Wasn't enough. These last moments they realized really quickly they staggered us too much. The death timers are too long. The impending doom is near. And my God, are we going to have some great competitors for our upcoming battles? But I can't wait to see these two teams maybe showing up next year once again to bring up their regions.
Definitely.
Kalau ikut teori boleh main Link, YSS dengan Soyu, confirm boleh main Fanny. Orang berteori pula guys. Puas single ke mana aku tahu man, tak tahu man. Dua dari kiri. Oh ni yang ponytail ni. Oh yang ni kalau orang tengok star dia tinggi mesti orang cakap dia joki tu guys. Carry Mifa. Tak payahlah korang. Gatal lah. Walafa ke? Princess skill Walafa ke? Lepas ni Vitality versus Falcon ID. Ui, seru juga. Geltec, Falcon Mena, last tu baru TR Navi.
So now, congratulations to Galaxy Phoenix. You guys have risen to the occasion.
Walafa, okay. Walafa.
That tournament life. How does it feel?
Minat gameplay combo macam Vamos ke gameplay Pico macam SRG?
Of Seda in your hands right now.
We feel so excited and happy.
Earlier on in the interview before the match started, you guys said that you're proud to be here and proud to represent Cambodia.
Combo and kiting ah. Dia sebenarnya kena ada somewhere in between guys. Tak boleh pilih satu je. Ada buat Maba Vet pilih Paris tak ada lah meh. Server lain lah meh. Meh aku plan nanti nak jumpa kau lah meh. Nanti bila kau free kau busy ke? Tak busy kan? Nanti aku free aku nak datang jumpa kau lah meh. Cantik baju Saita. Ya. Fah Bedi coach ai korang ni.
Now the next one, the potential matchup will be against Team Ray Young or
Aku
Navi
je coach.
Philippines. Who do you think you might meet?
Boleh. YM kat mana? Korang kat mana? Tak busy cuti 6 bulan ni. Ya. Oh, cuti 6 bulan. Okay. Nanti aku datang. Baik. Nanti aku datang jumpa.
In the matchup later, you might actually see them.
Kalau Rain single tak lah guys. Aku dah tunang dah. try Mava server sana. Aku tengah win streak ni, Noki.
Your walk of victory.
Tidak, dia nak hancurkan. Jangan nangis. Kau menang tau. Yang kena nangis tim satu lagi tu.
And this is how they decide to show up. You cannot make it up, ladies and gentlemen. This type of performance representing Cambodia, a region that some people might
Saya
not
tak buat
know
apa kat situ.
how
Dia kena paskan dia punya kunci, Haikal. Dia punya kunci tu kena pas.
Oh, it's about that time. Yeah.
Pom, meletup.
Gotta be heartless with it sometimes. It's about wins and losses. Be careful. Okay. She didn't push it all the way through. Okay, we'll give it a little bit more or no?
Meletup siap.
Goodness. Are you? It's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Macam tak selamat je benda tu guys, tak tutup ke?
But ladies and gentlemen, that type of energy right there, that's what we saw in the gameplay as well. Congratulations again to Galaxy.
Tak tutup rapat ke benda tu? Tak ada macam betul-betul cover full ke? Patah kau saya tak? Pelakon ke host ni? Host. Tak ada cover guys macam bahaya je meletup dia tu. Tak bahaya ke guys? Siapa menang? Galaxy Phoenix GXP. Senang ke server sana? Senang duk. Senang duk. Cuma tim kau lah, kau kena pening kepala sikit lah. Kau dapat tim yang tak boleh main. Bahaya tu kalau kena mata. Itulah pasal. Maba VIP lah coach. Macam mana aku nak buat guys? Oh ya, adik aku tengok YT pula. Tak bahayalah Rin, kan dah lock tu bersih segitiga. Oh ya tak, takut macam serpihan-serpihan. Dia tutup sikit je, kira plate putih tu tak over habis. Oh ya
Phoenix gets the job done. It wasn't easy, however, it was our first ever third match in a
ID
best
coach
of
main
3
belakang
here on
layar.
this very stage,
ID
but it
coach
was
main belakang layar
entertaining
maksudnya?
nonetheless. And one name that was being screen free was Fa the Mercenary, making it happen.
Dia patah dua kan, bukan berkecat. Tak sure. Aku tak pergi tengok depan.
This jungler, I am now
Game lain pun kena patahkan. Game lain pun kena patahkan guys.
when we say that she just might be one of the best that you have to watch out for here in this tournament.
The Mercenary, man, like she gets the job done.
Zay.
Shout out to Seda as well. That was an amazing play. Like we can feel the emotions, even though like we're quite a
Bila
distance
next game
away.
kita nak start guys Aku macam
True wins, true losses. I hope they come back next year.
You know, they were built specifically for
Macam
MWI.
nak-
They joined the stage.
nak
They
ML lah.
made it to the knockout stage. That is a huge accomplishment to finish.
Yang belum follow,
fifth
cepat
through
follow dulu
eighth
guys.
as, one of their first
Yang
appearances
belum
here on
subscribe,
the
tolong
international
subscribe kat
stage.
YT
You've
dulu
gotta give
guys.
credit where credit is due. And you
Boleh
like
tak
to say the emotions of
viewer-viewers
Jessica,
saya yang berada di
especially after that
TT
game to win.
untuk subscribe
She
saya
really
punya
wanted
YT
it, but
guys?
at the end of the
Boleh tak
day,
guys? Boleh tak?
it wasn't
Bila balik
Sega
Malaysia Rin?
Sports
19.
moving forward,
19.
but making it to the stage was a massive accomplishment. Shout
Siapa
out
yang
to
terkeluar
Seda,
tadi Rin?
Galaxy Phoenix, and shout out to Sora. It's Sora Day, and Sora gets the win
China,
again.
Saeta.
100%. How crazy that is.
Saeta,
It's like,
Saeta.
what, almost 5
Saeta
hours
Esport.
I know.
Dah
of
subscribe
our
dah.
show, and every
Thank you
single
guys,
time Sora
thank you.
sees The Land of Dawn, he wins.
More
FB je tak jumpa jangan lah. Bahaya kalau jumpa FB.
three here.
Apa YT Rin?
All
Raintodak guys.
More than the
Raintodak.
Esmeralda even, right? You were expecting like because of the adjustments, the Esmeralda to be the XP laner that's really gonna shine. I mean, she did a couple times, but today, why has it been always Sora? Sora has been making waves. The setups have been on
Ray yang
point.
main hari ni
The
guys.
matchups, they're
Cuma last
always
match
winning
diorang.
it out in the EXP lane.
Seems to be the case. Sora Grand Finals, you're a champion. That's really what it takes, right?
Dah
Again,
follow
looking
YT.
at the
Thank
players'
you
emotions,
Fatima.
Still
Dan
feeling
subscribe. Thank you
so much
Shadow.
for the team of Seda. They really gave it their all.
Yang
Shout out
dah
to the
subscribe saya punya
Warriors
YT, terima
for
kasih
doing it.
guys
Shout out to Fanwall too, for
Hargai
giving us a
korang
sub
punya
and playing
effort
so
untuk subscribe.
incredibly well and getting this roster to the main stage.
Sekejap lagi siapa main? ID lawan ID guys.
Phoenix
Vitality
continuing
lawan
to move
Falcon.
forward.
Sambil
They
rank
are
boleh aku
looking
rank dulu lah guys. Tapi korang bukan boleh tengok pun aku rank guys. Tak ada kabel nak cucuk.
I think they already took some notes on what worked and what didn't work, right? Because if you want to become champions, honestly, getting 1 or 2
Agak-agak
losses
pukul
here
berapa
and
tu?
there is gonna be very
1 lebih
beneficial
guys game
because
Malaysia. 1
if you
lebih
keep
pagi.
on winning by grand finals, If you did lose one game, you have no idea how to recover.
Kalau kau hargai jadi kesulitan, janganlah macam tu guys.
Could be improved than before.
Todak dah jaga aku dengan baik tu guys.
Said it themselves, they think it's gonna be Navi. They wanna go up against Navi in the semifinals.
Aku dah ada EPF, dah ada Sokso.
So that's an interesting pick because I believe the record has been much smoother for Team Ray Young.
Ray Young has definitely been looking great. The record has been a bit smoother. However, it doesn't matter if it's smooth, rocky, choppy, as long as you get there. That's all that matters at the end of the day. For Galaxy Phoenix, yes, they dropped a map, but they still ended up crushing the key of esports. They will move forward, but the question is, who is going to be their opponent? Well, we'll have to answer that in just a little bit. To
when is that you also will be interviewed?
Let's take
when?
a look at one of our first moments of the game.
Right now?
At least that we wanted
all
to
the best.
All
the best. All the best, man. ZZ Gaming pula nak kena interview guys. ZZ Gaming pula nak kena interview.
First one, 9-minute mark. Bree, what are we looking at?
Okay, this was a moment where I feel like you get to see how willing they are to just go in for the dives and the setup you see from a Sora all over again. Just imagine that delayed Wrath of Dryad into the setup that was actually going to be the main center of attraction for this sequence. It's just so great to think how GXP mastered the way that they tend to pull out their team fights.
Hey, big moves from them. Second moments. Actually, we're going to go.
Dapat pergi France, alhamdulillah. Rezeki
we
guys.
get to watch the commentators once again reacting to that map number 3. Let's see how crazy they were getting.
Hey, they managed to actually go out of the race right here for Guy, and now they go in and sling it again, finding the right angles. Now they risking it all with the RWM, but Fa, with a Tempest of they will be able to finish off 2 members, making it 3, a triple kill for Fa.
4 of them already low, put down to 20 or 10%, and yet Fa somehow taking turret aggro manages to survive through all the pain. It's not over just yet. Another
Bila Team Ray last game guys. Team Ray last game. Allah.
Pure passion, and this time I felt they were ready for the caster count this time around because now as Athena was standing up.
SB tak masuk lah EYM. Aku rasa aku tak letak SB lah. Aku rasa EWC nanti baru aku letak SB guys. Sebab EWC nanti aku stream dekat Malaysia je guys. Yang ni macam tak proper pula aku nak buat letak SB kat sini. Sorry EYM sorry
Yeah, it's been fun.
She's my boy.
We've been screaming. You see us, you hear us.
You guys been going crazy. You guys have been
I think it's not just Gideon who's very expressive.
That's right. That's right.
Off cam, we are as expressive as Gideon.
Absolutely. And speaking of
boleh menang ke Team Ray ni? Boleh guys. Percaya guys. Percaya.
Let's listen in.
Kena percaya.
Hey guys, Fanwa here from Aseta. Although a reverse
Kalau kita tak percaya siapa guys? Itu soalan dia. Kalau kita tak percaya siapa? Allahu Akbar. Falcon Indo lawan Vitality kalah balik juga. Kalah balik. Maksudnya wakil Indonesia pun akan satu je yang pergi.
An amazing one if you ask me, and you guys look extremely strong, but I gotta ask you personally, how has your experience been like this MW?
Sayang Saita.
As you know, our
nice
team
try,
is first time come up to the international stage.
First time pun dah boleh buat gameplay gempak-gempakan. Saita aku beritahu korang korang simpan tu gai-gai tu sumpah. Simpan tu gai-gai tu. Siapa lagi nak support kalau bukan kita? Betul.
It's amazing. Honestly, I counted on you guys as the underdogs because from match 1 up until now, you guys always had such a great fighting spirit. Now I gotta ask you, what more can we expect from your region, China, in the upcoming tournaments?
I'm expanding like our regions, no matter which is like women LBB or like men's the game.
Aku sokong Arya tapi dah kecundang dah tak apalah guys. Fragonite Museum jangan lupa pergi. Fragonite Museum dekat ke dengan sini? Fragonite Museum. Berapa orang masuk guys kalau museum-museum macam tu guys?
For all the support, and I believe next year we'll do better.
Jayo, good luck Fanwa, and I hope to see you again next year. That's it from us.
Kalau macam mahal sangat, tak nak lah guys aku pergi. Kalau mahal sangat aku tak pergi lah guys. Hopefully Team Ray can go till final on Nora we trust. Betul?
This was just their first appearance. Imagine what they can do next time. I've got full faith in that roster to continue to be able to
Nampak kat SEA Game Arya punya Arlok Power, tak tahu guys apa jadi. Kenapa diorang tak main.
Hey, we've got a lot of watch parties taking place, a lot of coverage in general. This next one is going to be special. It's Zay Casting. Let's bring him in because Zay Casting is keeping all the coverage for the MWI out there.
Zay
involved. And I tell you what, it's been a great time speaking to some of these influencers. Zay, how you feeling?
WZ guys. Ini Zay guys. Aku punya kawan kat sini guys. Dia ajak aku pergi tengok bola, dia ajak aku jalan-jalan. Kenapa korang tengok aku selalu apa? Test. Sekejap. Aku takut suara aku dengar. Kenapa banyak fans daripada Sekejap, aku beri laluan dulu guys. Bagi laluan.
Sora also apparently has been tearing it up. Hey, Zay Casting, thank you so much for all your coverage and everything you do. The MWI will continue, but like I said, shout out to you, Zay, for being who you are as an incredible influencer, and thank you for the coverage and the watch party. Hey, check it out. My champion pick is now live. 2 champions, 1 game. My champions pick is now live from
Zay, W.
Submit your predictions for
Zay.
the MSC and MWI champions for a chance
Zay.
to win 50,000 in-game diamonds.
Oh, dia tak dengar guys, dengar pakai headset.
2021-2025 tournament
WZ.
skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under @MLBB Esports post for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. My champion pick live now. Get involved. I'm hearing Rose is also set up with yet another interview. Rose, who did you get?
Apa pendapat Rain tentang e-sport World Cup kali ni? E-sport World Cup Okey je lah. Nak kata apa problem sangat pun tak juga.
Yeah, I'm great too. How did you girls react when you found out it was going to be an Indo-Indo match just now?
Cuma itulah.
I'm in shock.
Apa tim aku tak pergi jauh lah. France. Aku dekat France, tim aku tak pergi jauh guys.
Very early on, is there anything that we should expect from the game? Is it going to be fun? Is it going to be long? What do you think is going to happen, Bibble?
I don't think there will be anything special. I think it's going to be pretty much the same showdown like previously, like in Battle of Gamehurst and like the previous meetings that we had.
What about for the sides of Falcons ID? Aren't you guys scared? Because you guys played a game today. Are you scared that they will read your strats and everything?
Maybe there will be a new draft, but then I'm hoping for a rematch, but I think it's going to be in grand final, but then we come out like now, today. But then, yeah, we'll see on the Land of Dawn.
We'll see in the Land of Dawn. It is a very early match-up. So now the question lies on, what do you think the score will be? Let's start with Liv.
I'm hoping for 2-1.
2-1, okay, 2-1.
Team Ray last game, betul Syazwan. Team Ray last game. Team Ray last game.
Because since
France kalah sebab tengah rank, guys, tengah rank.
right now, we want to make this a
Sekejap
very
guys.
fun game for y'all.
Tapi lag lah main kat sini. Dia ada wifi, aku kena connect wifi dia sekejap.
Okay, I think it will be a fun game, definitely one to watch. So any message to each other?
Let's have a good match.
Yep, good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Very friendly fire over here, nothing too extreme. Good luck, girls, on this match, and that's it from us. Throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Ni tim mana Rin? ID lawan ID guys ni. Ni ID lawan ID, ni ID lawan ID. Sekejap Kenapa Malaysia satu tim je Rin? Sebab kita bukan champion guys. ID dapat 2 slot sebab diorang champion.
However, only one team can continue their championship run in the MWI, and these two teams have a long-standing history, and it is in fact the great Indonesian rivalry.
First of all, we saw that interview and they were, you know, talking very nicely to each other. Why are we like that, Brig? And when I say we, I mean all of us talents. We very aggressive against each other, but honestly, one of the things that we heard during the interview where Vival said, I hope it's a 2-1, because I feel like in her hearts of hearts, she's like, not gonna be a 2-1, this is gonna be a 2-0.
Well, I understand why the record has been that way
Very one-sided
for the recent qualifiers, and even if you talk about the rivalry way back, even when they had different names and were under different banners, it seems like that has been the story for them. That's why it's a revenge match again and again for now Team Falcons ID, because they're always yet to get that win against Vitality.
It's going to be tough either way you look at it. Falcons Indonesia is going to have to fight hard, but Vitality, they want the championship again. Let's send it to the stage to get the match started. Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, Cheryl, take it away.
And it is time to continue with our knockout stage of the event. We just saw Galaxy Phoenix put on an absolute masterclass, and now we have to see if the ball is going to keep on rolling in that same direction. Damascus, who are we bringing to the stage first?
Hey, listen, bro.
Thank you for the follow guys.
But we need to make some noise, of course, for the Queen. And I see
Lawan PH. Kita lawan PH guys.
Est-ce que vous êtes prêts, s'il vous plaît?
Ada di poster team ready. Oh, ada update dah ada update Wah, kuat gila guys.
Vitality, simply put, the best in the world. They barely lose games, let alone matches. Last year they won MWI without losing a single game. That is the definition of excellence. That is the definition of professionalism and, of course, of perfection. These are the reigning queens of MLBB, and now we have to see if anyone can overthrow their reign.
Now, City, anything you would like to say to the most
Moy,
familiar
ada fans.
of foes, your opponent team?
Let's both do our best and keep the streaks like before.
Exciting. Head on over to your battle station.
Keep the streaks like before, évidemment. Du côté de Vita, elles veulent continuer à la win streak. Elles ont gagné l'an dernier. Elles cherchent à gagner. But big opponents after that. We've talked about the rivalry. Who are they facing, Rob?
Ladies and gentlemen, coming next to the stage, put your hands together for Team Falcon!
The Indonesian division of Team Falcons. We got two Falcons still there, and Falcons ID are back, led by Violet. They opened in a difficult match, losing to Seda, but then the redemption was absolutely perfect, destroying both Aurora and then Twisted Minds, and they inherited Vitality.
Tak show mana satu accurate. Tak apa guys. Kita tengok ni je.
It is time for them to showcase if they can take down the Queens.
And now, anything you would like to say to our defending champion?
I hope we can have a good match and we can 2-1 you guys.
Oh,
2-1.
okay, let's see. Please head on over to your battle stations. Now, friends, this is a one and done. No more extra chances, no more extra lives. On one hand, our defending champions, Team Vitality, has been having perfect streaks so far. Whereas over on the other hand, Team Falcons has been fighting from day one. One is well rested, one is relentless. But there's a bigger picture at stake. Organizations, club championship points. Can Team Falcons score one for the team? Or will Team Vitality take this win? This is the battle of the familiar foe. Ale, let's go!
Cheryl, Hollywood Rob, TV, and Damascus, thank you for setting the stage, and the stage is about to ignite. You have an Indonesian rivalry between two great titans, Team Vitality versus Falcons Indonesia.
Tim Ray main tak? Main guys, tapi last match. Tim Ray main last match guys.
An upset, depending on how
Tim Ray main last match.
Now these guys, these ladies, they have history for the longest time, and it dates back, I'm talking many days. In fact, I'm thinking 719 days in total. Last time they met was at, or at least for MWI, was at the EWC 2024 Championship. Now we all know Navi got the victory there, right? It was not Vitality. But either way, for Vitality,
kalah balik guys, ini kalah balik guys. Format dia kalah balik yang ni.
so Lavelle, they meet once again. I don't know, the rematch. Let's see how it goes.
I mean, here's the thing. If we're talking about history, Vitality made a name for themselves because they don't just win. They dominate. They make sure when they enter that tournament, they don't drop a single game. So honestly, for this one, I feel like for the players, for the organization, it's not enough to win.
Yeah.
It has to be quick.
Dah macam tengok
It has
FIFA
to be
woi. Ya,
decisive.
gempak kan.
It has to send a message to every single team thinking they can get Vitality later on in the grand finals.
Yeah, especially as they finally made their return to the MWI stage. Because if you would recall last year, they also weren't here. That's why we saw their last matchup way back. Because it was Onyx for TV, if I'm not mistaken, taking stage last MWI 2025.
Tadi dorang draw, dorang pick lawan negara sendiri. Tak, dorang tak dapat pick guys. Yang ni. Ni dua tim ni dorang tak dapat nak pick. Kenapa dorang tak dapat nak pick? Sebab dia ada dua tim je yang boleh pilih. Dia ada dua tim je yang boleh pilih.
It has to transcend just hero picks, just gameplay. The confidence they have is unmatched by any of the ladies competing in MWI.
I would say they went through hardships because the way that they train against professional male players, right? So even in losing matches, they went up in literal the best of the best that any region can really produce, and that's why they have such a big hero pool. And then in terms of gameplay wise, how they've always been dominating, we gotta talk about the mother of tanks, man. The way that she sets up fights, doesn't matter if it's a Joe,
Tak bosan ke Rain stream seorang-seorang? Tak adalah, okay je guys.
Vivian makes life easy for everyone in Vitality. And in the last match, I saw Vitality going up against Genji. The Arlet of Fumi Echo, bro, that was popping.
Yeah, and every single time you see Vitality encounter a slight mishap or a bit of a bump in terms of their road, which is always very dominant, which is always going their way, you just see them come back stronger and stronger. We saw this last happen MWI 2024. They failed to
Take care of your health, friend. Thank you, man. Thank you, Caltet. W Myanmar, guys. Thank you so much for your love, man. Rain 20k like dah. Thank you, dok. Kira tak ada luck lah ni jumpa sama-sama. Betul. Malaysia keren tak guys? Ni Indonesia lawan Indonesia guys. Malaysia last. Suara LOL ke tu hype gila. Ya, suara LOL guys, hype gila.
On the road to replicating a flawless record yet again, dropping 0 games if they keep this going.
And I love that you brought the battle of the gamers up. You know, that was season 2.
Malaysia lawan tim apa? Kita lawan Filipin guys. Navi PH.
You know, they swept them in a best of 7 series. That is quite significant. Technically, this is a
Kuat juga Navi PH guys. Navi PH kalahkan tim Arya tadi. Navi PH kalahkan tim Arya tadi.
Falcons Indonesia needs to counter Team Vitality because we know when Team Vitality gets rolling, it is so hard to stop them, if not impossible.
Yeah, we're starting to draft here. Falcons is going to be blue side first pick. Vitality second pick on the red side. Flying Clouds again. Today, you know what? Is a very airy kind of day. I wonder if we're going to rain. If today rains, I gotta say everything is set up. Which, by the way, right now,
Freya Atlas Guin, Thank you for the follow, Eminat. Harap tim dia menang. Gitu lah tu guys. Kita doakan tim dia menang. Thank you for the follow, Fazli Bob. Thank you. Yang baru masuk, yang baru follow, semua saya ucapkan terima kasih guys. Yang dekat YT yang tengah tengok sekarang, terima kasih sebab subscribe apa semua guys. Itulah risau tak ada low bracket. Ya guys, tak ada low bracket tu masalah dia. Sebab ni single elim. Hachi, Miko Fly, thank you for the follow. Thank you guys, thank you for your support, man. Appreciate it, bro. Hakami HQMI. First pick apa ni?
Team Falcons ID whenever they do meet in a match, but Eve's the last battle. Okay, that leaves.
Keto is up if that's something that they want to consider, but again, we've seen Esmeralda. It looks like they're going to pick up the carry, which again, I feel like is a very strong pick right now. It just counters so many things. I think Vitality should not rush.
Sini petang guys, petang.
They're the kind of team that kind of wants to challenge that, because I feel like if they
Sokong
stop a
mana Rin?
dominating hero, it
Tak
sends
tahu
a
guys.
message to
Tak
the other
kisah tu
teams and be
mana-mana
like,
ni pergi.
what's next?
Yeah, you know what? After seeing even the Selena
Sokong Malaysia guys. Yang ni antara dua ni tak kisah.
I as well just would rather see them flex it a bit more, because now they prioritize the Akai and Paquito. So there is a chance that Falcons, Violet with the Sora, phenomenal. I wouldn't mind if they do actually consider it here, but then do they also pick up the Valentina? Because then that also might limit their chances or their lineup in a way.
Tapi
You have to always be up
carry
close
si Leaf ni memang jago guys. Tadi carry dengan gendong tu.
Okay, despite the Akai being present.
Zusin! Okay dah kalah ni Falcon. First game Vitality menang guys.
I think that is pretty okay right now, because I feel like going up against Vitality, a team that is amazing when they rush forward for a fight, having something like a Zushin to kind of like slow things down is going to be pretty good. The Sora as well. If Sora from Falcons ID gets a win over Vitality, Brig, I think we can just lock it in. It's already. I think it's going to be very hard. It's going to be an uphill battle. But if they do
Belum Hapsing, belum. Kita last
If
match.
that does happen to be the case,
Kita last
then I
match,
maybe
belum.
don't want to see it anymore. Like, let's just take it out and let them revert back to the other EXP.
Right, let's just put it this way. If Sora wins,
okay,
right, you and me, we can take a break.
Oh.
Let someone else come in and hang out with Taylor, right?
That's true.
Please don't leave me.
Anyways, Kimmy has been picked up here, which by the way is a pretty good counter.
Dah nampak kesabaran kau makin tipis. Mana ada guys, tengah makan. Lapar sikit guys. Lapar sikit kan. Fumi aku nak kata dengan Aura ke tak ada.
Honestly,
Mana
like
ada.
how they're just so not reactive to the Sora, and how they're just keeping it
Suap sikit.
simple in
Suap
terms of their
sikit lah.
approach in the draft.
They're making it like
Terus play off Nabil. First stage kira quarter final terus.
Honestly, in terms of just repositioning overall, I think the Kimi would have a much easier time doing that compared to the other mages that could have been the option here. I mean, the Valentina definitely has dashes yet, but they might want a bit more of the DPS to come through, because we actually don't know what the gold lane is going to be just yet. We don't know what the pick for Chell could be.
I think Harvey would be a pretty safe ban.
Yeah.
Because I feel like the carry can deal with most gold.
Alahan ke guys tengok Hero Zin. Hero tak kuat guys. Hero tak kuat. Senang tak cari makan kat Paris. Dan sebab makan kita orang provided, breakfast ada dekat hotel, makan apa semua dekat venue. So senang guys. Tapi dekat luar tak senang sangat lah. Ada 2-3 kedai lah guys.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right.
So, oh wait, but it's also banned. So
Timbre boleh menang tak lawan Navi? Boleh guys, boleh. Percaya. Percaya Shoyu, boleh. Grand Final 19 Didi. Rain tulis besar-besar atas kepala tu, game Malaysia last match. Tak apalah. Mungkin diorang keluar masuk live kan, macam mana guys. Format payoff Lucky macam ni juga. Tak, yang tu aku tak sure Shisui. Aku tak sure. Lucky start 22, Miaomi. Lucky start 22.
If that's something that Falcons wants to get, because right now let's recap about Vitality and their strategy going into this game. It looks like they're trying to
Tak tidur Rain, tak tidur. Tak tidur? Apa yang tak tidur Dip?
Jungler, because in terms of the tanks,
Tak tidur weh.
Balman is still up, and Balman is not great right now just because going up against Paquito, a lot of CC, going up against
Jungler tank yang relevant apa je? Akai, Bakzia,
right now Vitality, they're really attacking the junglers.
Gwyn.
At this point, I really don't
Sekarang
know what's
Barats
going
boleh,
on.
Belman boleh.
if it's someone with some slight escape,
Tak sabarnya, thank you kau jawab semua soalan. Sama-sama guys. Small issue. Vitality dengan Phoenix kuat siap. Ni aku nak tengok ni. Aku nak tengok game yang ni. Macam mana performance Vitality. Timbre lambat lagi. Last match Mosid. Okay, kita tengok fokus match dulu guys. Kita fokus match dulu guys. Nanti Timbre akan lawan Navi yang singkirkan Genji tadi. Betul Hasbi. Betul. Ni kalah out kan? Betul Biki. Matilda ban. Kimi Paquito Matilda ban. Bellery ke? Korang ambil apa? Kiri ambil Belleric sedap ni. Diorang main Kimi tu. Oh, diorang ambil dulu Belleric.
Role just to compensate for the front lines, because I think the Sora is more of a setup rather than a front line.
If I'm a jungler, I hate going up against this trio, man.
Yeah.
The Belleric, the Akai, the Paquito. At this point, I'm like, hey, can I don't know, use a Hanzo or something?
Oh, wait.
They've used it before. It did not look great.
It did not.
They've used it before. I know. That's why I brought it up. Nolan may be okay, but less about those objectives and high performance.
Santai coach, kita orang teman sampai tim dia habis. Walaupun habis pukul 5 pagi. Confirm ke? Jangan janji-janji sekejap lagi kosong. Jangan janji-janji sekejap lagi view 18. Predict grand final siapa? Tim Reyang Vitality. Confirm baik Awang baik. Kyowi lawan Nana dua-dua assassin. Kalau balik geng segi elimination tiada low bracket betul? Tak janji kau nak tidur nak. Tak apa. Yang nak tidur je lah guys. Tak ada hal. Tak ada jet lag ke Rin kat sana? Awal-awal lah sehari tu. Tapi tak adalah macam jet lag yang teruk pun. Jadi macam bila turun tu nak kena rehat jap. Rin try tengok muka Livy dengan Queen. Sama ke kan? Muka dia sama kan? Memang orang cakap Livy tu kembar dia pun. Juanji coach Juanji korang confirm Tinggal 2 game lagi nak tunggu tim Rayman betul? Yang ni satu match ni, lepas ni match lagi satu, lepas tu tim Rayman. Raimundo tu orang Malaysia bukan guys. Raimundo tu orang Indonesia yang main kat Malaysia hari tu. Tweet Walarin, #Walarin. Baik Walarin Santai kan, kita layan. Tak apa. Harit carry okay.
This is typical draft coming in from Falcons ID as well as Vitality.
Predictions, what are we thinking?
I still think Vitality's got it.
Betul? I pun rasa draft Vitality. I also think the draft is more favored towards Vitality. What do you think, Lafel? Tiba yang jadi caster pula.
Now in 2026, the great Indonesian rivalry will once again
The great Indonesian rivalry. Relax lah, aku tengah kerja ni. Oh ya Tahun lepas format dia macam mana aku lupa sudah. Aku pun dah lupa guys. Esok kerja tu. Sabar guys, sabar. Rasanya Galaxy versus Vitality untuk grand final. Akai Belleric Paquito macam orang tembok besi. Kanan ni punya meta kuat guys. Ui, pakai skin tu. Baik siap.
From both Chev and Violet, really learning from the pattern of Vitality in the last few matches we've seen from them. But it's just really cool to see Eterna. The last 2 years, it's been home court advantage for Falcons ID.
Falcon ID guys, ni Falcon ID guys. Kita fokus game dulu guys,
And I gotta say, it's so surprising, it's so breathtaking as well, because I think last time around, back last year, Vitality was the one that was really under pressure from everyone that was in the venue, and this time around, they've actually rocked up with drums.
Sakit.
So even additional support, it's amazing to see. But let's get straight into the
esok paper final ni. Pergi study Zul. Jangan tak study. Paper final tu penting tu. Skin apa tu? Skin Street Fighter. Salah tu. Lawan carry ke tak boleh macam tu. Hilang dah minit. Pom habis. Snap. Takutlah tim Ray kalah. Percaya guys. Percaya kat tim Malaysia guys. Percaya kat tim Malaysia. Baik pula Falcon ni main guys.
The carry will be a monster come the later stages of the game, especially when she gets her items up.
You know, this is something very interesting as well.
Kalah pulang guys. Tapi best of 3 lah. Ni baru start first game.
It's been so weird their run, yeah? They start off losing to Seda and a crazy underdog win. An early upset to the tournament, but then they climbed up and now they're just gonna go straight into playing strong side for the carry. They know they have no shot at the neutral objective.
Violet kejar sini. Mati.
Vival on the turtle, picks up the red tree on it, securing it. Violet gets away with the flicker, and it will just be a 2-0 start, but a neutral objective to Vitality.
And I think that's something that we can expect, right? I mean, Falcons came in here, guns blazing.
MPL Talk ada lagi tak? Ada guys.
Meanwhile, Vitality took a
Tapi
slower
next season
route.
lah,
They
tunggulah
picked up
MPL
their guy
start.
once again. I think it's one of the
Kalau
common
MPL
heroes
tak
that
start
Valve
lagi,
has
macam mana
realized
kita
over the course of
nak
the
review
years,
game-game
especially
MPL
last year.
guys.
And that's something
Sekarang ni
quite
kita ada
notable.
podcast
They're
langgar.
just utilizing
Podcast
it
langgar
to
ni
get
kita
a little
borak
more
dengan team
pressure
owner guys.
around the
Yang tu
neutral
ada.
objectives, and they've done exactly that. However, it looks like Falcons now are the ones holding on to the gold lead. It's a 1K now for them so far. And it looks like Team Vitality, though, are looking to find something else of their own. They're going in for the invade onto the enemy jungle.
Yeah, one thing that they can do, but unfortunately for them, the Nolan can clear really quickly. Chef trying to cut them down. Vivian holding this position. Raimundo with a taunt unbreakable, forces the heavy spin out. The traction pulse knocks Violet down. It will just be to disengage as Fumi Echo.
Patutlah nervous, kenapa?
Lethal Ignition will continue to utilize the waves up top. Maybe try to get a few more hits on it. Liv takes the gold crab away from Chell. Forces her back as well. Fumi, though, making quick work out of that turret up top.
I haven't seen Shell in this position in quite some time. Wait a second. We will be
Sap.
actually able to pick it up. But I mean, Zev.
Tapi Nolan dia ni
so
macam
far,
baik guys. Nolan
she's
dia ni
been
macam
playing
boleh
the
main.
Nolan quite well.
Fantastic. She's been clearing it out very, very well. Yes, the turtle went to Vitality, but this is why we expected the Nolans, the Assassins to come
Ren,
back.
bila
It's just
tim-tim
that
lain nak
farming
post line up MPL Lemoy tak tahu guys.
And then
Yang tu
obviously
kena
the
tanya
fact that you
tim.
can play from
Saya
the
tak ada
winning
jawapan
side
guys.
in the gold lane. Something we haven't seen in a while. It's been Claude, Moskov, Harren just play weak side gold nowadays. Especially with Zev.
Yang pasti satu tim Indonesia akan pulang. Ya, ya betul. Nolan Gary. Macam Nolan Gary ke? Nolan Gary ke guys?
And take your gold lane down.
But it is quite typical of Shell. I think last year there were moments where she was also forced in a losing lane, but eventually she usually is able to pick things up a little quicker later on when the items start rolling in. And I think that's something that we can expect. But it looks like both teams are now.
Ay, buat apa tu Violet?
AOG to try to help Violet
Hidup.
escape. She
Oi.
actually gets away with the shifting skies, forcing the flicker out of City.
Baik
Gets
siap
to the
Raimundo.
safe spot. Now with the Crimson Beacon utilized, City gets knocked back with a Lantern Flare. It's still gonna be Violet, shot down to the sky. Chef taken low, taunted up from the Echo. Is right there to capitalize. And it's Vitality who level the playing field, 2-2 on the scoreboard.
And there's the mentality, there's the experience flowing through for the defending champions.
Wah tu fight juga
They
guys.
are 2 men ahead. I don't think there's going to be a contest here. Team Vitality will pick up the next neutral objective. And they're going to stop there. They go for the quick invade there into the enemy purple. And Nolan, you know, even with the changes, still need it. Does he get it?
Whoa.
Tapi Fumi Echo ni memang main macam laki tu guys.
It's Raimundo, yeah, who secures the purple buff. Not the best person
Cik, kita
to be
nampak yang boleh
giving a
main
purple
sikit je
buff,
main
but
macam laki guys.
better on her than on Vitality.
Damage control.
ID versus ID je guys. Yang ni kita ID versus ID
But
guys.
a fair fight. Falcons ID at this stage in time. What are the winning conditions?
Vitality ada orang lokal bang yang tengok. Vitality ni tim France punya bang. Betul. Ada orang tak? Sekejap kita check guys. Kita tengok kamera.
It looked like they had the game plan ready.
Macam ramai juga guys. Macam ramai juga.
Overextending quite a bit, but it's a Paquito.
Macam ramai juga guys.
Opens up against a lethal ignition. It's a lethal ignition battle for the Echo. In that 1v1, it was ticking down, but fortunately for Sev, she's able to escape. Vivian catches Raimundo with the Wrath of the Dryad, and now it's Liv.
Solid boleh tengok kamera. Ya, asyap ya. Nak tengok lagi ke? JSP menang.
In return, Team Vitality still pick up the turret on the top side of the
Ya,
map.
kita tengok game dulu guys. Kita tengok
That
game dulu.
gold lead that Falcons had earlier on, 1K, almost 2K, has now shifted quite slowly in favor of Team Vitality.
Sap.
There is some damage being placed onto Raimundo, and it looks like Team Vitality are looking for the cut.
Yep, traction pulse lands as well on Raimundo. Liv's able to pop in ultimate quickly. Clears out the wave, and that's just
Kat venue asyap kat venue. Vitality dari France kan? Tak, tapi maksudnya tim diorang tim daripada Indonesia. Ni player diorang ni player Indonesia.
Forces her to use the Crimson Beacon, and now Vivian's actually come in. Backing Fumi Echo up. Vivian with the flicker after the Dryad. Good reaction from Zev.
Baik Zev.
Raimundo falling back. Fumi Echo gonna go for the assassination again on Liv. Violet walks up on the city. No flicker. Vival.
Baik siap tu.
Forces the
Mati
flicker around.
Raimundo.
Raimundo's caught all alone. The purple buff stolen away by Vival. And now it's Fumi Echo diving under turret. Traction pulse lands. But the mobilization
Zuxin tak bermain pun, Zuxin.
with the body slam. This
Livy, come on.
Can they even defend it? No, they have to concede it. And guess what's up? The
All
turtle,
local, yeah, all
final
Indonesia,
turtle
all
of the
Indonesia,
game,
Anas.
up and available right as the tier 1 falls in the mid lane.
Is this perfect turtle? Is this perfect turtle? Is this a perfect game now for Team Vitality as they quickly find their own pacing here? 7 minutes being as aggressive as ever. The side lanes are definitely in danger for Team Falcons to whoever, right? At the stage in time, look at that Bumi Echo!
With the lethal ignition, it's ticking down.
Sakit siap Pakito dia
And the
ni.
regen both baited before a big fight. And guess what? The Paquito can make her way up top. Tini gets away from Seb in the mid lane. It's a free turret for Chell down below. And this is what makes Vitality special. At MWI, they're just so clean. And damage control, that's one when they start losing in the early game. But then at
Rasa Bellery akan top pick tak? Rasa akan top pick juga guys, Bellery.
victory they get.
Once again, it reflects their experience, right?
Even hari tu Kamboja, korang ingat Asian Game Kamboja menang lawan Filipina pun pakai Bellery guys.
Particular team fights is the Sky Piercer procs that unfortunately Sini will have her hands on. I think she should be at 20 stacks at this stage. She already has the glowing one as well, so it won't be as easy now for Falcons, and they need to be aware of the stacks coming in. Oh, wait a second, Violet!
Sap.
Yep, caught in the midst of it all. Already pinned down by the heavy spin.
Kau nak angkat siapa, Livy?
Coming down, but now it's even Livy with the Crimson
Cari,
Beacon,
oh,
knocking
cari
Tini
sini,
up.
okay.
Straight to Raimundo. Sam trying to flank, but look at Vivo. She's taking all
Bilang
that
ke Fumi?
damage from me with the flicker in.
Sakit
Killing
Pakito
spree
dia.
at that. Chell knows him on for. Still a bit of damage. That's going to be the conceal to bring Fumi Echo back into the fight.
Sakit weh.
Echo on the turret.
Wah,
Triple kill
Pak
for Fumi Echo on the Paquito.
What has she been
Wah, Pak
on
Pakito
lately?
dia guys.
MWI has just been a highlight reel for her from day number 1. At some point, she was the weakest link of Team Vitality. This year, she steps it up and sets a
Kuat tu.
statement. And looks like Team Violet, Violet is looking for
Support
something
version
of her
perempuan
own.
betul?
Yeah, can't do much though. It's a heavy spin, rooted in place by Vivian. And yeah, I
Ni
agree with
one-sided
you.
ni guys.
You know, earlier we've had a talk about jungle or XP. You know what? Might have to go back to XP now that Fumi Echo is pulling this off. 5-0 and 2 on the Paquito.
What a thinking for Meko. Ya, jago tu.
Right? 007. Just
Power gila guys.
enabling the rest of the team, enabling the damage dealers. Fumi Echo's god.
Seb!
Oh! 2 jabs, a knockout, sending Seb straight back home. Oh god! Usually it's the person walking into the bush that gets cooked. I don't know. That was rough.
Gila
Opposite
siap.
Kumar. Opposite Kumar.
Ramuk?
Rumak. Oh wait, you're
no,
right, it's Ramuk.
It's Ramuk.
Borak apa caster ni.
Well, there you go. 7,000 gold lead still for Team Vitality, and I'm just still so speechless and breathless of the development of Fumi Echo. Yesterday when she picked up the Lapu-Lapu, it was crazy. Artelot was also insane, and now she brings out the Alice and the Paquito. And now Team Vitality are knocking on the base of Team Falcons. They have a Lord on the way.
Indo
It's
qualifier
only
pun
been
4-0
10
oh ya
minutes,
So
and I feel like
memang
Team Falcons don't have the best clear.
jalan cantik untuk Vitality
They
ni.
really don't, no. The carry is good at dealing with the Lord, but that's about it. And if she
Timbre main
utilizes
belum.
that cycle on the ultimate straight up,
Belum.
that'd be great.
Timbre belum main guys. Timbre last match.
Vivian already flicker the Raptor Dryad lands, but just onto Raimundo is still there, shifting skies.
Oi, masih nak fight ke Violet?
Walks up in the back.
Oi, korang masih nak fight, ada lot tu.
That's a revitalize coming down to the shifting skies again, this time up top for Mieko. So trying to deal damage, Lantern Flare picking up the Panda, but Tini gets the mobilization down on Liv. Lord still up. Up top is going to be the Cannon Minion. Liv taking a ton of damage over.
Meko ni bagi Farisha je, betul? Aku rasa Farisha boleh fight guys. Farisha. Mas Farisha.
Down in the mid lane. They're going to try to push in these waves to get
Farisha dah tak ada guys.
top lane. Highest priority to get the far.
Betul lah Zuxin tak kuat. Aku dah kata. Tak tahu apa function dia. Dah tak nampak pun angkat siapa.
Shifting skies on 3, but it's only Vivian that gets brought back as Chell is kiting them in the back. Tini's kiting away right now as Limbok 7 gets the double. Fumieko waiting for the moment. Falcons have defended well.
1-for-2 trade, and they lose.
Farisha dah tak main ke tak tahu guys. Dia pergi mana sekarang?
Sky Piercer are going to reduce quite a bit. They lose Vivian
Asal
in the
tiba-tiba
process,
Belric
and
masuk
they
meta ni.
fail to
Sebab
take
dia kena buff hari tu guys.
side lane inhibitor turrets.
Sejak dia kena buff tu dia dah boleh main, dah
I would say
dah
they
boleh
walk
masuk meta
away,
dah.
and they walk away
Ulti dia pun dia
clean
punya
here, right? All we need to do now
apa
is try to find
swing effect makin laju, skill effect dia makin laju. So boleh moment-moment, dia dah jadi hero moment dah. Campur dengan meta sekarang banyak hero DPS, hero basic attack. Baik.
Absolutely, Falcons know when to pounce.
Tapi kan kalau kau tanya aku kan, kalau siapa-siapa yang lawan dengan Vitality ni kan, orang boleh target dia punya goal lane tu. Aku rasa goal lane dia macam biasa-biasa je guys. Shell. Baik, shutdown. Oh, okay mate. Woi. Blunder ke? What a blunder, dog.
That 8,000 gold lead now down to 2,000 as Zev will try to take the purple buff. Vivian, the mother attacks.
Comeback kah? Comeback kah kawan? Comeback kah manis?
To save the purple, but that's about it. I don't know, Zev. Because
Comeback
she
kah
made
manis?
that move onto the purple buff, she needs to recall that delays this take for just a bit.
That's true,
Burst,
but it
burst, burst.
does
Kalau
take
nak
some
lot,
well
kena
to
burst cepat.
comeback angle here for Team Falcons. The fact that they were able to get that move onto Shell, the fact that they were able
Qualifier hari
to
tu ada je Farisha kat Navi. Oh ya, tapi kalah kan? Tapi kalah. Maksudnya memang tim Ray yang lagi kuat lah guys. Comeback guys, macam comeback. Tapi yang jago carry si Leaf ni guys. Sebab tu orang first pick carry guys. Sebab tu aku cakap, perempuan kalau kau ada power hero, go for power hero tu. Apa ada hal first pick carry.
Now let's see how they capitalize on the Lord. So far they've been great at setting up
Ini
ambushes.
Ciku mah.
Like
Ciku
this, just a bit of poke onto Vivo. Straight to half HP. Chell's got to be really careful, man. Gank down below for first blood. The second time around is just overextension of these guys. Baiting out the Purify. Good breath to try to disengage, but now the AOG comes through. Vivian got knocked out of the Lantern Flare, but it's not enough as Fumieko makes her move into the bottom lane.
Hai. Macam mana wave management korang ni dapat lot.
Taking the turret down, and it's
Ya, ni betul-betul Fumieko yang buat game guys. Ni betul-betul Fumieko kacau.
So Fumi Echo here gets a taste of her own medicine, and then she gets ambushed. But she didn't realize, you know, I thought it was going to be a 1v1. It turns out they brought Levy with her. So a little unfair, but obviously they still got the job done. Fumi Echo, however, despite losing,
Ni Malaysia ke bukan guys? Ni Indonesia. Zul Akmal. Malaysia last match Malaysia lawan Filipin. Malaysia last match lawan Filipin guys.
In under 90 seconds now. The thing is, the carry has her power spike down too. Wait a second, Violet.
Nampak apa tu? Tapi carry ni free hit guys. Carry ni free hit guys. Guys, kau percaya cakap aku lah guys. Next game, Vitality ban carry guys. Next game Vitality ban carry.
So the big question is, who are they going to send, right? I don't think if they...
It has to be Chef.
And I don't think Chef can be alone.
Nope.
Because 1v1 against a Paquito, we saw what happened earlier on in the top side. If they send Chef alone...
Hero selesa je guys. Padahal sebenarnya carry ni main sendiri guys dia ni. Dia pandai-pandai hidup guys. Pakai Purify. Tak ada hero swap. Ada hero counter engage lah. Hero jaga lah. Hero jaga ada.
Everything popped up here, the Malefic Roar, the Hunter Strike. So imagine that first burst of damage.
Tu ada Bellery pun tak boleh main guys.
That is going to be a problem. They're going to have to send maybe
tu Bellery buat Trinity ah. Buat Trinity item defense ah. Item Trinity tank. Kalau dia buat lagi berkicap patutnya carry tu. Yang ni member relax je 4-1-2 guys. Long lane nampak. Main long lane dulu.
Very calm, very steadily, but now it's all gone. So she won't have that execution factor. Chev.
Tak payah semua clear sebenarnya. Seorang je show. Lain pengambus.
Oh my god, Vivo spots her. Chev's gonna have to try to pull off a crazy run right now. She goes for the recall inside of the bush. Vivo's shaking. Goes into the bush. Chev gets read out. Now Fumieko with the chase. Chev gets away with the fracture, and that's about it. Great escape. Crazy composure. Now it's Raimundo. With a taunt on a no flicker tree. Forces out the wrath of the
Vivian
Triad.
dengan
The
Leaf
rest
ni
of the
guys.
team can't really go and pop in.
Kena Vivian dengan Leaf ni.
10 seconds, but Vivian's already half HP. Has to pop in the region. And now
Pam.
takes away the immortality, baits out the AOG, Raimundo with Revitalize as well. Now Vitality take back control over the Lord with the Paquito, clearing down bot. Falcons ID gotta make a call. It's either they send Chef down. They can't contest this neutral objective.
Flicker.
Vitality,
Dah
what's
combo.
the call as well? Do they want to go for the burst in? Because Fumi Echo is knocking on the base. And here comes Violet.
Shifting skies onto the back right now. They still try to gamble it despite having no
Tapi
jungler
kill
in
ke?
the midst of this team fight. Violet buying a bit of time.
Carry cari kill, carry cari
Getting
kill.
caught already. Fumi Echo cutting the waves, proxying it all the way. So that
Carry
Falcons ID can't
5-1-2
punish.
guys. Ya, ni carry lawan dengan Paquito ni guys. Ni carry lawan Paquito ni. Seru lah, seru.
Just like that. Just like that. It's simple chess at this stage, right? When we go around these Lord fights, it's a chess battle between two minds.
They had to make a decision whether to stop.
Gai-gai ke leaf? Gai-gai dok aku rasa. Untuk kali ni macam gai-gai lah. Tapi kita tengok dulu, siapa menang. Mana tahu leaf boleh menunjukkan lagi
Like that could have been a decision
mabar
as well.
VIP yang
The
terbaik.
Lord is going to be pushing and
Sebab gai-gai tu mabar VIP
interestingly
tau.
enough, they're actually not going to push with it. So they don't really get an advantage with the Lord thing anyway.
Nope. Falcons ID did a fantastic job dealing with the waves and getting a trade off of that. Remember, it was Vivian taken out in that skirmish, so not much they can do without their main frontliner. So it's back
Yeah,
to the
bah.
stalemate. It's
Lot
back to
free, bah.
building up. And in this end game, it's all about the far lane. Again, for Vitality, they have the advantage down below, especially with Fumi Echo on the Paquito. 1v1 and ain't gonna
Paquito
work.
dia kacau bah
He just gotta
Paquito
gamble
dia
around neutral objective.
I think that's what they're going to do.
taklah kacau guys sebenarnya. Main makro
Looking for that
Paquito dia main makro
backdoor
guys.
down below.
But I think that's what they're going for. Look at that rotation coming in from Team Falcons. They're sending literally 3 of their members. I think they want to be able to protect the jungle, give them a little bit more time. I think the buff is spawning
Rindu
very
HB
soon.
Eva
There's still
saingan
80
Sanford.
seconds left for the next neutral objective to spawn as well. So I want to know the adaptations from Team Falcons.
Harit ni
They
bila nak
proved to
online ni
us
Harit ni.
yesterday that they can make
Serius guys kalau
adaptations
Vitality
in
yang
the
lepas
game. Now, up against the
kacau
very
je tu
best,
Harit dia ni.
will
Biasa
they
je
be
tu.
able to pull off
Ataupun
something?
rotation ke XP bantai je si Fumi ni.
Right now it looks like they're on
Tim Ray main
track.
last match ke last
Liv
match.
has all
Yang
her
ni match
items.
kedua.
They have
Lepas ni ada
enough
match
skill
ketiga.
for her, and it comes down
Tim
to
Ray match
protect
keempat guys.
Liv. If Liv can live, they can win.
I get it.
Yeah, nice. Vitality though, it's really all about controlling neutral objectives and breaking the box of Falcons ID, right? It's a
Late game
front-to-back
advantage
boxing
mana
up
Rain?
against
Dua-dua ada
Vitality
advantage.
versus attack
Tengok
different
cara main
angles. The thing
masing-masing
is
lah.
though, Falcons ID still have that X factor
Damage
in
output
Chef.
kiri ni ada carry.
She can come in from behind.
Carry
She can actually
Nolan.
go for the
Kanan
assassination
ni
on Chell.
dorang ada
Once there's a
Paquito
mark,
untuk
force
main
this
dengan
down,
laning.
so just comes down to execution.
Nampak
At this
macam
point,
Nolan ni
comes
tak
down to
boleh
that
nak buy
macro
one
decision
pun
making as well.
dengan
So
Paquito
far,
ni
Vitality
dekat
have
side
one
long
clear
lane.
on that
So
department.
depends on cara main
Damage
guys.
taken though. The tree is taking a beating.
Damn. Violet as well.
That's surprising, yeah. Violet's taken so much.
Carry
with
pun dah jual
Raimundo.
kasut.
Because I feel like every time we
Late
look
game
at these
Paquito
team
patut main
fights
macam mana?
between these two
Korang tengok
teams,
gameplay
it always seems like
si
Violet is the
Fumi
one
ni.
to
Betul dah tu.
initiate first, and then there's like that engage after with the
Bukan
AOG.
join team fight dulu. Clear
So
lane dulu.
obviously they're the ones
Sebab
that
tu
are
kanan
gonna
ni
be
cuba nak counter. Korang
absorbing
tengok kanan
as
ni
much
counter macam mana
damage. And they're just
Diorang tahu
there
Paquito akan
to
main long
kinda
lane. So
just
diorang
stand
akan
there
gang XP
to
dulu.
allow Livy and
Tengok.
Liv to do their thing. And so far these team fights, it's kind of worked. So is it possible for them to force another
Sakit
5v5?
tu. Okay. Woi, minion atas tu. Ya Allah, Falcon.
And it'll go straight to the base. Livy shows herself
Main
up
makro
top.
aja.
Vitality hold
Pandai
the Lord
Vitality guys.
on the edge.
Diorang tak payah clear pun bawah.
of a
Paquito
reset.
relax je.
And they send Fumi Echo down below again.
Korang-korang
It's the
semua nak
build-up
game
play.
bawah,
It's all
aku
about
clear
that
lah
Lord
atas.
dance and Vitality.
Ada channel YT tak? Ada guys. Ada.
Composure to do it.
Rain
Falcons ID,
Raintodak sama je.
They have to make a decision. While the wave isn't
Jangan
shoved
marah
in,
Reno
now it's
Pompa.
been too
Tak
late.
marah. Tak marah
They're
guys.
setting carry and Gato Kacha
Cakap
on
je
the
macam
bottom
mana
side
nak
of the
menang
map.
guys. Macam tu. Paquito teknik ancaman.
That gives Vitality.
Paquito ni dia macam tak perlu nak commit kill pun guys. Paquito dia buat semak je. Buat semak je. Semak lah Paquito ni keliling.
Fumi Echo into the mid lane. Trying to get the prio
Tengok
there.
dia claim it.
She knows there's going to be an auto build, slow push down below. As long as Vitality are the ones to hold
Sekejap lagi dia
this
pergi bawah
Lord.
balik. Dia ke belakang, pergi bawah balik.
That's the call. Fumi Echo looks like she's
Yang kat
rotating
atas
back
reset Lord.
towards the bottom side of the map. Falcons, you
Ah,
gotta
Nolan
think
show,
about this
Nolan show.
housekeeping.
Kalau
There
bila
still
Paquito dia
is
tolak
the
bawah,
potential
bila
backdoor
Nolan show
angle.
kat bawah ataupun
But
enemy show
Fumi
kat bawah,
Echo
diorang
could
commit
do
Lord. Simple formula. Ini menang makro aja, tak perlu team fight pun, menang makro aja guys.
So we just continuously reset the Lord. Kumiako finally shows up, so it's going to be 2 waves crashing down on Falcon's ID.
Main cak-cak guys.
Down below. This should
Tengok,
be
lepas tu Nolan show. Nolan show, kanan commit Lord. Nampak?
They see the jungle down below. They're going to go straight for the Lord. No retribution inside from Falcon's ID.
Wih, dapat begitu. Carry dah sakit guys. Carry sakit. Baik, carry sakit. Sap. Ni boleh lagi ni Falcon. Siap Falcon. Ni mistake kat siapa Rain? Cepat korang bagi tahu aku guys. Ni mistake kat siapa? Mistake siapa?
They've done the unthinkable. They've outsmarted the defending champions, ladies and gentlemen. Above Lord all the way there in the top side of the map.
Mistake Pakito guys ni.
And that was a
Dia pergi face check bush dekat blue buff. Lepas tu kena burst terus dengan carry. Serius guys, ni kalau Falcon menang, Vitality ban carry dia. Sumpah weh kap. Memang orang ban carry dia, serius. Aku yakin 100%.
This is a bit greedy from Falcon's ID. Instead of using wave up top with the Lord, they're trying to utilize the waves in the bottom lane. They can just jump it in. Shifting skies, bait it out. Shell's able to escape with some on-force as well. They're going in without the evolved Lord up top.
Woi, korang team fight apa bawah turret ni? Ini tak ada gila.
Falcon's ID. They
Ya
have a shot, but
Allah.
Vitality.
Apa tu Sora dengan Gatot ni?
That was absolutely botched by
What a move by Violet. Sabar doh Violet. Ya Allah Violet. Apa nafsu nak pergi belakang?
But Raimundo is out of the picture.
Kan ada lot. Chill sudah man.
Still a 4v5 situation.
Kau era ya. Chill loh, chill. Adrenaline rush. Ya. Sap. Neighbor pun angkat. Carry ada kat belakang. Oh, asal nak setting, asal nak tangkap orang. Kalau carry tengah kat belakang, tengah jauh. Nampak carry kat mana? Wah, yang ni teruk tu. Yang ni Falcon sebenarnya boleh menang guys, tapi diorang teruk tu. Masalah Falcon ni satu je guys, kalau korang tanya aku. Decision making. Diorang ada problem dengan decision making guys. Vitality ni overall main makro je. Kiri ni decision making. Macam kenapa nak tangkap waktu damage dealer tak ada. Kat belakang jump dalam turret, damage dealer jauh.
Raimundo with the AOG, a desperate one at that. Now it's Liv. 1v3 in the defense. It's everything thrown at her. Just a cannon minion. City takes her down.
Terus. Marah. Gaduh. Pokoknya kamu jangan ke belakang dulu. Pokoknya kamu jangan dive dulu. Aku kan nggak ada. Aku kan masih jauh. Aku kan lagi ngurusin minion, lagi ngurusin wave. Kenapa gak tunggu Lord aja? Iya benar. Kenapa gak tunggu Lord, cok? Bagi kakak menang. Ya Allah, rugi guys. Welcome menolak kemenangan, betul. Kena repair. Korang kena repair. Decision making guys. Jangan asal nampak orang tangkap. Jangan asal nampak orang masuk. Pokoknya aku sengaja kalau aku mau beri laluan kepada final bosku. Gitu. Pokoknya harus ditebang. Ya Allah, rugi. Kalah macam tu mental tu. Kenapa Queen dah main? Bukan, tu bukan Queen guys, tu mid laner dia. Tu Livy. Korang pun jangan suka-suka. Korang menang enemy bagi tadi. Thank you for the follow, Nib Yahya. Terima kasih. Yang baru masuk, yang dekat YT ada 100 mata memandang, dekat TT ada 400. Terima kasih. Korang menemani ke guys? Korang cyber je main aku kat Paris. Kau kenapa, Ba? Ya Allah, Iva. Minion pun jauh lagi masalahnya. Iya, minion pun jauh lagi. Tu masuk bawah turret tak ada minion tu. Aduh, dekat je tu. Ya, Bah. Thank you dah, Bah. Thank you dah, Bah. Red, tengok belakang ada tarik rambut tak? Oh, tak ada. Carry kena ban. Aku rasa carry kena ban, guys. Mamak pelita je tak payah. Tak payah. Dah korang tak nak menang.
What a series, 25
Dia nak habis
minutes,
ni, ya
mistakes
Allah.
against mistakes. Bree, I know we were screaming, we were going for it. The fans were also going nuts too. Let's walk me through from start to finish.
Pelik, minion tak ada nak war juga. Iya, minion tak ada pun nak war juga.
Great start, and I'm thinking to myself, my goodness, we could have an upset.
I agree. They had a start which reflected so much of the experience and learnings that they've had throughout the years going up.
Tapi carry dia memang baik kan? Carry dia memang baik. Siapa menang tadi? Vitality first game, 1-0. Suara dia macam suara aku time baru belajar, Mak Aiba. Kau perempuan pun kau nak senggol Kau relax sikit apa? Kau perempuan pun kau nak senggol Kenapa Lafel tak ada meja? Dia dekat macam main stage besar. Dia bukan dekat meja caster. Jangan kata macam tu, Izan dengar. Allah. Stres ke kalah macam tu. Jangan kena mental guys Korang boleh menang tu, jangan kena mental Suka. Yang ni siapa? Ini sini
So Taylor, that's basically them.
Masih di sana ke coach? Kami sedang baring-baring ni. Baik dua korang baring.
And they put it inside that tire.
Aman kena IGA
That was honestly self-sabotage. I can see the vision where you're trying to force and engage, get the
masih
kill.
Di sini guys, masih di sini, masih di venue guys.
You know what make that look bad? That was over 20 minutes. If you did that at 12, you know what? Sure, right? It's not that punishing.
Guys, aku nak pergi toilet je lah guys.
20 minutes, you're telling your opponents, hey, my base is going to be undefended. You know,
pergi toilet je guys. Korang lepak dulu. Korang lepak jap.
With the longer games, it's weird to think that it's actually the case because again they're the team to beat, so you would expect the cleanest. Zay. Can you take care of my bag?
Thank you, brother. I go to toilet for a while, only for a while.
Yeah, it's just
guys, aku pergi toilet je.
To think about the way that things ended because it was already such a good one for Team Falcons.
Such a good one indeed. LaFell, let's take a look at our first action of the game. And who knows who is leading in this moment. We take a look at it. Looks dead even, actually. Quite literally dead even. But I think this was the point where it was Vitality starting to really heat up and apply that pressure onto Falcons Indonesia.
This is where Fumieko really starts showing off just a little bit because that Paquito from Fumieko, just like we discussed during the draft, if a Paquito gets about 3 kills, he can already start conquering the map. And that's exactly what we saw coming in from Fumieko. But then when she gets a little bit confident, which we might see later on, she got caught and then she died.
She did, and Bree, let's take a look at our second moment. Maybe when Falcons Indonesia are starting to lead once again.
Oh, that's the moment.
That's exactly, yeah. So go ahead and walk me through it, Bree.
Okay, so clearly there could have been a chance that they did take out Sev at that moment, but it's not just actually Fumi Echo who went down in this scenario. It's everyone else following through, and I think it marked the beginning of Team Falcons ID really turning things around. We were so close to seeing another happy Sora day, but for the first time, it's not going to be the case.
Sora falls for the first time. It comes to show you Sora's not a guaranteed win like we were thinking. Let's look at our third and final moment, LaFell, as we get, I believe, towards probably the end where Vitality starts to relinquish control, or not relinquish, but at least take it over for a fact. Taking a look at that moment, I want to say Vitality at this point starting to crowd into the base. That's exactly what they're doing. Actually, no, we go further back to 11:52. So this was the first attempt Vitality was taking onto the base.
Exactly what Falcons did, but the timer is different, right? This is why I say if you do it at the 12-minute mark, you might lose, but it's not that devastating. But if you do it on 22-minute mark, that it's such a different thing. That's why Vitality was not punished that hard.
Sure.
Falcons was.
Bree, there was a moment, though, where I felt as if, well, we'll take a look at the stats. I'll bring that up in just a second. I mean, dead even when it comes to overall kills. If we look at the stats, though, what story do you see? Because Fumieko was getting a lot of attention from you.
All I just see is that it's been a very close, all 16 and 25 minutes. And yes, Fumi Echo, I think she really did stand out in this game. But similar to what we've been saying, there were just moments where it was a bit too much of trying to make the individual plays. But I think every other thing she did across the map somewhat compensated for that. The wave management too, the pressure that they applied towards Falcons, especially during the most crucial objective takes, I think that's also what really mattered throughout this game.
Honestly, for me, like, I feel bad for Falcons ID because that was their game to win. How do I describe my disappointment? It's like I'm going to a friend's house bringing pizza and they eat it with a fork.
You can do that.
What?
Eat pizza with the fork and knife?
Would that really disappoint you that greatly where you're like, you're no longer my friends?
Yeah. Are
I'm
you going to
leaving
end
you.
your friendship with them?
I'm not Italian, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of angry Italians seeing you eat with that. But by the way, look at this. The rich guy, Zev, clearly able to get quite a lot of gold. The carry shell on that Harv still dealing quite a lot of damage, around 39,000 per minute. And then Vivian the sandbag. But Livy, the best wingman. Honestly, it's quite weird we don't see any of the EXP laners here because they played a big role in this game as well.
Yeah, it's maybe we don't count them anymore after what we've seen today. You know, like they've always been stealing the show, and they've been taking these. We don't have MVPs, but if we had a choice, like majority of the game MVPs would have been handed over to EXP lanes anyway.
Yeah, I want to take a blast to the past, a step into the moment where Falcons Indonesia look as if they are going to win. But walk me through
Game
the
MY
moment
nombor
where they get a
berapa?
bit too
Nombor
greedy, 'cause
game
I felt
keempat.
like they shouldn't
Kita
have
sekarang baru
overcommitted. They
game
also
ke
had the Lord
kita
who
sekarang
was
baru game
behind them. Why
kedua.
not wait for the Lord, pump the
Kau watch
brakes a
party sampai
little
MSC
bit,
utama ke?
fill it out, and
Dekat
then push up into
venue
the base. They
dekat
knew
Paris
that was the
sampai
right play, but
MWI
for
je guys.
some reason they didn't make it.
Taylor, you're talking like an analyst. You talk like
I finally made
you
it 3
talk
days in.
like you've casted this game for 2 years, because that's exactly right. Like they had all the opportunities to end the game, just sync up everything, and then just use everything together to end the game. They chose to go in with the disadvantage. Now that's weird, right? It's what kind of analogy do I want to go with? It's like you go into your car knowing that you have no gas, and then still you want to go for 300 kilometers ride. That doesn't make sense.
You know what? That was
That
actually
doesn't
much
make
better than the
sense.
fork and
Game
knife.
team
I'll give you
bila
that
ya
one.
Allah.
That was a redemption.
We need a one so that we can
Penat aku nak
eventually
jawab.
we need to ring it up.
That's right.
Game team game terakhir guys, pukul berapa tak sure, dia rolling schedule sebenarnya guys, tapi kita match ke, okay aku beritahu korang, Team Ray match keempat terakhir. Yang ni sekarang kita dekat match kedua. Match kedua Vitality ID Vitality Indonesia lawan dengan Falcon Indonesia. Lepas ni siapa main? Lepas ni Kiowe lawan dengan tim daripada EECA Rusia lawan dengan Falcon MENA Arab. Okay. So last game kita ada Malaysia lawan dengan Malaysia, Tim Rayang lawan dengan apa dia? Navi PH Philippines. Okay guys, clear guys. Thank you for the gift, MF Roll, Miko Fly, terima kasih untuk giftnya. Thanks info, sama-sama guys. Sama-sama guys. Knockout stage, playoff, knockout stage. Let's go. Let's start guys. Let's go. Lama lagi lah ni game MY, lama lagi guys. Lama lagi. Mengantuknya, sabar guys. Sekarang 5.27 tambah 6 dah pukul 11. Kat sana 11.27 11.27 Betul tak? Ya baik. Kat sini 5.27 guys. 5.30.
How is it possible that you just lost that super winnable game?
I agree. It's it's good to see that at least they somehow look recovered from that, based on at least their maybe body language and facial expression.
Bree, the important thing is they didn't get dominated. They didn't just go in there without a fight. They genuinely could have won that. And I think for them, if I was their coach, if I was their mentor at IGL, I would say, you know what? Yes, we lost that. It's frustrating. but we could have beat them and we should have beat them. Let's repeat it and do it again.
I like the carry back because that was a problem. Live on that carry just destroyed everyone from Vitality. So now they got to find a different answer.
Yeah, Liv had a really good highlight play in that game, and I feel like you don't want to really hand over that pick to her. I would also like to see Reflections life coach. I think that'll be cool.
I got you.
Based on the way he's been trying to give some advice.
Well, I think LaFell too. Me and him should go into business.
He's more of a teacher, no?
Yeah, but see, he could teach, and then I'll just be like the life coach, and then we'll figure out the prices. We'll let you
Let's
know.
go guys, let's go guys.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Carry di ban, benar apa enggak? Carry di ban, benar apa enggak, Rin? Ini oponennya selesa banget ya sama carry. Kita ban aja doh. Kita ban aja deh. Kita ban aja, Cok. Kita ban aja, Cok lah. Kita ban aja, Cok.
Shout outs to Serial Boss. Either ways, yeah, right now Vitality taking out the Eve as well, and even the Sora, even they're like, okay, you know what? Yes, we won, but let's not take the chance.
I thought we weren't expecting to see this, but it comes from the most unexpected team.
Look at Coach Casey's face. Even he is like, not taking a chance, not taking a chance. That was so close.
So do we see the Marcel open?
Sini dah subuh dah kot. Banyak lah korang.
100% has to be banned.
Kalau semua match 2-1 GG caster MY. Caster MY je. Yang restreamer gimana bang?
Well, yeah, they go for the Paquito, the Freya ban.
Marcel.
So the Paquito Marcel, yes.
Marcel.
It's gonna be open.
Marcel.
Does she get her hands on this hero?
You know you want it, Vivian. You know you do. Everyone wants Marcel.
Tim kanan tim Malaysia tak guys. Dua-dua tim Indonesia guys. Dua-dua tim Indonesia. Malaysia punya tim tak main lagi guys.
We have a lot around us here.
Some of you aren't great, but the rest of y'all pretty good.
Malaysia punya tim tak main lagi guys.
Would also be still there either way. So I'm thinking if they really want to prio.
Baik, salang-alang korang kita tengah watch party ni guys. Sambil-sambil tu korang bantulah follow TikTok aku, follow lah social media aku guys supaya aku senang dapat job lagi daripada Muntun. Follow Instagram, follow subscribe YT. Subscribe YT guys. Subscribe YT, follow Instagram, follow TikTok. Tu je guys, tu je. Itu sahaja Kerin, itu sahaja. Ni last game hari ni Kerin, bukan ada lagi. Yang ni third last, lepas ni ada second last, lepas tu ada last game. Thank you for the follow Arif Halim. Terima kasih Arif Halim. Thank you.
Oh yeah, you do.
Yeah, right.
Esme first pick
Maybe also one of it would be the Claude if they just really wanna. Well, I mean.
Kalau dulu ada orang juga counter Esme pakai
Atlas is the priority.
Bazia boleh counter Esme? Bazia boleh. Dah follow luar dalam baik tu. Thank you doh Fadli. Mana jahat mana baik dia, bukan cerita. Ini bukan movie guys. Maksudnya semua akaun YT kena follow Abang Ray ni. Guys, tolonglah bantuan. Sebab saya punya social media semua nama sama guys. Raintodak. Cloud. Carry dah tak ada. Dan satu lagi hero yang sedap guys sebenarnya. Korang tahu apa? Yang boleh counter Esme. Roll match. Cepat guys. Siapa yang tahu? Tim Rayang start bila lagi lepas ni satu match, lepas tu Tim Rayang. Okay boss friend. Thank you doh Buntalmon. Thank you guys. Yang bantu follow saya punya social media platform semua. Terima kasih guys Hero FOMO. Akai. Tak. Hero match yang boleh counter Esme adalah Lunox. Dah coach, dah follow TikTok, segala YouTube, dah follow Instagram, dah follow rumah. Takutnya Haris. Thank you Haris. Ini pun sebenarnya Lunox sedap gak guys kalau combo dengan Atlas.
Falcons ID are very close to the level of Vitality. They just got to make sure when you have that lead, you need that discipline.
Pukul 1 pagi. 12 lebih lah kot. 12 lebih lah. Firdani. Game Malaysia. Standby lah, dah dekat dah ni. Yang ni kalau 2-0 juga Kalau yang game ni katalah Vitality menang 2-0. Lepas tu ada satu match lagi. Lepas tu dah terus Malaysia guys. Movie apa ni? Bukan movie guys. Guys, bukan movie guys. Free Palestine. Asal Esme atas ni sim perempuan ni bah. Tak ada siapa nak main Dairot ke, Lunox ke, tak ada siapa nak main. Minggu ni habis terus betul-betul. Kita tahu roster picture lain ni tak tukar-tukar. Tak rosak guys. Buat apa nak tukar? Lunox lah hero perempuan. Tak ada siapa nak main Lunox. Ada yang main Lunox hari tu siapa ah? Oh ni si tim Brazil Lost MBR. Florin tak laku je.
Or still the Valeric since it's
Valeric as well.
They
could all just go in and just pop the Wrath of Dryad, so you already have direct answers. Plus you could layer it pretty well again with.
Extend sampai laki main green tak? Aku tengok ni je. Aku tengok MWI je. Bangun coach bangun. Mana ada? Tak tidur lah. Tak tidur lah Enet. Aku dengan Zon tengok perempuan saja guys. Aku dengan Zorn. Aku dengan Hisham.
Unless they want something along the lines of a Gadot gacha.
I'm thinking of Falcons now because they have to pick up the mid here.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much that really answers the Akai right now because I feel like if they go for a Zushin, I think it will work, right? Win it out with.
Oh tengok perempuan bagi tahu bini korang. Ai. Apa scene ladies. Kita nak tengok scene ladies je. MWI.
Maybe eventually help out against the Esmeralda. So yeah, I feel like Gord or Zushin might be the pick here, but picking up a Gord is very dangerous when there's a Claude and Esmeralda.
Yeah. On top of
Kiowe dah main ke? Lepas ni Nuaim Hakim. Korang tanya Kiowe. Tak ada nak tag Trisha. Ikut kau lah. Klip.
So even despite them having the Esmeralda.
Buat apa Bah sekarang Bah? Aku tengok kau rajin push rank sekarang Bah. Kau rajin push rank ke Bah? Tengah cari team ke?
I feel like Bennett should be one of the better choices now against Esme.
Bennett? Good choice against Esme? First ban carry baru perasan. Ya, carry tadi ganggu. Push 1k je, lepas tu tidur. Dah 1k belum? Kau dah 1k ke belum?
Actually no, some people still go for their X. Either way, CC, the simpler option gets picked up.
Baru 365. Baru 365 banyak tu. Kau selain pergi Paris tengok perempuan. M-Star. Ya Allah. Iya. Tim Kemboja lepas. Tim Galaxy Phoenix. Power saat dia main. Hisham tak live pun sebab Hisham bukan restreamer guys. Hisham datang bukan sebagai restreamer. Dia yang pergi aku. Aku official restreamer. Hisham official on-site reporter. Sebab tu korang tengok Hisham ada buat konten. Dia menari dengan player lah. Dia buat konten apa lagi, report. Oh tim ni dah menang, tim ni kalah, tim ni dah menang. Itu kerja Hisham guys. Cantik ke perempuan kat sana? Tak guys. Belmont.
Wait. Yamete could decide. Hold on. Is this
Akairom. Tapi aku rasa Akai sekarang boleh buat room lah guys. Kan sekarang ni kan okay, ada kena nerf, betul tak? Kena nerf dengan dia punya apa benda? Farming rate lah orang kata. Tapi damage tambah. Kan? Ada increase damage. So kalau letak dekat room, kalau poking boleh mati orang guys.
You know what? I'm okay with Gord. Just kill the front line so fast. The cloud will be a problem, but that's a
Atlas
problem
God.
for 12-minute Gord later on.
Hear me out, Lafel.
0 to 11
Atlas.
Somewhat okay. But
if not, what?
There's a
Hear me out.
Yeah,
Atlas Vale.
Like eventually the cloud will be a problem.
God pun God lah, ikut kau lah.
C'est la vie. That's someone else's problem.
See, I told you.
No way.
It's not Jungle Balmond.
Huh?
Wait, can't be Shell, Gold Lane, Bauman, no?
Okay, no.
No,
wait, no. Yeah.
You know what? How about we throw that?
Well, not only did game 1 bring surprises, so did our hero pick for
Balik
game
je
number
Dova,
2.
balik
Once
tu. Aku nak
again, we
balik
go
tu
toe-to-toe
sini.
with Team
Enak
Vitality and
ni.
Falcons Indonesia. But
Datuk
this
Isha
time
reporter
around,
Datuk Isha reporter guys.
Falcons Indonesia,
Asal aku tak
their
ikut Rain.
key is at risk. It might get crushed, and Vitality
Va, aku kadang-kadang aku bosan lah, Va. Duduk cyber, Va. Lepak dengan kau, Va. Kau dengan cyber dekat, Va. Berapa minit, Va?
ended here. Let's find out in map number 2. Mirko Eterna, take it away.
Let's go.
Everything is on the line
Aku duduk
here,
MMU je.
Reflections. Thank you so much to the
Bapak
panel
dekat siap.
as we head over to game number 2 between Team Falcons Indonesia and Team Vitality from the exact same region.
Tim Ray lepas ni bukan lagi satu guys. Lepas ni Rusia, Kiowe. Rusia lawan dengan Arab, Falcon Habibi. Falcon B.
Finally, the Bauman jungle here on stream A.
And I just gotta say, did they think it was gonna be Bauman Gold? Did Brigadier think it was Bauman Gold? No way, man. That's kind of crazy. Anyways, yeah.
Nama Fumi ni baik guys. Dia fast clear guys. Nak dapat level 2.
Here in Paris for Vitality.
Falcon Habibi.
And man,
kau selalu duduk kat office depan Jeku tu ke? Office depan Jeku? Bukan, yang tu Todak lain tu. Yang tu Todak Culture. Tapi aku dekat kat situ, aku belakang sikit je. Kau tahu ni ah, pokok Pinang kau tahu tak? Pokok Pinang. Tak pun sepinggan ke. Can Winston Business Center, belakang je sikit je tu. Memoy sudah main? Belum. Oh, sepinggan tahu ha. Office aku atas tu. Office tu ada yang podcast, bagian media dekat atas tu. Memoy main esok kira esok lah guys. Sebab pukul 12 lebih. Atas pukul 12 kan waktu korang kan. Waktu aku tak esok lagi. Boom.
Almost taking Raimundo down. Flicker out though. And a look.
Kalah balik guys.
Cleared her entire jungle. Chef is only now gone to the orange buff. Great stun, no retribution though. Bimbo takes it away. And it's exactly as we mentioned, this clear is ridiculous. That's why Leo, a young man from the Philippines, has been spamming this in the ranked games here in Paris.
And he has been destroying everyone. So with that being said,
Memoy lawan siapa? Lawan Philippines guys. Navi PH.
They have two really strong backliners, right? They have Liv, they have Moskov, they have Levy as well.
Tapi sebenarnya aku suka tu guys Akai Roma. Aku rasa Akai Roma cuma masalah dia kat first turtle lah. Tapi dah once level 4 okey je. Vivian awak buat apa tu Vivian? Awak buat apa tu?
And here lies the loophole. Herein lies the moment that Team Falcons look for a moment of their own. The neutral objective falls in the hands of Team Falcons as they hold a little bit of gold. And it looks like they want to transfer this onto something else.
Masuk balik Vivian nak flicker untuk mati buat apa? Awak ingat damage awak banyak sangat ke?
Stop everything from happening, right? Like they should have been able to lock these guys down with the fatal links. She instead went for damage. And you gotta understand when you have
masih ada mekanik. Hai Rin, hai Azlan. Hai Muhammad Azlan. Welcome to the stream brother. Kenapa dengan suara tu saja je lah guys. Gerau. Telas angkat ke? Boom, ketuk.
Good splash of damage. Vivil's able to survive. Fumieko trying to walk up with the falling star moon.
But you can kind of see the idea of the competition coming from Falcons.
Paris beza 6 jam geng. Ya geng. Boleh nampak aku dah penat tu tak boleh lah. Mati.
Yep, that's what happens when Vivian gets the heavy spin up, right? Before this they lacked CC. It was up to Cini to get the fatal links, but now it's all good, yo.
They have so much to work with.
They do. They have the splash.
Nampak Vitality selalu buat mistake. Betul?
Dead up top. I don't know how that happened. Chef.
Kita boleh nampak yang Vitality ni kuat, tapi tak adalah kuat yang tahap tak boleh dilawan. Faham tak?
She's gotta be careful. Bivol though, oh god, already a level ahead with the turtle on the hands of Chef. And 2 kills, and 2 assists, and it's still Bivol.
Yeah, it reflects the clear speed that you were talking about, that you were mentioning from Bauman, and it really is
reflected into
Moskov
the game.
patut
And
Puri ke
despite
Flicker?
everything that you mentioned
Korang
earlier
rasa
on,
Puri
it's
ke
still
Flicker, guys?
Vitality that also
Cepat,
holds
cepat.
that goal
Let's make a quiz.
1,000 and counting.
Aku biar korang
The next
berfikir
neutral
sikit lah.
objective is going to be spawning into
Korang
the
rasa
game
Puri
at
ke
under
Flicker?
10 seconds, and you can already see
Better
the
Puri.
setup
Okay,
coming
sebab
through
apa?
from
Sebab
Team
apa?
Vitality. Vivian
Jangan,
is
jangan
in
jawab je.
position,
Aku nak
her
tahu
and Vivo
reasoning.
is trying
Dengan
their
aku
best
korang
to
kena
give
bagi
out
tahu reasoning, guys.
information towards the team.
Kenapa
But
korang
at
rasa
this
better
stake in
Puri?
time, again, Team Vitality have so many resources they can utilize. Let's see the clapback from Falcons.
There you go. That's a fatal
Sebab
steal.
ulti Akai lagi.
Set them up in this fight. Remember, there's so many vulnerable
Flicker
targets
lah.
to this fatal
Kalau aku
links.
Puri, guys.
Violence
Kenapa
and
Puri?
vengeance.
Satu sebab ada ulti
Seven of
Akai.
Aksha cannot
So kalau
walk
contoh
off.
macam nak
She
God ke
wants
depan
to
tak boleh
choose
sebab Akai punya
between
orang tak boleh
heavy
underestimate
spin
dengan
or the
ulti
fatal
Akai
links. Which one do you want to deal with?
Sebab ulti Akai pun ada call out control, guys. Lagi satu sebab ada Valentina, guys.
And go back to their own lanes.
Valentina je Rin, apa yang nak kena Puri? Dalam game ni Valentina 100% main ulti Atlas, guys. 100% main ulti Atlas. Kalau kau main Atlas, enemy ambil Valentina, damage dealer kau kena anggap yang enemy pun ada Atlas. Faham tak?
Yeah, back to that point. It looks like
Faham tak,
they're
guys?
looking for a rotation of their own, looking for something
Faham
that they can take
Kalau
over
korang
the map.
main hero-hero flicker,
Chef wants to rotate to the
lepas tu
bottom
enemy
side.
main
It looks
kau
like
team
there's
kau dah
a
ada
hit
hero bukan
coming
okey
from
bukan
Vivian as
bukan
well.
setakat Atlas lah, guys. Katalah team kau punya Roma Tigreal. Enemy ada Valentina. Kau nak pakai flicker ke Purify? Masih Purify, guys. Okay.
Rest of Falcons are planning something here. They know there's no Purify. Instant fatal
Stop.
coming out with the perfect match and the Mystic Gush, but Fubi just runs out of there with a sprint. No
What
fatal
a
links to
sprint,
play
yeah.
for
What a sprint,
anymore
yeah.
for quite a few seconds, and it does seem like Liv is going to have to respect this falling star moon. Fumi Echo,
Betul,
Vival's
guys.
also
Betul.
coming in to invade the jungle, and Vivian's already helping out down below. Vival. Now that's a lot of damage. No
Boom.
fear. Misery lethal counter forces the flicker down below. It's Violet who has to respect this damage. Purify coming out with the blazing duet as well to Violet.
Violet,
Solo
hidup.
SOD lands.
Sap,
Liv
sap,
takes it. Diddy
sap.
comes
Liv.
around as well. That's going to be the pincer maneuver by
yeah.
Raimundo to get a pick on Shell.
Not bad.
Aduh, Raimundo tak main
Not bad
basic.
by Team Falcons, right? They looked for a pick in the top side, it didn't work out. They instead rotated towards the bottom side, being unable to pick out Fumi
Itu
Echo,
aduh.
and they get Shell in the process. One of the winning conditions coming in from Team Vitality, and they have successfully shut her down. And look at them looking for more.
Sap.
Purify out already. The fatal links knocks her up. No respect from Cini in the bottom lane, but Vivian's coming over as well.
Tapi
Flip
nampak
over the lethal tower.
Allah, Vival dapat gak.
Not enough to take Chef down, but Vivian was
Tapi
on the
nampak
case.
melawan
Now it's the
jugalah,
jungle
guys,
back
kan?
as the
Falcon ni kan.
turtle's gonna spawn. Vival
Nak kata
has the
apa
river
macam
movement
Vitality
to
ni dulu
rotate
gap dia dengan
over, and it
tim-tim
should
lain
just
besar
be
sangat.
neutral
Sekarang ni
objective.
nampak lah ada tim-tim boleh melawan,
Good
guys.
timings right now from Team Falcons, as they are going to be able.
Dalam tim
Sorry,
Ray ada player
for
region mana
Team
je?
Vitality
Tim
rather,
Ray
as they
player
are gonna
kita
be able to control
full
this
Malaysia
neutral objective
kecuali
a lot
jungler
better.
Indonesia.
Chef should be
Azib.
able to rotate. I don't know
Jungler
if they want to go
Indonesia.
for the contest, but at this state in time, it doesn't look like it's a good idea.
Macam nak 3
Maybe
game
look
je
for
ni.
rotation
Tak tahu
elsewhere.
apa.
Maybe take a pick down bot.
Goal
Get
lane
that
dorang ni
turret
aku rasa
away
macam tak
from
gendong, guys. Goal lane
Slowly
Vitality
but
ni.
surely.
Belum lagi lah, tak nampak lagi lah.
Looks like there's not much that Falcons can do to contest. There's just too much CC. They can go for the trade in the bottom lane, and they do that exactly.
Tan Indo betul-betul. Tan sebelum ni RRQ. RRQ ke RRQ
to
ke?
carry this game. Yeah, Livy and Liv, both the Livs. Both the Livs have a ton of damage to play with. It's just, can the front line sustain enough for them to deal that damage, right? Because
Ngantuk
for
Doreen
Vitality,
bapak tak apa lah,
really
guys.
shred.
Yang korang kalau ada kerja esok, ada kelas
After the
esok,
rebound,
tidur je,
back to
guys.
Vival. Now use the skill 2 to
Stop.
shred armor. Mystic Gush coming down, but it's only onto the main
Gila.
frontliner. Again, it's Vival taken out, but now it's Fumi Echo holding the
buat
back
apa
line.
ni?
Everybody rotating as well. Fumi Echo is just dealing with them 1v3. Liv's doing a good job though, utilizing this chaos to get a turret up top. So it's a
Falcon lead.
structural win for Falcons. They're slowly taking this goal lead away from Vitality.
And this is what we
Bermain
want.
juga,
We
guys.
want
Cici
Team
dia ni.
Falcons to utilize the macro to their advantage, and they're doing exactly
Whoa.
that. SOD taken?
Yeah, Purify as well. Shep gets away with the shield unity, and now
Chef,
Vitality are going to have to
Chef.
back away. Not
Leave.
getting a single turret in that trade.
Very smart, very smart.
Esok aku
They
ponting
utilize
Random
that
kau. Jangan
opportunity
macam
to
tu,
clear
guys.
the top
Kau
side,
ni
and
buat
then
macam aku
SOD
pengaruh
Falcons
buruk
will
lah.
need to
Jangan
make
macam tu
sure that
doh.
Team Vitality don't get a counter pick into the mid turret.
Minta MC siap-siap.
So here and now, despite
Aku
Team
ambil
Vitality
cuti esok
still
Ray untuk teman
going
kau
for
stream
that
duk. Jangan macam tu, guys.
1,500
Jangan macam tu.
It looks like Falcons have an
Sky
idea
Piercer
of
God.
their own. The
Kalau
God
Abang Lock
picks
dia
up
Sky Piercer
the
kat, guys.
Sky
Tapi first
Piercer
item.
here.
Glowing Wand tu tak ada tu.
It's either you
Apalah orang tua tu buat. Dia tengah stream kan guys. Hai Zed. Aku bos Rain tak masuk kerja pun tak apa. Baik siap bos. Ampun dok. Ampun dok bos. Ampun dok tak masuk kerja. Andai tim Ray jumpa Vitality, ada kemungkinan tak boleh bagi fight? Ada kemungkinan guys, boleh bagi fight. Rindu Abang Lok Ray, rindu dia. Aku rindu dia orang tua tu. Tim Arya. Oi! Boleh fight?
Livy unable to deal enough damage on Bivol. And now with Vitality with a two-man advantage straight into the Lord.
Vivol at
Aku rasa 2-0 ni. 2-0. Esok boleh ambil MC cakap semalam kena rain. Hah? Kena rain? Alamak. Kena hujan. Esok aku kira lambat tau demi teman. Janganlah macam tu guys. Jangan korang ni. Utamakan dulu kelas kerja semua utamakan. Kalau korang nak stay up lambat sikit, make sure pagi tetap kena datang awal. Kita lelaki guys, lelaki kena tanggungjawab. Kena bertanggungjawab guys. Nampak lot? Okay, nampak. Diorang jalankan tengah dengan atas. Nampak? Falcon ada potensi untuk comeback tak? Ada? Ada? Sebut pasal Balok, kenapa dia selalu reply awet kat threads Rain? Sebab dia tengah mencari yang ketiga. Balok dah 2 Rain dulu baru kamu. Mak ai Aris. Ni macam tu Aris. Tak apa Rain, saya bayar gaji bos. Kick aku orang ni. Banyak main lah guys. Gaji bos. Power gak Abang Lot. Main gila Abang Lot. Harap Falcon menang lah. Kuat pula Vitality ni.
It looks like the defending champions here are covering all their bases right now, and Team Falcons, do they really want to?
Tapi tim Indo ni dua-dua kuat lah. Kalau tanya aku dua-dua kuat.
Again, I mean the qualifiers, right? They lost all their games completely to Team Vitality.
Demi teman aku sekarang juga aku resign. Dah, korang ni dah start lah. Tak payah. Apa borak kick lah korang ni.
And we do see it here in game number 2.
Aku menyamar jadi perempuan kat trade pun Abang Lot layan aku. Aku nak beritahu Abang Lot benda ni. Ni benda yang menarik Ni topik yang menarik Aku minta Abang Lot.
Is this it? Is this the moment that they're looking for?
Jaga, ada dua-dua ada ulti atas, dua-dua ada ulti atas. Ai, makan seorang aje. Boom. Lepas tu member angkat semua lari. Backup lah weh, backup lah. Ulti ada apa ada tak nak backup lah babe.
Again, not the greatest of results for Team Falcons, losing Violet here. And again, more control over for Team Vitality as they are going to continue to look for more structures. You can see Bumi Echo already looking for a push and a control over the far side.
Esok Jumaat Rin, tak apa, habis esok Jumaat dulu baru buat kerja, pagi tidur dulu office.
Lord, the second Lord
baik
of the
siap,
game.
boleh macam
As
tu
we take a look
Faris.
into the equipment, it looks like Liv is still working with that, right? They're staying with the Sky Piercer, going for a little bit more slow.
Siapa champion season lepas? Ni Vitality ni. Yang tim tengah menang sekarang. Yang ada Bellman ni. Vivian. Makanan kat sana semua western ke Rin? Atau ada masakan Melayu? Tak ada masakan Melayu Hakim? Tak adalah, korang nak dapat nasi goreng Pattaya, nasi goreng tom yum, tak dapat lah guys. Pasta-pasta ada, pizza, kebab-kebab, shawarma. Banyak macam tu je. Banyak macam tu. Pergi Eiffel live tak coach? Live. Tapi saya pergi Eiffel esok guys, bukan hari ni tau. Esok saya pergi dengan Zon. Saya pergi dengan Hisham. Hisham pun ajak pergi makan kafe sana guys. Dia macam gedi je Hisham guys. Macam nak dating pula. Padahal dia bawa wife. Tak payahlah ajak aku sekali kan. Kalau nak lepak kafe kan. Macam nak dating pula guys. Kuih bakar tak ada guys. Tak ada. Hai Airil. Hai Airil Iskandar. Welcome to the stream guys Yang baru masuk, jemput subscribe saya punya YT, jemput follow saya punya TikTok guys.
These girls know what the win cons are for Falcons and they want to shut it down with these items.
and she knows that in the grand scheme of things, she's going to be controlling the far lane a lot.
Dia nak suruh kau jadi fotografer. Aku bau-bau benda yang sama kat UIM. Aku bau-bau benda yang sama kat. Mungkin dia dah banyak gambar dia dan dia dah banyak gambar bini dia saja, tapi tak ada gambar diorang berdua. Mungkin orang perlukan aku. Ayam gepuk global tak ada lah guys. Mana ada Akai. Moskov, masuk Moskov. Moskov masuk. Pom 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 pom. Boom, 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 boom.
Vivo has to run away. Vitality got the lore, but Falcon's ID strike back with a fight. Libby looking for the mystic projectile. Can she find it up for Echo? Yes, she can. Now she's tied up.
Oi.
Good sprint.
Diorang kejar orang yang mati.
Take Raimundo down, but it's Liv sieging these turrets out.
And that's what we were afraid of, right? The Sky Piercer and the Divine Blade.
Yang halalan Tok Iban senang tak? Susah sikit ni kok. Dia tak banyak lah, tak banyak. Kena cari. So kau kena menapak lah, kau kena menapak. Mungkin zone low-key minat kau banyak lah korang. Ni apa benda kau buat? Sap. Weh, ni Moskov yang ni dah ada power spike ni guys. Sedap tak air mineral dekat Paris Rain? Warga YT pun nak borak-borak macam ni kat warga YT Rasa air kosong Rasa air kosong
To dish out that damage and eventually take Team Vitality down one by one.
3,000 gold lead.
Bawa Angah.
The Lord already dealt with Falcon's ID.
Angah banyak borak kacip tu guys. Aku duduk dengan Angah tak boleh stop gelak tu. Kau bayangkan aku kat dalam aku tak boleh bayang macam mana dia boleh jadi coach dengan perangai macam tu. Faham tak?
Didn't matter at all. They negated that with Libby flickering in forward.
Aku sepanjang aku jadi coach, aku ada je player-player yang kelakar guys. Tapi kalau dengan Angah, aku macam ada yang orang buat lawak macam ni guys. Nama pun saya pula Ojang. Ya guys. Aku pelik player dia guys. Kalau aku jadi player Angah, aku gelak tu. Kalau dia marah pun aku gelak tu aku rasa.
Adaptations that Team Vitality are going to go for? Are they going to try and work out that execution in these particular team fights?
Tapi sengit kan ni guys. God tak ada mati lagi. Moskov dah dapat power spike. So dia depends on cara set up je guys.
Do you think this warrants a magic defense item?
Vivian. Raimundo. Fumi. Woi, kick apa? Saya masuk. Ya Allah, apa benda aku tengok ni guys?
It's been really weird. And this is so good. Falcons have been able to
Itulah sangka angin. Okey, tak apa gempak. Akai masuk kepit ke belakang. Okey, tak apa gempak. Esme masuk. Esme nanti kena bantai jangan budak dulu balik. Okey, tak apa gempak. Valentina ambil hati atlas, angkat angin juga. Ya Allah, ni apa benda ni? Apa benda ni? Kau tengok Wan Kadiak guys. Wan Kadiak TikToker tu. Ni apa benda ni abang kakak? Wagung mega. Kalti. Belmont mana? Belmont. Kelak dapat siap.
Two retributions, it's Chell on the Claude. SOB from Liv, they get the fight again, and it's a crazy
tapi hilang dua.
From the Claude.
Tapi Liv ni bermain guys. Liv ni bermain. Team Ray main hari ni guys. Tengah panik semua button tekan. Perempuan. Nasib baik awet aku buat. Aku orang. Kau macam setiap orang kau cakap awet guys. Setiap orang kau cakap awet je UIM. Kalau QOW awet korang. Thank you for the follow Kazuya Kaiser. Thank you for the gift Mario Kucing. Mario Kucing. Aduh.
has really been negated. She's so squishy
Baik tu
now.
Mario kucing.
Completely neutralized now.
Kill away my bini Rin. Sudah korang ni.
Oh, City stole the SOD.
Princess Kilang, kau laki ke perempuan? Kau nak bini-bini pula.
Don't know how she'll utilize
Yang
it.
Rusia tu ada lepas ni Kazuya. Lepas ni Rusia lawan.
Before.
GG Cloud. Ya, dapat lock guys.
But I don't know how it will work out against
Trust me.
front to back. I don't think as
Diorang mesti kata trust me.
Mage
Ya
you wanna
Allah.
dive into the backline of Falcons ID. Not right now.
Janganlah guys. Dah masuk season baru dah. Thank you for the follow. It's me.
Finals MVP of BOG.
Nanti ajak Kyowi masuk live ni Rin ni. Malu dah aku dah guys.
Maybe she has a
Malu dah aku.
200 IQ play.
Girl tag semua cantik-cantik pun.
We always gotta give her a bit of the benefit of the doubt right now.
Ni Moskov bermain dah ni guys.
But it has been very
Lift ni babar VIP ke Rin? Tapi Lift ni memang jago tu. Kan Azlan kan? Lift ni jago kan? Tadi carry dia gendong teruk tu. Sebenarnya punca diorang ada harapan comeback tadi sebab carry dia juga. Yang ni dia punya Moskov tapi Vivian. Ayat. Kenapa Valentina ambil ulti Moskov? Jangan tegur. What a tombak doh Valen.
Pops him in the crowd. Fumi Echo against Lin. Pops in the volley Star Moon. And now it's caught against 4 members. That's the winning crowd. For Fumi Echo. Can she escape?
Wih, ya Allah. Kalau kau player aku ya Allah. Dah lah ambil ulti Moskov. Lepas tu pergi fight. Lepas tu dia tak cancel pula ulti Moskov tu, dia pergi pakai pula. Oh, baik siap. And it gives Falcon ID the advantage to go for Lord. They did get a base serve, but now it should just be free. Chef needs to recall though. She's a bit low. Violet, aku rasa kau okey lah main Cici Violet. Kau jangan main Sora lah. Seorang kau masuk sampai bawah turret dok. Cici macam underrated ke? Cici kuat guys. Tak boleh gelak ke kat live ni? Asal tak boleh gelak?
Of Team Falcons, and you can see the damage being so
ni kalau gameplay ke Rin? Yang ni masalah, yang ni mistake je guys. Tak semua benda soal kalah draft, kalah rotation. Kadang-kadang siapa buat mistake lagi banyak. Tu pun dia juga guys. Kat sana dah pukul 12 Kalah balik ke? Kalah balik. Tapi sekarang ni Vitality tengah leading 1-0. Best of 3 guys.
Of Team Falcons.
Dia nak jadi Moskov Rin. You Lepas tu kalau dia tombak kena jadi apa? Bagi kakak menang lagi pun. Tak payah jalankan tengah. Jalankan bawah. Atas siapa nak jaga? Aduh, macam mana nak terlane?
They know what to do. They have crazy frontliners and it's all
about
enemy
pun defend dua lane je kan. Okay. Dapatkan God. Moskov. Cloud. Dah habis Cloud. Ada N. GG.
And we wouldn't have it any other way, ladies and gentlemen. This matchup has been nothing short of fantastic. This means that this is the first game that Team Vitality, the defending champions, have
Abang nak sokong Falcon sebab apa?
This time around here at MW.
Rin dekat sini dah solat Jumaat.
Clean run so far over the past 3 days. Back in their qualifiers.
Apa cerita ni abang kakak? Ui, ramainya diorang punya ni. Jom guys, kita tengok dia punya ni guys. Kita tengok crowd dia guys. Oi, tengok. Ada tepuk-tepuk tu. Wah, mergek.
So, without further ado, we've tuned into game 1. We've tuned into game number 2. And we're going to throw it over before we get into the third game. It's been me, Miracle.
Tepuk sekali, Rin.
We'll see you after.
Oh, yang ni ZEF ni. ZEF ni. Tukar view kamera. Nak tukar view kamera mana guys? Ni. Ni player. Yang ni atas. Ni depan. Sap. Sup. 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 Okay. Thank you for the follow, Ho Exist.
Days ago, these two teams ran into each other with
Sorry guys, Sup man. Thank you for the gift semua. Thank you for the follow juga. Ramai-ramai yang follow. Terima kasih guys.
Indonesia who finally get a map win over the Titans of Team Vitality.
Tukar-tukar view kamera, lepas tu lag kan. Lepas tu TikTok kena restart lagi. Ya Allah. Tidurlah, harap esok bangun tim Ray dah menang. Tak apa guys, yang mana kerja esok nak tidur guys.
Leo, first off, how you doing, brother? You all right?
I'm doing well.
Oh yeah.
Merci for asking. I don't
Nice.
remember where I was
Leo, nice.
17 and 19 days back, but I do remember
Reflections.
being in Saudi Arabia about a year back.
Kirim salam player Rusia. Amboi korang ni. Ada player Rusia kirim salam aja.
A perfect record. So I know how historic.
Cuba cakap kirim salam player Malaysia, doakan buat yang terbaik. Lafel dah hilang. Ya, Lafel dah hilang guys. Lafel dah hilang. Aku masih di sini. Ada pakai ops kamera ke? Sekarang ni kamera ops guys. Ni OBS ni. Nanti MSC siapa pula restream? MSC tak sure guys siapa official streamer. Rasanya Moon kot. Rasanya. Aku tak confirm guys Moon ke Obot ke siapa aku tak sure.
From Livy was great to see, but I think they had to come together as a team here because there was a moment, right, where they were struggling in the team fight. They really had to rely on Raimundo, Liv to come through, but the Sky Piercers from Livy is what I'm talking about, man. With that gourd, the big damn, Leo.
Joseph, that's easy for you to say, given the gourd won. My sweet baby precious Balmond lost, all right? Despite the numerous shamalamalas that was dropped by Vival, just something about their communications and rotations and synergies.
Tak penat coach, penat dari kampung. Penat tu. Terima kasih untuk soalan tu.
You gotta imagine this too, man. This is a 20.
Kita ada lagi satu game guys.
34-second
Hello,
game.
hello,
The first game was,
hello.
what, 25?
Obot Dibo
Think about the distance and endurance now that has tested out Team Vitality. I mean, that's the big thing here that I would consider because, yeah, like you
Malaysia
mentioned.
dah main ke belum? Malaysia belum main.
That's right. And for a team as familiar with Vitality.
Sana pukul berapa? Sekarang pukul 6 petang guys, 6 petang. Perasan tak 4 Kroni Podcast tengah nak bahas apa? 4 Kroni Podcast guys. Siapa Syah 4 Kroni Podcast?
Minimum.
So the fact is,
Kira Moon nanti ada kat Paris
is truly historic just for that namesake alone, but also for the fact that Vitality in their MWI
Thank you for the
run
follow,
last
Haziq.
year went flawless. They did not drop a single map. Here, they went flawless in their groups.
Let's go.
Stage, now they show that
Bertahanlah guys
they
untuk menonton Malaysia. Tim Rayang Malaysia. Kira Moon nanti ada kat Paris ke?
Here
Ada.
we are. Falcons Indonesia.
Kau download 2 custom Masam. Oh, Mas Kasam Frozen tengah nobak ke?
But Leo, the thing is that
4
still
Kroni
might
Podcast.
haunt them depending on how this game 3 goes. Falcon Indonesia could have already won 2-0.
Taylor, if there's something I know about Vitality is that they have the heart of champions. Nay, I think they are goddesses walking among us on the earth, tasked to take over the MLBB Women's Division. So with that said, I think in front of their biggest fans, again, they are home court heroes right
That's
now.
right, yep.
Team Vitality is a French org. I think they'll have to look at the audience and say, it's more than just them who's hoping for us to win.
That's
they have
right.
to think of everyone else watching all around the world, and they have to lock in. This is the This is the lock-in of all lock-ins because if they drop here, there's no second chance.
That's right, nicely. Let's take a look at a couple of big moments from that game number 2. First moment here, maybe we're going to be looking at Team Falcons starting to look pretty solid. In fact, it is relatively close. Fumi Echo on the opposite side, though, looking pretty solid. What are we looking at?
Abang stay Paris sampai MSC? Tak. Sampai MWI je guys. Saya dengan Zon sampai MWI je.
Vival was a problem. She was shutting down so many members, and they had to kind of respond to it.
Tak,
That's the
Mas
strength
Ngasam
of the
Frost
moment
tengah
right now. We saw
kas.
this
Oh
in
ya
Stream
ke?
B, but
Kan orang
again,
tengah
look at the
di stream.
play,
Thank you for the follow
playmaking
boy.
ability of the team, being able to play together, help them disengage.
Yang
if
baru
they have
masuk,
to. I think
bantu
that was the big
follow
showcase
guys,
here
bantu
from
follow.
Team Falcons ID, the way they played as a team.
Saya sikit lagi nak dapat 40k followers guys. Bantuan follow guys.
We're now 17 minutes and 49 seconds in. We have a battle for the Lord, and I think this is the Lord that ends up getting stolen.
Thank you for the follow, Tetari, Nena, Amri, EYM. Kau tak follow lagi? Amiro Azwan, Onde, terima kasih for the follow guys.
Shell was, and I think
Dan
that's
follow,
what they
thank you.
They
Thank
just
you,
need
Bol.
to send
Thank
one
you, Bol.
member to be
Kita
able to at
tengok
least confirm
YT kita
the
berapa
Lord.
subscribers, guys?
It was off of a rogue Art of Thievery from
YT
a
dah
club. That
3K
doesn't happen,
subscribers
especially
masih
since
3K.
there were 2 junglers still alive.
But we take those W's
Coach, alang-alang kita orang kat Malaysia ni dah ramai start ngantuk. Cuba try test buat rumors atau surfaces. Tak ada.
Let's see what the casters were looking like during those clutch moments.
Thank you for the follow, Free Palestine. Guys, kalau kau nak tengok rumors, korang pergi je. Tengok apa? Tengok Todak punya podcast langgar untuk setiap team. Diorang ada bagi rumors, setiap team ada bagi rumors. Siapa follow Raintodak agak sikit. Agak sikit. Okay, lama tak lepak gua.
The whisper sweet nothings into my ear. Sounding great up there with a Turner. Hey, I like that we got the little caster reactions. We just started that today, and I hope we get more, Leo.
I wish we had those on Stream B.
Yeah.
Tim B lepas ni ke? Bukan lagi satu. Lepas ni Rusia dengan Arab. Lepas tu baru Malaysia, Filipina.
Indonesia, they've seen
Rusia,
these
Arab,
ladies just
Malaysia,
bounce
Philippines.
off of each other for years now. They do it now here in France.
In France, they're doing it big, man. They're looking great too. Hey, this is a big moment. Will the Titans of Vitality fall? Will Falcons Indonesia? And let's go back to day one, how they started their tournament against Seda Esports, a 2-0 loss. And mind you, it wasn't even a close 2-0 loss. Sometimes you can lose 2-0 and it's like, okay, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It was incredibly close. They had a chance to win. No, they did not. They got smacked around, but they returned to the stage. And now
Kalau kalah balik ke guys? Ya, kalau kalah balik terus guys.
I'll say this, something that has been very apparent throughout MWI this year, 2026, the other teams around the world are catching up to Team Vitality.
Sure.
They've been dominating for so long, and something that you always have to pinpoint is, you know, when you're sitting at the top, eventually everybody wants to take you off that, you know, that
target
hill.
on your back.
Yeah, and that's what's been happening here, and I think this is also
Bak
a
kata
very
Avarin buka
challenge
phone je
that's
dah tahu
happening
semua
for
line
Team
up.
Vitality, but they
Abang
have been
main
very
je,
dominant
guys.
for so long that eventually someone's going to catch up.
Tak ada lah guys. Lagi satu kita kena respect. Kita kena respect guys. Tim-tim yang
Well, let's head to the stage.
cuba
The
terbaik
competitors
untuk
are getting
sorok
ready
dorang
once
punya line
again to go
up.
toe-to-toe with
Nak
each
buat
other.
marketing
This is the battle
gempak-gempak.
for Indonesia.
Kita
And
kena
who
respect
will
benda
end
tu
up
guys.
ahead? Well,
Kita kena respect
Falcons
benda tu.
Indonesia, they want the glory, they want the championship, and if they do beat Vitality, there is a very real conversation that they in fact will be the favorites to win the championship. Leo, for Vitality though, this is the first time. Now, I know they are veterans. I know they have a winning history.
Lepas ni Rusia. Ya guys, lepas
Let's
ni
think
Rusia.
about it. Maybe now they're finally rattled. What was that? We just took a loss.
Mana
We
Prof
haven't
Min?
taken
Prof
a
Min sekarang
loss
kerja
in
Singapore,
the
guys.
past 2 MWIs. What just happened? How can they regain?
Taylor, it would be more than just a conversation if Falcons ID dropped Team Vitality. It would be a revolution. The world turned upside down. The favorites, the one who everyone swore has already punched their ticket to the grand finals, drops in the quarterfinals. Yep. I'll say this. Team Vitality, their wake-up call happened now, and they had a 5-minute timer to fix it. Team Falcons ID, as you mentioned, it was that Seta sweep. So they had, what, 48 hours to wake up and get into their playoffs form. Map reveal, dangerous grass. I think this is Team Vitality's chance. Some way, somehow, find an assassin on Vival.
Dah start ke guys? Let's go.
Why do you think Vitality on dangerous grass is the favorites?
The Balmain, as much as
Bukan MY dulu ke? Ya, tapi dia kerja dekat Singapore dah sekarang. Main duit SGD. Pejuang SGD dia. Kalau game pasti 3 mau full 2-3 Team Ray main macam tengok kat. Ya. Let's go guys. Fokus. Win Atlas.
Leo, are you telling me a Balmain can't surprise him from dangerous grass? And give him the
YVE betul-betul orang tak nak bagi mid lane ni YVE dia.
You know, yeah, maybe one of the assassin picks, maybe also the roam, utilizing the dangerous grass map. This says, I'm sure that's not it. The flying clouds are there.
Korang nak ban apa?
If it is dangerous grass, that's one of the things you can
Freya.
obviously the map there, the map space that you have to work on. These bans though.
Ni masih carry ni aku rasa, still ban carry ni. Still ban carry ni guys.
A utilized tool that Team Falcons actually use in the hands of Raimundo, and she's
Team Ray last match guys, last match. Lepas ni ada satu match Rusia lawan dengan Arab. Lepas tu baru Malaysia Filipina. Sana pukul berapa? Sini pukul 6 suku guys. Carry. Carry.
Flying clouds. It's all about fighting. It's not flying, it's fighting.
It's fighting.
So I'm okay with a fighter. I'm okay with like a boxer still open.
Yep.
Belleric, Esmeralda. I take it back. Honesty might actually be the best policy.
So maybe there is a room. Honesty is the
Carry
best
ban.
policy for this one.
Genji dah keluar ke dah? Dah keluar dah. Kaisha. Diorang tak lepas knockout stage pun. 6 petang guys. Betul. Pukul 6 petang. 6:12 petang.
So much variation with first picks over on the teams that competed on Stream B. And over on Stream A, I mean, that's basically what it showed us in the meta. It's very versatile right now, a lot of unique picks, but in this time, again, with 2 opponents who know each other so well, what is the plan? A Mozkov early pick. We didn't see this at all in Stream B.
It's been months since we've seen a
Moskov first pick siap. Betul-betul diorang nak secure hero Leaf ni doh. Diorang tahu memang mabar VIP bergantung kat Leaf guys. Memang kena pakai kasih English. Errol. Sebab ini setup yang diorang sediakan terus. Sebab tu setup tu boleh buat macam ni, boleh buat macam ni, boleh buat macam ni, macam ni. Macam ni. Kalah knockout balik ke still ada lower? Balik Syami. Balik.
Goddesses do bleed. I think there's room for a Belleric, Claude, or Esmeralda Claude. No! Vitality are still sticking to their guns.
Akai
Literally,
Cloud.
this is the game 2 draft happening right before our eyes over again.
I'm surprised they didn't want to go ahead and take the Belleric at least for now.
Best roamer in the game right now.
Best roamer in the game.
Esmeralda, best XP laner in the game.
Yeah, and they're kind of sitting on those, holding it, because essentially maybe they just want to wait to see what these next 2 picks are from Team Falcons. Because again, they could pick up one of the Bellrics if they want to, pick up the XP lane early on. There's so many choices right now.
Here's what we don't know: where that Akai is going.
Yeah, flexible.
It might have been an overcooked or shot over.
Ni Indo lawan Indo. Ni Indo lawan Indo. Satu confirm balik ni guys. Satu confirm balik. Sora.
Repair that. Team Falcons big ID pick up the Zushin.
Dah kalah kiri ni guys.
Lot of good
Kalah
ways
kiri.
to
Menang kanan ni.
start fights, to disengage.
Biar aku teka dia pick up hero apa guys. Dia ambil God.
Falcons Vega from game 2. You gotta admit, Joseph, they were able to pop that Purify.
They popped that Purify.
Dia pakai itu lagi.
And I think that's what bothered Vitality so much.
They did. And in this case, even with the Jushin and
Pakai
the
itu.
Sora alone, you know you're going to have to be making that decision. Do I bring that Purify? When am I going to go ahead and get that timing correctly?
You have to.
You have
Pakai
to.
itu.
The first 3 picks alone are crowd control juggernauts.
Yeah, even with a bit of a nerf on Jushin, like it's still valuable. Yes, she's fallen in terms of pick stocks, but she's still there, right? She's still utilized with the beacon, the lantern, and everything else. The response
Arlo,
right
udah
now
main combo
is to
pakai
control their
Arlo.
own. An Arlot pick.
Rasanya diorang pun dah go power hero ni guys. Diorang go power hero dah ni.
Whatever momentum team
Diorang tak nak main ni dah, diorang main power hero je.
So in their attempt to regain footing, to rebuild the path that they're walking to.
Prediction Team Ray yang top berapa? Top 8 ke top 4 ke top 3? Aku rasa diorang champion. Haris. Aku rasa Team Ray yang champion.
They're going to kick the door with this long spear from Fumieko. Is it a spear that Arlot has? It's one of those weapons. Yeah, it's a spear. But this is a hero that Fumieko also has just made how many highlights on. You know, it's one of those mainstays.
Make-in XP laner.
Exactly.
That I think she struggled to do with an Esmeralda, because if you're the Esmeralda, you're used to already be winning.
Yeah.
When you make it to the 15, 16 minute mark, you should be dominating. Earlier, she just struggled.
She struggled because, and I heard Rachel mention it, it's once the atomization comes into play,
the halberd.
Esmeralda, the halberd, that sea halberd, it's deterred at that point. It's negated, as she mentioned, and that's one of the things you have to look out for. You dominate the early game with an Esmeralda, now you don't have to.
M-Star, yang kata tim lain tak layak champion.
On both sides are locked in. Rest of the bands, because the jungle. What's the jungle going to be for Falcons?
Falcons can still play an assassin. It might be weird, but the roamer hasn't been revealed just yet. So with just one solid frontliner, and again, just investing in crowd control, you could still pick an assassin. Coach Lucky Boy has Coach Casius on the back foot in more ways than one, literally and in the draft. But who knows what's going on in this.
Dah 200 skill kalau tak realize. Sorry do, kampung, EYM, sorry do guys.
Now for this last ban
Selagi
coming
bukan
out from
Valentina.
Falcons, this
Valentina.
really has to pinpoint potentially the mid lane, or they decide to take another roam option out. Just because, again, you don't know.
Keep that Akai
where it is
honest.
going. Exactly.
Bellery,
You know what?
Oh, it's the Belric.
Weirdly enough, I would prefer for that Akai to stay where it is, in Vival's hands.
Ni dorang boleh main God ni, God.
Just keep it there.
Kanan ni.
This pick, the red 4, is going to tell us a lot on where Team Vitality
Rasa
is
siapa akan
going.
menang sahabat guys. Kita habiskan draft dulu, lepas tu kita borak. Kita
Vitality
try
wants to, they
predict.
pick up their mid lane right now.
No Eve.
Yeah, Eve.
Gord is still up.
Gord.
But the draft that
Tapi
they've
yang kiri ni
started
kena main jungle damage ni sebab mid dorang Zuxin.
you feel it's a Gord
Dia tak akan main jungle utility dah sepatutnya.
Because there's too
Utility
much
apa je tinggal?
to be
Barat.
the aggressor on Gordon.
Barat,
Once your
Bellman.
Mystic Gush is gone or
The Sora
ended early,
alone.
Lilia.
Sora alone.
Main
Sora alone.
Lilia.
This is great. Lilia, you got some black shoes. You got that built-in Purify. You can pop off enough damage. We've seen how much damage Lilia can do in the early game. This is already a great start for Vitality's last 2 picks.
And by
Nak main
holding
apa?
out
Hylos Zuxin.
for the jungle pick, the quote-unquote jungle pick,
Kata
till red
Hylos
5,
susah tolong
committed to
Lilia.
the bit. They're not letting Team Falcons ID know and decide what happens now. The girls from Vega have to say, that's it. We're showing you our jungle. We're showing you our roam. This doesn't happen, by the way. Not very often. That
this
the
isn't
mid
often.
trio gets fulfilled in the last picks.
That second half.
Payah Lilia.
That's why the first 3 picks were so interesting. You know, in the pattern.
Hilda. Aduh, dah kalah tu kiri ni. Tanya aku kiri ni kalah tu. Sumpah.
But in Flying Clouds, I still get it.
Apa siap main Hilda lawan dengan Akai?
Being in Flying Clouds and playing a Hilda is a little bit of a blessing even when you're losing, because you're able to Flying Clouds into the back line, get into a bush, punch back. Harley is the jungler of choice.
That is not what I was expecting.
Nak open
The
map kot.
Harley once
Banyak lagi lah nak open map.
through the previous meta before that
Ciao.
match came out. He still picked up, but just not as much.
It's the burst that they needed.
Yeah.
Look at a majority of the lineup. None of them can
Harley untuk
take
apa,
a
coach?
life bar from 100 to 0.
Harley,
does exactly that.
Tu Harley pun susah guys sebab mid Lilia.
Power spike team that
Aku rasa yang ni game
Team
Vitality ni
Falcons
guys.
have gotten themselves.
Yeah, now this last pick for Vitality.
Jual game. Jual game Asyik
This,
Anwar.
once again,
Automatic cakap macam tu automatic jual game ah. Diorang nak bagi Vitality pergi ni. Diorang nak bagi Vitality pergi ni guys.
This shows us exactly what Coach KCS has been cooking. Where
Dapat
does this
Hylos
Akai
Chow
go?
kiri main
It's a
cara.
Chow. So it is
Vitality dah.
confirmed.
Kalau tanya aku ni game Vitality
Jungle
guys.
Akai, you get the Cho. Imagine, it's only been picked 3 times so far for MWI.
It's Vitality
Chow antara hero yang okey
versus
untuk lawan Zuxin lah.
Falcons Indonesia.
Senang keluar
The
masuk.
great Indonesian
Dia boleh main malam ni ke? Betul.
one-sided up until this
Diorang
point.
tak main Zeta. Sekarang sekarang Zeta dah tak meta guys.
Shown that they can beat Team Vitality, but that was just one map. Can they win the series? Can they crush their
Tim dia tak main lagi.
rivals?
Tak main lagi guys. Tim dia tak main lagi.
Move forward in the tournament and potentially claim
Kita akan habis 2 pagi 3 pagi ni guys.
find out. It's Team Vitality versus Falcons Indonesia. Miracle, Eterna, take it away.
We are living in a world where the defending champions don't even get a chance to defend their throne. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 game away from elimination for both Team Falcons Indonesia and Team Vitality Indonesia. And I feel like for Team Falcons,
Let's go. Focus.
here, this is the statement that they are building. The statement that they're saying, hey, second place, it's enough.
Yeah. I really like the
Kat sana pagi ke? Kat sini 6.20 petang guys. 6.20 petang. 6.20 petang guys.
Fantastic. The Harley pick and in the instant
Cloud.
denial from the counter of the Harley, the Hilda takes it away.
Hilda.
Leaving Vitality with either the Khalid or the Cho to try to deal with this Harley. And you can already see Vivian here start to screen
Kena
out
zoning.
where this Harley is.
Sebab tu aku rasa
That's all
susah Zuxin.
Vivian can do.
Main
later on as
Hilda,
well. It's
ada
all about
Lilia
Vivian
lagi.
Trying to delay Chef so far. Doing a good job with the G-Kundo and the concussive blast. Vivian takes the orange buff away early on against Sev. Oh no, Raimundo couldn't see where Vivian was. And it's such a big win early against a Harley.
That's huge. That's huge with the changes of the battlefield
Oh my
adjustment. How much gold you get from the buffs alone, that increase of 20%.
Lilia dapat juga. Ya Allah. Zev macam jungle gua guys. Bantuan jungle gua dulu, Cok.
Where are we gonna get that gold elsewhere? City as well is also doing a fine job as opening the map. That's a beautiful thing when you pick up something
So
like
first
Bolivian.
turtle dah
You can
confirm
utilize
menang
your
ni.
views
First turtle
to
confirm menang
open
Vitality
up
ni.
the map, give
Arab lawan
vision
apa
and
lepas ni?
information of the team.
Arab
So it's
lawan
not
apa tah
just
lawan ni?
solely
Lawan
Vivian,
Kyowe,
that
Kyowe.
pressure slightly
Rusia, Rusia.
alleviated.
You can see the pressure constantly here being placed down by Vivian. It's always about that. You know what? I like the Akai pick from last game, but this screams Vivian, the Cho, right?
Tak level 4 dia ni, tak level 4.
She can be everywhere all at once to cover up
Tak
any
level
of
4
the
dia.
missing links that Vitality need
Ah,
to
dia mundur.
step up over. The mid prio already
Kau
gotten
flicker
Vivol
tau.
onto the neutral
Ah,
objective.
GG
No
tu guys
orange
ni
but
kalau
for
tanya
Seth,
aku.
so she's still level 3.
Indo lawan Indo. Ha betul guys. Indo lawan Indo.
Uncontested, just conceded by Falcons and not a single
Kalau kalah mati ke ada upper lower. Yang ni kalah mati, kalah balik terus guys. Dia single elimination, dia bukan double elimination.
Which is why she's resorting
Dia macam
to
format
invading
World
the
Cup
enemy
guys.
jungle.
Format
She's
World
trying
Cup
to
macam tu.
get that lizard away, but she's gonna be
Kerana
okay.
Alep pada kalah
It's
takkan
okay.
cara
She
bertahan
gets
kalah.
to
Tak
the
guys,
end.
aku rasa
Of course,
Vitality
Vivian
menang ni.
would be able to,
Aku rasa Falcon
stall
kalah
that
ni.
timing by just a bit, stall that rotation by just a bit. But look at them go once again.
Skirmish.
Hai. Flicker.
Heavy spin. Zep has already utilized deadly magic, so Vivol can actually just constantly go, put in the pressure, try to invade the jungle. She's got to respect Falcons with their damage.
EWC juga single elimination guys. EWC aku tak pasti guys format dia guys. EWC. Aku dapat brief MWI je guys.
Uncanny, right? Because we think that because of how fast the rotations of the Harley is and the fast
Hati Nata akan itu. Taklah Hilda flicker lah. Hilda flicker tu shit. Cik Anwar, Hilda flicker. Dia nak makan Hilda tu aku rasa. Ni dah knockout stage ke? Ha, kick. Kicknya. Ni dah knockout stage lah.
They know the scopes. They know the limits and how to execute it properly, and this is the situation that we
Kiranya
are in
lepas
right
ni ada
now.
game lain dulu kan
As
baru
they
tim
go
dia
for
betul.
another
Lepas ni
invade
Rusia dan
onto Team
Arab.
Falcons.
Lepas tu
They're
baru
allowing
Malaysia dan
Zev
Filipin.
a moment of
Rusia
breath
versus
and
Arab,
this
Malaysia
fight.
versus Filipin guys. Kamar SM Taiping hadir, Niki. Masih Taiping siapa ni? Aku kenal ke? Tengok muka sikit. Okay, tak cam, aku tak cam.
It's an all-in as Fumi Echo was able to dive into the final slash, and now it's going to be Libby with the Crimson Beacon. City's already gotten rid of Sev. That's both the junglers down, but look at
Hilang.
Vivian and Fumi Echo working in tandem together to get those resets.
Rain beku lagi. Ya Allah, TikTok. Aduh, aku tak boleh buka ni lah guys. Aku tak boleh buka browser lah aku rasa. Guys, cepat guys. Korang tunggu jap, korang tunggu jap. Aku relive cepat-cepat. Aku relive cepat-cepat guys. Aku relive cepat-cepat.
Essentially, it's a 2-for-3 trade, a 1-for-1 trade earlier on as Fumi Echo gets that kill, but she has to give over her life for it. It looks like Team Vitality are quick on the second turtle of the game. Vibal is still ahead by just a bit. Actually, Zev's caught up, so the setup is there. Let's see the retaliation coming in from a team of Falcons.
The retaliation is a trade up top. Remember the main carry last game, Liv, getting all the free farm and then building up to be an absolute menace in the late game. And so far, so good for Liv.
Allah.
Done a good job against Shell in that lane. Rotates up top, stays away from these fights, and constantly just builds on gold, farm. Let's see if she can do what she did in game 2.
And I wonder if Team Vitality want to adjust to the mistakes from game number 2. Do they want to go for more onto Liv, but it looks like Zev.
That's a lot of damage. A flicker out of Vivian gets away.
How?
With a
Dia hidup Vivian ni guys. Gila-gila hidup Vivian ni guys. Hilang coach. Dah. Aku dah live balik dah. Masuk balik Rezi. Boleh masuk balik. Aku tak boleh buka browser. Hilang.
I never want to see Vivian.
Fumeko ni macam Sanford tu guys, Fumeko ni.
And we haven't seen her on the show so far here at
Betul lah, guys.
MWI, so it's a breath of fresh air for sure.
Fumeko ni
Giving
macam
her a
Sanford
hero
kan.
that's a lot more active around the
Full
map.
hero dia pun macam Sanford tu. Lapu-lapu, Pakito, Arlot.
She was able to secure the title in the first place. Mother of Tanks, being one of the backbones of Team Vitality in these team fights and these skirmishes. And there
Ada
she
ira
goes
sikit gameplay dia.
again.
Dia macam Sanford perempuan.
For Vivian on the kill against the Harley. Now she'll die, but she already did what she needed to. How is she doing this on a Cho?
So worth. What a worth trade, a roamer for Zev.
Dia memang betul-betul train live pun selalu. Train live. Ada beza ke EWC dengan NWI? Dulu MWI ni stand alone. Dia bukan duduk bawah Esport World Cup. Sama juga dengan MSC guys. MSC sebelum ni dia stand alone. Dia bukan duduk bawah Esport World Cup. Lepas tu Esport World Cup beli MWI, beli MSC, letak duduk bawah Esport World Cup. Sebab tu dia EWI MSC. Macam tu. EWI MWI macam tu. Faham Faham Thank you Razi for the hug me. Guys, aku harap kan TT aku tak crash guys Aku harap TT aku tak crash waktu ni. Waktu apa? Waktu game Team Ray sekejap lagi guys. Tolong lah jangan buat pasal. Aku tak boleh tekan apa-apa button aku rasa guys. Faham coach baik Razi Tapi Farisha lagi padu. Ya doh, mana pergi Farisha ni? Farisha tak main guys. Bila game Team Ray, sabar jap. Lepas ni ada satu game. Lepas ni satu game. Lepas ni Rusia Arab. Lepas tu baru ni.
In the mid lane with the Blazing Duet and also the BMI back, baits them all into the rest of the team. And all this time used by City up top to zone live in the farm. Fumieko with constant pressure, not letting them
try bila? Team Ray bila?
They're shutting everything down this
Ray dah macam Team World Cup main pagi-pagi. Ya, lepas ni Rusia Arab dulu guys. Lepas tu baru Team Ray. So dalam pukul 2 ada kot. Sekarang pukul apa dah? Dekat sana pukul apa sekarang guys? 12.30 12.30 ke 1.30?
It looks like it's gonna be 2. No heavy spin.
12.30. Aku rasa dalam pukul 2 game Team Ray. Pukul 2. Aku rasa dalam pukul 2. Kita anggaplah satu game 30 minit. So 2 lebih lah. 30 minit. Stop. Wah, siap Vivian. Kau main macam Yum siap Vivian. Rumornya season depan MWI diganti ke Valorant Ladies. Oh iya ke? Yang tu tak tahu. Yang tu tak tahu. Oki Bay. Oki Bay. Jungle Falcon finish. Jungle Falcon Harley 04 tak boleh main. Yelah guys, korang tengok ada kena rusuh macam tak ada. Macam mana ni guys? Team Ray dalam 2 lebih guys. Heidi dalam 2 lebih Heidi. Dalam 2 lebih kalau masih Malaysia. Estimate dalam pukul 2 lah. 2.
One level below of Vival. It's going to be very difficult for them to go for the contest on the objectives. And once again, they're looking for some revenge onto Vivian. And she just recalls on them.
When a choke can recall the enemy jungle like that and everything gets used with Vivian not feeling like it's a threat at all. That's a problem right there. Oh god.
She's stickered.
Zev, you don't have to have magic.
Vivian, ada orang kat semak tepi tu. Dia tahu kot.
I don't think she knows. She would have already walked in the bush and looked for the kick, but Zev desperately wants to hold on to this position. Throw it down below, already taken down. Vivian again just corralling over. Zev has a great position here, but Vivian's gonna walk up. She finds her. Vivian doesn't have the flicker, so Zev should be fine. Maybe not. Maybe Vivian just wants to chase her to the end of the map. Hello? She's forcing Zev out of the fight. Viola with the shifting skies in the mid lane. Now it's going to be a 4v4 as the heavy spin gets used up by Vivo.
Oh, dia nak paksa Harley keluar daripada team fight tu guys.
Spear misery. Vivian still chasing Zev.
Dia nak paksa Harley tu keluar daripada team fight.
Running to the other side of the map.
Tak tidurlah Falcon ID malam ni dihantui Belanda. Belanda first game tu guys. Falcon ni kat mana? ID. Yang ni Falcon ID. Dia ada 2 Falcon guys dekat EW sini. Satu Falcon ID, satu Falcon Arab guys. Yang ni Falcon ID.
Push out that top lane in the process of it.
Sap.
They're buying so much time. Vivian again.
Ciao.
She's not going to get touched here. They take a structure down bot. They're looking for the next structure up top. But even if they don't get the structure up top,
thank you for the follow, Akil. Thank you for the follow.
Where the Lord is spawning, and that means Team Vitality once
ID versus ID. So satu Akil ID confirm balik guys. Dia takkan final ID lawan ID takkan. Habis game ni kita tunggu berapa minit untuk next game ah? Tak sure. Maybe 10 minit ada kot. 10 minit ada kot. Nampak juga. Leaf tak bermain kali ni. Tengok tim dia kena teruk macam mana. Turtle apa semua tak dapat tu. Kick. Claim minion pun susah dah sekarang guys. Violet macam kurang main Sora. Itulah pasal. Asal dia tak bagi je Cici. Tadi kan Cici dia membantai.
Gold lead by the defending champions. It's looking bleak here for Team Falcons, and you know, going back to what you were talking about earlier on, they were in a similar
Tim dia boleh makan Navi tak? Boleh guys. Boleh sangat. Jangan risau, boleh.
Levy was on the gourd.
Percaya guys, percaya Malaysia guys.
She doesn't have as much burst damage that she can utilize to the
Khalas.
Maybe if Levy had the Sky Piercer and she had stacks on it, I do see a world where
kalau teruk ni, itulah tu. Kalau teruk ni Falcon ni. Tapi yang kacau sebenarnya Chow dia guys. Early game tadi tu. Early game tu dia dah kena teruk dah. Hijau kena curi, buff merah kena curi.
Hunting stepped away, the dragon lands and it connects Vivian! Trying to get the kill. It's going to be City with the glooms. Oh, Vivian wants it for herself. A flicker and a Jeet Kundo to take Sev down for the 5th time this game.
And that's the beauty of the Lilia pick. That's why it was so brilliant. Unable to be targeted, but Harley walked in on that herself. And now Zev once again caught out for the 5th time this
Kenapa
game.
Cloud Puri? Tak tahu. Maybe dia takut ni kot. Dia takut Zuxin punya stack, takut Sora, takut tombak Moskov. Passive dah Tisha. Jangan macam tu guys. Boleh ni. Kan 3 lane cantik ni. Tapi tengah sampai dulu ni. Tengah tu tahan je dulu, clear bawah dulu. Tengah tu tahan satu. Tahan je satu, tahan je. Biar jap. Baik, Chow. Dapat satu, Raimundo. Shell. GG lah, GG.
And Vitality will crush Falcons ID's key as they move to the semi-finals.
GG ya guys.
Kita
tengok dari depan lah. Woi, baik siap kamera. Okey, dari sini pula. Sap. Baik kan kameraman. Rain si kameraman ke guys? Rain si kameraman ke? Oh, ni dari mana pula ni?
It looks like we will have an interview with the victors up on stage. We're going to throw it to that. And we'll see you later.
GG dah. Rain si cameraman. Baik Hayes Apa pasal Sora punya ulti yang cloud tu lain macam dia punya putar pakai cloud. Tapi memang SP dia ni kurang lah pakai Sora guys.
Congratulations, you guys have successfully defended the throne. Now I have Vival right here beside me. Look at the beehive. They're all cheering you guys on. Now you guys have faced Falcons Indonesia so many times. So what makes this match different?
Cam, sorry Nas.
I think it's just us that we played.
Yang belum follow dulu guys. Cepat follow dulu.
Like our best. Where everything was in order.
Bantu subscribe YT yang dekat YT guys. Ramai-ramai ada 100 lebih ni dekat YT. Bantu subscribe guys.
What makes this match different given that you met Falcons Indonesia so many times? What makes this particular match, mean more?
Maybe it's because we are finally battling out in EWC. This is like the biggest tournament
Itulah
there
tu
is for
Pick
us.
Hilda
So
lawan
that's what
ada
makes it
Akai.
special.
Susah lah
Like,
guys.
both
Thank you for the
sides
follow, Clap Kun.
just now wanted to give it their all.
Bila final 19 guys, 19.
As well. So yes, of course, a familiar foe indeed.
Siapa menang? Vitality. Yang ni Vitality ID.
Indonesia, you guys play valiantly well. Please hand over your tournament key. You fought valiantly, not without a fight. You did spectacular, but your journey ends here, Falcons Indonesia. Thank you. So now, finally, I do have a question. After today,
Kyowe dah main ke? Lepas ni guys, lepas ni Kyowe guys.
four of the best teams here at MWI. We will also
Lepas
be
ini
seeing four of the
Kyowe.
best junglers at the Land of Dawn. Now with that being said, what makes you think sets you apart that makes you potentially the queen of the jungle? How do you like that title?
Maybe what makes me different, I guess, is maybe experience, and I can say my hero pool.
That's right. You know what I know is you
Ya,
play
first game
assassins as
Belanda.
well, but right
Sayang
now,
lah
the
dorang.
one
Kalau
has
tak,
been
dorang boleh
taking
menang tu
meta
guys
picks
lawan
and
Vitality
utility
ni.
jungles, and then you whipped out a pocket pick, the Bowman earlier. Really, really sexy. Now congratulations once more, Vival. Potentially, if you secure this throne, Queen of the Jungle. Excited for that? And with that, congratulations! Team Vitality, take your walk of victory!
And now, of course, it is time for the classic, the Key Crusher. You take
Key
opponents'
Crusher.
dreams and you crush them. But of course, this time, I got very special guests behind me. Les fans de Vita qui sont là pour faire du bruit, évidemment. Un max de bruit, s'il vous plaît. La première clé qui est détruite, on va continuer pendant tout le week-end. Oh, let's wait for this to be set up. Let's wait for this to be done. Of course, it is time for the security. It is time to take a look. And it is time to hear the noise.
Hancur.
Vitality will move forward in the playoffs. They will be back tomorrow, of course, and I cannot even hear what I'm saying. I do hope you guys can hear anything, because the vibes are immaculate. But without further ado, let these guys party, and let's take a look at the highlights.
Thank you for the follow, Dizak. Ada lot pergi dive turret masa tak ada minion, sayang. Kalau tak boleh tengok champ baru. Betul, Rizwan? Betul? Tapi aku dapat bau-bau kita ada champ baru lah. Champ baru lah. Ada bau-bau kita ada champ baru ni. Tim Ray lawan bila? Ya Allah. Lagi. Aku dah penat dah jawab soalan ni guys. Aku dah jawab soalan ni aku rasa hari ni lebih 50 kali guys. Lepas ni Rusia lawan Arab. Lepas tu Tim Ray lawan guys. Lepas tu Tim Ray lawan. Sabar dua match lagi. Rusia lawan Arab. Rusia ni Team Kyowe, EECA. Arab Falcon Mena. Okay. Pin je, tak payah ulang-ulang. Dah pin dah tadi. Tapi dia turun balik. Situ siang ke? Sini 6.40 guys. 6.40 petang. Tapi draft okey memang boleh bagi advantage kat tim. Betul. Cari kopi lurin tak ada tu. Dekat sini tak ada kopi yang terdekat. Aku minum kopi waktu breakfast je guys. Waktu breakfast dah ada mesin kopi. Aku dah rindu lakin kopi tu guys.
But that tends to be the case, and that's the nature of our game.
I wish it was that simple, honestly, because the world we live in now seems to be the world that everyone expects to have been
Sini
on.
12.40.
But for the
Oh,
past,
faham?
hour and a half, it seems like we were in the twilight zone, or at least on the way through via black hole. The stats
Boleh lah masuk next match terus. Go masuk next match terus. Let's go. Guys, yang belum follow jepot follow dulu guys. Yang belum follow jepot follow dulu.
Between Fumieko and Violet. Okay,
Apa kena Maggie Curry dulu? Tak ada dah Maggie Curry. Yang dekat YT boleh tolong subscribe ke? Yang dekat YT. Terima kasih. Terima kasih guys. Thank you Mr. Don. Thank you Pak D. Kita makan ni dulu guys. Apa ni Rain? Granola bar. Chocolate granola bar. Baru masuk. Sorry sebab tu tanya. Tidurlah dulu. Yelah kalau lambat lagi tak apalah guys. Korang kerja ke apa semua esok tidurlah dulu. Tak apa.
Not just that, Vivian's Cho.
Kinder Bueno dah habis lah.
I heard Mirko mention it as well. Just give her the Cho. Did you see the kind of gameplay that Vivian was showcasing on this masterclass of a Cho pick? I mean, I feel the same. Just play the Cho.
Map 3 was pretty much a domination from the side of Vitality. Let's look at one of those moments that led up to their ultimate victory over Falcons Indonesia. Leo, what are we looking at?
This is, I believe, the first Lord push. And actually, no, it's the second Lord.
Yeah, all the base turrets are gone.
Yeah, it's a second Lord push, and it's miserable. The fact that the Hilda on Raimundo can't go nowhere. This was post the moment where Sev was chased down by Vivian. There's at least Sev gets close to the base. It's the finish. I think there's very few moments that we could have actually watched and broken down, because if you all just check them out, it would be the same thing. It's just Vitality, taking names, and kicking butt.
That's right. It was Vitality taking turrets left and right. And when they pushed the base, you could tell they were angry. They wanted to destroy Falcons Indonesia.
Zon tak live ke tak guys? Zon dia on-site reporter. Susah juga jadi KOL, lagi-lagi nak makan. Tapi thank you Biscuit Impi. Thank you for the follow, Twin Love Shop. Twin Love Shop.
With the way she was playing, she is one of the more vocal players on Team Vitality. Of course, with Cine as well, given her interviews earlier today. But Vivian said enough is enough. I'm the queen of tanks. I am the queen of MWI, and I'm going to prove it here.
I think she's more than just the queen. She's the mother of tanks.
The mother of tanks, man. And
all of these other tanks wouldn't be on the earth without her.
That's true. That's true. She's so good with the hero pool that she showcases.
Takut tidur tak bangun ya DP zaman FB.
Takut
tidur tak bangun je.
We might be potentially looking at some new queens or a queen of the jungle.
Oh yeah.
Queens everywhere, queens on stage, but who will be the queen by the end of MWI? Well, Vitality takes a step in the right direction, defeating Falcons Indonesia, who, let's face it, had an incredible run. Making it to the knockoff stage is such a tremendous feat. They do fall short, but they did something that nobody from MWI 2025 EWC could do, and that was take a map off Vitality.
Yeah, I love that. Again, for Team Falcons Indonesia, they are a team, like I said, that knows Vitality so well. They've played multiple times against each other, and they are the team to bring them the distance. I mean, think about it. Yes, it could have been one of those cases where maybe they had swept Team Vitality. Think about the headlines that would have ended up being. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen for Team Falcons.
Diorang tengah pintas guys. Rain, tak payah cakap lagi game Team Malaysia pukul berapa. Kau minta tolong orang yang kat komen bagi tahu. Okay. Free tengoklah DM. Okay, jap kampung. Aku tengok sekarang. Sekarang ni rasa barai sebab nombor seorang ke Rain? Biasalah guys. Tak, sebab jadual dia guys. Sebenarnya jadual NWI ni penat sikit sebenarnya.
And I think this close call, the almost sweeping loss, was enough of a wake-up call, a reality check to think that, hey, we are a shoo-in for the grand finals, but we have to still earn it.
Again, looking at the stats here, this game shows just how dominant they can be for Team Vitality. You know, if you poke them too much, the whole team gets mad. And this is the type of result that you're going to have.
Baik, doh, kampung. Dengan baju extra jaws doh. Thank you, doh, kampung. Tolong buat baju. Dengan baju extra jawsnya, ya Allah. Aku ambil apa yang ada. Boleh adjust kan gambar pakai baju tu? Kalau aku bagi kau gambar, aku boleh adjust tak gambar? Aku boleh post doh benda ni sebenarnya. Boleh okay.
There would be no comeback attempts from Falcons Indonesia like there was in map number 1, sadly. But hey, again, a great effort. Taking a map off Vitality is something to truly be proud of. We've got Rose on site with an interview with Vitality's Chell. Let's listen in.
Hey guys, Shell here from
pakai AI
Vitality, and
gambar tu pakai AI
was an intense 2-1 full series first of all,
Baik
congratulations
siap.
because you are one step away
Baik
from
siap.
defending your throne. But let's talk a little bit about Team Vitality as a whole this MWI. People online have been saying that you guys don't look as dominant as last year's. You know, every now and then you guys are dropping games here and there, and you know, hard games also come
Aku
and
pun
go.
kerja
So
dengan
what
AI
are
tapi
the
medical. Oh
preparations
ya
for tomorrow's
Kira
semifinals match?
medical pun dah masuk AI
I
ya.
know that just now it wasn't the best game that we did. So I guess it gives us a lot of material to review, and we'll make sure that we come back stronger in the next game tomorrow.
Okay, now Shell, let's talk
Power
about
gila
G2.
data analysis.
What happened there?
There was a lot of mistakes from my part, like my bad. But I knew what I did wrong, and I'll make sure not to do it again tomorrow.
I think it's nice that you guys are already self-aware on the problems at hand. Easier for you guys to revise it overnight. Now,
Kejap lagi game Team Ray kan. Lepas ni tim lain dulu. Rusia dengan Arab. Lepas tu baru Team Ray. Ya guys, aku ambil kosong je guys. Aku ambil kosong je.
ID, they were solid as a team. Their teamwork is great, and they are the best opponent so far.
Aw, thank you very much, Shell. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. That's it from us.
Thank you, Rose, as always, for that great interview. Again, not only from the interview on stage with Cheryl, but also, of course, with Rose. Vitality realized we made some mistakes, individual mistakes, team mistakes. We've got to come back bigger and better than ever, especially if we want to win in our semifinal matchup and ultimately, potentially, the grand finals. So recognizing that even though we've seen fire from them, we've seen excitement from them, we've seen trash talk, it is nice to see them humbled every once in a while, realizing that potentially their tournament life could be on the line once again.
Shell also mentioned that Falcons Vega ID are actually their toughest opponent yet, and she didn't give a time frame. I think she meant to say in the past 2 years, because they were the first to make them lose a map in that said time frame since MWI 2025.
Yeah, and that's why I think, again, hats off to all the teams competing here in MWI, because I feel like they have improved so much. For Team Falcons Indonesia, again, they are the first team to give Team Vitality, I feel like that kind of feeling like, oh no, we might not be able to move forward.
That's right. Well, hey, we know Vival, she knows how to win with Team Vitality, but does she know about all the places around Paris? Let's find out in our Aramco Blind Rankings.
Yo, what's up everybody? We're back at MWI EWC 2026. It's Mirko, joined here by the defending MWI champion, Vival. How you doing, Vival?
I'm great.
We are going to be playing a bit of a game, blind rankings of locations here in Paris. There'll be 5 locations. You're gonna have to rank it from 1 to 5, and there are no changes, no swaps.
Got
so
it.
you have to lock in for this one, all right? Our first location is Disneyland Paris.
I gotta rank that at first place because I really like theme parks.
Yeah.
Baik siap AI kampung.
I have been there before.
Okay. Eiffel Tower.
Okay, nanti aku ada manis-manis Nanti aku ada manis-manis. Nanti aku ada
Yeah,
manis-manis.
because the Eiffel Tower is the iconic place to go in Paris, right?
The Louvre Museum is our third location.
I think gotta rank that at 4.
Oh, not an art person?
No.
The Seine River.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah?
Perfect.
Third place, have you been like on the boats?
Baik
Yeah,
across the Seine
Semua ada
River?
kau buat.
Have you been to all these locations?
I actually did.
Oh, there you go. So this is coming from experience. The Notre Dame Cathedral of Paris. Technically, it's locked in at 5th.
Yeah, it's
Korang tak tidur lagi ke guys? Kenapa korang yang 150 orang kat TT ni kenapa tak nak tidur lagi? Kat YT 80 orang ni?
If it's not blind rankings.
I think I would move the cathedral at 4th place. if I had
So the Louvre would be at 5th if you were able to swap. Catch MWI EWC 26, see if she can defend her title with the rest of the team. That's it for us.
Team Ray belum lepas
Well, I
guys.
believe in you as a player, but I don't know
Dah
about
MC
those
so teman coach
rankings.
baik
Granted, they
siap.
were personal. She's been to
Serius
all
MC
of
guys?
them, but I think
Tak
as
serius
a
ke? Korang
player,
main-main
kinda
ke?
disagree with some.
Support coach, thank you
Yeah,
doh
I don't know.
Padli.
I think I would put. Would your number 1 be Disneyland?
I think I haven't been. give me till Sunday, I would put the Cathedral at number 1. I would do Notre Dame at number 1.
Same. Same on that.
I think so, especially given the history and, of course, the movie that was out there that was made about it. Hey, check it out. We got another great series about to be underway.
Ni Galtech Cyber Team Falcon.
It's single elimination for the remainder of our matches at MWI. It's Galtech Cyber Team
Nampak muka main-main ke ni? Tak nampak muka
and
masalah.
these two teams have fought hard to get where they currently at. For Galtech Cyber Team, well, they went undefeated. For Falcons Mena, they had to work a little bit harder, losing one matchup, but they fought back.
Belum. Let's go Walakiowe, let's go Walakiowe.
Comes to Galtech Cyber Team. This is a roster representing the EECA.
Satu benda aku nak share dengan korang Dekat France, air mineral orang pakai konsep klip tau. Penutup botol dia bukannya pusing tau. Penutup botol dia yang klip macam ni. Ni klip. Klip. Tapi klip dia kuat tau. Macam kalau orang terlanggar macam ni, tolak-tolak macam ni, takkan terbuka guys. Kalau macam hayun-hayun ke, takkan terbuka. Macam satu teknologi yang bagus lah untuk aku. Malaysia patut ada benda ni. Senang. Sebab dia senang. And dia takkan ada masalah penutup tiba-tiba tercabut ke, hilang ke. Habibi I suka pula korang ni. Habibi pula. Setia menunggu bedi-bedi tim Ray. Woi. Ya Allah, warga-warga YT. Betul ke warga YT ni? Macam warga TT je. Syazwan. Lambat lagi Kerin, mata dah buka, tutup dah ni game vitality. Sabar tu Haji. Lambat lagi. Sekarang Paris jam berapa? Pukul 6.52. 6.52 guys.
As we got the fans cheering us on over there. Shout out to you for being in the venue. We love each and every one of you. Now, this matchup, though, is going to be historic, especially for Falcons. We just witnessed Falcons Indonesia leave our tournament. They did manage to secure at least 200 club
Let's go.
just for making it to the
Malaysia jam 1 dah. Kita tukar angle lah. Kita tengok daripada sini lah. Kamera macam ni.
Right now, Vitality is looking like they might run away with the most. So for Falcons Mena for the club championship, Naisu, this is a big match for them.
Tengok macam ni pula.
Definitely a big match. They showcased a lot of their
buruk-buruk je titi ke.
And we know these ladies really well. We've seen them compete on international stages. They have a lot of experience. They're a team that has a lot of this.
Malaysia jam 1 Rain. Malaysia jam 1 dah sekarang ya.
A big playmaker for the team. Overall though, I think it's a great matchup equally against Galtech, because that's the same thing that you see from
Aku sekarang dah ujung-ujung. Predict 2-0 Rusia win. Korang betul ke predict sebab gameplay ke sebab QA guys? MC coach demi Malaysia mantap. My bini dah agak dah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime. Let's go ahead and keep things rolling in our knockout
QA pun boleh korang ni. Aku dah sekarang dah ujung-ujung. Semoga esok ada tim Ray kampung. Satu je lah aku nak cakap Ray. Gula lah mata dah ujung-ujung ni. Oh, Galtech. Kiowe.
Early exit for the region today. We're trying to do better. 2 over GK, 2 over Twisted Mind. They have not dropped the game yet, and they hope they will continue this way. Galtech on the stage.
All right.
Walakiowe hadir. Mana suaranya Walakiowe?
I want to say
Comel-comel amboi.
We will win.
No translations needed. That's right. You will win. That's a great mentality to
Baiklah tim Rusia, saya suka. Macam mana tak kena apa warga-warga titi je yang buruk-buruk kena? Macam mana? Walakiowe. Kau pun sama kampung. Ya Allah. Tak tahu pula Yunus main mana ada. Ya CR7. CR7. Tim Ray bila lepas ni? Yang ni sekarang ni Rusia dengan Falcon Mena. Lepas tu Malaysia. Ui, yang Nana ni guys yang main Fanny semalam guys. Nana ni yang main Fanny semalam guys. Abang Lot dah ada job baru. Buka Abang Lot. Bedi. Jauh dulu baru Rain. Ya Allah. Datang dah lah puak-puak sedap ni. Kau tak reti tidur ke puak-puak sedap ni? Pergi tidur. Moderator, tolong moderator.
Now that's absolutely right. Now with Falcons Mena, they have already made history by qualifying right
Thank
here
you
on
AI
the
kampung
knockout stage. While
Panda, welcome to the stream Panda. Kerja ke Panda? Kerja ke? Nak tengok zone tak dekat sini guys.
better podium finish this time round. Now earlier
Ya, kita cari zone kita cari zone guys. Tengok ada ke tak. Okay, cuba kau nak tengok. Ada tak? Nampak tak? Belah kiri ke? Belah kanan ke? Aku macam tak nampak zone guys. Kau left kat stage ni, ha. Belakang-belakang tu ada zone tak? Belakang-belakang tu ada zone tak? Macam tak ada kan? Macam tak ada lah guys. Macam tak ada, macam tak ada. Kerja pukul 12 tengah hari esok dah turun. Patutlah stay up. Patutlah stay up. So sebenarnya korang nak tengok KOA je kan? Siapa menang tadi? Vitality. Indo Vitality. Team Ray bila baring. Lepas ni, lepas match ni. Lepas match ni. Bukan game tau, lepas match ni. Game match ni best of 3. Lepas tu baru Team Ray. You born KOA Tokyo Sonjok kokok ke Kuejo ni cara sebut macam mana? Kurang ajar guys. Kurang ajar. Main tengah pagi tu bapak barai tu. Barai ke guys. Yang ni Nocturne Nana MSC nanti main jam macam ni juga ke? Tak tahu tak tahu guys. Tolong jawab seorang apa tu Nas? Kenapa tu? Macam lain World Cup. Thank you for the follow. Gasuk terbakar. Kurang ajar guys. Zon belanja Maggi semalam guys. Semalam Zon belanja aku Maggi guys.
Falcons Mena, they had a bit more of a difficult
run. They had to go
against Falcon Daisy's Foot Esports, but they did take a 2-0
MOI Maru final belum lagi Nas. Yang ni baru quarter final ni, Siapa menang ni masuk semi final. Lepas ni Malaysia main, kalau dia menang masuk semi final. Ni match apa? Yang ni Rusia fighting against Saudi Arabia. Okay, Mena versus EECA. EECA versus Mena. Go Miku ai Panda. Kau ni Panda. Ya Allah. Team Ray kalau siapa? Itu lah guys. Team Ray kalah. Team Ray lawan dengan tim yang kalahkan Arya tadi guys. Yang kalahkan Genji tadi. Navi PH. Team Ray lawan dengan Navi PH guys. Let's go. KOA is the way. Wah, siap nama ada signature macam tu kan. Go Baris, semangat guys. Kamera macam ni jauh guys. Jauh kamera macam ni guys. Kamera aku macam ni jauh Tak best borak macam ni Jauh okay. Macam ni lah. Macam ni. Yang ni siapa? Ni Liobon. Kalau MSC time-time gini gak kena stay up macam tengok World Cup. Ya tu, nama pun World Cup guys. Kita World Cup juga. Cuma kita e-sport World Cup. Kan? Sama tu kan? Betul tak? Tapi untuk game ni tak apa, fokus kat Q. Ya Allah. Fokus kat Q. Sana pukul berapa bang? Sini 7. 7. Ben tu Fanny kanan ni, korang tengok yang nama Nana tu guys. Fanny dia power tu guys. Serius. Fanny dia power. Yang belah tu apa Falcon Mena tu, yang nama Nana tu, Fanny dia power guys. Walaupun muka macam main Nana, nama dia Nana, tapi Fanny dia power. Mak KOA. Muka macam Barbie tu guys. Macam nak patung tu. Wow, awet suka korang Ujang pergi Paris, MPL sponsor. MPL sponsor guys.
And I know some of them might have been seen as mistakes. I'm thinking the Louis Yi diversion set.
Awet saya tu. Ya. Awet korang share lah ramai-ramai. Siapa menang ni kira-kira dia. Kita tengok draft tu. Diorang ban Fanny dia tu.
That's a part of us. That's our personality. That's the way we play. We laugh about it, we correct it, and we move on.
It's a brand of the region, Davai. I would not want to see Geltec turn into the next macro team. This is them. You expect them to fight, you expect them to get in there, play in the paint.
Masuk air malam-malam.
Belleric has been banned out, so that means
Aku ingat dah start match team Ray. Lepas ni Noki, lepas match yang ni baru match team Ray. Pakai tudung macam pergi mall korang. Janganlah macam tu. Power the QA. Yai, tak main lagi dah power. Waifu enjoyer. Ha, tak main lagi dah power. Morning ada. Morning do. Ya Allah. Hirara. Kyowi Hirara guys. Kyowi Hirara Green. Nana aku fall lagi pada Fah tu. Fah tu gila guys.
Here we are. If KOA decides that this is the way, then we're expecting a snowball. Belleric, again, already banned out. I'm expecting him to always be open.
Belleric dah ban.
Freya's open too.
Atlas. Ada Atlas.
Is a weird pick. You know, Seda Esports were the first ones to truly dive in to Harara after the new meta, of course, ended up giving her.
Nanti boleh tolong kirim salam kat tak payah korang ni. Oi, gedik-gedik pula.
And you can't rely on.
Ada guys.
Coach Koba getting real
Carmilla. Oh iyalah, Falcomena dia lah yang pakai Carmilla guys. Semalam.
Yes, sir. I'm not smiling about the Harara though.
Yeah, no. This Carmilla says nothing about what the draft is going to be. This is mind games. Smoke and mirrors.
Smoke and mirrors, that's the way to play it.
Esok ramai MC ai. Dan tiba-tiba ramai. TikTok aku laju pula naik ni viewer ni.
Right, I love the way Reflection says it by the way. It validates me a little bit.
Ramai MC pula kat warga-warga YT semua MC ke? Ray dah lawan ke belum lepas ni? Lepas ni guys. Agak-agak tim Ray boleh bagi fight tak? Boleh. Percaya guys, percaya tim Ray guys, percaya tim Ray. Mak IQ win. Macam Barbie guys muka dia. Tengok sikit skill. Tengok skill power tak power.
If KOA times it well, the curse of blood will actually not trigger. And that may
Datuk
even
Raintodak
save
Paris. Kat Paris guys, pilih awet mana satu, mana ada guys.
Tokyo's Claude, because if the curse of blood is triggered while the Hirara is in her iframes, it will not connect.
It won't connect.
SRG ada game waktu malam macam ni ke? Tak tahu lagi guys. Ray dah main ke belum? Belum guys. Guys, lepas ni siapa-siapa yang ada dalam view aku yang tanya pasal tim Ray, korang tolong jawabkan guys.
In MWI so far, but the Rizzler is back. And is this the right move? Because you're working against the Carmilla.
A good answer to the Carmilla.
Geltek Cyber Team Batch guys. Waduh, Zay. Welcome Zay. You KOA fan? You love her? But most of my viewers also love her. They claim that she is fight you. Siapa tu? Yang ni streamer daripada Myanmar guys. You guys want to fight him guys?
I mean, this is one of the things, right, where Names has been able to do well. She plays the Moscow. Remember, she has the earlier today,
GG gaming dia. Memang friendly lah, friendly guys. Friendly. Dia baik.
She was on point with them. And so hopefully she's got that accuracy.
Pak itu memang tak diutamakan dah. Tu kena ban lah tu. ZX. Myanmar banyak Malaysia. No, KOA is my BD. Warga YT tengok kat TV bang, nak komen kena buka FPO. Patutlah warga YT behave sikit, tengok kat TV. Betul lah, faham. Warga TT banyak cuci mata. Oh ya Korang jangan bergaduh warga YT dengan warga TT jangan bergaduh Warga YT dah mula claim bukan-bukan ni pasal warga TT ni. We will fight for KOA, ya Allah.
Still no mid laner for Geltek Cyber Team.
Perempuan Rusia suka laki Malaysia?
I don't know. I'm thinking the Eve, you already got the Charisma. You can fight in a literally a penalty box.
That's true, and you kind of want something to answer back to the
Tim Ray apa cerita ni lepas ni Mas Aidan? Match dorang lepas ni Sorry tak follow sangat bagaimana. Tak apa. Lepas ni. Wah, ada chance ni Rain ai korang. Fight dekat Turtle untuk KOA.
Let's just say it's the Eve for Geltek. What else do they need? They still need it.
Kelakar lah korang guys. Geltek ni tim dari Rusia je. Kami tak ada TV tengok dalam phone, tapi thanks Dato' Rain lah beres. Santai guys. Kita enjoy. Kita support tim Malaysia guys sebenarnya. Sebenarnya restreamer ni macam dorang yang datang ni, dia ada letak requirement berapa jam je guys sebenarnya. Sekarang dah boleh balik lah, tapi aku nak live guys. Aku nak tengok Malaysia guys. Jatuh cinta tengok KOA. Sabar meh. Kau pun join sekali meh. Kau sekali ni. Kenapa macam tu, meh? Tutup mata pun tak salah pilih ni, Rin. Ya Allah, apa jadi dengan aku punya view ni, guys? Gatal sok mo, cok. Yang ni siapa? Ni Sonjek QKK. Assalamualaikum, Waalaikumsalam. Dah malam, Rin. Dah malam, hai kampung. Dia tu dekat aku dah pukul 7. Sabar guys, malam Jumaat ni. Ya Allah. Salahkan Kiowit orang cantik sangat. Ya Allah. Mas pun naik daun juga. Mas tu member tu dah bini Hai datang dah puak-puak sedap ni. Moderator. Korang ni tak tidur ke puak-puak sedap ni? Ha? Korang OT Nocturne. Oh ya ke? Nocturne ke? Bulat Rain try Kiowit nanti update.
Imagine all of the linking. Too much layering. Okay, Geltek's going to take one out of the book that we saw from Vitality. They'll take a Cho. They've got the juice.
Dah tengah pagi ni, Rin. Ramai tengah high. Tunang dia marah tu. Tahu. Ada dapat tag apa ke? Tak ada, guys. Guys dah tidur ke? Asal aku pun ikut kick lah yang korang ni, guys. Ya Allah. Tim Real lawan siapa? Lawan Navi PH, guys. Navi PH lepas ni. Navi Philippines, guys. Navi Philippines.
It's game 1, you might as well. What other roam would you want to take here? Unless it is a swing on the Carmilla, but I'm not sure if it's actually going to be. And I think that's the
Comel belakor semua. Ya, dia fakir. Dah malam dah pening-pening. Ya, mah. Kami semua jadi burung hantu. Yang ni bukan setakat burung hantu ni.
Oh, so it is. Okay.
Zuxin. Okay dah, yang ni kiri kalah, guys.
Wait, it's a roam Carmilla.
Is it a jungle Alice?
Jungle Alice.
It has been a while since we've seen that.
Jungle Alice.
And it's been a while since we've seen these two teams face off against each other, but it's also a classic. Kiowe
Tak apa, Rin, Kiowit ada lagi. Kerja malam sambil lain ikut. Oh, okay. Steady, guys. Yang tengah bekerja, selamat bekerja, guys. Jaga diri. Mau tu orang minyak sembunyi. Ya Allah, Naz, relax. Bukan burung hantu, orang minyak Ya Allah, orang minyak. Ramai tak penonton Fly yang lain ML? Tak ramai, guys. Tak ramai. LOL diorang ramai lain. Tapi LOL dah habis. Kenapa aku rasa draft kanan solid? Solid, guys. Aku pun rasa draft kanan solid, guys. Aku rasa kalau based on draft tapi kiri ni pun solid juga sebenarnya. By right solid juga.
Ridiculous to bring this up so late into the tournament as well.
Jujur aku tunggu Miku je coach UIM. Kau ni macam acik tukar-tukar je UIM tadi, bukan kau cakap KOA juga ke? Support team EWC, support live stream. Baik Hafiz, baik. Let's go. Ya, macam tu guys, kita nak support team Malaysia ni guys. Kejap lagi Malaysia main ni. Kena freeze ke tu? Kena freeze.
And it looks like GCT also want to look for something even more. Already going in for the invade into the enemy jungle.
Malaysia ada lepas ni Koyum, lepas ni. Lepas perlawanan GCT dengan FLCV ni, Malaysia main. Always Miku Korang ni tengok game ke tengok player perempuan lah? Nampak dah ada orang marah guys korang ni tengok apa gameplay ke tengok player perempuan ni? Ya Allah. Tak ada mata tutup tiba-tiba. Tak apalah, esok kelas datang lambat. Amboi pagi mo. Tengok dua-dua lah. Kau ada Paris ke? Ada Paris. Sejujurnya tengok awet, ya Allah teruk perangai viewer aku ni. Sorry doh, siapa tadi yang marah tadi tu? Master Aidan tak boleh buat apa dah Master Aidan. Dengan viewer aku kau tak boleh nak serius sangat doh. Alah sama je kita tengok player lelaki. Tengok player lelaki nanti MSC korang tengok player lelaki guys. My bini sedang main. Ya, Stahab. Ya. Kau punya bini.
A little bit of nerves perhaps here in the stage because
gameplay tak penting, rupa kami utamakan. Ya Allah Sabar guys. Kita tengok game dulu guys. God tak level 4 God tak level 4. Kiowe dapat ke? Kiowe? Tak, Elise dapat. Okay, God dapat level 4. God. Kiowe.
Clean up a kill in the back line. Now
Zop,
it's
Zop,
Kuejo's
Kyoe.
able to further around, but Kyoe's still in the back line, trying to get Syrinx assassinated. Kyoe caught against two. Mystic projectile lands as Sanjika pops in Crimson Beacon, and Kuejo jumps to the
salah pula
G-Kudo. Just
Kuejo.
one more hit on
That's
the
it.
Syrinx with no flicker. Great Mystic projectile.
Dia punya pisang ke arah kiri, guys. Dia punya apa tu yang meluncur tu, skateboard dekat arah kiri.
Nana with a fadeaway pick.
Eventually it all gathers into a 1-for-2 trade, and it looks like Falcons Vega also pick up
Penangan
the
Amoy
neutral
Rusia.
objective.
Ya guys.
So far
View aku
still,
tadi dah
it looks
drop
like
dah
Falcons Vega
100.
pick up the
Tiba-tiba
control here despite that
Amoy
early
Rusia main
control
terus nak kat
from
230
And right at this point, Kyoe, we don't really feel
Pisang
the
apa pula Rin?
impact just yet. What
Tak
are
tu,
we
kulit
waiting
pisang,
on
kulit
from
pisang.
Kyoe?
Yang benda yang kalau dalam pijak meluncur tu guys.
Right now for Kyoe, it's the
Dah lah cantik main jungle. Dah guys. Jangan borak merapu sangat guys. Naik sebab ingat Malaysia ke 1 tak kan? Malaysia lepas ni.
As fast as possible. Kuejo gets away with the G-Kudo there. Oh, the SOD!
Headshot! What a play Syrinx. Headshot man.
Striking when
Names.
necessary. What the heck?
Tapi yang ni macam Falcon tengah menang guys.
BMI, but Syrinx is right there. Poison blazing where the throw to ruin.
Falcon tengah menang tu guys. Habislah Kyoe korang balik. Habislah. Kyoe korang balik. Habislah.
The panel literally
Habis
just
Kyoe
talked
korang balik
about
guys.
it. In their previous match, Names was able to pick up the Moskov and the SODs landed perfectly. And then we see one right at the get-go here, 3 minutes in,
Irara tak
and she
perform.
gets a snipe of her own.
Aku memang tengah cari player jungle perempuan ni. Amboi.
Despite Tokyo
Newborn?
being able to survive for just a bit until
Jump
well,
scare
Nana
sorry.
came in and said, no, Kyoe!
Kyoe?
Gets away with the untargetable curse of blood though.
Ui, Kyoe!
Kuejo walking up, getting stunned, and now
Siap mekanik budak
a
ni.
turret for Falcons Vega.
Tapi aku rasa Kyoe main seorang ni guys. Falcon ni main as a team nampak macam solid pula. Mahal tu guys. Immune ke? Untargetable ke?
Book it straight onto Turtle too.
That and they also take a
Janganlah kami
creep
jadi jahat
away
semua
from
lagi.
Geltec. So they're really denying the resources from Geltec. They don't want Kyoe to farm. They know that
Tapi
one of
nampak
the
Kyoe
saving
nampak
graces for
struggle guys
Geltec
ni. Aku
is
rasa kok
Kyoe.
macam kalah ni Kyoe ni macam ah. Tapi kalau ikut draft memang aku rasa Kyoe kalah ni sebab ada Zuxin guys team dia. Zuxin ni tak kuat.
2,500 gold lead, 2 objectives under their belt, and they were able to pick up the turret down bot as well. So Falcons Vega, they're playing it clean, and they're really just collapsing
God.
over and over.
Dapat siapa tu? Leobon.
Alamak.
Alamak. Oi!
Close, but not close enough. Kuejo now with G-Kudo, able to get the G-Kudo down, but no way to Dragon. Just yet, shifting skies. Brings Kyoe right into the midst of it all right now. No one
Kyoe.
It's still on cooldown. Names takes her out. And Sanjika has to use the Crimson Beacon defensively now. Can they get a trade in the bottom lane is the question.
Kyoe mekanik bagus. Alalah me, alalah. Itulah korang. Orang support tengok gameplay, bukan tengok muka.
They don't get the trade. They don't get the trade. They denied away from Tokyo. And Tokyo is forced
Apalah
back
Zuxin
here.
boleh
You
buat
can
lawan
see
hero macam
Nana
Alice,
just
betul.
chasing her down. And it looks
Yang tu
like
paling
the
betul tu.
composition from Falcons Vega is working really well. They're using brute force between Nana, Nucci, and Nocturne, and they're facilitating Names and Syrinx. Quite similar to, I would say, game 2 of the other Falcons
Tapi muka main peranan
that we
utama
saw
tu Rin.
earlier on.
Names cantik Rin. Dah korang cakap yang ni pula cantik. Dah korang cakap budak-budak Falcon Mena pula cantik.
Have no intention to suffer the same fate as their sisters. So far, so good. They've done a good job at balancing that safety with the right amount of aggression.
Datuk Ray bersama dengan
aggression,
Hana ada. Aku tengok gameplay.
It's still in range of the Mystic Gush and the SOD.
Tapi dia punya Moskov ni banyak headshot guys Moskov dia ni.
Who needs flame
Baca
shots?
dengan diri.
Who needs
Alti
flame
apa tu
shot
Nana?
when you have an SOD that lands like that? 2 out of 3 so far for Names. And she is really working with this Moskov. I think this is one of her new power
Tengok Ray
picks
macam,
from the,
takutnya aku. Takutnya aku kau punya komen tu Fakrul. Bahaya jangan macam tu Fakrul
And it's working really
Takut
well for
aku.
them as well. 4,400
Jangan
gold lead. You can see
bawa
the
kena
turtle
ban
already
kau nanti
spotted
daripada
in
live
the
aku.
game. But Nocturne is already in
SOD dia buat
position
finisher.
to
Ya,
stop
SOD dia
Kyoe from
buat finisher tu guys.
into that vicinity. And I think she knows that. Kyoe only focusing on the buffs and looking for something else.
Tapi as a team nampak ni lagi solid guys. Nampak Falcon lagi solid lah gameplay as a team.
This is getting very scary.
Kuala Names pula.
It's only a best of 3. Getting that game 1. Huge momentum, huge morale boost.
Dah tengok perempuan Rain marah tak? Aku tak marah. Viewer aku marah. Viewer aku yang lain tadi. Lepas ni Malaysia main ke? Benar. Benar Triple Z. Lepas ni Malaysia main guys Apa yang Baranau tu Rain? Tak adalah. Dah salah lah.
Suffocate their opponents, not to conceal. Cancel the missing projectile straight into the Mystic Gush. Now Kyoe jumps onto the Moskov and names. Now Kyoe's on cooldown. The Curse of Blood, not even necessary. Lantern Flare knocks Nocturne.
Not even necessary.
Gets the sun on Kuejo. Now names the SOD and the Misery.
The Curse of Blood, not even necessary. Jahat lah kau Mirko. Mirko, kau jahat doh Mirko. Mirko tengah duduk sebelah aku ni, dekat kat ujung meja ujung ni.
Just chilling for quite a bit, but it
Up, game team break kau berapa? Lepas ni guys. Lafel ada kat sini ke?
The insta follow up coming in from names and the
Aku macam tak
initial
nampak Lafel
stun
guys.
there from Nucci. You can really feel
SOD
the
dia headshot
chemistry
terus,
just
ya.
feeding into their gameplay and they pick up yet another structure in the
Ngantuk kot,
bot
sabar
lane.
doh Kip. Sabar doh, rehat lah, tidur lah. Lepas ni nak tengok Nora, ya Allah, fuck bro.
5-0 and 1. She better get the orange buff at this point, man. She's the hyper carry right now, dealing so much damage and
Chow tak nampak sepak lagi. Ya, Kuejo. Kita tengok Keyboy, Ayat Mirko, ya. It's not even necessary.
500 gold ahead of her laner as well.
Maksudnya kalau siapa yang tak faham, dia nak cakap yang Alti Camila tadi tu tak perlu pun. Dia nak bagi hype tapi nak cakap Alti Camila tu tak perlu pun. Please lah 2-0. Sebab nak tengok team Bray cepat. Okay. Dah macam tengok World Cup. Ya Faris, macam World Cup dah ni. Okay. Stop. Tombak. Tapi dia punya Moskov ni boleh main lah guys. Tak yang mentahan COD ke coach? Item Zoxin. Kena. Untuk Zoxin, korang kena naikkan dia punya mana guys. Bukan mana region tau, kena naikkan dia punya mana. Base mana. Sebab tu COD orang buat dekat Zoxin. On point lah Moskov dia. Betul. Moskov dia on point guys.
You do see that Geltec are looking for something else on the map. They do take a structure there down bot with the help of Kyoe
sini tak buat pun
and
coach.
fast
Ya ke?
rotations. But that's all they've been able to get so far. I guess slowly but
Macam Cecilian ke? Lebih kurang guys, lebih kurang.
they can come back, but it's a 7,000 gold lead in 10 minutes.
Against a composition that should be good.
Kalau Moskov Mel, ya Allah korang ni janganlah. Dah lah, benda yang dah lepas tu udah lah guys. Kau main membahan. Awet lawa korang ni. Tengok gameplay guys, tengok gameplay. Apa tengok muka kat ni korang.
And get the holy shield down before the Lord even gets into the siege of Falcons.
Terry lah asal main belakang.
I feel like everything banks on Kuejo right now.
Diorang takut nak masuk ni, takut kena panik.
So there is an opportunity. Wait a second.
Mystic Gush defensive penalty zone with the flicker from Liuban. But they've already dealt with the holy shield. Now they go for the charge with the trident on the Lord. Good stun on Sanjika.
4-1.
Last to use the Crimson Beacon. Now they track back, holding the Lord into the mid, getting the holy shield. But again, it's such a massive victory for Falcons Vega.
Baru
Far
first
lane
slot.
control already. Kyoe walks up. The Mystic Projectile not in range. Falcons want more.
The Ice Queen.
Sian kat bini korang kalau first game tu. Jangan lancar perang Nas. Gaduh nanti. Tokyo.
He's caught the Milk gun now. Could have been a kill on Kyoe. Liuban taking up a storm, but that's enough against Names. Way the Dragon Purified out of that was Names. Is able to just go for the damage. Kyoe's gonna fall to Syrinx. Names on the base. Kuejo's trying to take that damage again, but Names stays locked in 11 minutes. And it's game 1 for Falcons Vega.
Such a decisive victory here by team
One-sided juga guys game dia. Paris aku apa? Sekarang 7-20 guys, 7-20. One-sided juga guys. One-sided juga guys game dia.
For them to carry it through here for game number 1. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3. This is just the beginning. Geltec Cyber team still have a chance to come back and force a game number 3. It all depends on the reset here. But my oh my.
Because the cafe almost closed, right?
Falcons
the cafe almost closed.
to come guns blazing.
I think
like
I go
this
eat now
in game number
because
1. And I think you even had some thoughts
because
about
game
the
after
draft.
this Malaysian game. I need to watch Malaysian game. Let's go eat now, Ken? Yeah, let's go eat now. Guys, aku pergi makan dulu guys sebab kalau tak cafe tutup, korang tengok je QA waktu ni. Sebab aku tak nak terlepas game Malaysia guys Aku tak nak terlepas game Malaysia guys Aku pergi makan Korang tengok je live guys. Korang tengok je live guys. Tengok QA pula, ikut korang lah. Tengoklah QA ke apa ke. Okay, aku pergi makan dulu guys, sabar jap.
Falcons men have already made history coming to this very stage, making it to the knockout rounds. They continue to do so by winning round number 1. They are 1 round away from moving forward into our semi-finals. Boys, a great matchup. Falcons men are coming in a lot stronger than I was expecting, quite honestly, especially given the fact that Celtic Cyber Team 1-2-0, 2-0 in their respective groups. Falcons men are surprising everybody.
I think those spears surprised me, man. They surprised me. They surprised everybody watching. The spears from that Moskov names, I don't know. We got to think of a name for her.
Hey, put respect on her names. Names. Names on the Moskov is a elemental threat. Woo. So I think going into game number 2, Celtic, Coach Osprey, take care of business.
And that was Kiowa names. They've got history, right? So, hey, let's see if that continues to develop. Let's take a look at a couple of big moments as we see, obviously, the fans, or excuse me, the players and the teams getting super happy for that big win, and rightly so, because, again, they continue to make history, and it is truly special. Given that map number 1, I don't see any reason why they will be slowing down.
I like that in the post-game celebration, coaches and management like, hey, it's just game 1.
Yeah, that's right.
Just game 1.
Keep it chill.
That's right. Well, actually, we had a player earlier crying after their map 2 win, but unfortunately it wasn't over just yet, and they ended up getting eliminated. Can't celebrate too early, but you know what? You should celebrate whenever you can. Keep the team spirits high. Let's take a look at one of our big moments throughout map number 1, and this time around, it was an ambush.
It was an ambush here, man. There was so many moments in this case. I mean, look at the positioning here. Names once again finds a mark on Tokyo. The rest of the team collapses down here. And there's just no space to work there if you're Tokyo.
And this shows us one weakness that Celtic Cyber Team's draft has. Lack of vision. Cho is great. Cho is an immortal figure in MLBB. He's always going to be around given his kit, but they had no vision. They didn't know where the rest of Falcons Vega Mena was, so they couldn't protect Tokyo.
Well, let's take a look at our second moment from the game. And this will be the final moment we'll be reviewing. We get towards the tail end, the home base. It's under evasion.
Look at this, Leo. This setup is basically the fruition of the entire game. Names is unleashing, by the way. She's, look at this, 6-0-2. By the way, again, how many spears did she land? I lost count at one moment.
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them. Maybe missed one.
Not all. But over the past, 72 hours, 3 days of competition, I'd say she'd hit close to 60-70%.
Which is a really incredible statistic, to tell you the truth. Falcons men have fired on all cylinders, looking great, and I don't see them slowing down anytime soon. The only ones that can truly slow them down is going to be Celtic Cyber Team. Do they have it within them to make this happen? As you can see on stage, we're all fun. We're having a good time. But you know what? Things start to get real when you move into map 2 and you are down a map. Your key is at risk of being crushed.
I'm dying to know what kind of joke was being told amongst the members of Falcons Mena.
Yeah.
Because Names and Nucci were losing it.
Yeah, Nucci's really always in high spirits. I mean, even in their interview earlier on when they finished up on B-Stream, you know, you can just see the excitement that they all have. And this is, again, a showcase of just how well they know each other as a team, as friends, and it showed in the Lendon even.
And I'm afraid to say it might be the opposite for Celtic right now. They are on the cusp of getting eliminated, and I'm just reading body language. Nobody's laughing.
You can't at this point, man. You got to be all serious. Now, talking adjustments going into map 2, I'm curious what you guys are thinking. Until then, though, Esports World Cup has been truly phenomenal, and there's so much going on. And if you want to keep up to date with everything, you got to get yourself the EWC app.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
EWC app, it's live now. All you have to do, of course, is just scan the QR code that's going to be on your screen momentarily to get involved. Like I said, the Esports World Cup is truly phenomenal. There's so much going on. And if you think you can call it, if you think you got what it takes to see who's going to win, well, go ahead and put it all on the line. Scan the app and let us know how good you are. Not only through that, but also in our chat as well. Make sure you're keeping active. Let's take a look at a couple of our stats from that map number 1. And clearly it's going to be favored heavily towards Falcons Minna.
Oh man, 11:37 on this one, at 12-1 in favor of Falcons Minna, and you can just see it across the board. You know, they started out strong and they finished even stronger for this one.
You get nothing, ma'am. Not a single turtle, nor lord, at least a turret. So Geltec have to revisit that. If there is something they're going to change, Joseph, just one thing. Name it with me. 3, 2, 1, Hirara.
Hirara, yeah, I was going to say Hirara. I've said it so many different ways, but yes, Hirara.
Yeah, they needed something out of the jungle to actually help out because Koejo was just taking too much. She was a sandbag here. Names was just taking names, farming heroes instead of minions. Syrinx to carry, of course, the gourd. Big smile on Papa Knight's face. And Syrinx also the best wing woman. So again, the draft was just almost perfect for Falcons. Geltec, not even in just execution. I'd say the draft needed a good tweak.
That's right. We take a look at our stage once again, and the pressure heats up. Falcons Minna on your right, and the Geltec Cyber team on your left, the team that needs to improve going into map number 2. If they force a game 3, who knows what's going to end up happening. But right now, Falcons Minna have too much momentum, it seems anyways, after that map number 1. Now, you mentioned the hero selection. I want to start breaking that down a little bit more. Falcons Minna clearly did their homework, but do you think Geltec Cyber team fell too far behind in the hero select?
You know, I think it starts with when we've seen Geltec Cyber team do really well, they do these kind of weird drafts, right, Daniel? I mean, they pretty much decide to go with whether it's the Alice, whether it's the Louis Yi, whether it's the Clint, whatever it might be. Sometimes it's the method of madness that makes sense for these teams competing in MWI.
We go into Flying Cloud. By the way, Sora, I don't know what percentage it comes to, but only lost once today, and that was earlier to Vitality. But Sora might return again because we're going to Flying Cloud. This is one where Sora has been quite dominant.
Flying Cloud should, on paper, benefit Geltec. It allows for them to keep fighting, keep going, and reconcile possible execution mistakes. But here's the thing, going back to the question at hand, did they fall behind on the draft? I'd say yes. The early pick Hirara might have been such a big target that Falcons may not attack. Let's say they just deny that, attack elsewhere, and force the Hirara to deny snowballing and put her on a defensive position. Makes the hero an assassin already half as efficient.
Yeah, because it almost feels that way, right? This is the point of the Hirara pick that we've been talking about so much. If she's first pick, if she's stopping the jungle, that's the thing about assassins right now. The jungle assassins, if you pressure them early on, if you stop them from even getting a hint of momentum, they seem to struggle extremely terribly right now. I don't know what it is about the current meta.
That's why, despite Moonton's efforts in the recent Scarlet Embers update, when we all thought, hey, they killed the big 3, Fredrin, Akai, Baksha, they didn't. We still live in a utility world. Praise be, opening with a Baksha.
Yeah, I was gonna say, speaking of the Baksha, there's one of the big 3. Lock it in, you know, this is good.
Yeah, he appears.
Pick it up, roll around with it. Again, this style work of a hero has, I don't know what his cross KDA is for Boxer right now, but I know it's one of the junglers that has the least deaths out there currently, just how fast you can move around the map, how tanky you are.
And that's not even what proves his efficiency. He can die like 5 or 6 times and still do what the team needs. Him not dying just shows that the opponent had nothing on the squad.
Pretty much. So how do you slow down the drive-by?
Find a way. Oh my lord!
You give him the glorious way.
Yes, but I was gonna say also, get a carry, right?
Yeah.
She just shreds through any tank, but not when you got the Pharaoh spear on you.
I like it. I like it. The Pharaoh spear.
For sure, you've been.
I've been throwing it out there, but
yeah.
You know, I wanted to make sure that she was, you know, the accuracy was there, and Names has done it, so might as well just go the Moskov again.
And the high loss allows for a front line to exist, which is something that we didn't get to talk about much about Game 1. What impressed me the most about Falcon Vega's playoffs form is in Game 1, despite them not having a traditional box, they were able to make one along the way.
How they do that?
The Sora starts it up, great initiations from Nocturne. You have the threat of the linking from the Carmilla, and that automatically just creates a box that doesn't have to be a physical box like an Eve.
It's like a moving box.
It's a moving box with the Gord too. Galtech now looking to try and dismantle that with a lot of on-ground damage, almost literally with the Lilia, and of course the carry to answer to the high loss. How does Mena close up the first half?
Do they lock in the mid lane option now, or do they also pick up a jungler just to make sure that more aren't banned out? I mean, there's a couple things, and one thing that Falcons Mena has really showcased is that versatility in the draft, you know, and they've showed us here, they're gonna go ahead and pick up the Fanny. Speaking of versatility, it's only been picked twice so far for MWI, and now we get to see it showcased here.
There's Fanana. She's phenomenal with it.
Phenomenal.
I mean, there's got to be a reason why Coach Koba agreed to picking it here in Red 3. Good news is you're going to be able to protect it through the Red 4 and 5 bans, and then still Red 4 power pick, which is, come to think of it, maybe the reason why assassins are still scarce in the current metagame. It's because you have to protect them. You have to find a way to get them to work in a certain environment. And looking at Galtech's draft right now, the box is what, 50-50 with the Fanny. You have to find her midair to stop her, or else she just goes rough shot. There you go, getting rid of the Ruby. I wouldn't be surprised if Red 5 was a choke.
Red 5 choke. Something to support that Fanny pick. These are basically the picks being banned out that just counter the Fanny directly.
Yeah. The Hilda, the Ruby, deny her the purple.
Yep, get rid of those. What's the last ban going to be from Galtech here? They still want to hone in on the XP option. We still need a mid laner too from Falcons. Oh, yeah.
Sora, because they can't invest in a Valentina anymore.
Yeah.
One of the few valid ways to beat a Sora, so they put Nocturne on check. Red 4, I believe this should be the mid laner.
What do you want to take up here? Eve?
Eve's open.
Yeah, Eve's open. You're going against Lilia. There's not too much, unless you are looking to experiment a little bit.
And you outrange the carry.
Yeah. Eve seems like the only answer, unless there's something else up the sleeves here of Falcons Mena.
Might be the swerve.
There could be a swerve.
But I do think, yes, Eve is the categorically correct answer.
Because other than that, it's just, what, the Farsa? They're gonna hold off on the mid lane pick. They'll pick up a Lapu Lapu for now.
Yeah, no rush. They know it's a Lilia, and they know that there's no way that Eve can get denied anymore. I wonder if that's something Coach Osprey at this current moment is thinking about, or if, did it even cross their minds or come up in conversation?
Yeah. I almost thought they'd just hold off on the XP just to see what the XP lane would be for Galtech first, but I think this is also just kind of showcasing how confident Nocturne is in her play and her ability to go ahead and fight off. Yeah.
Coach, give it to me.
Coach, let me take it.
Coach. Also, it's another way to, in the early to mid, put the carry on check.
Yeah. Keep that in track. Enough pressure towards the Lilia if you need to. Do kind of that front line.
Yeah, which is just how they won a majority of Game 1.
Yep.
Just by being in your face.
What's this answer here? Phoveus goes in the XP lane, and then a Kaja. Debut Kaja. Interesting pickup too, hero-wise, I mean lore-wise, to pick up against Falcons Mena here. Could this be the answer? Because I was saying that uniqueness of the draft from Galtech is what has helped them get to this point in the knockouts.
And then it comes out again.
Right when
they needed it the most. At match point against Falcons, Vega Mena. One more pick, the mid laner, as we mentioned, is the Eve still solid? Would you still, even with the Phoveus and the Kaja?
Yeah, I think you still go Eve. Gives you control, gives you utility, fight around the objective. You know, you're not going to be too worried. I mean, even so, whoa. The swerve is here. Another debut of Vexana?
Double debut in game 2 of this best of 3. I haven't seen enough Vexana in recent history.
Correct.
She's such a stationary hero. Where's this coming from?
Where is it coming from? Well, we all want to know, and we want to know for sure if Geltek's Cyber Team can in fact come back, or will Falcons Mena close the series out with a 2-0 victory, once again continuing the history they've already made so far. Geltek Cyber Team, do they have it within them to come back? Let's find out. Miracle Eterna, sending it to you.
We're at match point, ladies and gentlemen, here with DD.
Whoa.
The double debut. All right, we have the Vexana on one side and we have the Kaja on the other. This is ramping up to be a very exciting matchup. But one thing's for sure, taking a look at the composition from Geltek, the Kaja in the roaming position, they are looking for a ways to shut down Nana and perhaps names in the later portions of the game.
It's crazy, they doubled down on it, man. I thought the Phobia was gonna be enough and then they would go for something like Control, right? But they didn't really need any more clear. They would already have it with the Lilia. You add in the Kaja and it just makes it so difficult for anyone to walk up without getting...
And you can see it, right? Almost forcing a recall there by Nucci. You can already see that even Strings was caught low. And look at the invade.
Oh, Nana though, walking up with the cable, stunned up already. Nana gets away with the Revitalize, helped out by the team, and still is able to get the purple buff. Not a successful invade for now because it's a Purify for a Revitalize. And look at the wave that Sonjika is going to be missing out on.
Yeah, not the greatest of trades, but obviously they are trying to look for ways to shut down Nana early on, and they're gonna look for something more. I mean, technically the Lilia still clears very quickly. Kaja as well should be able to help facilitate that, so we can expect more aggression and more mid rotations, especially with Kyoe on the Baxia, ever as mobile.
Zoning as well now for Nucci. It should have been one of the winning conditions for GCT, getting instant mid-prio, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case coming into turtle number 1. Sonjika, she won't be level 4. Nana's already level 4. On the other side of the map, Liubon is going to have to play it safe here. If she walks up, she's going to get chunked, and it's just a bit of damage by Nana.
And so far, Nana doesn't really have anyone to use that kill pressure on. I guess you could go for the gold laner, but even the Lilia is not a straightforward target that you'd want at this state in time.
Level 4 advantage. No Eternal Guard, but Kueju's down to Syrinx already. And now Syrinx gonna throw the Eternal Guard straight into the Raven Spider. Kyoe locked down, now the Raging Slash and a Flicker as well by Nocturne. Nucci with the Revitalize, that's a Dark Wave and a Flicker into Sonjika's Glooms. Tokyo with the rotation all the way from the bottom lane. No SOD, just a turtle for Falcons Vega and 2 kills to GCT.
Which is not bad, right? That's a trade that we didn't really see from game number 1. I mean, Falcons Vega went a little bit too greedy into the enemy jungle, and Geltek was able to punish them for it, right? 2 members, luckily there was, you know, the facilitation or the backup coming in from Liubon on the Phobius. And they were able to get a little trade of their own. Now the big question is, what do they use alongside it? Where do they go after that? Because obviously neutral objective will go into the hands of Nana, and that is going to push them a little bit further on as we get into the mid game.
Kyo is gonna go in with the shield unity a couple of times there. For me, it's just strange. Falcons Vega, they got enough damage on Kyoe to guarantee turtle, but then they just overextended. The Lapu Lapu Nocturne decided the Raging Slash, missing the first 2, but wanting to flicker past for the third one to hit. A bit off on the calculations, but at this time, it's still okay. They were able to make it away, but it could have been a big win.
Could have been. It's not that bad though. They do see the rotations coming through from Falcons. Mena. It looks like they want to target the gold lane like we talked about earlier on, but Nucci there gets spot out. Kuejo and Sonjik are in the vicinity, but the thing is, if the Kaja gets the Divine Judgment, there's no insta-burst to follow it through. it's a Lilia. It's not like a Farsa, it's not like a Kadita. So it's going to be interesting to see that chemistry between these two.
Yeah, the combo will be for later. I agree, the Lilia won't be able to go for it, but that's why Nana is trying to deal with Tokyo. That's the real one shot that they have right now. With the Divine Judgment straight into the carry. Now that the carry, Tokyo, has already used the ultimate, I think Falcons Vega just depleted GCT of that resource, that main resource, negated the insta-kill with the Divine Judgment now.
And that's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Geltec if they still want to contest for the second neutral objective, the second turtle of the game, considering that Kyoe is a level below of Nana right now. I guess she does catch up. There is still a chance for a drive run. Let's see if they're able to get it, because it looks like Geltec are actually in a better position to pick up this turtle this time around.
It should be Geltec with the advantage over neutral objectives with the Folies and Abaksha. Nucci gonna have to escape from this one. Darkblade comes down with the Eternal Guard, locks them down. Two members. AoE coming around with Nocturne and Nana with the cutthroat around Tokyo. Nana with a double. Now the Black Shoes baited away already. Nocturne trying to go for this dive again. But Sanjika is able to escape. Names in that skirmish, so chaotic, getting a double as well.
A 4-for-2 trade at the very end of it. And Falcons, they're able to utilize the composition really, really well in that particular team fight. We're gonna take a look at the replay here. And Syrinx, just impeccable timing with her ult, and the follow-up definitely was there. You can see Names unable to get that SOD, by the way, and if she did, Tokyo would have been eliminated way, way earlier. But it looks like it's a reset for the neutral objective, and eventually Falcons MENA are going to be able to pick it up for themselves. This is a 1,000 gold lead now for the MENA reps.
And yet again, Eterna, it's Geltec Cyber Team who find themselves in the same situation. Divine Judgment on Names, no one there to follow it up though. And now it's the Eternal Guard. Names still able to cut away as Nana's going to try to go in. We're able to clean up on Sanjika, forcing the Black Shoes, and a big cursed blast to send Liuban running back to base.
It's uncanny because game number one, if we're looking at the composition from Geltec, right? Kyoe has always been like a really important figure in the team with the way the team fights go and how the tempo of the game goes as well. Game number one, risky play. Wait a second. Nana 3v1, still able to clear. Not a good, not a bad job there, as it looks like Coelho might be looking for something, doesn't necessarily get it. And it looks like they might be able to pick up that structure in the bottom side of the map with the trade, unless Nana do something about it again.
She should be able to clear, but she's got to be careful of Coelho. Yes, we know there's no Divine Judgment, but the timing is a bit different on their side. Sanjika up top. So it's a turret for turret, but this is still a big problem for Geltec Cyber Team. If you look at their composition, it's the exact same thing we went through in game one. It's a composition that should be the one ahead right now. It should be the ones dictating the tempo, looking for picks around the map, and taking away the purple buffs, mainly from Nana at this point.
So what do you think went wrong for them?
I think they botched that early invade, man. Sanjika not getting level 4 for that first turtle played a big, big role into Falcons Vega's win. Coelho didn't want to flicker for that, waited a bit too long, and gave Nana the right amount of time to react to it. It seems like GCT, they're hesitating a bit too much.
Oh, Divine Judgment.
It's on Nucci. It's such an awkward skirmish, and the rest of the team, it feels like they didn't want it. It's almost like Coelho just wanted to get a Divine Judgment. The rest of the team called against it. And now it's a wasted Divine Judgment. Now there's no real lockdown to Nana, and they're gonna have to rely on the Phobius. Liuban's bottom lane. Nocturne now with the Bravest Fighter. Zoning them in the back. Law and Order lands on Coelho. 3 turtles to the fanny of Falcons Vega. And it's so big. Nana 2-1 and 3. The Moskov is scaling again.
What do they do at this point? Geltec Cyber Team, this is very uncharacteristic of them. I mean, the last time we saw them, they looked sharp, they looked precise, even in the drafts. So they lost that window in the early game. And now there is still a ways in the late game because they do have Tokyo, they still have the carry that scales into the late game. And I feel like that earlier Divine Judgment just really didn't work out. Wait a second, Names Flicker.
Gets away, pins them down with the Spear of Misery. Now the rest of the team coming over.
She gets out?
She does.
Oh!
None of it's getting punished. Now the Flicker, but it's onto Nucci. They get a kill in the end. The SOD. Goes wide. Nana now on Liu, but the Dark Wave doesn't land, and it's going to be the trade. XP for Rome in the end.
They take what they can. They take what they can at this point. And to continue on the earlier sentiment about the Divine Judgment is that even if they were able to get that Divine Judgment down, there is no burst yet. Tokyo is still very far. Black Shoes already utilized, burnt out. The cooldown isn't as bad, and it should be up for the next neutral objective to spawn, which is the Lord, in under 40 seconds. But there you go, the items aren't there yet. Corrosive Scythe, and we also have the Golden Staff. But she's away from, you know, DHS and so forth. You can see that she's falling behind of Names, who already has that Swift Trinity down.
They're still losing out on so much farming space, so you can see Names and Nana constantly in the side lanes working up. Doctor knows the Black Shoes was used earlier, so now the Purify gets sped away. Nana's going crazy with the cables, but it's only just the frontliners. A few of those shots. Nocturne getting caught by the Divine Judgment straight up into Tokyo. Dark Wave lands on 2 Syrinx. Trying to cut away. Makio's going to be able to cut her down as Tokyo gets a double. It might be the way for them to come back in the game. That gold lead now erased completely.
Falcons Mena need to be very careful when they choose to pick their team fights.
Yep.
Right? Because in situations when they take the team fights in the enemy jungle, you know, the nooks and the crannies, those are prime positions for Sonjik to deal out the damage, for Ryuwon to go for an engage. So that's why they lost 1 by 1 there. And Geltec, they finally find their rhythm, they finally find their footing here in the 10th minute of the game, and it feels like that gold lead that Falcons was able to get earlier on easily taken back.
Well,
it's a comeback play.
It really is. It's a punish. Celtic were just waiting for that punish, and like you mentioned, Falcons Vega Mena, they have to be very careful where to pick these fights. If they go around those choke points against this AoE of the Dark Wave and those moves, to be fair, it's going to be really tough. So GCT, they do better while they're moving backwards through Falcons Vega's crazy aggression. But a lot of times, Guejo again doesn't want to use that flicker, is going to stay very conservative. Sees 2 members' names. Oh, whoa, these are crazy moves to be making on Kaja with the flicker up. Nucci just face checks that push and gets obliterated.
Not sure what the plan is. She really can't underestimate the damage from Geltec at this point. She felt the damage earlier on in the top side. I think it was the first 7 minutes or 6 minutes of the game. And she did get obliterated after that. There was still a Lord marching, by the way. So it looks like now Falcons Vega, they're gonna have to be on defense. They lose all the outer turrets. The inhibitors still stand, but even the shield gets popped there in the middle and at top.
Full defense mode for Falcons Vega. They have pretty good clear with the Moskov still. GCT, on the other hand, it's going to be very tough for them to siege past these base turrets. Tier 2s, all right. But then into the base turret, it's where their lack of range will start to hurt them. Tokyo's going to have to get a Melfic gun before she can actually threaten these base turrets. But finally, this is what we were talking about in the early game with this composition. It's all about tempo and then taking the purple buff away. Nana wanted to get a bit more compensation on that purple buff take. Melfic gun, there you go for Tokyo. So far so good now for GCT. They can just play to peel for Tokyo.
And that's a winning condition. After they lost that window in the early game, like we were talking about earlier on, they just needed to buy a little bit more time to wait for Tokyo to come online, and she is coming online. They are gonna really feel that damage sooner rather than later, even though the damage dealt ranking, it looks like Sonjik is still up top. Lilia, again, the burst damage, sometimes you just really don't feel it coming. It's uncanny. It's like you don't feel it and then suddenly you're dead. Especially when the items start rolling in.
And the penetration. It's tough. Wait, what? Sonjik walking up way too aggressively. Guejo with the Divine Judgment, it's only onto Nucci. This is actually the angle for them to go in. Dark Wave lands. But that's about it. Nana, no purple buff's gonna have to play it safe now, but they have split the fight open. The Terrified comes around and they bait it out. Oh, Tokyo! Taking them very low already. Insta-shred, like you mentioned, a turn onto Nucci. A big blast of damage, and now it's Geltec Cyber Team is looking for a shield unity. Lands onto Nana, but she's able to get the cable in time. Now 5 seconds on the purple buff. GCT looking at the Lord.
Uh-oh. The Lord is going to be blitzed. It's going to be shredded down. The SOD hits, but I don't think she wants to take that one. A little too risky, especially with the Divine Judgment still up. Names will not be able to do anything if she gets caught in it. And because of that burst damage coming through already for Tokyo, now Falcons Vega are playing on the back foot. 4,000 gold lead for Geltec here in the 14th minute of the game. Is there a way for Falcons Vega to come back?
I think the only way right now is for a mistake to happen for GCT around the siege. If they push a bit too far, if they overextend and they overstay their welcome in the siege, Falcons Vega could very easily still come back in the game because it's all about keeping Tokyo safe right now. If she's able to free hit in the back, I think it's GG. But if Falcons Vega can somehow break that box, get past the frontliners, there's a chance. It's very small, but there's always a chance right now. No Kyowe. Shield unity into mid. The Curse Blast able to clear out the wave. And it's all up to Names to clear it out. The Moskov.
How do they do that? Nocturne, can she look for a crazy play of her own? Get a pick onto Tokyo? You can see the clear really going through, it's happening. But the invade and the engage is happening as well. Kyoe is looking for a pick onto Names.
That's about it for the siege. Just mid at the top lane. Now Nucci with the Glorious Pathway, walking up again, trying to go for the stun on Newbon. Rest of the team knows they've gotten what they needed to with the Lord. They're gonna try to go for one more here in the bottom lane. Now this could be the angle for Kuejo to flicker in and get a massive Divine Judgment. Rest of the team coming out, knocked over the Brave Spider. Divine Judgment locks her down, and Tokyo's free hitting. Nana next to the chopping block now as they go for the damage again, but Nana's able to cable away as Nucci pops in to revitalize. In time, that was Tokyo with the tread again. It's enough to take her down. Nana with the cables though. Is it enough? Syrinx needs to flicker out. Nana's going in again with the black shoes already from Sanjika. It's Names who takes the SOD. That's Nana with the jump again onto Tokyo. Still is able to keep herself out of harm's way. And it's GCT with a clean 3 base turret take as they disengage and wait for the next neutral objective.
Good defense, but an even better offense by Geltec, right? They came in, they saw that they were able to get 2 inhibitor turrets top and mid. They took a gamble for the bottom side, and they get it. And it's great that they were able to get it as well, right? The bottom side of the map, the inhibitor turret being gone will allow them to utilize this to their advantage as they go for the next Lord of the game, and it does give them a lot more to work with compared to Falcons Vega, who have to constantly think about that far side of the map. They do still have the Moskov to work with, but with how fast Kyowe roams around the map, with how things have been really just unfolding in front of our very eyes here in game number 2, it feels a bit too risky if they send Names down there alone.
Everyone's so squishy too, so there's no way for them to just enter in. Wait a second, conceal! Kuejo there, good Terrify in. Divine Judgment not used just yet. Eternal Guard to kite away. Nucci gets away with the Glorious Pathway, and they've already baited big resources. Tortoise's Poissance, Tokyo's ult, together with the Divine Judgment. If there's an angle to go for a fight, it's now. But Falcons Vega, do they know?
They should. They should. They use the Flying Clouds to come back into the game. They re-engage. Nucci once again just receiving the bad parts of it. She's at 076. She's been taken down 7 times. She's always the target of the Divine Judgment as well. But you're right. The wave is pushing on the bottom side of the map. Falcons need to make a decision now.
Nana's finding an angle here. Off angle, wave can be reset again. GCT, one of their strong suits, playing the macro game, waiting for the wave in the bottom lane, waiting for Nana to show up. And they started again before Nana can show up. She shows in mid. Kuejo's taking a beating from that Lord though. They have to be careful of their health bars here. Curse Blast coming down. Kuejo! Flicker in Divine Judgment as well, but it's good peel from Syrinx as he able to land the Eternal Guard. Newbot's all on his backline as Nocturne's able to deal with Kuejo. And now it's a shred coming down as Nana will lose her immortality. But the rest of the team is dealt with the front line. And now it's 3v3. Syrinx, Nucci, and Names up against Sanjika, Kyowe, and Tokyo.
It's still a huge advantage for Geltec, right? Nana gets taken out. They have no source of retribution. Names was so low as well. The SOD lands, but she's not going to take it. This is a free Lord over to Geltec. A really good way of making things messy and chaotic in that particular team fight, and still able to come out on top. Tokyo Tokyo was hitting like a truck.
She certainly is. She's shredding anything in her way, and that's why she sold boots. It's Windtalker and Immortality just in case, but the thing is, for Geltec, they don't have 5 members up already just now. Only now do they have them. The Flying Cross will get them back into this board quicker, but Falcons Vega, they have the advantage of having their members spawn right next to the Lord here. It's into the base they go. They couldn't manage the waves properly, so we're gonna see another delayed end. Falcons Vega have another shot at coming back in the game.
But they can do it all over again, right? They can try to go for the exact same thing. Because again, despite the Lord spawning on the opposite side of the map, it's still an advantage for Geltec that they can utilize. But look at this weird rotation from Kuejo as well as Kyoe. They're anticipating for a buff take and they're waiting in the bush there to open up a trap. They see no one picking up the bait, and Tokyo picks that orange buff for herself.
They're just abusing this map control, utilizing to get everything out of Falcons Vega. No purple buff, no orange buff, not even a single green camp given over to Falcons Vega. They're literally suffocating Falcons Vega inside of their own base, waiting for the neutral objective to spawn and not giving any chance for them to build a lead in goal to try to swap those items later.
Well, it looks like there's a gamble. Wait a second, Nucci again? Does she want to go for 8?
Divine Judgment and a Dark Wave. Nucci's gonna pop the Revitalize, but she's gonna go down. Kyoe zoning them in the back line right now, as that's gonna be the bravest fighter by Nocturne, and the Flicker out as well. Now a stun onto Sonjika, who still has the black shoes. Nana tries to walk up. Waves good for GCT. Nucci is down. It's a 1-man advantage.
It was a gamble. It was a gamble made by Nucci once again, opening up the map, but they're not going to get anything out of it. It's just another death. The Black Shoes gets picked up there, and it looks like they want to still look for the end.
The Curse Blast is doing a lot of damage. They're able to clear out the wave. 19 seconds on the Lord. Tokyo, very dangerous, very risky move, but she gets out of the way. Nucci's up in 16, Lord's up in 8.
Can they buy enough time?
I don't think so. Geltec,
yeah,
they have a carry. They can shred this Lord instantly.
With a Windtalker as well, so additional attack speed, but it looks like that's not the first thing that she goes for. She actually goes for the orange buff instead. That's gonna give Falcons a little bit more time to, you know, come back into the game. What I really wanted to highlight was the fact that the Holy Crystal was built in by Syrinx. So you can obviously think that the damage will be felt. She has the Divine Glaive as well, so they have to be careful. Falcons, they just go to the other side of the map. They go for the far lane. They don't go for the contest. They let it completely go. And Geltec pick up this Lord uncontested. Falcons pick up a structure on the top side of the map.
It's the only thing they can get. They can't walk up to the Lord. If they do, it's an easy insta-kill for any one of their frontliners. And at this point, they need all their members to be alive if they want to defend this Lord. Geltec Cyber Team this time around, not losing a single member to, well, what? Yeah, 300,000.
No, Jesus.
That mistaken, rather, sorry.
Not the best game.
I mean,
feels bad for her.
Depending on what kind of rover you are, this is the best game, right? You want to be taking damage. It's just, that's crazy, dude. 300,000? That's like more than the rest of the team combined.
It's definitely a lot. But Mirko, this might be it. This might be game 3.
Oh, Divine Judgment lands. Names. Immortality already. The Rose Gold then goes through her. Monster kill for Sonjika. Now it's Nana in the back with the cables. Immortality gonna be popped as well. Lord Evolve still in the mid lane as Nana buys the Rose Gold Meteor in time. And it's Kyoe to take Nocturne down. Nana again with the cable. Still has the Rose Gold Meteor. Series is right there. But the rest of the team will target it down to bring us to game number 3.
A back-to-back game 3 here in the knockouts, ladies and gentlemen. The reset came in clutch for Geltec Cyber Team after their loss from game number 1. They completely turn it around to game number 2, bring it back to the tank junglers, and bring it back to a surprise Kaja pick, a debut Kaja pick that eventually worked out for them in the end. We're back to a best of 1 between both teams. Again, everything is on the line, elimination match and match point. So we'll see what happens in game number 3, but before that, we're gonna throw it over back to the panel. We'll see you after.
Against all odds, we go 23 minutes for Game 2. And Geltech Cyber Team take the win, which means we're going to yet another Game 3. The knockout stages has been anything but entertaining. It's been incredible, it's been wonderful, and it's been awesome. And we will continue to go down the line of our quarterfinals, but still, we've got one more game to get through for these two amazing rosters. What changed from Game 1 to Game 2? Because Game 1 wasn't even competitive.
You know what changed? The draft. I think the draft was a big part. Leo and I shared some sentiments about that. Really difficult to have a Fanny, a hyper-scaling jungler like that, not being able to be protected well, and honestly, the Vexana pick left me perplexed.
Oh, the celebration is in. You said don't celebrate too early. Well, maybe that might be the case for Falcons Mina, but of course, Geltech Cyber Team are also going to get their celebrations in order as well, Leo.
It's the opposite of celebrations that fans of Falcons Mania are having, because I had a conversation, but not just with Joseph. Of course, we have friends out there. Jonas, one of
makan dekat Players Lounge lah.
names in MVB.
Players
He was
Lounge
asking
jalan.
Leo,
Kita tahu aku memang sekali makan kat situ guys.
why Vexana?
Dengar ke? Korang dengar ke? Korang dengar ke?
Geltech who needed to adjust, but they did more than just
Kau nak makan ke? Kau nak makan? Okay, aku
optimize their picks. But on the other hand,
Makan.
I think they got carried away. Coach Koba, why? Why the Vexana?
Carried away with the Vexana specifically?
Yeah, I think okay, a lot of players say
semua tak sabar
is almost
abang-abang
the best.
kakak-kakak ni apa benda satu sama ni abang kakak?
She's good on it. But
Aku ingat dah habis 2-0. Tak habis 2-0 pun.
In competitive play.
And that's the thing, it hasn't been picked up at all in MWI just yet. They decided to go with it. Again, not sure why, because the Vexana works
Aku
in a
seluduk
really
makanan
specific way,
guys.
right? The main thing is you have an eternal guard, it's your ultimate, you drop
Tapi
down,
sedap kan? Ayam dia sedap kan?
kind of
Boleh kan? Ayam
body
dia.
on the field. She does have good damage within her first and second skills too, but other than that, it's just not the protection value that you would have got. For example, with an Eve that we were thinking would come up from the draft.
Vexana almost has zero combat resilience.
main Fanny,
You need so much more than that in the current meta game. Looking at this 23-minute bout once again, names still, the rich guy, she was given everything she needs. It's just, it was too much to ask for that lineup to win. Sonje, the carry, of course you're going to get that kind of damage down when you have a Divine Judgment on. Nucci took so much damage. What was that?
Dengar dah nampak guys semua clear
Okay, I have to agree.
That's significant.
Yeah, that's so much damage to take.
Wah, bila Malaysia nak lawan ni? Ya Allah. Bila Malaysia nak lawan ni guys? Tarik ujung-ujung Betul-betul saja letak Malaysia game ujung Ha? Itulah tu.
Yeah, a lot of these base defenses that they tried again, you'll see that whole choreography. The Eternal Guard goes down.
Isham tadi dia on the way. Tadi dia on the way datang sini. Semua doa QOW menang tu yang satu sama. Korang suka QOW bukan sebab gameplay dia pun. Korang suka rupa dia, korang dengan Apple sama je. Betul. Dengan Apple juga, betul Apple juga. Tokyo betul-betul hard carry. Oh ya ke? Aduh, aku terlepas guys, sorry guys Aku makan dulu. Aku takut tadi 2-0. Bila 2-0, aku takut aku terlepas. Game Malaysia sekejap lagi guys. Dia tutup pukul 9. Lagi sejam. Memang tak sempat lah. Kalau contoh aku nak tunggu game Malaysia habis, tak sempat lah aku makan. Sebab tu aku lari makan.
20 minutes and this was quite the oopsie. Nucci just face checked
tengah malam
the 5 members
tu pukul 11 lebih.
GCT and
aku cakap kat dia,
I can say about 100 other things that you should have been doing with that Flying Clouds with this kind of map, and
aku cakap nak kena minta hotel dia leceh lah kan. Aku cakap tak apa, breakfast je lah esok aku makan. Lepas tu pukul dalam 5 minit lepas tu cakap ada Maggi. Dia cakap dia lupa bagi tahu ada Maggi.
It was a draft that shouldn't have happened with a result that no one was thinking.
Saiful makan apa? Saiful makan ayam. Sampai tadi guys, saya turun bawah. Nampak Apple. Apple muka tak makan lagi. Tak makan lagi Apple. Kalau contoh macam ni, kata tak ada makan provided, kau pergi keluar cari makan. Dengan Apple semua, dengan Apple lah, dengan Poji semua.
And names was such a big part of what their concept was. Other than the Fanny,
70 siap guys. 70 makan.
Moskov, we've seen it many times. She's
Tipu doh tadi tengok dia dekat Free Fire dia duk mengunyah Apple.
We have to appreciate the composure from Celtic Cyber Team.
Itu kudap-kudap guys, kudap-kudap macam ni lah. Nampak aku seluduk kat guys, Kinder Bueno. Aku bagi apple Kinder Bueno, Nutella, biskut semua aku bagi.
After all, Celtic Cyber Team didn't make it to this very stage by just rolling over and dying. No, they won and dominated their respective group, winning 2-0, 2-0, and they're coming in with a mission.
Game 1 was their very first loss in MWI 2026, so that puts things in perspective. Now it comes down to one more game. No more flexing, no more experimenting. If you do, this could as well be your very last chance to do so. I hate to see a weird pick from out of nowhere again. We have to stick to the metagame. As Joseph put it, it's one or the other. The Vixana or the Fanny. Pick your lane.
But sometimes going with the comfort pick, especially in certain situations, seems to be the way certain teams end up going. But the question is, who would feel uncomfortable going into this game 3? I mean, they've both been neck and neck.
They have.
Apple buat apa kat Paris? Apple dia. Cabal. Ambil. Beres. Apple dia ni guys. Dia KOL daripada RRQ. So dia kena buat coverage. Dia kena buat coverage macam Free Fire. Semua game yang RRQ ada hantar team, semua Apple kena buat coverage guys. Uish.
The celebration, but also the sigh of relief right after that celebration.
Subhanallah. Muka penat siap member. Dia rindu makanan Malaysia je. Dia cakap dengan aku, Rain, boleh tak ambilkan roti-roti dekat tempat players lounge tu. Coverage tu konten lah, macam konten lah Nas. Aku pun macam, dia tengah lapar guys, tak sampai hati lah guys. Aku tapau lah nasi dengan ayam terus guys. Aku tapau lah nasi dengan ayam terus. Dakwa mukbang pukul 2 pagi ni. Mukbang nasi, ayam, apa, lepas tu ni coklat-coklat Kinder Bueno ni aku rembat dalam 5-6 macam tu aku bagi kat dia. Siapa menang? Satu sama. Yeah, thank you for the follow user 1446. Semangat guys. Korang jangan ngantuk lagi guys. Semangat. Kita nak tengok Malaysia menang ni. Nak tengok Malaysia menang ke Rin? Nak tengok Malaysia menang. Okey lah tu makanan mahal sana. Tak, dia cakap dengan aku sebab dia pergi bawah RRQ. Makan semua sendiri. Lepas tu sekali makan dia kata RM80, RM90, kadang-kadang RM100. Tak apalah guys, kita boleh seluduk makanan, kita seluduk lah makanan guys. Kita boleh seluduk makanan untuk member, kita seluduk lah makanan untuk member guys. Member Malaysia juga. Sayang kami jam 2 dah ni, custom PLMOI lagi lah. Sabar tu guys, bertahan guys. Bertahan guys. Bendanya dah tidur bangun balik. Game tak start lagi ni. Sabar duk. Sabar je lah. Aku ada Kinder Bueno ni. Untuk korang. Korang nak? Aku swap sikit TR dah main ke? TR korang nak tahu tak update pasal luggage aku guys? Ada yang kisah ke pasal luggage aku? Ada ke kat dalam macam live aku yang kisah pasal luggage aku? Ada ke? Nak tahu ke update apa pasal luggage aku? Aku tanya lagi. Tak ada nampak. Okay, kalau tak ada aku tak nak cakap Kalau tak ada aku tak nak share guys. Aku tak nak story pasal luggage aku apa jadi. Ada Rin kami risore pose. Kiyo weh. Tak. Aku punya luggage lepas tadi orang yang handlekan transportation aku call Air France apa semua, luggage aku dah sampai. Tapi ada dekat France lagi. Dekat Air France lagi. And dekat luggage aku ada dua bahagian luggage tu. Satu luggage yang besar, satu bag kecil. Bag kecil pun dekat bahagian luggage tu juga. Yang dah sampai Air France tu baru luggage besar aku guys. Luggage kecil aku tak sampai lagi. So mungkin akan sampai bila Rin? Mungkin esok guys. Mungkin esok baru sampai. Esok 17 aku balik 19 guys. Aku bawa luggage untuk duduk seminggu. Aku pakai 3 hari je guys. Main gila ke? Ya Allah. Terpaksa recycle box. Tak, ada lagi satu guys. Ada lagi satu. Kalau esok tak sampai juga, dia dah sampai tahap recycle guys. Kalau esok tak sampai juga, dia dah jadi tahap recycle guys. Ya Allah, apalah dugaan aku. Tokyo. Tokyo gendong ke tadi guys?
You to have that power play in the next lane. I think that's
Sekejap lagi ambil lagi ke? Esok AI kampung. Esok.
game 3 so crucial.
Tokyo. Tim Ray lepas ni kau lepas ni guys. Tak ada Robby ke Rain? Ada. Ada je tapi kena charge lah guys. Ada kena charge.
They're still leaning on names.
Guys, yang belum follow cepat follow dulu guys. Jadi lagi besar tu tak ada baju ke? Ada. Aku bawa macam ni. Dekat lagi besar tu aku bawa baju, seluar, banyak seluar aje sebenarnya kat lagi besar. Stokin. Boxer tak ada langsung. Dekat bag kecil aku ada boxer sikit, baju sikit. Dalam beg galas aku apa aku tiba-tiba cerita barang-barang peribadi aku pula ni. Dapat pampasan nak? Boleh minta ke Boleh minta pampasan guys? PR bila? Lepas ni guys. Spender boleh pakai both side.
I think this is a clear tell from Galtek that we're not banning Sora.
Tu benda paling kelakar lah aku baca.
We're going to answer to you. And the Baksha, they get away with it. They can actually still
Spender boleh pakai both side lah. So kira macam kalau aku pakai, aku boleh terbalikkan lah. Esok aku pakai yang bahagian luar punya lah. Ya Allah, borak apa pukul 8.30 ni guys. Ya Allah. Boxer boleh pinjam angah punya. Aku takut longgar guys. Tapi masam sikit lah. Astaghfirullahaladzim. Apalah dosa aku dapat viewer macam ni guys. Allah. Tapi masam sikit. Sembang 2 pagi macam ni lah Rin, ya. Aku rasa esok kau minta MC je lah duk. Kalau macam ni gaya boraknya guys. Memang kick je tu. Sekarang kat sana 2 pagi patutlah borak macam ni guys. Pakai sarung senang sikit. Tak faham, tak payah faham Fatimah. Fatimah tak payah faham. Fatimah tolong. Astagfirullahaladzim, benda dah 2 AM je. Moskov, Falcon main Moskov. Carry, Valen. Kat situ dia tak bagi. Tak lah Nas. Dah lah guys, kita tak payah borak pasal boxer lah guys. Apa duk? Warga TikTok kreatif lah Rin. Lepas tu korang kalah lah. Lepas tu warga YT kalah lah ni. Tak boleh ke nak chest depa balik 3 hari je lagi. Tu guys, aku macam nak charge dorang lah guys. Rin, kau tanyalah orang yang bagi tahu kat kau lagi tu. Ya, nanti aku try tanya. Boleh charge ke benda ni guys? YT bisa apa kat TV tu? Budak-budak TikTok senggol budak-budak YT. Budak-budak YT jangan termakan pancingan Chill je. Budak-budak YT jangan macam ni. Budak-budak TT jangan macam ni. Korang ni. Jangan. Come on guys. Kita serumpun guys. Apa macam ni guys? Dak YT sampel. Rasa boleh minta papasan kalau lagi tak sampai-sampai. Oh ya Untuk habis game ni ada ke break untuk game Malaysia? Ada sekejap. Coach Rim bam. Ya boleh Okay. Falcon betul-betul cuma Moskov. Kita orang behave dekat YT ni, tak kick macam budak-budak TT. Ni ada perang ni. Perang apa ni abang kakak? Ni ada perang apa ni? Boleh claim dalam luggage. Sorry duk budak-budak YT. Saya dua-dua tim. Apa benda ada lalang sekali ni guys? Budak-budak YT tengok dengan mak tu yang jadi baik. Ya Allah, ni borak apa ni guys? Sorry doh sebab kick. Sorry YM Sabar doh. Budak-budak YT dengan budak TT korang jangan bergaduh. Kita serumpun guys. Kita satu kumpulan sebenarnya, satu grup. Kita ibarat Malaysia dan Indonesia guys. Serumpun. At the end of the day kita adik-beradik guys. Jangan macam ni. Korang tak boleh macam tu guys. Ya Allah. Kalau kat live feed dah sebut YT bingai, janganlah macam tu guys. Thank you for the follow. AS, dame-dame. Bigo live tak ada ke coach? Ya Allah, nak Bigo live pula. Sekejap, kita nak tengok guys, KOA yang main hero apa guys?
Or just jump to the best.
Jangan kacau Rain, TikTok TT dengan YT tengah perang ni. Ya Allah, nak berperang pula. Tapi tak adil kalau kau nak berperang, korang ramai. Korang 192 orang. Dekat YT ada 70 orang je guys. Agak-agak lah korang ni nak bully minority tu. Okay ke coach Moscow first pick? At this point masak lemak sedap aku rasa diorang dah fokus power hero dah. Maksudnya diorang fokus kat hero momentum diorang, hero kemenangan diorang. Mungkin first game dia pakai Moscow gendong-gendong. Lepas tu based on data tu hero yang paling banyak bagi dia kemenangan, diorang perayuk je hero tu. Sebab ni game ni senang cerita game kalah hidup dan mati guys. Siapa kalah balik? Siapa kalah balik?
Maybe attack jungler or a fighter, a tank or a fighter jungler.
Kalau dah tamat perang shinobi aku balik. Sabar guys. Esme, Lilia, Fanny Ben, Yi Sun Shin.
Okay, so fighter.
Yi Sun Shin.
Hybrid basically.
He's a tweener.
Yep. Okay. In between right there, and then now for the last pick.
And I think it's just so much better.
Kena bagi sikit Rain, kalau tak nanti game minority naik kepala. dah. Chill. Thank you for the follow Pak A. Sabar DP sama Nevi. Sabar. Assalamualaikum. Salam Daniel. Salam. Oh ni kalah balik. Kalah balik guys. Assalam. Dah baca dah. Tadi sebab tak ada jawapan carry. Oh ya ke? Good luck bidadari Kyowe, my bini, my love. Ikut kau lah. Tidur lu, tengok highlight je lah esok. Tidur lah Faris. Dah barai sangat tu ke?
I want them to earn their slot in the top 4 by playing the best MLBB they got.
Lilia. Aulus! KOA Aulus! Timbre masih ada peluang untuk marah lagi lepas match ni. Ada loh. Diorang lawan lepas ni. Timbre lawan lepas ni. Lepas ni live tak habis lagi Korang jangan ingat korang boleh tidur lagi guys Lepas ni budak-budak Timbre lawan tau. Malaysia lawan tau. Korang jangan tidur lagi Seren je lah nak tengok Miku nak macam mana guys. Draft kanan ni baik lah. Atlas carry. Aulus Esme guys. Serius abang. Ya. Lepas ni Timbre lawan kan, Malaysia lawan. Korang jangan nak tidur lagi guys. Tak boleh tidur lagi. Aku pun tak tidur lagi, korang jangan tidur lagi. Sana kau berapa Rin? Sini 8-20. 8-20. MNC nanti macam ni gak Gary. Rasanya macam ni lah Run. Esok kelas tak apa. Kau lain time zone. Memanglah tak tidur lagi. Siapalah buat jadual ni Rin? Tak tahu guys. Besok kerja. Guys bertahan. Korang kena tengok Timbre ni ibarat tengok Manchester United guys. Sama konsep dia. Stay up guys, stay up. Okay, kita fokus gameplay guys. Aulus. Liubon. Nocturne. Cyrings. Nana.
So she still gets out this time around. I think her
Sini
last
2:20 AM dah. Baru 2 petang awal lagi.
But she got punished a lot and I think the panel also mentioned it, right? She was struggling.
Apalah nasib game tengah-tengah malam ni. Sabar tu pagi mon.
So it does make sense that the
TR rela tak tidur ni sokong. Kicknya. Itu semangat yang kita mahu guys. Semangat. Timbre lepas ni guys. Timbre Malaysia semangat.
Had to chuckle a little and not because it was funny, it was just man, what a fate.
Rasa GCT reverse flip jap. Kena tengok dulu. Tapi kalau tanya aku pun rasa macam game ni GCT boleh menang ni. Kuat lah meta dorang ni combo ni. Valen ada advantage dengan Lilia. Atlas boleh combo dengan carry. Aulus ni yang sebenarnya paling aku nak fokus nak tengok Aulus. Balance ke draft kan. Setiap draft ada advantage masing-masing lah. Kiri ni ada hero laning, ada Moskov, so diorang boleh main makro. Kanan ni lebih kepada team fight, pick off satu-satu single target. So tengok cara kau utilize draft tu. Tengok cara kau utilize draft. Ya gak 2 pagi budak-budak tu main game. Ni dah kira setengah tu. Ya. Sap. Sanjika Kyowe mati ke? Kyowe hilang. Ferry datang. Seru lah guys. Sengit kan ni?
They wouldn't for the re-engage. Eventually it does pay off because they do get 2 kills because of it. And it feels like a similar story from game 1, game 2, right? Falcons being able to get the neutral objective first. Geltec being able to get the team fights and usually they're able to capitalize
game sikit lah. Tapi dia dah buff banyak benda lah kan. Damage dah tambah. Lepas tu skill set dia dah revamp. Dia bukan Aulus yang lama korang kena ingat ini Aulus yang lama. Bukan Aulus yang lama Semangat MT464. Semangat. Thank you for the follow, nothing. Kenapa dia main Aulus Rain? Aku rasa sebab dia nak cuba utilize buff Aulus daripada patch guys. Kan baru-baru ni kan Aulus kena buff. Kena revamp, kena buff lagi. Tapi lembut lah. Yelah, adalah pros and cons dia guys. Adalah pros and cons dia. Dia macam ni guys, setiap hero yang kena revamp ada cara main dia. Team tu kena cari je. Mungkin diorang dah jumpa cara main dia. Mati macam kalau korang viewer aku, korang boleh cakap, korang mesti tahu aku dah lama dah cakap pasal link pakai emblem marksman. Tapi sekarang baru orang buat guys. So kena cari timing guys. Adalah timing dia nak cari untuk main benda yang baru. Aku main Aulus baru ni gameplay Rangi tu. Ya highest lah. Boleh push lah Malaysia Aulus. Boleh.
It's a battle of macro, it's a battle of flare as well in that mid lane. Both took black shoes out and luckily both of them were still able to escape with their lives. But with that being said, it's another reset as
Pak dah lama tak nampak Rain Pakito. Pakito player perempuan tak ramai yang reti pakai guys. Tak ramai yang main. Isn't there just yet for her to utilize. Sonjik as well with the IMU doesn't have anything prepared. Rain sokong mana? Aku sokong tim Rayang guys. Game ni aku tak kisah siapa menang. Aku sokong korang je lah guys. Viewer aku boleh aku sokong korang. Baik! 3-man setup. Moskov masuk. Moskov. Mati Moskov. Gila Sia Aulus dia ni. Rasa hero dia ni. Dia lawan tim mana tak Aulus ha. Maksudnya diorang dah practice lah guys. Dah meta ni. Link sekarang bukan bagus. Kenapa tak ada orang main? Ada orang main lah Daniel. Ada orang main. The neutral objective as well. It was a big fatal link. Liuborn Esme. And everyone collapsed over that really well. Ni Geltec menolak kekalahan tu. Fast game please Kyowe. See the gold gap instantly take its place. 1000 gold lead. Wala Kyowe. Oi. So Wala Kyowe still tak tidur Wala Kyowe esok kerja lah Wala Kyowe. Tidur. Orang ni. Dia mau mental lagi ke? Sekarang macam kurang dah AS. Sekarang dah kurang. Betul-betul kacau ya Atlas dia ni. What? Member pun terkejut. Member dice sekali je depan muka. Mirko pun terkejut guys. What the heck? Dia cakap. Demi Kyowe saya sanggup tahan mata. Mantap. Aku ingat demi Malaysia guys. Korang ni apa benda ni? Ni apa benda ni abang kakak? Abang kakak apa benda ni? Demi Malaysia guys. Bukan demi Kyowe. Demi Malaysia guys. Abang kakak ni banyak main. Kenapa Leo korang dah kena nerf guys? Lepas tu banyak hero lain yang tengok. Wow! Carry bermain. Carry free hit, carry free hit. Carry free hit, carry free hit.
Tokyo the Tread, that's a big mountain chakra, but there's no follow-up now. Black Shoes in the midst of it all. Black Shoes again from Sanjika. Lubon, falling Star Moon, stops Syrinx in her place.
Aku rasa menang ni GCT ni guys. Geltec ni menang ni. Asal lawa on, ya Allah korang. Bila Kyowe depan mata benda lain tak penting. Ya Allah, apa benda ni abang kakak. Abang kakak apa benda ni. Kanan kuat ni ya, nampak kuat kanan. Diorang punya combo senang guys. Atulah sangkat carry burst, atulah sangkat carry burst. Valen main ulti Lilia. Ha. Lawan balik. Kyowe dikejar. CC immune. Wah, wala Kyowe ni guys. Aku sanggup tengok screen. Oi, Naz relax. Warning
already had the early game under their belt to begin with. So things are going according to plan for Geltec here. 2,500 gold lead. You could
aku vote GCT ni, come on.
And Liubon.
Tiba-tiba game 3 GCT online. Ya GCT online guys. Kyowe champion, let's go. Wey. Malaysia kena champion. Miko, ya Allah Miko. Apa benda ni abang kakak? Abang kakak apa benda ni?
And this time it's Lubon. Always on her. In the skirmishes as well.
Next game guys. Team Ray next game guys. Team Ray pukul berapa coach? Kata pukul 1. Aku tak tahu guys. Aku pun tak tahu. Aku ingat sekarang ni. Kau cakap macam tu. Aku ingat sekarang ni aku dah balik tahu tak? Ya Allah. Kyowe dah menang hati abang. Banyaklah korang. Call 1 kalau 2-0 semua. Betul juga guys. Kita 2-1 guys. Kita 2-1 semua game. Oi. Memang NWI sampai call dia bagi Garen. Ya Doris. Nana try jadi Hades. Carry. Carry kena shutdown. Ni silap. Diorang tak ada MM. Kiri boleh menang, diorang tak ada MM. Tapi kena banyak betul damage Valen korang ni. Esme, sabar duk. Yang carry salah tu. Yang carry salah tu guys. Tombak Moskov tadi dah sampai MY. Ya Daniel. Ya Allah. Sabar guys, lepas ni Malaysia guys.
There is backup coming from Nucci. Do they really want to go for this re-engage?
Atas, angkat je atas. Oh, tak ada ulti. Oh. Yang ni tim Kyowe buat silap tu guys. Barai lah nanti restream MSC. Aku ni Barai kau tak fikir Razi. Lepas ni Wala Queen pula Rin. Ya Allah, kau tak sayang aku ke duk. Tempat tu dah kena lagi coach. Dapat lot. Aduh, hai. Takkan comeback pula kan. Kirim salam Kyowe banyak lah Riz. Korang ni ada je lah. Kau kat sana baru kau 8 tau. Saya sayang Rin tapi tak melebihi Kyowe.
So they're still in the game. They still have the foot in the door. It's not a 50-50. Kyowe, what is she doing?
Doctor goes in, but none of the other members capitalize on that. Nana, Mountain Chakra just a zone, 2 levels ahead of this Aulus.
She's fine. Falcons take something of their own. They pick a structure up top. What it was really peculiar for me was during that entire Lord. Wait a second.
The first time she got away. The second time it might just be a bait. The whole team coming around. Oh, Kuecho! Fatal links into Tokyo's free hits. That's Nana taken out, and Nucci's going to be next to the chopping block. Kyowe just made them. Sanjika with the SOD! Breaks the formation, and it gets Lubon to get a falling.
Aduh, sorry terbawa pula perangai abang Lord.
my God, we thought it was a
Jangan
mistake. It turns out to be a bait by
Muka Nana macam
Kyoe.
ex aku. Mana muka Nana? Aku tengok sikit. Muka ex kau EYM
From the rest of the team.
Nana mana Nana?
Early pick Valentina. Black shoes was the choice. Suddenly she picks up the SOD and she gets a pick for themselves. 4 members are down from Falcons. They're going to be up in a few seconds.
Oh ni Nana.
The
Ui.
only one left standing here.
Boleh gak engkau EYM
Look for more. And
Timbre please main betul-betul. Kita orang ni mata dah barai. Oh ya.
how did they go from a 50-50
Ya dah mata kita dah barai guys.
to what we're seeing right now?
Mata kita dah barai.
They literally just out-mechanic their way into that
Bila
win.
nak balik ni Rin tak tahu guys. Bila aku nak balik ni.
Kyoe is out of the fight. It was a 4v5 they were taking, but they split Falcons Vega just right.
Kau memang wajib stream ke? Ke boleh je kalau tak stream? Boleh je tak stream. Tapi Malaysia main guys. Bapak dia lah aku Ejo. Gila-gila siap. Gila-gila siap. Ada celebration ke nanti? Ada celebration ke? Aku kena standby sekejap lagi macam atas pentas ke? Tengok atas pentas ke guys? Ada celebration ke? Taunting ke? Okay, sekejap lagi dia end je aku tunjuk atas pentas. Dia end aku tunjuk atas pentas guys. Stop.
Caltech Cyber Team pull a reverse sweep to make it the top 4.
And they move forward, ladies and gentlemen, up against an experienced roster in Team Falcons Mana. QA has brought her experience from her last run at MWI
Muka Nana bapak sedih.
and have brought Sonjika, Kuejo, Tokyo and Liubon forward here in MWI 2026.
Kalau Yamen punya waktunya macam ni juga aku. Tak tahu guys, aku rasa jadual sama lah kot guys. Orang yang sama lah buat jadual ni.
And then a massive Kuejo set into a follow-up from Sonjika. It was immaculate.
It truly
Kalau tengok draft kanan, sepatutnya ada long range MM atau mage. Tengok gameplay GCT macam mengharapkan Mystic Falcon je sekarang. Dah menang dah guys. Lama tunggu, lama tunggu guys. Sekarang pukul berapa kat sini? 8.30 guys. 8.30 subuh. Tak ada, 8.30 malam. Sini. Oi. Man. Weh. Weh. Apa cerita dia buat ni? Dia menyanyi.
Heartiest congratulations, and now Caltech Cyber Team has secured their position over.
Terbaik lah Atlas. Kau punya Atlas memang padu siap. Ni apa Kuang Ajo. Sekali tangkap 4 orang 5 orang duk.
Now, we would like to ask what happened in the first game. You guys had a real smooth game so far without dropping a single game, but that one game.
Kuang Ajo. Aku tidur dulu Ren sama Esa. Daniel. Lepas ni Malaysia ni Daniel. Daniel lepas ni Malaysia Daniel.
Well, we didn't have the drop, but anyway, the coaches.
Ren tenang Ren ingat yang kat Malaysia. Aku buat apa? Aku buat apa pula? Tak suya. Orang sana buat jadual. Orang sana. Try lah bro, tahan. Bapak guys. Bagi semangat dekat rakan-rakan kita yang dah nak kecundang guys. Bagi semangat. Cakap dengan orang. Lepas ini guys. Lepas ini Malaysia lawan guys. Lapar pula. Pergi buka kabinet. Sebat dulu Maggi. Sebat dulu apa-apa guys. Esok kerja Rin. Kena tidur. Yang penting QA dah lepas. Macam tu pula Aris. Lawan mana? Kita lawan Navi PH guys. Guys, Malaysia sumpah perlukan sokongan korang guys. Kalau korang off, kita lawan PH tau guys. Thank you for the follow. 10969.
Тяжело немного.
Well, a bit happy they are.
You guys are really happy. You know what will be even happier when you hear that pop. Congratulations.
Let's go Miku. Tengok demi Nora. Balas dendam untuk Arya. Kena masak Maggi campur telur. Pergi guys. Yang nak dekat 300 dekat TikTok ni hampir 300 ni. Yang lapar pergi masak Maggi sekarang. Letak telur, masak Maggi, letak telur. Letak telur, make sure hancurkan. Make sure telur hancurkan. Bagi sebati dengan kuah tu. Kuah, air make sure kurang biar pekat sikit. Okay. Ramai wala QA. Aku ke wala Nocturne eh. Nora dah punya. Ya, Nora dah punya guys. Yang hujung-hujung mata ni nak buat macam mana Ren? Pergi bangun basuh muka. Bangun basuh muka macam biasa. Pergi buat Maggi. Siapa nak kerja esok, tak payah tidur lagi, tengok game dulu. Ambil MC. Ambil MC. Selagi tak kahwin boleh Doreen try Rain, Nora. Korang ni, korang buat macam aku tak ada pasangan pula. Apa ke korang suka buat aku ada dalam masalah? Ya Allah, ada je lah viewer aku ni guys. Ada 4 slot, ya Allah. Saja pancing nak suruh orang tengok game lepas ni. Okay. Game lepas ni guys. Tidur ke tengok MWI penting guys. Tengok MWI. Buat kopi lah kawan. Masak Maggi ke? Betul. Alah, Nana dah balik. Hai korang ni. Beras kita beli Rain. Betul juga Trisha pun dah tidur kan. Betul kan? Apa-apa kita lelaki kita kena firm kan? Jangan biar perempuan kontrol hidup kita. Nampak? Kalau korang nak buat sesuatu, buat sesuatu. Betul tak? Alpha. Kita kena alpha. Richard Associate dah tidur. Siapa masak beras? Harap tak ada yang klip tu. Aku harap tak ada yang klip. Harap tak ada yang klip. Tak, aku tak itu kan. Sekejap, aku nak kena double check kat view aku. Sekejap, Trisha dah tidur ke belum? Scroll bawah sikit. Okay, dia tak ada guys. Kita lelaki, kita kena alpha. Korang jangan biar perempuan yang menentukan hala tuju hidup korang. Keputusan korang tak boleh dipengaruhi oleh tindakan ataupun kata-kata perempuan. Kena firm. Macam aku cakap aku cakap Trisha. Nampak? Bini aku kat sebelah santai je sokong QA. Nampak? Itu maksud Abang Faris Nas adalah lelaki alpha. Nampak? Kuarter kena Rin, kuarter. Ya je Rin. Korang tahu aku punya garang macam mana kan? Aku dengan player-player pun kalau aku cakap tak boleh. Aku tak boleh. Aku memang jangan main gila dengan aku. Hentikan guru. Jangan main gila dengan aku. Tak pandai main goyang Ren. Aku tak goyang guys. Jangan macam-macam dengan aku. Sekarang ni bila game nak start ni? Jangan sampai Trisha sampai France esok Ren. Aku cuba tengok lah Rin. Kalau tertidur tu dah tidur lah guys. Dia dah tidur. Oh apa kau ke? Aku ingat Trisha dah tidur guys. Kalau tak dia mesti dah WhatsApp aku punya sekarang confirm. Tapi dia tak WhatsApp aku. Maksudnya aku betul-betul steady. Gerak lu guys, tengok live Rin betul-betul sini sudah tidur. Oh Allah Faris Malaysia lawan tu lepas ni Faris. Malaysia lawan tu lepas ni. Tak apa. Kalau dia dah tidur dia boleh buat apa guys? Tak, korang nak takut orang lain kenapa? Korang kena jadi leader. Kan? Korang yang menentukan. Lelaki ni kena jadi leader guys. Korang yang menentukan apa-apa jadi. Kan? Mati aku esok ni. Sebab tu saya sayang Ren terlalu maskulin. Nampak? Maskulin. Aku kata A, aku kata B. Kan? Cakap-cakap belakang beranilah. Apa berani belakang-belakang guys? Apa berani belakang-belakang? Aku cakap dalam live ni. Ada WhatsApp masuk tak? Check jap. Tak ada. Nampak? Let's go Malaysia. Rin, YouTube boleh replay balik tau. Alamak. Aku lupa YouTube boleh replay guys. TikTok tak boleh replay guys. YouTube boleh replay. Tak apa, aku boleh delete lepas ni aku punya live guys. Aku boleh delete live aku lepas ni. Kalau aku nak delete, tapi sebab aku leader, aku maskulin, aku alpha, Aku tak delete. Oh ya, aku dah macam DMA Islam dah aku borak guys. Dah macam DMA Islam aku borak guys. Oh Allah. Okay guys, kita menyaksikan live terakhir Coach Rin. Thanks do guys dah support Resumon ni. Ya Allah guys, santai ke tu, santai. Nampak Faris Nas, nampak. Faris Nas, abang Faris Nas memang steady. Dengan bini pun nampak, bini dengan ajak bini tengok QA, nampak. Steady. Allah, bila Malaysia nak start ni, boleh tak terus start? Oh, Malaysia tengah pintas ke jap? Aku tunjuk korang Malaysia tengah pintas guys. Malaysia tengah pintas guys. Nampak? Malaysia tengah pintas, Malaysia tengah pintas. Betul 3am start ya. Relax lah Rin, laki-laki kena berani. Ada nampak muka aku macam takut ke sekarang? Ada nampak macam aku menggigil ke? Nampak muka aku steady tak steady? YouTube cari waktu 10 jam 5 minit. Confirm ke tak menyesal ni? Hashtag kita boleh beras, nampak? Burger goreng dah siap tu. Baik Tun. Makan lu guys. Yang makan nak makan Maggi ke, nak makan Maggi letak telur, nak letak apa, makan burger goreng ke, sausage goreng ke, nugget ke apa ke, sebat dulu geng. Sebat dulu geng. Dengar macam dah start gagap tadi. Cakoy. Ni lag ni. Mana dia nak kencing? Pergi kencing dulu. Sebab ni lepas ni kita nak kena betul-betul depan TV, depan PC ni guys. Depan TV, depan PC, depan phone ni. Prediction Rain. Team Ray 2-0. Team Ray 2-0 Rain. Rain Team Ray 2-0. Sana ada Pattaya, mana dapat geng. Nasi goreng Pattaya tak dapat lah guys.
Listen, give it a try. Let's take
Ya
a look. How
Allah.
much does he catch?
I don't think he's going to do too well, and he's been doubting it as well.
Astagfirullahaladzim. Kau adalah ketua dalam rumah, nanti martabat lelaki kena jaga. Betul. Aku sedih. Kau ni ada lagi ke esok? Ada. Ada sebagai predict draft Rain. Ya Allah, tak habis-habis nak suruh aku predict draft guys. Tim perempuan aku tak boleh predict guys. Diorang main hero sama-sama je. Dah try croissant dulu Rain. Dah Daniel, aku dah try. Aku breakfast pagi memang banyak lah croissant free guys. Sedap. Tak ada, sedap biasa je lah. Sama macam Malaysia punya. Aku dah barai dia ni. Sabar jap Farizat. Ni aku tunjukkan kau ni, bagi kau segar sikit Okay. Tengah pintas. Okay Segar. Miku Lilia, nampak? Orang dah boleh predict power pick dah guys. Macam mana kau jaga tim C sebelum ni Rin? Kau cakap macam kau cakap waktu aku jaga SEA Game, aku lebih handle dorang punya motivation lah guys. Banyak take charge motivation lah. Kebiasaannya macam sebelum game start aku akan sediakan satu prep talk. Bagi prep talk, kata-kata untuk bagi dorang semangat lah. Sebab penting guys. Nampak gaya esok kita kena masuk tempat lain, live tempat lain. Janganlah macam tu guys. Aduh, abang Lok main dah ketangkap pula. Aku tak main lagi sebenarnya ni. Esok lah aku main, aku try. Tapi nak main ke guys benda ni esok? Kalau aku main nak kena buat live ke?
Okay, 2.
Come on, what we doing?
Tak payah Rin memalukan. Tak main tu nanti. Jangan risau, kita orang tak bagi tahu nanti kat sana, yang kat sana. Okey. Baik. Tak, aku percaya dengan korang. Aku tahu korang memang brotherhood aku. Aku tahu apa-apa kena, kalau aku kena apa-apa korang belakang aku guys. Mesti aku nak tengok reaction kau masih ada tak reflect. Tak ada lah guys, aku dah tua lah guys. Dah tua lah. Ada buff outspot ke kat sana? Tak ada pun Razi. Tak nampak pun. Ada ke? Ada buff outspot. Ada buff outspot. Tak pering kalau jadi apa-apa boleh tidur kat warehouse Todak. Betul juga Betul juga guys. Cukup ketua kami malu. Let's go Malaysia. Aku ngantuk ni sebenarnya guys, tapi kita teruskan. Zone!
Yeah, I'm good, guys. Hello.
Hello.
Dengar sikit Zon cakap apa? Dengar sikit cakap apa?
For maybe the people out there who might not know you, which you should. Who are you, Because from what I'm hearing, you're a serious competitor.
I'm known as a pro player, as far as you guys know, and now I'm here to be a KOL or media for Malaysia.
Okay, and now one of the best. And now he's an analyst, right? So another feather in your cap. One of the best out there for sure. And you're watching the best in MWI play. These ladies are truly talented. Have you had a chance to watch any of them? Because coming up next is our unfinished
W Zone guys, W Zone in the chat guys, W Zone.
at the trio that ended their MWI 2024 campaign. It's a revenge match and the business is
Thank you for the follow Rafi Akmal, W Hisham, W Zone atau W Hisham guys. Boleh mana-mana.
MWI, I'm sure of it. You've been seeing some of the upsets. What has been some of your favorite moments or maybe even surprises?
Ada rumah flash rain betul mana ada? Seronok betul tengok live tak ada spam. Kau tengok live mana ada spam ni brown sugar.
For this MWI since last year, I guess they cannot play very good as this year. So I guess it's going to be interesting to watch them.
Interesting to watch indeed, and we just had an
Baik
interesting
Syam. Steady ya Syam. Macam kita praktis malam Syam macam kita praktis malam Syam. Baik, steady. Dia English ni tak payah complicated pun guys. Asalkan orang faham je. Baik Syam, W Syam.
I really love the hero, and it just comes into play that we have a great chemistry.
Kau bila interview Rin, aku dah 2 kali interview dah Saifuddin Aiman. Semalam dengan hari ni. Hari ni pagi tadi. Semalam game last. Game Arya.
Behind the scenes, were you more emotional and trying to motivate each other, or were you more calculated?
Dia negara apa KOW? Russia. Oi, main rambut pula KOW. Nampak alpha, nampak. Nampak laki alpha macam ni guys. Arya ada confirm out. Ya, Arya ada confirm out guys. Rin jangan mati. Aku tak tengok guys. Main rambut Endgame Network dalam live. Tak tidur lagi Endgame Network. Thank you for the follow Aramzi. Rin, Dibo kata kau tunang kawan dia semalam masa kau kena interview. Dia kata kau tunang kawan dia semalam masa kau kena interview. Betul lah tu Brown Sugar. Kawan dia Trisha. Minta Team MY sign KOA boleh tak? Kalau aku minta sign KOA and aku bagi kat kau berapa kau nak bayar aku? Siapa good aku, Ronaldo or Messi? Banyak borak bila nak start dari Dogan ni. Tak tahu guys, memang lama lah borak dia. Nak baju dia Rin, korang ni lebih-lebih pula. Dia macam ni guys. Laki tukar baju dengan laki tak ada masalah. Nampak sportsmanship. Laki tukar baju dengan perempuan, minta tukar baju dengan perempuan, nampak pervert guys. Let's go guys. Malaysia. Rin bungkus KOW bawa balik. Ada macam korang ni macam-macam pula guys. Thank you for the follow Alia. Jangan boleh follow dulu guys. Let's go. Bismillah guys. Thank you for the follow Abang Lord. Bukan NK Network bukan. Yang ni siapa NK Network ni? Siapa yang tengah dalam live ni? Australia bukan kan? Ke sini? Let's go Gushan. Welcome to the stream brother. Tajuk dulu ni. Sekarang kat aku pukul 8 guys. Waktu korang tu pukul 3. Kepala dah berat ni nak tidur. Sabar Faris. Malaysia lawan ni Faris. Kau tak boleh tidur. Malaysia tengah lawan ni Faris. Let's go bismillah. Siapa menang tadi? KOW. Tak pernah nobar sampai 3 pagi.
Go lah have fun.
Okay.
the land of Dawn, take your positions at your battle station.
Let's go guys. Buat betul-betul Malaysia. Buat betul-betul Malaysia. Ada esok sekolah. Tapi tak apalah. Ni aku nak cakap dengan kau Dalam setahun berapa hari kau nak sekolah? Berapa banyak hari? Banyak kan? Dalam setahun berapa banyak hari Team Ray main? Team Ray yang main wakil Malaysia? Tak banyak kan? Nampak. Tolong kirim salam QA untuk saya. Aku takut dia tak jawab je salam tu, Mika. Tengah tengok sambil makan Maggi. Tak apa guys, siapa yang nak sambil-sambil korang ni, korang sebat dulu makan. Sebat dulu. Tadi ada yang cakap tengah bungkus burger. Tadi ada yang cakap tengah buat Maggi letak telur. Sebat dulu guys, sebat dulu. Lelap kejap 5 minit boleh? Jangan Faris, jangan Faris. Kalau kau lelap mata 5 minit jadi 5 jam Faris, jangan. Jangan. Tengok sambil tutup mata boleh? Jangan guys. Dah macam World Cup dah Rain. Ya. Let's go. Malaysia, let's go Malaysia. Navi Rain. Okay, aku akan hantar kes nama Rain dekat Rain Navi guys supaya dia kalah Tengok player je ke boleh ke? Tak kisah AS. Yang penting support Malaysia. Guys. Korang nak support nak tengok perempuan ke, nak tengok gameplay ke, nak tengok hero ke. Yang penting kita support Malaysia guys. Tengok sambil off HP. Janganlah guys. Tak boleh. Jangan guys. Aku dah buat suara kau Rin macam white noise lah aku tidur. Jangan macam tu guys. Tudung hitam tu siapa Rin? Dah ada orang ke? Tudung hitam Sekejap aku cek tudung hitam. Ni guys Miku Tak tahulah guys Miku. Single kot.
They lived happily ever after. In case you missed out, they became champions.
They eventually did.
Tengok sambil dengar lah boleh Rin. Jangan nanti tertidur guys. Awek Zeno si Nora.
This is a great story of
yang ni ke tudung hitam? Weh, aku ngantuk tu guys sebenarnya guys. Tolong bagi energi kat aku tu guys. Aku ngantuk tu. Ya Allah. Thank you for the follow Hafiz Thank you for the follow Fokus ni. Okay, aku fokus. Tapi kita lawan dengan Navi PH Tadi lepas kita tengok Navi PH, yang wajib ban apa guys? Ingat tak yang wajib ban apa? Yang wajib ban Freya guys. Freya wajib ban. Aku rasa Freya wajib ban. Hidup hujan. Baik Fi baik Fi
I personally say not
Freya.
because I'm a jungler too, but I'm looking at
Freya wajib.
I think, Tan.
Link Sora.
As the Indonesian import, I think she does so much to make this momentum.
Dalam setahun berapa kali kita buka mata tengok TV? Apa salah kali ni TV tengok mata kita tutup? Jangan Faris. Engkau banyak kali TV tengok kau Faris. Netflix banyak kali tengok kau. Jangan ingat aku tak tahu Faris Let's go.
I think either way at this point, I know Zorn mentioned this too.
Let's go Malaysia. Zay. Let's go Malaysia. Baik siap. Malaysia. Baik siap guys, streamer Myanmar ni guys sebelah aku. Okay, aku dah segar. Kenapa pukul 3 baru main tak tahu guys. Jadual dia macam ni guys. Bateri low ni. Pakai power bank Faris, tak pun charge je. Kalau aku tidur kantor tak ada kantor Daniel aku boleh tahu Let's go. 1 2 3 Malaysia okay. Let's go Malaysia. Yeah. Let's go Zay. Okay.
You know, fuck Navi, bro.
Calm down, chill man.
Let's go.
Let's go Malaysia guys.
Navi beat us, you know. 2-1, you know.
Navi beat Myanmar, right?
Yeah, Navi beat Myanmar. I don't like Navi, you know.
Yeah.
Team Ray 2Z. Team Ray 2Z.
2-0 okay. 2-0 okay.
Claim sweet.
Let's go.
Malaysia.
Nice one. Next one brother.
Let's go.
Nampak. Aku punya geng macam mana korang bawa tahu? Aku punya geng gila macam mana? Korang main-main dengan aku. Aku buat kawan dengan geng Myanmar guys. Tan hero. If it's like this, maybe Hirara, maybe Xbox. He played Xbox before against Baksha. Maybe he play Lancelot. I think either Baksha or either Xbox or Lancelot. Let's go Malaysia. Myanmar people at YT guys. W. Oh, you think Yi Sanshin?
Coach Frost picks up a Lillian and Bellerin. I missed you, Big Tree.
Big Tree, man. You know who else?
Sorry?
Surprisingly is banned out is the Chips.
Why?
I mean, because Chip was picked up by Navi yesterday.
What's that?
I don't know if it's still the only team to
Oh,
actually
Joy.
bring the Chip to
Joy.
play,
Oh,
but
Joy.
good smart
Joy.
man from Coach
Oh,
Frost.
Joy. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
The Belric pick already posed a huge amount of threat.
Ketik satu Rin. Relax guys. Relax. Semangat guys. Semangat. YVE, Cloud, Lancelot, Joy, Fanny, Lancelot, Joy, Fanny, Xbox. Kacip siap, ya bayar berapa tu Rin? Tak tahu guys. Tapi yang Z tadi yang korang tengok masuk live aku tu guys, dia antara top streamer guys Top streamer dalam MLBB scene. Subscriber dia dekat YouTube guys 700k. 700k subscriber dia. Korang nampak biasa-biasa. Nampak macam relax kan. Kenapa sebut YVE? Kenapa bukan Eve? Tak tahu Ajat. Kadang-kadang aku sebut YVE, kadang-kadang aku sebut Eve. Let's go Malaysia. Esme walaupun ada Bakzia Esme walaupun ada Bakzia
Who's the other choice?
Let's go Malaysia, let's go. Ciao Tarko. Welcome to my stream brother. W Myanmar. Ada Shah solid team ni. Coach Tim Ray ni import ke? Tak guys, Coach Tim Ray ni Malaysia guys. Frost.
Moscow. Navi PX, the play seems to be choke out Quinn.
So this could potentially
Mata aku dah pedih ni Rin tengok skrip. Kau bangun dulu.
Is it gonna be a Harith, a Harith?
Kau pergi basuh muka. Tak boleh. Kau tak boleh tidur. Malaysia lawan ni. Ni si Daniel Malaysia lawan Daniel. We love friend. Thank you. W Myanmar guys. W Myanmar guys. Thank you for coming to my stream.
Maybe I don't know if there's room for
a Bruno.
Perasan dari CG dulu satu tim YVE dengan Mike Chet tak cakap apa pula.
King Salman, there you go. Another one.
Dan dia apa? Obsidian. Elise.
That you have to get out of your opponent's hands.
Frost team rate dulu. Bukan ni orang lain guys. Kenapa tak nombang Abalot? Sebab dekat sini kadang-kadang aku akan ada guest jemputan guys. Lepas tu kadang-kadang dia akan keluar dekat ni. Keluar dekat stream feed. Maksudnya akan keluar dekat orang punya content guys. So dia tak bagi.
But that's outraged by the Eve.
Exactly.
Guinevere. Okay, so utility Guinevere. Lawan dengan Bakzia okay, lawan dengan YVE okay. Guinevere okay. Frost tu Sunfrost ke? Bukan guys. Frost tu bukan Sunfrost guys. Ni live ke replay? Ni live guys. Kita tengah main ni pukul 3 pagi Kat sana pukul apa? 3 pagi
And then the Requiem or Lancelot's sister can come in there.
Kan kat sana 3 pagi kan. Assalamualaikum Ray. Waalaikumsalam guys. Welcome to the stream. Ni live. Bukan replay guys, bukan replay. Yang korang tengok ni real. Panggil Zon. Alah, tak naklah kacau tu. Takut dia tengah buat konten. Kejap lagi. Dia tengah record konten guys. Sabar dulu. Jangan kacau dulu. Good morning Daniel. Dah basuh muka Daniel Daniel Haikal dah basuh muka ke? Sambung buat holik panas. Mantap. Dah basuh muka baik Daniel. Nampak guys, ini yang menunjukkan macam mana sayangnya kita dekat Malaysia guys. Macam mana sayangnya kita kat Malaysia guys. Aku bangga dengan korang. Serius aku bangga dengan korang guys. Abalot tengah live dengan siapa guys? Berapa ramai tengah tengok dia guys? Berapa ramai viewer dia sekarang dekat TikTok? Saya sayang Miku. Sudah. Yang boleh follow dulu guys. Cepat follow dulu. Akai? Bakzia room ke? Diorang flexkan draft lah guys. W Rain, me safe fans. Welcome to the stream guys. Love you guys. Akai Rom.
It was a pick.
Hey, but
Akai
already
Rom
in the
ke?
opener,
Ke
we're
Bak
going
Zia
to be
Rom?
a split push with the Hanabi.
That was the first win, I believe, of Hanabi.
Boleh jadi Bak Zia Rom juga, guys.
It's Team Ray
Akai
Young
Rom
versus Navi.
Hanabi.
Unfinished business. G-Boy and Quinn get another shot at the trio that
King Salman ni
ended
bukan
their
dulu tim secret kat MPL. Betul?
NWI
Dia lah.
2024
Betul dia.
campaign. But just because you get a shot doesn't mean
Queen
you will
single lah
be
korang ni.
victorious.
Wah, aku
Team
suruh
Ray
support
Young
Malaysia.
takes on
Bukan
Navi
suruh
now.
try
Here it
play-play
goes.
Malaysia
Let's
korang
get
ni.
it
Ya
started.
Allah. Apa tu?
Another
Kenapa MWI Hanabi laku sangat Rin? Dekat dia macam ni. Dekat MWI ramai ke dekat live Abang Lot? Abang Lot saya baca komen perempuan. Berapa ramai viewer Abang Lot sekarang guys? Akai Rom okay, Akai Rom. 2-0 Malaysia guys. Let's go Malaysia. Let's go Myanmar. W Myanmar friends. Welcome to my stream guys. Welcome to my stream. Let's go Malaysia. Let's go Malaysia.
They made it work a couple of times. They mentioned it on the panel earlier. Young man from the Philippines, Leo.
378. Okey lah. Ada orang support dia guys. Rain pace ya. Yo. Kasih bantai Rain fake ni guys. Rain fake pula. Tak. Sepatutnya Nora kena fast clear tadi guys. Dia kena terus fast clear dapatkan level 2 baru dia boleh lawan Cici guys. Kalau tak dia tak boleh lawan. Kalau tak dia tak boleh lawan. Kalau tak dia kena freeze terus. Tapi tak apa kot. Dia dah bait claim minion ke? Kalah balik ke? Ya guys, kalah balik. Rain, I'm from Myanmar, Zazy. Welcome to my stream guys. Welcome to my stream. W Myanmar community guys. W Myanmar community. Baik Miko. Miko tengok nyawa Miko. Tengok nyawa. Okay, live. Nice heal. Dah Miko balik lu. Balik lu Miko. Balik lu.
The Dyrok, I think, especially if these teams want to start playing more of those assassin
Queen free. Banyak Queen Nice one Queen.
in the jungle.
Let's go Team Rain from Myanmar. Let's go. W Rain Malaysia. Let's go guys. Let's go. W Myanmar fans. W Myanmar community guys. Mingga lapar Rain. Mingga lapar. Didi. Welcome to my stream. Navi PH guys. Navi daripada Filipin. Navi daripada Filipin.
Leo loves Bauman, by the way, just saying.
We saw Bauman
Ni Nora macam tak level 4 ni guys.
We're gonna focus on the Gwyn and
Datang dulu ke? Tan, tolong dulu ke XP Tan. Tak payah dah start total. Tolong dulu ke XP. Nora tak level 4 ni. W Rain from Myanmar. Thank you guys. Okay, level 4.
Yep, Keisha with the shield unity. I mean, to be fair,
Level 4.
it's expected. Team Ray Young and Navi, they're both very calculated.
Okay, Miku level 4, Tan level 4. Keshi level 4. Ainami. Hanabi.
I got to talk.
Thank you Myanmar. Love from Malaysia. Guys, type love Malaysia. Tan kena tu. Ainami kacau tu. Bunuh dulu Miku. Bunuh dia Miku. Astaghfirullahaladzim.
With 1 HP gets away, Navi on the turtle. It's free.
She was there.
Okay, tak apa.
And then she wasn't.
Support the Team Ray from Myanmar. Thank you guys.
Really allowing Navi to
Love you
become
guys.
the first objective of the game.
Tapi tak cantik ni guys. Tak cantik
Did
ni.
we not account
Tak
for the
cantik ni, guys.
damage of not Aya Navi? What is that shred?
That's a shred you should expect when you got
Okay, dapat ke Miku 1? Dapat ke?
To be fair,
Dapat.
does have a lot
Yo, from Myanmar. Thank you guys. Welcome to my stream guys.
Ain't all that bad. They can still
Come from Sensei. Thank you guys. Thank you.
But listen, if this
Enjoy the stream guys. Enjoy the stream.
Oh my God, Nora.
Hanabi won't
Guys, pray for Malaysia guys. Pray for Malaysia guys.
I'm gonna have a good time. Not Hanabi. I'll be surprised if she doesn't go see Halbert's first item.
And it feels like if we, go back to the discussion of the gold lane,
Kerana
Hanabi
dalam 4
requires a
magic,
little bit more time to
Hanabi.
get rolling, to get online. She needs a lot more
Tak apa,
farm.
boleh.
She needs to
Kita ada Hanabi,
scale, she needs to
ada
get to
Hanabi
her
guys. Positif
items.
guys. Support
A
terus.
lot later than compared to the Claude.
Sakit betul
So,
Cici ada buff. Cici ada buff
Team
hari
Ray
tu
Young
guys.
right now are
Buff
in
damage.
a peculiar position where there's a window that they lost early and they need to
W Rain, thank you guys. Thank you TikTok community, thank you YT community, thank you guys. Love you guys.
If we
Malaysia
know
dah
them
aku
for
santai.
anything,
Sabar.
Navi PH are great at looking for
Good luck Malaysia. Thank you guys.
looking
Baik
for
guys.
weaknesses
Guys, korang reply sikit guys. Chat daripada Myanmar community guys. Ha. Back dulu guys. Tan, backup tan. Kacau lah Ayanami guys.
all she can do.
Guys, korang reply sikit guys. Chat fans dari Myanmar guys. Love Myanmar, love from Malaysia ke apa ke.
Now things are
Nabi free farm
shaping up to still be in favor of Navi. We do see that the turtle is going to spawn in under 7 seconds. You know, Keishi's already
Kau
in the
duplicate diri kau masuk TPH ke? Support from Myanmar. Thank you guys. W Myanmar fans. W Myanmar fans. You see guys, even Malaysian fans also love you guys. Kalah lah quick. Sabar guys, sabar. Shayu jangan macam tu. Shayu support Malaysia Shayu. Queen jalan. Okay. Gallery. Okay, yang ni kita pegang ni. Keyboy ulti keyboy. Tan kena ulti pula Tan. Nora cari seorang Nora.
With the anti-regen honor for the passive Ayanami just tearing her apart. Nora goes down. Rian's on. Quinn, she has his immunity. She's going for a little bit more damage. Keishi's gonna walk up, slam onto the minions. 5-0 now.
Queen farm dulu Queen. Tak apa. Farm dulu Queen.
Brutal. They made a decision there, Team Rayong.
Weh, ni kita tak ada trade ni guys. Guys, kita tak ada trade ni.
Understand that they need to play for Navi more.
Don't lose heart, Rain. The whole Myanmar is behind you. Behind Malaysia, guys. W Myanmar fans. W Myanmar community, guys. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's see
if they can make it happen.
Okay. Queen. Belakang. Lari.
Gets one kill before she dies, but it's now going to be 2 on the board, and Miku might just follow next. Rain is going to go for the chase right now, and Mirai is looking for the cut. RWM dropped on her, and the Panda gets a big body slam to take her down. Rihanna instantly with Blazing Duet. Headbutt and the heavy spin. Tans just pinned down. 8-1. This is a stomp and a half for Navi. Whoa. Nora with a walk up.
Huh?
Yeah, she just purifies out. This is very unlike Team Rayong.
Okay, I think
Come
they're
on,
really
Team
playing
Rayong.
into the tempo and the momentum that has shaped from
Pulang aja Team Ray.
Navi
Shut up you.
and you would think as an experienced
Don't
roster
toxic
from
my
Team
country.
Rayong, they even have a gold
Mesti
medalist
Indonesia
in
ni.
it, that they wouldn't, you know, fall into that kind
Sabar guys.
But Navi,
Doa Malaysia guys.
again, taking
Kita
so
boleh go
much
ni.
control over what's going on right now here in the 7th minute of
Hanabi
the
dapat
game.
item ni.
That was a 1-for-4 trade, by the way. They only took not Ayanami for the price of everything. But luckily enough, Team Rayong, they do get something in
Fighting guys. Trust. Okay. Bahasa keras lah guys. Queen tak ada item guys.
Quinn though is very vulnerable. Mirai with a pin down of the heavy spin. Tan and G-Boy isolated from the rest of the team, and it's just pickups here and there. Nora gets a trade in the end with Ayanami falling, but Mirai is practically soloing Miku.
Nora tak masuk. Nora damage tu Nora.
Rian's gonna take the kill on Miku, and it'll be all good as Rain flickers out to safety against Nora.
13-3. That's a 10-kill gap in the span of 7 minutes. We were talking about them being 2 teams that really love the objective play.
Fighting. Okay. Nampak guys. Sabar. Aku rasa kena tidur baru MI menang. Sabar guys. Jangan macam tu guys.
But here it is the replay. You can see the collapse coming in from
Even though our country lost, we can certainly support your country, Rain. Thank you so much, Myanmar community. You guys are awesome, man. And thank you for the follow, Hop3. Thank you for the subscribe, guys. YT community, thank you so much. Let's hoping Malaysian can doing something, guys. Malaysian players can do something. Gosh. Come back. Come on, guys.
Impact showing right in the land of Dawn, man. Dominance ice picked up by Mirai. She's got to be careful. She has a bounty on her. 3-0-6 on the roaming Panda. That's kind of crazy.
Jangan tunjukkan kecewa. Santai. Tak, kita menang ni. Malaysia menang ni guys.
You'd expect Rian to have that.
Percaya je.
Maybe she's like, you know, Rian,
kena ada, okay. Apa winning condition kita? First, Esme memang kena zone out dulu sama ada Cici atau YVE. Dua ni. Lepas tu Queen kena ada item. Queen ada item apa dah sekarang? Okay, satu lagi item dia tak ada. Dia tak cukup Trinity guys. Trinity item. Okay. Queen hidup. Baik. Queen. Nice. Nice.
they start going a bit too bombastic here, Eterna.
Okay, maybe it was stoicism for Team Raya.
See?
You know, despite being behind for the first 9 minutes of the game,
Let's go Queen, let's go Queen.
loophole in Navi's gameplay and they
Boleh. Let's go Malaysia, let's go Malaysia.
That 3,000 plus K gold lead that Navi were building has now shrunk to only half. So Team Rayong are definitely still in. And it's scary because again, Navi is a gold laner.
Nice one Queen, nice one Queen, nice one Queen.
It's definitely going to be a
Dah
problem
cantik
when
ni,
she
dah
gets
cantik
to
ni.
her power spike.
Gold lead dah tak jauh guys, 1K je. Careful jangan kena tangkap Queen Sabar Queen. Dia kejar dia kejar ni. Baik. Weh tolong dia cari MM tu.
Ayanami survives again, getting chased out by Nora. Miku has to flicker out of the way. Ayanami's going back to
Queen kena jaga position Queen. Kau kena jaga position Queen. Guys, jaga Queen tu guys.
And it's Nora that pops in a purify.
Baik, Nora.
With the help of Chi-Boy's Revitalize.
That's the second time. Not Ayanami has done something like that and still is able to get out alive. She's so good at baiting.
Tadi diorang tak boleh duduk kat situ. Gwen tengah farm kan. Siapa lagi nak cover guys? Selain Bellerin seorang, siapa lagi nak cover? Masih fight ke? Tan, jaga Tan. Dia akan ulti kau Tan. Biar Miku buka dulu. Biar Miku poking dulu guys.
For those resources to come back up if they want to go for the 5v5 contest on the Lord.
Fighting Malaysia, fighting. Support from Myanmar. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome man. Thank you. Okay. Careful, kiting dulu. Biar Miku main dulu guys. Biar Miku poking dulu. Miku, diorang tak boleh layan kau. Miku kau ada ulti. Kau ada ulti dah Miku. Diorang tak boleh layan kau.
Team Rayong wanna gamble. Tan's level 12. Keisha's level 13.
Alright, jaga Tan. Mirai mati. Siapa dapat? Nice. Okay, tak apa. Diorang dapat tak apa. Ratakan. Diorang dapat ratakan. Queen, tengok nyawa kau Queen. Okay, dapat 2. Dapat 2 guys. Okay. We got two.
I believe for Tan, she knew exactly what Navi wanted to do earlier on. Sure, she misses out that retribution.
Okay. Tak apa. Kita still okay guys.
But at the very end of it, she wastes a lot of resources and
Nice rate. Still nice rate.
Members of Team Rayong to actually
Come on guys, sini moment comeback guys. Comeback. Strong Malaysia. Yo. Boleh menang guys. Serius.
Ayanami, I know she's spawning in 6 seconds. So hopefully Navi can still
support from Myanmar. Thank you guys. Pray for Malaysia guys. Macam tinggi hari kau tinggi tu guys. Minion menang Malaysia dah. Ya, long lane kita dah cantik. Just kena jaga mid. Clear lot ni. Tengok. Baik Nora. Tan kena Tan banyak kena 1-4 ni. Bagi Lilia dengan Bellerin main dulu Tan. Kau jangan ke depan terus. Kalau kau kena tangkap dengan Akai tu kau tak boleh keluar dah. Kau jangan main lompat suka hati je. Jaga.
Sure, you can have some few members doing their own thing. I'd say Nora can just try to split this front to back of Navi.
Let's go Malaysia, let's go.
I agree.
That game is for Team Malaysia. Agree guys, agree.
She has 2 items under her belt right now, the glowing one as well as the lightning truncheon, and that burst damage is not seen, but it definitely will be felt, especially when it gets to
Fighting Malaysia. Thank you guys.
I think Navi are definitely starting to feel it.
So, let's go Miku Diorang tak kaiting tak. Diorang kena jaga ni. Diorang kena jaga si Hanabi. Diorang kena jaga Hanabi guys. Kalau kan Hanabi lagi sakit lagi game. Depends. Sebab dua-dua saling boleh counter dua-dua. Lagi-lagi kalau bila dah ada wand. Cuma Cloud ada advantage sikit sebab dia ada mobility guys. Ini Gui ni Aegis tau. Dia bukan flicker tau. Dia tak boleh lari. Kalau kena macam tadi tu dia memang mati terus guys.
Like earlier on I expected it to be the early pickup, maybe second item because of the lane, but I'm guessing it's just because they're thinking, alright, we got a box.
Stream kat Stadium. Waima Pro Gang. Stream kat Stadium. Let's go. Stay strong, you are the best. Thank you guys. Pray for Malaysia guys. Lilia mid and late pun sakit. Betul. Lilia sebenarnya memang consider as tank killer pun guys. Untuk hero-hero yang jalan kaki, Lilia ni sebenarnya tank killer.
I think she knows that she's going to be like the main winning condition for Team Rayong, right? There's two options in that scenario.
Venue MWI dekat dengan Eiffel ke? Tak dekat lah, Haikal. Miku kena main peranan, betul. Sebenarnya kalau kau tanya aku, game ni Miku yang kena buat kerja lebih sikit guys. Yang lain kena sabar, yang lain tak boleh rushing, yang lain tak boleh macam terburu-buru. Macam tak boleh suka hati nak show. Okay, Lord. Dia datang. Jaga Kai guys. Jangan tangkap. Lompat. Ada Winter, nice. Nice Winter. Go. Tak kena tan. Hai, mati Hanabi pula.
But it's Riyadh with a triple kill, tearing through the back line, and now it's Nora next to see how we're doing work. Ayanami trying to go for the dive. Tan and Nora surviving, but it's just a big win for Navi.
It's crazy how one item can alter the course of the game.
It's okay. Defend guys, defend. We can defend.
And alter
It's okay, we can defend.
Earlier on, I mean, you guys saw that, right?
Kalau formation ke positioning guys. Kalau dia masuk dekat tu, tak ada siapa nak cover ni guys. Tak ada siapa nak cover Hanabi tu bila dia orang masuk. Sabar. Chill guys, support guys, santai.
And things are just turning around. 3,000 gold lead now for Navi. And it turns out that's a 1k gold difference between both.
Sabar, jangan toxic guys. Don't be toxic guys, please. Support Malaysia guys, support. Yang belum follow dulu guys, yang belum subscribe dulu guys.
Winter crown for Keishi as well. I love the response here. Team Ray Young, they were the ones first.
Defend. Kita boleh defend guys. Kita ada Hanabi.
Just kind of like a common item though for the Guinevere. It's like the usual build for her. Now for Keishi, she realizes that. She realizes that Team Ray Young can actually start shredding down
Let's go.
The frontliners. So she wants to
Ini Valdo betul ke ni?
Ray just for a bit more safety picks up another winter crown. So we got 3 winter crowns for Navi.
That's crazy. That's a lot of winter crowns.
Gotta say it right. That's crazy.
Kenapa Eudora tak pick di ladies country?
But wait.
Lagi enggak meta lah Valdo. Defend dulu, fokus defend. Nice. Ambil satu. Dia flick. Okay, tak apa. It's okay. Still defend guys.
And they back away. Signature Filipino discipline.
And that's all they need. They don't even
Tadi
have
aku dah
to
cakap
risk
pick hero yang
anything
keras
more.
je. Ni jungler jarang di pick Jahanam lah. Sabar guys. Dah di pick dah guys.
That's something that they can play to their advantage. And if Team
Iya,
Ray
Valdo.
get housekeeping, remember there is
Follow
a
dulu.
Claude on the other
Follow
side
dulu
of the map.
coachnya.
We already saw a Claude backdoor in MWI earlier on.
Gak
I think it was
tahu.
the first day of
Gak tahu guys.
MWI groups. I don't think we want to see it again. Not with everything on the line here.
Mungkin di meta lelaki tu Assassin lagi meta kan Valdo kan? Assassin lagi meta kan? Tapi kalau sama apa tu? Sama jungle tank agak susah kan Eudora? Karena Eudora itu tipe-tipe burst kan? Assassin most pick. Jadi betul guys. Kalau sama Assassin Eudora kuat guys. Kalau dengan Assassin Eudora kuat guys. Eudora Kadita, tapi sebab bisa DPS sekarang kau stream. Kalau DPS bisa, jadi yang lagi meta itu hero-hero Bellery akan jadi hero mahal lah. Welcome ya Coach Valdo to the stream. Good luck ya, vamos 22 hari bulan. Coach, all the best coach. Thank you for the follow, Coffee Latte. Stay strong bro, let's go guys. Malaysia still can win. Thank you Tun Tit Sarmai. Valir better untuk lawan jungle tank guys. Eudora better untuk lawan assassin aku. Selalunya tipe-tipe Eudora.
So right now for Team Ray Young, it's either you gamble on a 5-5 or a Lord take, or you lose out completely on the bottom lane.
They need to make a decision now. They need to make a decision quick. Because the waves are still crashing there in the bottom side of the map.
Aku pergi Paris nanti tengok Indonesia. Support okey je. Daniel support SRG depan-depan. Boleh juga, tak ada masalah.
Huh? They sent Quinn to mid?
Tapi kiri ni diorang main makro lah guys. Diorang tunggu wave kat bawah lah guys.
This is big. Who are you going to send? Oh, they're hesitating. They don't know who to send, and it's already crashing in.
Datang balik.
Back and forth with the wave still there.
Datang balik.
love it here. They thrive in this position. It's Team Ray Young that need to make a move.
Kita kalah minion ni. Nora kau show ke Nora? Lot dah separuh tu Nora. Dari side, Lot dari side ke? Dorang ke depan. Dorang nak punish ke belakang sikit. Kaiting. Nora. 5 lawan 4 ni guys. Punish depan, bunuh 2, Miko, ulti.
Isolated in front of everybody, headbutt knocks her up for Ayanami to take her down. It is the perfect Lord dance for Navi.
So smart, so intelligent, and the experience is definitely showing here for Navi PH. The winners of MWI 2024 once crowned champions, and it's definitely showing here. Not Ayanami,
Sabar guys, sabar.
Smart build with
Relax. Teruskan support guys. Jangan macam tu guys. Even tengah losing pun kena support guys. Sabar. Game tak habis lagi ni.
And the amount of time that she was able to buy for the rest of her team to do the work for her. 7,300 gold lead now for Navi PH. 20 minutes already has elapsed. And that enhanced Lord is marching in
Fokus
the
defend dulu. Boleh defend lagi guys. Fokus defend dulu. Jangan buat mistake guys untuk defend ni. Queen dah sakit. Defend dulu. Belakang sikit. Boleh defend. Super defend. Queen careful Queen, kau tengok nyawa kau Queen. Okay. Saya boleh defend guys. Sabar. Game tak habis lagi guys. Support lah. Jangan main piring macam biasa lapik. Sabarlah guys. Support je. Jangan macam tu.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all G in their own base. It's so much easier.
W Raintodak. Thank you Myanmar community.
Go to that much
Don't be
of
sad,
an effort.
dude.
There's no possibility of like a
No guys. Just pray for
play
Malaysia
as
guys. Pray for
well, a
Malaysia.
flanking play. And we
Chill
can
guys.
already
Korang
see
ni
that
jangan game tak habis lagi doh.
Swift Trinity, she has the
Sabar.
Malefic
Jangan
gun,
toxic.
and she also has the Immortal, just in case things go south for her. There's also another layer of defense with the Rose Gold
Paris skor
Meteor,
berapa?
so
Sekarang
she's going double
pukul
defense actually here.
Pukul 9.22 guys.
Love to see it. Team Ray Young just doubling down on defense.
Okay. Come on Malaysia. Do something. One team fight. Diorang perlukan one clean team fight guys. Wajib Aegis ke? Tak juga sebenarnya. Tak wajib Aegis pun.
It's another evolved Lord. We're waiting for another winner. Crown picked up Mirai.
Careful Nora. Awan je kau purify Nora. Akai tu tak ulti pun lagi. Awal sangat tu. Okay, wave.
It's these small things that
Nak buat apa ni guys? Kalau nak vision lock cepat guys. Kalau nak vision lock cepat.
That can really alter the course of these particular team fights. So it looks like they do and will be able to clear in that bottom side of the map, but it's still going to be pushing in favor of Navi. So again, Team Ray Young are the ones on the timer here. They have 2 waves pushing in favor of Navi. This is a headache, if anything, for Team Ray Young. They really have to dig deep into this one.
And Navi are not giving them any
Reset.
chance. Constantly resetting the Lord.
Nora, layan cici tu dulu Nora. Layan cici tu dulu Nora. Layan wave dulu. Jangan ni. Layan wave dulu.
Quinn and Miku both visible on the map. That means Navi are going to go straight for the Lord again.
Terima kasih for loving Zay Myanmar community Rain. Really appreciate you bro. Thank you guys.
Even in their own jungle, Navi.
Defend.
A free Lord. This time it's evolved. They're going to have that damage reduction as they look to close this one out.
Kita punya apa yang perlu di fix Kalau tanya aku apa yang perlu di fix lot preparation kena fix, wave management kena fix. Lepas tu aku rasa yang paling critical poking tu. Aku rasa Malaysia tak ada poking tu sekarang. Kita kurang poking. We are cheering for you together. Thank you guys. Apa nama YT? Raintodak. Sama je guys.
Because if there's a composition that can clear an evolved Lord at 23 minutes, it should be one with a Lilia and Hanabi.
Boleh defend.
That is true. Game 1 on the line here for Team Ray Young. Navi Philippines looking to close this, but will they be able to?
Minion keluar tak?
Chunk's very low.
Cover. Jaga Queen guys. Queen seorang-seorang. Untuk korang mana?
not able to go for the hits. The base just gets wide open, and Na'Vi close it out with beautiful macro.
It's okay. First game baru. It's okay guys, it's okay.
As they were able to get that very decisively, very
Reset.
clean,
Tak apa.
very macro-centric. And Na'Vi PH show you just
Comeback game 2 Comeback game 2 Comeback game 2.
Something big can lead to mountains as well in the particular game. But of course, Team Raeyang, once again, like we mentioned in the previous game,
Malaysia chat. Thank you Myanmar community guys. Thank you.
We did see a reverse sweep in our previous match, so
Thank you for the positive comment, positive support. Thank you
see how
guys.
they reset come game 2. We're throwing over
Kena reset
back
ni.
to our host.
Kena reset. Kita punya gameplay tak macam yang kita menang sebelum ni. There's another game coming out. I'm preparing for comeback of Malaysian girls. Thank you guys. Korang nampak guys, malu sikit guys dekat Myanmar punya community. Apa korang ni? Doa. Tak apa. Boleh. Yang boleh follow dulu guys. Gwyn okay ke Rain? Tak, dia kena outplay dekat draft tu guys. Sebab apa Sebab dia ingat tu Bakzia jungle. Tu Bakzia jungle. Memang Bakzia jungle. Tapi Gwyn boleh counter Bakzia. Cuma Akai boleh kacau Gwyn balik guys. Dia tak expect tu. Aku rasa diorang tak prepare untuk Akai room tu. Diorang tak prepare untuk Akai room tu.
Well, that's it for our first quarterfinal match. This one, I should say, anyways, for map number 1. Potentially 2 more to go. That's how we've been going anyways.
Thank you guys. Thank you for your support.
But now it's up to Team Raeyang.
Hoping that Team Raeyang can do something for second game. Maybe can improve their draft, improve their gameplay and rotation, guys.
They started off strong. I mean, I thought
reverse sweep. Yeah, I think we can reverse sweep.
There were some good adjustments throughout the game from Team
Akai auto ban tak hari lepas ni. Macam boleh consider untuk ban juga sebab orang macam tengah selesa dengan Akai guys.
I mean, this is a long game. 24 plus minutes. But they can bounce back. Who knows if they do that starting in the
Ada satu momen yang diorang nampak macam boleh menang tadi guys, yang dekat yang kita dah dapat mid turret tu. Tapi kalau korang ingat tak yang mistake dia dekat mana? Kita review mistake Yang dekat Queen kena tangkap kat bawah tu. Sebab dia offside tapi tak ada orang cover tu. Pendapat aku, kalau kau main MM yang tak ada mobility ataupun dalam erti kata lain kalau kau nak main konsep protect the king ataupun protect the president ni, mata korang kena dekat korang punya president ataupun korang punya king dulu. Which is dekat sini kita punya president, kita punya king adalah Hanabi. Sebab dia pakai Aegis guys. Dia boleh ada extra shield tapi dia tak boleh lari. So team memang kena jaga dia dulu. Team kena jaga dia dulu.
20 plus minute, it's this kind of competition with a Lily and a Hanabi. Lilianabi. That's why. Yes,
don't worry bro, they love game 2 and 3. Yeah, don't worry.
Coach Frost.
Come back. I think can come back.
I beseech thee, change the order. That's it.
That's true.
The heroes are solid. It's just it was tough for Nora to run into not Ayanami, especially now that she's a
Ayanami ni kacau guys ini.
Ayanami now.
She's not Ayanami. She wasn't not Ayanami. Now she is.
You guys are ridiculous.
Kalau lawan dengan Cici ada beberapa hero yang sedap guys. Contohnya macam Uranus, Ruby. Uranus Ruby antara best hero untuk lawan dengan one of the best hero to fight Cici. Ruby, Uranus. Xbox pun boleh. Ya, dua Xbox sedap juga guys sebenarnya meta ni guys. Banyak hero yang Xbox boleh counter ni.
There's so many options because the Wrath of the Dread was used before that. There's so many options for them to re-engage into a fight and win with that kind of composition.
And not Dynami, you just talked
Cici tu tak annoying sangat. Akai tak kacau formation Malaysia. Sebab tu kena poking kena masuk tau kalau lawan Akai ni. Kalau poking masuk, guys, baru Akai tu tak boleh ulti sesuka hati ikut timing dia. Boleh jadi dia buang dia punya ultimate, boleh jadi buang dia punya flicker guys. First title ni. Malaysia boleh guys. Let's go. Ni kat sini yang kita silap ni. Woi jahat tu Akai dia punya flicker tu. Fighting guys. Reverse sweep. Let's go.
The vengeance and in the hands of a player like not supporters
that support
Malaysia. Finicky to try to
Thank you guys. Told please tell them Rain said W Myanmar. W Myanmar community. Thank you guys.
It really does take talent, it takes timing, and just overall experience. A phenomenal job as a whole in general.
It just
I believe
get
that's all of our
it just
actions,
get
But hey, I do want to say that we have, I believe, our competitors about to get set up. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm ready for that to take place in just a
Sabar guys,
second.
Dah, jangan gaduh-gaduh dah guys, jangan gaduh-gaduh dah guys.
To come, obviously,
Semangat, kita tengok lagi Malaysia. Support lagi.
like Team Rayang and Navi. What are you expecting from
Kita korbankan tidur kita ni guys. Kalau kita korbankan kita punya tidur ni bagi berbaloi guys. Biar betul-betul support guys. Kan? Korbankan tidur sebab nak support Malaysia. Support Malaysia betul-betul. Okay? Support Malaysia betul-betul. Game tak habis lagi guys. Bila game dah habis baru kita borak, game dah habis baru kita borak, baru kita boleh kritik, baru kita boleh discuss. Ini game tak habis lagi guys.
Emotions here obviously on stage. Sometimes it's hard to watch. In this case, though, I think the players are just so locked in. It's been a long day for both of the teams, but they're here on that main stage. And what's up for grabs?
Ni kalah balik ke? Guys, kalah balik.
A top 4 in MWI.
What do you think Ray win? I think Ray can win, but they need to adjust a bit their draft in terms of their gameplay, their poking. And I think they should be, how do I say that? They should be more brave to do something, because it's clearly from first game we can notice that Philippine team are the one that always trying to do something first, like poking, like engaging, doing the first move. Nampak orang takut-takut kan? DP sama FV kan? Nampak kan? Orang takut-takut sikit kan? Team NA lepas tak lepas. Team NA knockout stage pun tak lepas guys. Rasa cuma Arin kena tidur awal patutnya, tapi kau punya password YouTube baik tu Daniel Haikal. W Daniel Haikal. Engkau aku suruh kau basuh muka, kau betul-betul basuh muka baik tu.
In competitive scenarios like this, a close match 25 minutes is harder to digest than a 13-minute stomp.
By the way guys, can you help follow my TikTok account and also subscribe my YT account guys?
You have to, whether you have these long games, 20 plus minutes, or the stomps we've seen, you take what you will and you just go next to the next one.
It's easier because you're like, oh, this is where it went wrong. Pop, pop, pop. But in 25, with a perfect draft almost, such as Team Ray Young's in Game 1, you go like, where do we go wrong? Can we watch the tape again?
Thank you for the follow, Tony.
You don't have the time.
Thank you for the follow at TikTok, guys. Thank you.
Head back to the stage, and the players are getting set up once again. It's not that long.
Fighting Malaysia, bro, and thank you, brother. Thank you.
Long 23-minute game. You can't really digest all of it.
For Malaysia, everything I will do. Mantap Daniel. Semangat kenegaraan. Tanah tumpahnya darahku, brother. Semangat kenegaraan.
What's the gameplay? Because the hero selection honestly wasn't bad on either side.
Yeah, it wasn't. You know, the teams that gave those defeats to Navi Philippines in the first days of MWI, they did one thing. They really honed in on
kampung,
one
hantar gambar.
Philippines. Leo, we remember this. You remember this? We were casting it. They really honed in on the roam, Mirai. They just continued what we quoted as they just honed in on her, bullied her, took her out many times. The main stalwart, the bulwark of that lineup of Navi PH fell apart, and so did the team.
Baik, siap. Adik kampung ke dalam ni? Raintodak Argentina, Banglot. Asal Raintodak Argentina pula? Woi, sebab enemy ke? Itu bukan aku, dok.
One of the interesting things you guys said for Navi during the hero selection is they were planning potentially to choke out Quinn's.
Itu bukan aku, dok, guys. Bro, we stand with Malaysia, Team Ray. Thank you very much, Myanmar community. You guys are awesome, man. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate support and love from you guys. Thank you so much.
I think it's less about denying Nayanami from playing, taking her out of her comfort.
So for MSC guys, Myanmar community, for MSC I will support Malaysian team and Myanmar team. Okay? Yangon and also SRG and Yangon. SRG, Vamos and Yangon guys.
Focusing on Nayanami.
I can't put it tadi hadir baik dok. Let's go guys, let's go.
Maybe that's a distraction.
Come back. Semangat guys.
But if you let her to her whims, again, depending on what hero she picks, that could also be devastating.
Are we watching the same game? This
it looks like it's same
mirror of Game 1.
Oi, Mbak Zia. Oh, diorang curi Cloud Lilia. Okay, diorang curi Cloud.
Cloud's different. Cloud was on the opposite side.
Bila kau colour rambut tu bukan aku. Tu bukan aku, guys.
They're missing out on the
Tu bukan aku,
Esmeralda.
guys.
Belleric is still out there too.
Do they take the Belleric now?
Orang tak
I see what
benakai
Coach Frost is doing.
What's he doing?
He's saying, "You go Esmeralda, we go CC."
Let's go, man.
That could work.
Thank you guys, thank you guys for your
Yeah, in the current
support.
metagame, even if we are all in agreement that Esmeralda is
Asyik
the
Lilia
currently
je.
overtuned queen
Tak
of
tahu lah,
EXP,
guys.
she has one foil.
What's that foil?
Prince
See
simpan
how
panjang nak buat
vertical
mulut.
it is.
Ha, di zaman FB aku nak buat
And
mulut.
it happens so quickly too in the early
Akai tak
games.
mati,
Usually
tak mati
Esmeralda
ya.
dominates,
Tak,
right?
poking
But
awal tu
Derek
tak masuk,
is-
guys.
Yep, I knew they Eric.
Whoa!
Harith.
Harit.
Welcome back. I
Bellery.
mean, he's seen play.
What is he, a Leonian?
6 times he's a little baby Leone.
Bellery, eh.
Welcome back.
With time magic. Doesn't show up as
Yang
often.
kau tu yang patah ha tu, Aiman.
Obviously getting your
Ya tu.
attention the most. How does that shake things up specifically on Navi's side?
Keras ni.
Since they are ending up at the Harris,
Eh.
not the Claude, their box is going to be slightly smaller. They're going to fight in the short to mid range, which is something Team Ray can start to attack now since
Nak
their
ambil apa ni?
re-engage
Esme,
is
masih
so
Esme.
good. You have
Walaupun ada
Black
Bakzia,
Shoes,
tapi
you
tak apa
have
ada Harit.
PMI,
Okey.
and
Ni
you
dengar
still
cakap aku,
have
guys.
Esmeralda, I'd say.
Please,
Ban
please,
CC
please,
now.
ban Freya
because
dengan Cici.
when they
Ban Freya
saw
dengan
that
Cici,
Eric
guys. Ban Freya dengan Cici.
Team Ray Young is- this is
Cici
a
ban,
good
nice,
hit
nice.
against
Cici ban
Esmeralda.
satu.
She takes the shields that
Cici
are
ban
there
satu.
from Harris
Cici
when
ban
he's
satu, guys. Satu lagi
getting
Freya,
back
guys.
around
Satu lagi
his
Freya,
arm,
guys.
force that ultimate. So this is a good counterplay into the Harith pickup.
Wait, let me just
Please
put on
support
my
our country.
tinfoil
Sure,
hat.
man.
There's a
Sure,
world
man.
where possibly
I will support you guys too. Don't worry.
this is
You guys support me, I will
a
support
Rome
you back,
Belleric,
guys.
nor is this
Don't
a
worry,
Rome
don't worry.
Baxia or a Jungle Baxia.
4 views tak apa,
What
guys.
if?
4 views
Hear
kita
me
ada
out,
Esme
hear me
dah.
out, Joseph.
And kita tak banyak main hero dash. So
Rome
4 views tak apa.
Baxia, XP lane Belleric,
Freya doh, sumpah Freya, sumpah Freya.
Bammond.
Kimi.
What if it's Balmond, right?
Has it been that long of a day?
That's one of the few answers to an Esmeralda. It came from the horse's mouth.
That's
Navi. Navi explained it, right?
That's how you dealt with that durability. that
Shred.
Esmeralda has.
Thank you for the follow once ke tidur.
And then
Tapi kalau yang kau rasa ya mesti negara kita dulu dia yang
Overshooting, you might overcook
like.
because you're
Negara
all the
kita
more
dulu lah, guys.
accepting the stereotype of we're playing in the mid to short.
And it came from the horse's mouth, aka Leo.
Daniel.
Well, yeah. don't paint this as Balmond propaganda, all right? I'm just saying.
No, he loves the Ballman.
If you want shred and you want to work on the Esmeralda, then that's how you do it.
Hey, you know what? I know you missed the Bane. Ballman could be the next successor of that. But yeah, it makes sense. I think you're right though too. It's a little bit overcooked. It's
too in your face.
It's too much. Yeah.
Barat susah sikit,
This
guys.
is
Kalau Bakzia
interesting,
Bellerik
though.
susah.
The export ban comes through.
This is possibly telegraphing the fact that Navi
Tak main
want to play
Hirara
in that
eh.
short to
Tan tak main Hirara eh. Dia main apa Lancelot eh. Kalau
difficult
nampak
would it
Zia,
be for this
Lancelot,
front line to survive and
Joy.
to succeed when you're getting
Export
scorched
ban pula.
I was gonna say, you know what else is counter into the tree?
Hanzo boleh, Hanzo pun boleh guys. Hanzo pun boleh tun. Tun Hanzo pun boleh tun.
No room for the Valier though.
Tapi dia kena main tank, dia kena main first tank atau second tank ah. Kena hero yang boleh buka.
As a jungler.
And which is exactly what Team Ray Young still needs. They're going to pick up the Gatakancha. This
Can't
also has
engage.
been kind of slept on throughout MWI.
It looks like Team Ray Young, whatever conversation they had with Coach Frost, there was one keyword, re-engage.
Yep. They have all the tools to re-engage, man.
The
Not
only
only
thing
that,
that would be better is Matilda, but
that's true. What are they? So jungle-wise, if they want to lean into that re-engagement against a Baksha.
Tadi terlelap nasib baik bangun. Tak apa. Support Malaysia guys. Kita support Malaysia. Hanzo last pick tahun bila?
Harley. That's the
Dah
double
lama dah,
shadow
guys.
jutsu
That's true.
duo, right?
That's true.
PMI and space escape.
Velen.
Yep. Even if they nerfed his space escape a little bit, he's still deadly. There he is, Yu Zhong, Valentina. Last
Orang
picks here
betul-betul
for
main
Navi.
diving com eh.
This is good. I mean, the Valentina, you have. What do you mainly take here though? Avatar of the Guardian or maybe the Black Shoes?
Avatar of the Guardian is your main choice. Black Shoes we've seen do very well in recent memory. That's a weird ult that's usually used defensively,
Main
but
apa,
can
Nolan?
win you fights.
Susah
But
juga
you're right, what's in the
sebenarnya.
jungle? Harley, by the way, just came to mind because it looks like what they need.
It looks like, yeah.
But is that enough of a front line? Esmeralda Gatot? I think it is.
It could be. I mean, those two heroes alone built up the front line. You can use the thing I'm worried about is, again, the Gatakancha being picked up. If you're not able to actually jump in offensively with the Avatar of the Guardian and you have to defensively use it, then that's the thing. There's the Suyo though.
Aku sedikit
That's going in the
risau lah,
jungle.
guys, eh.
Last pick for Team Ray Young.
How could I forget?
It comes down potentially.
Even though we have left everywhere, we have high hopes for your country. Thank you, man. Thank you, Tuntit Sarmay. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you so much, guys, for the support. Ini tim Malaysia kan, guys? Ini tim Malaysia, guys. Tim Rayang ni. Lilia, enemy ada Valentina. Ya, ni draft. Kalau kau tanya aku jujur, aku nak Malaysia menang, guys. Tapi kalau jujur dari hati aku, draft ni berat ke Filipina, guys. Draft ni berat ke Filipina, guys. Ni kalah terus keluar ke? Terus keluar. Kalah terus keluar.
Potentially the final game that we are going to be
Aku
seeing
sedikit
here
risau
at
Aku sedikit risau.
MWI
But let's go. Let's go. Baik siap.
But of course there is still
Tak apa. Tengok execution, guys. Tengok execution, guys. Jangan putus harapan. Kita support je.
In game number 2 in this best of 3 series, let's head over into the land of Dawn.
It's not potentially the final game, it is the final game if you're Navi. You gotta look at it that way, 2-0. But Team Ray Young, they've got a solid composition and it relies on, I think...
Rain, yeah, welcome guys. Welcome to my YT channel, guys.
It's a lot more aggressive.
W Rain, thank you. W John, W John, W Myanmar, guys.
They picked it up against a Baksha, Harith, Valentina, and a Yuzong. There's going to be so much
speed ni kan, not Ayanami ni kan. Dia memang orang yang menyusahkan Malaysia tu.
If you wanna be the best, you gotta literally be the best.
Fighting Ray, let's go. Thank you guys.
Alright, Suyo
tak bahaya ke Suyo? Kalau kau tanya aku, bahaya dia ni draft ni. Sebab tu aku rasa draft ni berat ke PH sebenarnya. Tapi tengok gameplay lah, kita tengok gameplay
in game
let's
number
go.
2. But so far with the Lilia, you know, being in the mid lane, she is going to be able to clear a lot quicker. It looks like Rain can't be as aggressive as she
Why
was
is me lagi coach? I have no answer, guys.
game.
I have no answer.
No, not as aggressive, but it's still kind of like the passive.
Kalah balik guys.
We expect if there's no neutral objective, no real crazy.
Nora dapatkan Nora. Stop. Okay, tan
Picks up
dapat.
the XP Crab, takes it away from Ayanami. Or do they call her not Ayanami, right?
That's why. Is she Ayanami or not
No, I
Ayanami?
confirmed it. It's Ayanami, but
Nora kena zone kau Krauzi ya. Tak, rotation kita patutnya kena punish XP lane dia, guys. Rotation kita kena punish XP lane dia, guys.
Nora's doing a pretty
Lepas tu
good
mid
job
lane kena betul. Aku setuju. Mid lane kena main garang sikit untuk poking.
Despite going up against Yuzong, you'd expect Yuzong to do really well. Keishi getting a quick wheel on Tan. The battle for Pryo. Who gets level 4 first, Nora or not Ayanami?
We'll see. It looks like both of them are actually at level 4. But it looks like the mid laners are the ones that are falling quite behind.
Nora.
Rain is still
Tan,
level 3.
jaga dash kau dulu. Kau jaga dash kau dulu.
Black shoes down. And that's a black dragon form for not Ayanami.
Boom, bang, bada bing. Instant neutral objective take. Every single time you have Yuzong, as long as she doesn't get ganked early on, you don't lose on that
Betul lah tu. Patutnya kena gang Yuzong ni early, guys.
Almost guaranteed. Unless
Kita kena gang Yuzong ni patutnya early game. Oh dah, ni Valentina ni susah nak mati ni, guys. Ada ulti Lilia ni. Valentina memang counter Lilia, guys. Sebab apa Sebab kau macam Lilia, kau ada ulti untuk reset, tapi kau ada double dash. Bapak annoying, guys.
He's alive, but like, you know, he's just
Yes, that is true.
W Ren, thank you, man. Thank you for your support, guys. Kiboy ambil level 4 lu, Kiboy.
Are still struggling to look for something on the board. Obviously, they do still have Quinn to fall onto in the later stage of the game, but of course,
Boy, jaga Kiboy. Dia boleh punish kau. Keluar.
The Harith matchup is a definitely interesting one. I think it was something that was way more popular back in the day. We don't see the Harith too often anymore, and there's a reason for it. But look at this interesting lane, Quinn and Rian.
Yeah, Rian's doing a good job right now, just freezing the wave. And Quinn, I think early on, lost out on a couple of trades because Rian is a level ahead of Quinn. Interesting stuff. You'd expect the Clouds actually do quite well early.
Let's go, Ren. Thank you guys. Kalah balik, guys.
Look at that, more and more.
Sabar je. Okay. Tak apa. Sabar je. Dia tengah ada ulti, sabar je. Lawan Harit, dia tengah buka ulti, sabar. Kiting je. Jangan main dalam ulti dia. Jangan main ulti dia. Nora, jaga Nora. Nice one, Nora. Nice one. Boy.
Walks up, gets the passive AOG onto Mirai, but it's going to be caught with the Wrath of the Triad. 2 members Zaman force back up. Miku's going to be taken very low. Splash of damage from Rain. Just a little bit more. And a basic attack to take her out for first blood. Rain has Black Shoes. Quinn in the midst of it all now. The Black Shoes going to be procced by Rain. As Quinn might be caught as a flicker in. And Keishi's on the other. Miku falls. A double kill for Rain. And Na'Vi go up 3-0. Now the Black Dragon comes around. And it's the zone 10 away from her orange buff.
When Na'Vi is silent, they're just building up to that one moment when they know, yes, it's now, it's time to strike, and that they did. Rain
Thank you guys. Thank you for the support, YT community. I love you guys. Thank you.
Over Team Ray Young, and that's left them on the back foot. They pick up the neutral objective, and they get way more pressure on the map. What a play once again from
It's hard, man.
3-0.
Yeah, not Ayanami. Yeah, it's wrong. She's strong.
I don't recall what you were saying.
In a month. Na'Vi up top, gonna try to go for the clear in the siege. Rain down below, gets covered a taunt, no flicker here.
Nice. Queen, cross it. Nice. Queen, kau boleh keluar Queen.
Na'Vi with the furious dive lands
Queen
onto
tak boleh keluar dah
Quinn.
ni.
It's a 2v4 with Rain dead already, but they still get the favorable trade on the gold lane.
Percaya. Boleh ni. Sabar guys. Selagi game tak habis, percaya guys.
Good moment there from not Ayanami as well with the petrify, just really locking Quinn down. She was definitely unable to escape, and the damage output after that was really the nail in the coffin. You can see Tan here trying to do something, but she can't. Goes in for a recall. Mirai
Tan ada 1 kill
as well, doing really good at zoning. Keishi's going to be able to get her hands on the enemy jungle, and that's going to put Tan in a bit of an awkward position. Already a level below of Keishi there on the Baxia.
Leads across the board, 1,600 for Rian. Damn indeed. It's looking tough, and this is what happens when the Harith wins out of the lane early level 1 to 3, and then you get all the control with the gold crab.
Control bush dulu, ambil satu-satu guys. Kalau tengah losing, back to basic balik guys. Okay, ada bush kanan, pegang bush kanan, pegang bush kiri. Okay. Lepas tu dah di info enemy 2 orang tengah. Korang nak buat apa? Kalau enemy 2 orang tengah, kau nak buat apa?
That's why I told you from game number 1, right? It's these little small things that Na'Vi have been able to do that really amounts to a lot. Like something as simple as a small rotation, a small move, a trigger of a single battle spell, and so on and so forth. But it's led us to this moment that Na'Vi are now leading with a 3,000 gold lead. Quinn now has absolutely no choice but to try and push in that top lane, but flicker.
Has the chrono dashes, oh god. Keyboard's gonna be caught in the back line. Ayanami assassinates Miku, she cancelled and she's taken out before she can even fly. Quinn gets a trade up top, but look at Keishi. Did she cancel in time? Does she know where Quinn is at? No, unfortunately not.
Thank you man. Thank you man.
In the mid lane, a terrify from Rain, and that'll be it.
Okay, tak apa, dapat satu turret. Step by step guys.
Nora might be the third.
Oh my god, the chrono dash is secret
Queen, gerak Queen.
Damage. Black Shoes away, now Keishi trying to go for the cut. Mirai zoning them, the taunt lands on Chi-Boy, 7-1. 5,000 gold lead at 7 minutes with Asuyo down in levels. 2 whole levels.
It's uncanny. It's uncanny the aggression and the dominance that we're seeing here from Na'Vi PH. And I would say that they're coming into this match with a lot of weight on their shoulders, right? They were knocked out 2024 by Team Ray Young, by Chi-Boy, as well as by Quinn.
Walaupun kita nampak macam mustahil guys, kita harapkan ada keajaiban guys. Walaupun kita nampak macam susah, kita harapkan ada keajaiban guys.
You have to take a look at the run again to get to this point. Na'Vi losing early on, then almost getting knocked out by down in that best of 3. Coming back from that, turning things around, reverse sweeping Falcon Daisies, and then
YSS tak okay green. Tak tahulah guys, aku draft satu hal lah, tapi yang paling ketara pasal diorang ni sebenarnya bukan pasal draft guys. Draft ya juga, cuma gameplay diorang tu sebenarnya yang ni sikit. Diorang punya decision making, diorang macam takut-takut, macam tak tahu nak buat apa.
Just maybe reclaiming that 2024 glory.
Fighting Rain. Thank you guys. Thank you for your support.
Right now, and It's looking really good for them so far. Look
Cok,
at them
diorang
now
lepas game 1
rotating
clueless.
back
Diorang macam clueless.
onto
Itu
the
ayat dia.
board.
Draft
Nora
ya,
is
aku
in the
admit draft ada
vicinity,
problem.
and it does look like
Gameplay
Cam
ada
is
problem.
here as well, but
Tapi the right word
with
is
her
diorang
so
punya
far
decision
behind,
making.
Casey's
Clueless.
level
Diorang macam
12.
clueless. Diorang macam tak tahu nak buat apa.
Level 11. There's no way for a contest. This is a free lord over to Navi PH.
Serius tanya, kalau ni terus balik ke? Terus balik. Suzy terus balik. Terus balik guys.
We saw a few bombastic moves from Navi.
Aku ada tanya Arin, kalau champ MWL lawan SRG siapa menang? Aish, SRG lah
Playing it
guys.
clean for all the Lord fights in game 1 and then transitioning into this game, not letting that match point get into their heads.
Aku rasa
They're playing it even cleaner.
Aku rasa kalau champ
Especially when they get the tools to do
MWI lawan dengan semua tim lelaki yang ada dekat MSC, semua tim MSC menang.
this. Very aggressive.
Is that a misstep?
Could be.
Come on.
Now she gets the purple buff, so I guess, you know, more
Defend dulu lah, fokus defend dulu. Sekejap, Cloud dah ada item wajib ke belum guys?
For sure, Chibo is the only one sent there. The rest of the team knows.
Aduh, rugi lah guys. Korang lihat lama tu.
They don't have a Hanabi to clear these waves out. It's not as good as a Hanabi. Yes, you have a Lilia. Yes, they have the holy shields. But Navi also in this game have a better way to siege with the Black
That
Dragon
Iron
from
not
showing
enemy so strong,
everybody
yeah
away.
guys.
Despite them not having like
She's
the
very
siege
annoying,
potential
man.
per se, right? They have the Valentina, but Mariah is walking in very deep actually. And she's
Her
receiving
targeting
a
is
ton
good,
of
her zoning
damage,
is
but
good.
look at Rian go in.
There we go. That's the Black Dragon form I was talking about. With the
You
first
see?
they'll be able to get the base
Use his
turret
Black
before
Dragon
they
form to
again.
zone out
And they instantly disengage.
Team
Classic
Ray
Navi.
players so that
Surgical
her teammates can get
precision.
turret.
Just like game number 1. Just like game number 1. They're gonna
Lilia tak
toy
boleh
with
pakai,
the
tak
minds of
tahulah.
Team Ray Young
Ada
here.
masalah pool hero ke guys?
8,000
Sebab
gold
Lilia terus kan guys kan?
advantage. At
Otak
this
kami
stage,
dah
I
naik
wonder
langit
what
ni,
the
sabar
items
guys.
for Quinn are. Has she reached her power spike? Is she
Ada masalah
close
pool hero
to it?
juga ke?
Turns out she's not, but wait a second, Nora.
No purify. The AOG from T-Boy walks up again. The Wrath of the Giant gets 3 members. Mirai with a big set.
Dapat satu. Guys, boleh kiting tak guys? Boleh kiting tak? Boleh kiting tak? Kiting guys.
Shoes torn apart already. Rain has to go with the black shoes again. Ayanami deep in already.
Nice.
And it will
Okay.
be a kill
Queen,
back.
ambil isi nyawa dulu Queen kau
For
ni.
Tan
Okay.
and Deja Vu.
Jangan berputus asa kami rakyat Burma menyokong anda. Thank you so much man.
Step in the right direction there.
Thank
for
you
Tan.
Tun Tit Sarme. Thank you so much brother.
Stacks are there, and if she's able to get
Brother
more
or
onto
sister?
it,
Sorry.
that just might be the way for
I'm
them
not sure
to
which
turn
one.
things around. Keishi though will be able to
Main
get the
takut-takut
order
lah.
buff
Betul
away
lah
from Team
Noah.
Rayoung, so
Clueless.
that
Itu
is
ayat dia.
the
Decision
resource
making
they
guys.
have
Decision making.
eliminated away. And it would be nice to take a
Fighting
look
dia.
at the
Thank you,
items.
John.
Once again, we see that Rian already has the Divine
Baru start
Blade
rasa.
alongside the Holy
Masalah
Crystal,
peluru
so
ke?
we can definitely say that the damage is there alongside of course
Kalau
the
Lilia
two
tu tukar
integral
Kimi
other
boleh ke? Tak
items
boleh. Tak
from
boleh
the
juga
Heron.
Azim. Mbak Zia counter Kimi. Bellery counter Kimi. Susah juga nak main
Wait,
Kimi.
she should be
Sini.
able to get it really soon, but will she be able to get in time before the Lord spawns in under 10 seconds is the case and the problem.
You look at the equipment, man.
Diorang tak pede guna hero lain ke? Aku tak sure guys.
That's a big Harith. Divine Glaive at 12 minutes. Yes, it's with the Bargain Hunter, but look, Quinn has only now
Best hero kalau korang tanya
finished
aku
this Trinity.
Valley.
That's almost a 3,000
Valley
gold
sedap
lead,
ni.
2,800 between the gold laners. Rian can start popping these players.
She has purple buff too.
Sabar guys. Sabar.
Wave down below is great.
Maybe dapatkan
Team
lot dulu
Rayoung,
satu.
They have to go for the gamble. That's the only way. They have a Soul Sever. They have a Retribution. But Navi's got a Black Dragon flying across. No way for Tan to look for the opening.
Fokus defend lu guys. Fokus defend lu.
Yeah, they don't want to gamble. They
It's past 2 AM here, but we're still awake. Chilling from Malaysia. Thank you, man. Thank you, Tau Tarko. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
Take one member down from Navi, but they don't find
Faster
it.
Zay set for
Considering that Tan
Malaysia.
is a level below of
Zay!
still, going for the 50-50 might have been
Not
too
good,
much for
man.
them to handle. Again, the invades from Navi. They're taking
Yo.
everything away from Team Rayoung. It's looking personal now in 13 minutes.
This is the form we were
Nanti lala
expecting
diorang
coming
kalah
into this
dekat
tournament.
setup lock
She
punya makro.
sounds
Je,
like
tu
fun,
aku cakap guys.
They found their way back into that form.
Clueless. Decision making guys. Decision
Rain
making
up
ni.
top. Has the black shoes, doing a good job zoning. Mirai zoning everybody from that mid lane for the minions.
Defend
to
dulu.
take the
Defend
turret.
first guys. Defend
And now
first.
the black dragon form used up by not Ayanami.
Lock dulu Queen. Lock dulu Queen. Nice.
Rian's
Lock
already
dulu.
used his Avant Force. Lord gonna be cleared up again.
Hey.
stripped down to just the crystal. The Wrath of the Giant catches them.
Hey, Miku.
Miku has the last shoes, but now it's going to be Chiboy jumping with the
Hey,
energy, finding everybody.
Queen, jaga Queen.
Sky Piercer stack, but it's Rian with
Queen,
retaliation.
Queen.
Rain.
Jaga Queen, jaga Queen, jaga Queen, jaga Queen, jaga Queen.
Right there.
Mina guys, mina guys.
Nora still able to stay alive.
Nice.
Rian goes in.
Nice. Boleh. Defend here.
Rian goes for the bomb and Keishi takes Tan out. A big mega kill for Keishi.
Eh, dia tengah ulti tu.
Rian's gonna go for the kill under the base. Not quite enough as Quinn gets the
Ah,
healing
ni masa dia. Dia dah tak ada hati baru kau dah pergi poking dia guys.
It's a 2-for-3. It's a 2v3 and they still want to Nora.
Queen kau buat apa ya
Allah. Nora's gonna be next to the chopping block. Rian has no mana and it saves Nora. Just in time. Chiboy back up. Waves.
Kiboy minion lu, Kiboy minion lu, Kiboy.
For Team Ray Young to survive. Rian has no mana. Nora's dealing with the wave in the bottom lane, but she gets caught in the shield unity. That was the AOG.
Kiboy ada minion satu Kiboy. Kiboy. Satu. Fuck him. Mina.
Stay objective. Welcome to the top 4, Navi.
After placing so low last time around at MWI 2025,
Nice try, guys.
the 2024 champions come back.
Nice try, guys.
And they come back with a vengeance.
They are
woke up
strong,
today
man.
And chose violence up against the former
This
rivals,
EX villain is
Team
really
Raya,
annoying, man.
As they will be the
Not
ones
Ayanami.
to crush their
She's good.
keys later on. They did it. They found their revenge here. What a time to be alive.
I know the feel.
They must be so excited as they move forward here at MWI. The dream for the PH former champions are still alive.
Yeah. Thank you,
We're
man.
gonna talk to them real soon as we throw
Fighting.
to
He's
the
fine.
stage.
Allah. Sayang dia. Thank you for the follow, guys. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the subscribe, guys. This one is last game, right? I think I want to end the stream already, guys.
Now, the thing is, this exact thing happened in 2024. And you remember what happened in 2024? You remember the ending? Do you think it gives you a good feeling?
Yeah, I think it's just a deja vu.
Yang belum follow dulu, guys. Yang belum follow dulu.
We really hope you keep
Yang belum subscribe dulu, guys. Yang belum subscribe dulu. Help me to subscribe. Help me follow my TikTok account, guys. Tomorrow we live again. Thank you so much, guys, for your support, guys.
Please hand on over your keys to Navi Philippines. Respect. You guys did amazing. As a Singapore representatives, you guys did MYSG really proud. Your journey ends here. Amazing showing from
Fighting
Malaysia.
Team Ray, stay strong.
Thank
Yeah,
you, Team
stay
Ray
strong,
Young.
guys.
And now, Marar, next question, all right? It was a little bit shaky, you know, at the start, but with this matchup, you guys looked flawless. So now you guys are heading over to the semis. Is there anything you would love to say to all the Filipino fans out there who are literally sitting on the edge of their seats? You can say in Tagalog.
I just want to say that thank you to everyone who is believing in us, especially we had a rocky start at first in group stage, and yeah, thank you and keep supporting us up until the playoffs.
Balik ke? Gaya kita dah kalah
So
dah.
can
Kita
we
dah kalah.
say, Pinas
Malaysia tak ada wakil lah, guys.
malakas?
Pinas lang malakas.
Take your walk of victory. It's Navi Philippines.
An ecstatic win for Navi Philippines, staying alive in this tournament. And we mentioned it, their start was extremely difficult. They've been through the trenches, but is there anything better than an early loss to just get that confidence back? It is time to go through the grueling process that is the key crusher. This is the 8th key that's about to be crushed today. 8 dreams that went completely out in shambles, and this is the final one of the day, to the delight of Team Navi and all the Filipino fans out there. Ooh, a good old loud key broken to finish the day. Another dream is shattered, another dream is up in the air, but Navi's dream is still alive. Team Navi will move forward to the top 4 tomorrow. The playoffs are going to happen tomorrow, and Navi has an evening to celebrate and to get ready for tomorrow.
Now today, we have seen 8 keys crushed. 8 teams that we have said goodbye. But throughout this long day today, it has unveiled 4 teams who are gonna make it over to the semis, and us being one step closer to crowning a MWI champion. So this is us, our final key crush for the day. And this is Cheryl and Damascus signing out. Back to the studio.
Okay guys, aku end live dulu guys. I end live first. Thank you for all of the support guys. W Myanmar fans, thank you guys. Thank you so much for your support. Love you guys. I end live first, okay? Tidur dulu ya. Rest well guys. Let's go. Yang korang pun tidur sekali guys. Korang pun tidur sekali. Fighting Malaysia. Thank you man. Korang pun rehat sekali guys. Korang pun tidur lambat ni. Esok korang nak kerja, ada yang nak ada sekolah ke, ada kelas ke apa ke.